The story is set against the backdrop of a global catastrophe brought about by the sudden onset of the apocalypse game, where billions of humans are transformed into zombies overnight. Survivors are compelled to struggle for existence in a world fraught with threats from zombies, mutated beasts, superpowered individuals, and alien races. The protagonist, Gao Feng, awakens a unique ability in this desolate era that allows him to perceive critical hints. These hints manifest in written form, aiding him in foreseeing dangers, uncovering hidden resources, and discovering the weaknesses of adversaries. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Game. Beep, beep. Early in the morning, the incessant blaring of car alarms from downstairs disrupted Gao Feng's pleasant dreams. He shouted in exasperation, "How annoying!" Rising from his slumber, he stormed to the window to ascertain which inconsiderate individual was responsible for the cacophony. However, upon gazing outside, Gao Feng was rendered speechless. The once bustling street lay deserted, with a conspicuous pool of blood staining the pavement. He noticed several figures hunched over by the cars, tearing into something with ravenous fervor. These were the culprits behind his rude awakening. Gao Feng stumbled back a couple of steps, his legs feeling weak and his mind a blank slate. Zombies! In disbelief, he approached the window once more. The zombies by the cars had vanished, yet the extensive bloodshed on the ground attested that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. Collapsing onto the sofa, Gao Feng struggled to comprehend the abrupt arrival of the apocalypse. Soon, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly rose to inspect the supplies within his home. 2 bags of whole wheat bread, 3 packets of instant noodles, 2 apples, 3 boxes of pure milk, and half a jar of the remaining Lao-Gan Ma chili sauce. This is the room rented by Gao Feng, devoid of a refrigerator and conveniently located near the street for takeout. Consequently, Gao Feng seldom stocks up on food at home. Even if I ration these provisions, they will last at most 2 or 3 days, he mused inwardly. As hunger pangs struck, he hesitated for a moment before reaching for a pack of whole grain crackers. The dryness of his mouth rendered the crackers difficult to swallow, compelling him to consume another box of pure milk. After finishing his breakfast and surveying the remaining food, Gao Feng felt an increasing urgency to acquire more sustenance. Just as he pondered where to find food, a few lines of small text suddenly appeared before him. Survivor, Gao Feng. Level, 0. Combat power, 10. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the situation. A game? An apocalyptic game? How do I level up? Instinctively, he turned to gaze outside, sensing that slaying zombies might grant him the means to advance. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to venture out in search of food and to slay monsters for experience. Though the notion of encountering zombies filled him with trepidation, he recognized that remaining hidden would only lead to a dead end. It was better to seize the opportunity while he still possessed strength and energy to explore and seek nourishment. If he waited until hunger rendered him immobile, he would indeed find himself facing a hopeless fate. Gao Feng donned multiple layers of pants and shirts, stuffing magazines and books within his clothing for added protection, that a winter hat secured tightly around his head shielded both his skull and neck. He also wore a cycling helmet for additional safeguard. Gloves were essential, and his weapon of choice was a metal coat hanger affixed with a fruit knife. The preparations before stepping out consumed over an hour of Gao Feng's time. For the sake of safety, all of this was deemed worthwhile. As Gao Feng approached the door, poised to unlock it, a line of text suddenly materialized at the entrance. A frenzied zombie awaits outside, eager for you to open the door and deliver your supplies. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. He shook his head, and the words vanished from sight. Hesitant to open the door directly, he approached the peephole to peer outside. A figure was loitering at the threshold as the zombie turned. Gao Feng recognized it as a fellow war cur residing in the same building. Now transformed into a ghoul, his skin was a ghastly white, reminiscent of a corpse, with blackened veins forming grotesque patterns across his body, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Suddenly, the zombie fixed its gaze on the door, prompting Gao Feng to hold his breath in silence. After a brief moment, the creature turned away and continued its aimless wandering. Gao Feng exhaled slowly, cursing inwardly, "Damn, I nearly fell victim to the door-opening trap." After a moment of contemplation, he dragged the sofa to the doorway. The tremendous noise of the sofa's movement attracted the attention of the zombie outside. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie slammed against the door with force, desperate to gain entry. Gao Feng wedged the sofa behind the door, managing to prop it against the wall and create a narrow opening that prevented the door from fully opening. The strength of the zombie's assaults was astonishing, causing the security door to tremble and debris to fall from the walls. Gao Feng's heart raced at the thought of the creature ripping the door apart to enter. After what felt like an eternity, the zombie outside ceased its onslaught and halted its movements. Only then did Gao Feng cautiously open the door, peering through the peephole to confirm the zombie had turned away. Upon witnessing the dented metal security door, Gao Feng felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Suddenly, the zombie collided forcefully against the door, forcing a gap wide enough to attempt entry. The door, however, was barricaded by a sofa, allowing only a single hand of the undead to reach through. Startled, Gao Feng stood at a safe distance, raising his makeshift weapon and aiming it with precision towards the zombie's head. It was common knowledge that to slay a zombie, one must aim for the cranium. The blade penetrated the creature's cheek, yet it failed to deliver a fatal blow. As the zombie turned its head, Gao Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the makeshift pole in his hand. With a tearing sound, the weapon became misaligned and rendered useless. Bang! Bang! The zombie continued to force its way through the narrow opening, its shoulder already beginning to breach the threshold. Realizing the dire situation, Gao Feng delivered a fierce kick to the door, attempting to shut it tightly. However, the door trapped the zombie's arm, preventing a complete closure. The zombie, impervious to pain, disregarded its injured limb and once more pushed against the door, widening the gap further. Half of its body was nearly through, sending a chill of dread coursing through Gao Feng. He swiftly turned to seek a new weapon, his eyes landing on a pair of dumbbells on the floor. A line of text appeared before him. "This is the most effective weapon for a headshot." Without hesitation, Gao Feng seized the dumbbells. He had previously considered using them as a weapon, but their short length required close combat, which he had dismissed. Little did he know that his makeshift long spear was utterly inadequate, breaking after a single use. Bang! The zombie charged against the door once more, creating an opening wide enough for its head to slip through. Growling, the zombie's head forced its way in, the fruit knife lodged in its cheek dislodged, leaving its face a grotesque blur of flesh and blood, a striking visual assault. Gao Feng saw the zombie inching closer. In that moment, all fear vanished from his mind, replaced by a singular thought: prevent its entry at all costs. He raised a dumbbell and charged at the creature. With half its body already inside, the zombie reached out towards Gao Feng. Hesitating for just a moment, he gritted his teeth, withstood the zombie's clawing, and lunged forward, delivering a fierce blow. Thud! Blood splattered as a dent formed in the zombie's forehead. Yet it still breathed. Summoning all his strength, Gao Feng lifted the dumbbell once more and brought it crashing down. Thud! Thud! Again and again. He struck until the zombie's skull was flattened, its arms falling limp, utterly devoid of strength. Gasping for breath, Gao Feng inhaled deeply, attempting to relieve the tension that gripped his mind and body. Once he regained his composure, the foul stench emanating from the zombie assaulted his senses. Casting a glance at the chaotic battlefield, nausea surged within him. Instinctively, he discarded the dumbbell and rushed to the restroom, heaving violently until the remnants of last night's dinner were expelled. After wiping the remnants from his mouth, Gao Feng pressed the flush button. The contents of the toilet swirled away. He then kicked the body aside, preparing to close the door when a message caught his eye. The heart of the zombie contains a prize that belongs to you. Chapter 2. The evolved within the zombie's heart lies your spoils. A moment of bewilderment washed over Gao Feng as his gaze settled upon the cadaverous form sprawled just beyond the threshold. After a cautious survey of the surroundings, ensuring no immediate peril, he dislodged the sofa and ventured forth. Retrieving the fallen paring knife, he steeled his resolve and plunged it into the zombie's chest. The task proved surprisingly facile. In the aftermath of its demise, the zombie's cadaver underwent a bizarre metamorphosis. Its bones softened to the consistency of chocolate, and its flesh began to dissolve into a viscous, ebony fluid. Gao Feng reached into the cavity and extracted the zombie's heart. The organ had already begun to liquefy, and with a casual slice of the paring knife, he breached it, revealing a crystalline shard, no larger than a fingernail, nestled within. Securing the door, he finally exhaled. a wave of relief washing over him. His gaze fell upon the gloves, now slick with black blood, and he hastened to the lavatory to cleanse them. Though tempted to discard them, they were his only pair. If the evisceration of zombies became a recurring necessity, these gloves were indispensable. The thought of plunging his bare hands into a zombie's chest to retrieve a white crystal was abhorrent. Having cleansed both the gloves and the crystalline shard, Gao Feng regarded the latter with a flicker of hesitation. Why hesitate? Consume it, and you shall be imbued with strength. The prompt that materialized before him instilled confidence in Gao Feng, dispelling any lingering doubts about the white crystal sequestered within the zombie's heart. The prompt, he reasoned, would not lead him astray. Gao Feng ingested the white crystal. In an instant, his cells seemed to detonate in a symphony of chaos, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his teeth chattering violently. After 10 excruciating minutes, Gao Feng's body returned to equilibrium. He felt an intense heat coursing through his veins, an inexhaustible reservoir of energy surging within him. Evolved, Gao Feng, Level 1, Combat Prowess. 18. Gao Feng perused his attributes, his spirit soaring. My physical constitution is now 1.8 times that of an ordinary human. He grasped the dumbbell, noting its significantly reduced weight, allowing for effortless wielding. Emboldened, Gao Feng felt confident in his ability to obliterate a zombie's head with a single strike. A glance at the black blood staining the dumbbell elicited a frown of disgust. Splatters of the same foul-smelling ichor adorned the door, sofa, floor, and walls. Gao Feng swiftly initiated a rudimentary cleansing. Having finished, it dawned on him to seize the opportunity of the still-functioning water supply to fill a bucket for future use, preempting the inevitable water outage. Examining his torn jacket, Gao Feng removed it. The zombie's formidable strength had rent his outerwear and the books beneath, were it not for the substantial armor he wore. A single grab would have likely resulted in grievous injury. Gao Feng realized these were not the sluggish zombies of cinematic portrayal. Each one presented a dire threat, possessing remarkable strength and attacking with the ferocity of rabid beasts, relentless in their pursuit. The brief skirmish had left him drenched in sweat. He promptly availed himself of the remaining water to take a shower. Refreshed, a rumbling emanated from his stomach. Having recently expelled his breakfast and undergone a white crystal-induced bodily enhancement, his energy reserves were depleted, necessitating replenishment. Gao Feng munched on whole wheat bread while preparing the kettle to boil water. Fortunately, the apocalypse was in its nascent stages, with electricity and water still available, though their longevity remained uncertain. 2 packets of instant noodles later, his hunger was satiated. Gazing at the remaining provisions, 1 packet of noodles, 2 cartons of milk, 2 apples, and half a jar of chili oil, a sense of urgency washed over Gao Feng. Originally, the provisions anticipated to last 2 or 3 days had dwindled to a mere day's worth due to a recent skirmish. Gao Feng approached the window and gazed downwards, where the streets lay devoid of any trace of zombies, leaving him to wonder where they had all vanished. It seemed imperative to venture outside in search of supplies. He contemplated the convenience store across the street. Rather than waiting idly, he resolved to seize the opportunity while the streets remained free of zombies and procure some food from the store. Gao Feng rearmed himself. This time, he tore apart a straw mat, fashioning it into protective armor akin to a vine-like shell that enveloped his body and limbs, safeguarding most of his surface area while maintaining agility. Over this, he donned winter attire, a helmet, and gloves. Despite the relatively warm external temperatures, he dared not reduce his layers. His weapon of choice remained a dumbbell, from which he removed 1 weight, concentrating the entirety on the other side to transform it into a short-handled mace. Additionally, he strapped a piece of wooden board from a table to his left arm with adhesive tape, serving as a makeshift shield. A fruit knife was tucked into his pocket, and he secured a backpack on his back, pulling down the visor of his helmet to shield against the wind, fully equipped for his endeavor. After confirming through the peephole that no zombies lurked outside, Gao Feng cautiously opened the door. The zombies he had vanquished had vanished, leaving behind only a puddle of desiccated black liquid on the ground. He closed the door securely, sidestepping the dried black liquid, and made his way upwards to the upper floors. He needed to ascertain the safety of the upper levels, as he was not keen on being caught in a pincer movement upon descending. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found it devoid of any zombies, confirming it was indeed safe. However, as he passed the 7th floor, a noise emanated from within one of the rooms, alerting him to the presence of a trapped zombie. Even if survivors were present, their fate appeared grim. He chose to disregard the creatures within the room and continued his descent. Gao Feng resided on the 3rd floor, passing by his door without a moment's pause, continuing his descent. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he discerned traces of zombies. Bloodstains marked the staircase from the 2nd floor down to the 1st, a gruesome trail extending from above to below. Exercising caution, Gao Feng descended to investigate, yet found neither zombies nor corpses, only the remnants of blood left on the steps. Standing at the staircase's entrance, he gazed towards the exit, hoping for some indication of danger. No warnings appeared. He exhaled softly in relief and continued down the stairs, casting a swift glance around. To his right, not far off, stood the very car that had roused him earlier. Now it was silent. There were no zombies in sight. Perhaps, during the onset of the apocalypse last night, most people had been asleep in their homes, transformed into zombies yet confined within their abodes. Thus, the streets displayed a scarcity of the undead. Gao Feng hurriedly sprinted towards the convenience store across the street. Just as he approached the entrance, a sudden message appeared before him. 5 well-fed zombies await you inside. They wouldn't mind a second meal. 5 zombies. A chill ran down Gao Feng's spine. He hastily retreated, his expression darkening as he regarded the convenience store. Aside from this establishment, which was open 24 hours, all other shops remained shuttered. If he possessed the skill to pick locks, he could have sought sustenance in another store. Alas, he did not. The convenience store stood as his sole option. Casting a glance at the distant car, an idea sparked in his mind. He concealed himself in the narrow alley beside the convenience store and hurled a stone at the vehicle. Bang! The car erupted into a cacophony of honks. The zombies within the store, drawn by the noise, shuffled towards the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng swiftly darted into the convenience store. The entrance lay in utter disarray, with counters and shelves toppled, and a corpse, gnawed to the point of revealing its white bones, sprawled upon the ground. Nearby, another body was on the verge of transforming into a zombie within a minute. Gao Feng, nerves taut with anxiety, abruptly turned to gaze at the tragic fate of the survivor on the floor. He lifted the dumbbell hammer in his hand, only to lower it again, intent on waiting for the corpse to metamorphose into a zombie before striking, in hopes of obtaining an evolution crystal. He swiftly gathered provisions, instant noodles, bread, chocolate, and sausages, desperately cramming them into his backpack. The corpse revived, transforming into a zombie that crawled toward Gao Feng at a sluggish pace. Its limbs ravaged and exposing white bones, and its belly, torn open with entrails spilling forth, presented a grotesque sight. Gao Feng hastily secured his backpack, adjusting it tightly on his back. Seizing the dumbbell hammer, he brought it down forcefully upon the disfigured zombie's head. Thud! Crack! The zombie's skull shattered under the blow, blood and brain matter splattering. Just as Gao Feng intended to extract the white crystal, he discovered the deceased zombie's chest was hollow, devoid of both heart and crystal. A roar echoed from outside. The chilling sound of zombies approaching. Gao Feng turned to see several zombies making their way toward the convenience store. Chapter 3. Weapons. Observing the advancing zombies, he glanced at the house directly across the street. After undergoing enhancements, Gao Feng's physical abilities had improved remarkably, allowing him to run faster than the average person. However, the zombies were swifter still. As they spotted Gao Feng, they charged at him with frenzied determination, resembling beasts in full sprint. Thud! One zombie stumbled while ascending the stairs, crashing to the ground. Yet, undeterred, it continued its relentless crawl toward Gao Feng, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit clawing its way up from the depths of hell. Gao Feng sprinted to his doorstep, opening and closing the door in a single fluid motion. Leaning against the door, he gasped for breath, inhaling the fresh air with a sense of elation at having escaped death. As his racing heart gradually settled, he peered through the peephole to survey the outside world. Though he could not see any zombies, their guttural growls and the sounds of their shuffling echoed through the corridor, indicating that they had not yet departed. No longer preoccupied with the undead outside, Gao Feng rummaged through his backpack to assess his spoils. 10 packets of instant noodles, 3 bags of sausages, 6 loaves of bread, a box of chocolates, and 27 candies. If he rationed his food carefully, it could sustain him for 4 or 5 days. While his supplies were scant, they were sufficient for the immediate future, alleviating his urgency to venture outside. The dangers lurking beyond his door made staying indoors a wiser choice. Having just survived a life-threatening ordeal, Gao Feng yearned for rest. After lying down for a while, he was suddenly reminded of his parents and hastily attempted to call them. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. His heart raced with anxiety as he anxiously gazed at his phone. Clenching his fist, he realized he needed to take action. He opened the group chat, only to find few messages since the morning. Among dozens of groups, only a handful contained any activity, and those messages were all related to the apocalypse. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to share the information regarding the white crystals found in zombie hearts, which could enhance one's strength if consumed. Even if he remained silent, the inevitable dissolution of the zombies' corpses would eventually lead others to discover the crystals. Gao Feng merely aimed to inform the remaining survivors ahead of time. He hoped that more survivors would endure. The greater the number of the living, the brighter the prospect of annihilating the zombies, reclaiming the city, and restoring peace. He disseminated this message across all accessible online platforms, striving to inform as many survivors as possible. In this fleeting moment, he could contribute to the world. Once the network collapsed, he would be rendered powerless. After accomplishing this, he wearily closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. He had a light meal, donned his gear, and prepared to venture out to hunt zombies. As he approached the door, a wave of trepidation washed over him regarding the world outside, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated surrendering. After all, there was ample food at home, along with electricity and water. Most importantly, there was safety. He shut his eyes, and the image of his parents materialized before him. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had transformed into one of determination. He peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. No zombies were in sight, and he was about to open the door when he noticed a famished zombie lurking on the staircase, poised to pounce the moment he stepped outside. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Damn it, the zombies from the morning had not yet departed. He pondered for a moment and then repositioned the sturdy sofa to barricade the door. By opening the door now, the zombie would be obstructed and unable to enter, granting him the opportunity to eliminate it. Upon seeing the prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door and gently tapped the ground. Clang, clang, clang. At the sound, the zombie came rushing forward. It collapsed on the ground, its arms wedged through the crack of the door, desperately attempting to crawl inside. Seizing the moment, he swung a dumbbell hammer, crushing the zombie's arms. After incapacitating the creature, he pushed aside the sofa and opened the door. As the door creaked open, a limbless zombie crawled inside, its mouth agape as it lunged towards Gao Feng's feet. Instinctively, he delivered a swift kick to the creature. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head was propelled skyward, its neck snapping as it gazed up at him. Gao Feng's expression hardened as he brought down a dumbbell hammer with ferocity. The first strike crushed the zombie's skull, while the second obliterated it entirely. The creature lay lifeless before him, and Gao Feng pondered thoughtfully. It seemed this zombie had grown stronger. He kicked the corpse aside, glanced around to ensure no other zombies lurked nearby, and retrieved a small knife to slice open the creature's chest. Extracting the heart, he was dismayed to find no white crystal within. Disappointed, he discarded the heart onto the ground. During the encounter with the disabled zombie, he had realized not every zombie contained a white crystal, and this instance proved no exception. After dispatching the creature, no indication of loot emerged from its remains. Closing the door behind him, he ventured outside, noticing the blackened bloodstains on the staircase. Gao Feng deduced that another zombie had ascended. He cautiously made his way up the stairs. On the 4th floor, he stumbled upon a zombie hunched at the doorway, feasting on a corpse. The creature seemed to sense his presence, abruptly turning to face him, discarding its meal and lunging towards Gao Feng. Instinctively, he raised his shield with his left hand. Thud! The impact of the zombie sent him crashing against the wall, nearly robbing him of breath. Fortunately, his enhanced physique saved him from losing his combat ability. Otherwise, the blow might have incapacitated him. Feeling a sharp pain in his calf, he glanced down to see the zombie gnawing at his leg. Thick layers of pants shielded him from its teeth, yet the pain persisted. In a frantic motion, he swung his hammer down towards the creature's head. Thud! In a moment of desperation, Gao Feng unleashed an astonishing force, shattering the zombie's skull with a single blow. The creature fell lifeless. Only when the relentless gnawing ceased did Gao Feng come to his senses. He freed his leg from the grip of the zombie, glancing down to see a substantial tear in his pant leg. Had he worn even slightly fewer layers, he would have been bitten. His heart raced wildly in his chest as he regarded the fallen creature, which held some spoils within. With a small knife, he carefully extracted the white crystal and tucked it away in his pocket, making his way upstairs. Nearby, a corpse lay, destined to rise as a zombie in 3 minutes. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he spotted a fire axe that had fallen at the door, and his spirits lifted as he picked it up. At last, he possessed a weapon worthy of combat. With a flourish, Gao Feng swung the fire axe, feeling its weight and balance far superior to that of the dumbbell hammer. He cast a glance at the deceased survivor, who had ventured forth clad in full gear, even carrying a cast iron pan as a shield, yet tragically underestimated the zombie's ferocity. Gao Feng deftly cut the tape binding the wooden planks with his knife and retrieved the iron pan from the ground, finding it far more practical than the wooden board. 3 minutes elapsed, and the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, its veins darkening in a sinister pattern. The zombie, upon awakening, immediately spotted Gao Feng and lunged to attack. In the blink of an eye, the sharp fire axe cleaved through the zombie's skull, delivering a swift death. Within this creature, more treasures awaited. Gao Feng's face lit up with excitement. Chapter 4, Survivor. Stripping away his heavy clothing, he cleaned the 2 white crystals, swallowing them one by one. As the first crystal slid down his throat, every muscle in his body trembled, and a cacophony of sounds echoed within him. After a few minutes, the enhancement concluded, and Gao Feng gazed upon the muscles of his arm with considerable satisfaction. He then ingested another white crystal. Moments later, Gao Feng examined his attributes. Evolutionary, Gao Feng. Level 1, Combat Power, 32. Gao Feng clenched his fist, experiencing the potent force within his muscles. My physical prowess is now more than 3-fold that of an average person. He picked up the fire axe and practiced overhead cleaving techniques in the room. Thwack! The axe split through a wooden plank, burying half of its head within. After a brief period of axe practice, Gao Feng's stomach emitted a hungry rumble. He had anticipated this and had already prepared hot water for instant noodles. Gao Feng was aware that each enhancement would deplete a significant amount of energy, so he had preemptively arranged for sustenance. Slurp, Gao Feng devoured the instant noodles voraciously. After consuming 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 chocolate bars in one go, Gao Feng finally felt the sensation of hunger dissipate. Gazing at the remaining provisions, Gao Feng wryly smiled, realizing that he would soon need to venture out in search of more food. He approached the window and observed that the number of zombies on the street had increased, making a trip to the convenience store across the way unfeasible. Gao Feng suddenly recalled the deceased survivor on the 4th floor, whose apartment appeared to have been left ajar. Gao Feng swiftly donned his gear and made his way to the 4th floor. Spotting the open doorway, a look of elation spread across his face as he entered the apartment to scavenge for food and resources. He discovered half a bag of rice, half a bucket of oil, 6 eggs, and some vegetables. Subsequently, the furniture in the apartment was also removed by Gao Feng. The living room was now filled with various sundries. Although most of the items might not necessarily be useful, the abundance of supplies instilled a sense of security in Gao Feng. As twilight descended, Gao Feng remained indoors, securing his door with debris to prevent nocturnal intrusions by zombies. He prepared a simple dinner of instant noodles with eggs and vegetables, after which he took a shower and retired to bed. Overwhelmed by the day's tumultuous events, Gao Feng was utterly exhausted and quickly succumbed to sleep. He slept soundly until the following morning. The moans of zombies echoing from the streets roused Gao Feng from his slumber. Still bleary-eyed, he arose, feeling fatigued despite having slept for over 10 hours. His sleep frequently interrupted by nightmares of being devoured by zombies. Gao Feng approached the window and gazed down at the street, observing a significant increase in the number of zombies. Whereas only a few stragglers had been visible the previous afternoon, the streets were now teeming with the undead. Gao Feng was puzzled as to their origin. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, with utilities still functioning, Gao Feng refreshed himself and enjoyed a warm breakfast. Noticing that he had only 5 packs of instant noodles left, Gao Feng grew concerned. Cooking was beyond his capabilities, as a habitual consumer of takeout. Even frying a perfect sunny-side-up egg was a culinary achievement. Expecting him to cook a full meal would be asking too much. He had once attempted to prepare self-heating rice, only to end up with an inedible, watery mess. Gao Feng retrieved the rice cooker from amidst the clutter in the living room, reasoning that even if he made porridge, it would suffice for a meal. He placed the rice for lunch in the cooker and set the timer, then donned his protective gear and prepared to venture outside. Peering through the peephole, he saw no zombies and received no warning of danger. It was safe to exit. Gao Feng stepped outside, determined to cleanse the building of its undead inhabitants. This would serve as his sanctuary for survival, and he aimed to eliminate all potential threats. He recalled that the landlord had a room on the ground floor designated for storage, which should contain a spare key. He had witnessed others losing their keys and seeking the landlord's assistance. The landlord had retrieved the spare key from that very room. As he descended to the first floor, it was, in fact, the second level, as the ground floor housed shops, with the rental units beginning on the second level. Gao Feng cautiously made his way downstairs, relieved to find no zombies in sight. However, a thought crossed his mind. Making a loud entrance by breaking in could undoubtedly attract the undead. This could be considered a resourceful approach. A smile crept onto his face as he prepared himself. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked the door. With 3 times the strength of an ordinary person, his kick struck the already flimsy anti-theft door, causing it to buckle and deform upon impact. The tremendous noise startled the nearby zombies, who were drawn to the sound. Gao Feng quickened his pace, delivering several swift kicks in succession. Finally, with a resounding crash, the door gave way, flung open by his forceful kick. The zombies, having reached the ground floor, spotted Gao Feng above and surged toward him in a frenzied rush. However, debris in the stairwell obscured their path. Yet, under the terrifying strength of the undead, the obstacles were gradually being pushed aside. With a loud thud, Gao Feng heaved a cabinet from the room and dropped it down the stairs, successfully blocking all the zombies' line of sight. He proceeded to barricade the staircase with every movable object from the room, ensuring that the zombies outside could not enter. Beholding the extensive array of keys suspended upon the wall, Gao Feng's countenance illuminated with delight. Securing the keys, he pivoted and departed. His gaze shifted towards the room situated across from the ground floor. After locating the appropriate key, he rapped upon the portal, inquiring, "Is there anyone within?" Gao Feng unlocked the door, only to discover the abode uninhabited, an observation that elicited an expression of disappointment. Reclosing the door, he ascended to the second story, where he audibly announced his presence to ascertain whether the occupants were survivors or the undead. 201. Begone. Do not attempt to harm me. 202. Thud. A cacophony of guttural growls. Within resided a pair of ravenous zombies. It was imperative to deliver a forceful kick upon opening the portal. Gao Feng, having ascertained the presence of the undead, unlatched the door and executed a vigorous kick. Thud. The zombie positioned behind the portal was propelled backward. A chorus of snarls arose as the remaining zombie lunged forth towards Gao Feng. Gao Feng, employing his left hand, brandished an iron wok as a shield. Clang. The zombie collided with the wok, Gao Feng's arm recoiling slightly, yet steadfastly impeding the zombie's advance. With a swift motion, he brought his axe down upon the zombie's cranium. Thwack! The zombie's skull was cleaved asunder, resulting in its immediate demise. The zombie that had been hurled back by the security door regained its footing and launched an assault upon Gao Feng. Gao Feng, using the deceased zombie as a bulwark, collided with the advancing second zombie. Upon felling the creature, he seized the opportunity to cleave its skull with his axe, thus bringing the zombie's movements to an abrupt cessation. A physical constitution thrice that of an ordinary man rendered the engagement considerably more manageable. Gao Feng surveyed the cadavers of the 2 zombies, his countenance betraying disappointment at the absence of any indication of spoils. Behind the door opposite, a man, peering through the peephole, observed Gao Feng's repeated removal of provisions from the residence of 202, his visage contorted with avarice. He, too, yearned for sustenance. Upon witnessing Gao Feng ascend the stairs with his acquisitions, he seized the opportunity to abscond, flinging open his door and fleeing. Although the cadavers strewn about were repulsive, a sense of acclimatization had taken hold, diminishing the initial dread of proximity. The cerebral craving for sustenance overshadowed the revulsion towards the undead. Just as Gao Feng descended the staircase, he espied a man emerging from apartment 202, laden with a profusion of victuals. Thump! The door slammed shut. A glint of ferocity ignited within Gao Feng's eyes. Chapter 5. Mutated beast. Gao Feng's gaze hardened with animosity as he witnessed the man from 202 abscond with his hard-won spoils. How dare someone pilfer the spoils for which he had risked life and limb to cull those zombies? Gao Feng stalked towards the portal of 202, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a thunderous kick against the door. Thump! The security door buckled under the force of his assault. The man inside, unmoved by the display of aggression, retorted, "Cease your kicking. Is it not just a meager portion of comestibles? And besides, these provisions are not yours by right. If you can seize them, why not I?" Thump! Gao Feng unleashed another kick, his fury amplifying his already considerable strength. 2 blows were enough to leave the security door deeply indented. The man grumbled, "Kick away. Who do you fancy yourself to be? You'll break your foot before you breach this door." Thump. With the third kick, the door frame contorted, and the security door caved inward. Panic seized the man, and he cried out, elder brother, desist. Any more kicks, and the door shall be ruined." Gao Feng remained implacable, delivering a final, devastating kick to the door. Thump. The security door burst open, splintering into fragments. The man's eyes widened with terror as he beheld Gao Feng, who strode into the room, wielding a fire axe dripping with viscous, black blood. He recoiled in disarray, stumbling backward until he collapsed in a heap on the floor, emitting a pained yelp. "Spare me. I beg you, spare me," the man pleaded, his gaze fixated on the axe in Gao Feng's grasp. This was an axe that had claimed lives. Gao Feng gazed at the man for a moment, then picked up the food he had discarded on the ground, along with all the provisions from his room. The man crawled and clutched Gao Feng's leg, crying out desperately, "Leave me some, please. Without food, I will perish." Gao Feng looked at him with indifference and kicked him aside, mercilessly taking all the food. "Damn it! If you won't let me live, then you shall not live either," the man bellowed, drawing a small knife from behind and lunging at Gao Feng. In a swift reaction, Gao Feng kicked the knife from the man's grasp and instinctively brought down the axe in his right hand. Thud! The axe cleaved through the man's forehead, a surge of crimson blood erupting forth as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. Gao Feng withdrew the axe, staring at the lifeless body, his hands trembling slightly. This was his first act of murder. The sensation was entirely different from slaying zombies. The latter were mere monsters, akin to hunting wild beasts, devoid of profound emotion. However, killing a human was different. It was a loss of one's kind, evoking a shared sorrow, a poignant lament for the fallen. Nearby lay a corpse that would transform into a zombie in 10 minutes. The prompt that appeared before Gao Feng jolted him back to reality. The man had not been bitten by a zombie. Upon death, he too would become one. This was critical information that Gao Feng etched into his memory. The man's blood first turned black, then dark patterns began to emerge on his skin, revealing the subcutaneous veins. His complexion gradually morphed into a pallid gray. As 10 minutes elapsed, the zombie suddenly opened its eyes, now a ghastly white. Awaiting it was an axe. Thud! The zombie's skull was cleaved open, resulting in its immediate demise. Without any spoils, Gao Feng's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Exiting the room, he resumed his efforts to cleanse the building of the undead. This was not only for the safety of his doorstep, but also for the precious white crystals found within the corpses of the zombies. Approaching room 301, Gao Feng knocked and inquired, "Is anyone there?" Just as he was about to open the door, a line of text appeared before him. Behind the door lurked a mutated cat, poised to sever his throat upon entry. Returning to the doorway, he discovered that the mutated cat had vacated its post. Inside the room lay a corpse, set to undergo transformation in 10 seconds. At a critical moment, it could serve as a net to obstruct the mutated cat. Assured that opening the door would not result in a sudden ambush, Gao Feng utilized his key. The zombie in the bedroom, alerted by the noise, emerged. Gao Feng beheld a female zombie, her throat viciously bitten and half her chest missing, and he felt a twinge of regret. She had been a survivor, evading death at the hands of the undead, only to perish at the jaws of her own pet cat. With a roar, the zombie charged at Gao Feng, who met her with a determined advance, wielding an iron pot as a shield. The pot collided with the female zombie, toppling her, and with swift precision, Gao Feng brought down his axe, cleaving her skull in two. The zombie lay lifeless before him, and within her corpse, he sensed the promise of spoils. A surge of joy filled Gao Feng as the text before him transformed. "Should you dare to crouch and extract the spoils, the mutated cat behind you will leap forth and sever your neck." A chill ran down his spine as he realized the mutated cat lurked just behind him, its sharp teeth unimpeded by the towel. Gao Feng's mind raced, and soon a strategy emerged. He slowly crouched, his hand reaching towards the small knife at his back. The mutated cat launched its attack, and the words echoed, "You are dead." Without hesitation, Gao Feng seized the blanket behind him and hurled it with force towards the rear. The blanket spread out like a fishing net, obstructing the view of the mutated cat. With a rip, the cat's sharp claws tore through the fabric, revealing the creature's form to Gao Feng. This feline bore little resemblance to a cat. It appeared more akin to a black panther. No wonder the blanket offered no resistance against such a colossal creature. Gao Feng raised a cast iron pot and swung it at the mutated cat, which was unable to evade in midair, while simultaneously bringing down his axe upon its body. To his surprise, the cat quickly pivoted after the pot made contact. Evading the brunt of the attack, Gao Feng's axe barely grazed one of its hind legs. With a fierce cry, the injured mutated cat fixed its gaze upon Gao Feng. The man cautiously shielded his vital points with the pot, acutely aware of the cat's astonishing speed, which left him struggling to keep pace. He advanced slowly, inching closer to the beast. The mutated cat let out a low growl before leaping more than a meter high, aiming for Gao Feng's head. The instinct to bite the neck and kill its prey was ingrained in the DNA of feline creatures. Realizing that the axe was of little use, Gao Feng opted for the pot as a more effective weapon. A line of text flashed before his eyes. Reacting swiftly, he relinquished the axe, gripping the pot firmly by its handle, and struck down hard upon the leaping cat. The impact sent the creature flying. Seizing the advantage, Gao Feng pursued, wielding the pot as both shield and weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The mutated cat was relentlessly struck by Gao Feng, who sustained only minor injuries from the creature's claws. It was a confrontation between a heavily armored warrior and a cunning assassin. Gao Feng could afford multiple mistakes, suffering only slight wounds, while the mutated cat writhed in discomfort after being struck thrice on the head, shaking its head incessantly. Seizing the fire axe, Gao Feng surged toward the mutated feline once more, which instinctively turned to flee. With a furious roar, Gao Feng bellowed, "Devour this righteous flying axe." Whoosh! The fire axe hurtled through the air, cleaving through one of the cat's legs with a sickening thud. Gao Feng seized the opportunity, rushing forward to pin the creature to the ground with an iron wok, refusing to relinquish his grip. Crack! The edge of the wok crushed the mutated cat's bones. After a prolonged struggle, the creature finally succumbed. Gao Feng released his hold, retrieved the fire axe from nearby, and delivered a final blow, splitting the cat's skull before finally exhaling in relief. That was arduous, Gao Feng lamented. The spoils of victory lie within the mutated beast's cadaver. Chapter 6. Equipment. The spoils of victory lie within the mutated beast's cadaver. Gao Feng's countenance betrayed his surprise. He incised the creature's abdomen with his knife, extracting a fleshy sac. Exposed to the air, the sac swiftly dissolved into a pool of black liquid, revealing a verdant cat's claw ring in Gao Feng's hand. Cat swiftness, 1 star, level 0, effect 10 speed. Gao Feng donned the ring, experiencing only a subtle alteration. Wielding his axe, he sensed a marginal increase in his attack speed. After pacing and sprinting around the room, he discerned a slight enhancement to his celerity. He contemplated the ring on his finger, pondering whether its influence extended to reaction time as well. Gao Feng turned his gaze toward the zombified maiden, now a mere puddle of black ooze. A white crystal rested atop the congealed blood. Gao Feng retrieved the crystal, his face illuminating with elation. The spoils of this engagement have exceeded expectations. Placing the white crystal in proximity to the ring yields unforeseen benefits. Upon receiving this notification, Gao Feng paused to reflect, his gaze settling upon the level 0 cat's swiftness. He posited that the white crystal could be utilized to enhance equipment. However, he elected to prioritize the augmentation of his physical attributes. He resolved to experiment with equipment upgrades once he had amassed a more substantial quantity of white crystals. Presumably, his female companion would have abstained from consuming raw pork during her lifetime, suggesting that the feral feline had devoured the meat. Gao Feng scrutinized the remains of the mutated cat, noting the absence of any transformation into black liquid. After a moment's contemplation, he discarded the carcass. His current food supply sufficed, and he deemed it unnecessary to subject himself to the unpleasantness of consuming mutated cat meat. Moreover, the preservation of raw meat presented a challenge. Having completed these tasks, it was midday. Gao Feng surveyed his accumulated provisions, a contented smile gracing his lips. The abundance of food would sustain him for over a month. He cleansed a white crystal and ingested it, experiencing a palpable surge in his physical capabilities. Evolver, Gao Feng, level 1, combat power, 40, item, cat's swiftness. The consumption of the white crystal was swiftly followed by a wave of hunger. Gao Feng opened the rice cooker, only to be met with a mass of semi-moist, congealed rice. Despite his ravenous state, he was undeterred. He retrieved half a jar of Laogan Ma chili sauce and mixed it with the rice, with no other accompaniments. He consumed half the jar of chili sauce in a single sitting. Gao Feng reclined on his bed to facilitate digestion, retrieving his mobile phone to check for any recent communications. Several individuals had inquired about his whereabouts, seeking to join forces with him and benefit from his prowess. Gao Feng disregarded these overtures from fellow survivors. The individuals within this group are scattered far and wide. What are the odds of encountering someone in the same city? After attempting to contact my parents again, I find myself unable to reach them. Disappointment envelopes me. I open the messaging app and discover a flurry of messages in the resident group. Help me. My husband has transformed into a monster and seeks to bite me. I'm hiding in the bedroom, too frightened to venture out. I'm so hungry. I have not eaten for a day and a night. Who will come to my aid? All lines of communication are severed. I am utterly despondent. Is there anyone alive? Surprised. I did not anticipate anyone would be pleading for help in the resident group. After a moment's contemplation, I tagged the individual and inquired, "Which room are you in?" Setting my phone aside, I closed my eyes and lay down to rest. When I opened them again, I was roused by a notification from my phone. Irritated, I picked it up and discovered it was a friend request from someone. The request had not been accepted, yet the person continued to tag me in the group, causing my phone to incessantly chime. "I am in room 701. Please come to my rescue. Are you there? Don't leave. I beg you, save me. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there?" Each message bore my tag. Donning the tattered remnants of clothing torn by the mutated cat, I armed myself with a battered iron pot, ready to confront the situation. The woman in distress has a zombie in her room, presenting a chance to obtain a precious white crystal. Furthermore, I require assistance with meal preparation. I lack culinary skills, and, with the pressing need to venture out and hunt zombies, I have no time to cook. Gao Feng arrived at the entrance of room 701, finding it somewhat familiar. He recalled that there had been some commotion inside when he passed by the previous day. He had not anticipated the presence of survivors cohabiting with the zombie within. He gazed at the doorway for a moment. Inside, a famished zombie lurked. Posing no threat to him, Gao Feng produced a key and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he observed a solitary zombie meandering within the room. The creature sensed Gao Feng and abruptly turned, lunging at him like a frenzied beast. Gao Feng raised the iron pot in his hand as a shield, employing his usual tactic, charging forward with all his might. The pot collided with the zombie, sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng swiftly dispatched the creature with a decisive strike. With no notifications to mark his victory, he rose in disappointment. He surveyed the surroundings and noted that, aside from the chaos wrought by the zombie, everything else was impeccably tidy. The bedroom door stood firmly shut. Lu Ying, crouched against the wall, wished to investigate the sounds from outside but hesitated in fear. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed, startling her. "Is anyone in there? I have slain the zombie," Gao Feng called out. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Ying regained her composure. She leaned against the wall to stand and opened the door. The sight of Gao Feng, covered in dark blood and tattered clothing, momentarily unnerved her. He did not appear to be a savior. Gao Feng looked at Lu Ying and inquired, "Were you the one calling for help in the group?" Lu Ying nodded vigorously. "Yes, it was me. Thank you for coming to rescue me." Thank you. Her excitement rendered her somewhat incoherent. Gao Feng assessed her and decided it best to wait until she regained her composure before discussing further matters. He turned to search for food and other useful items. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lu Ying cautiously emerged from her room. She was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the corpse on the ground, gradually dissolving into a pool of viscous, ebony liquid. The fetid stench in the air induced a wave of nausea, yet her stomach was empty, rendering her unable to retch. Witnessing Gao Feng pilfering her belongings as if he were a marauder, her mind went blank. As Gao Feng turned to leave, a sudden jolt of panic surged through Lu Ying, and she hastily pursued him. "Please don't go," she pleaded. "Don't leave me alone here. I can do anything. I can cook and do laundry for you. Just take me with you, and I'll do whatever you want." "You said it." Chapter 7. Mutated zombie entering the room and beholding the abundance of food piled within, Lu Ying's face registered astonishment. Her stomach rumbled audibly. Gao Feng retrieved a package of bread from the table and tossed it to her, instructing, "Eat. Your task is to prepare meals." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying nodded her head in haste. "Okay, thank you." She tore open the bread bag and began to nibble at the contents. Lu Ying pursed her parched lips and glanced at the milk resting on the table, longing for a drink. Gao Feng noticed her gaze and remarked, "There's water in the kettle. Find a bowl or cup to drink from." At his words, Lu Ying could only avert her eyes and locate a cup to fill with water. After setting down his belongings, Gao Feng addressed her, "Stay here. And do not open the door for anyone except me." Lu Ying nodded vigorously in affirmation. Gao Feng exited, secured the door. and continued his task of transporting items from the 7th floor: an electric stove, a pressure cooker, a rice cooker, a refrigerator, provisions, and condiments. The resources within Liu Ying's residence were abundant, surpassing the stores of 4 households combined. With Gao Feng's current strength, transporting these provisions posed no significant challenge. It was effortlessly accomplished. He only ceased when the room could physically accommodate no more. Liu Ying had already busied herself, meticulously organizing the provisions Gao Feng had deposited in the room. Rice was grouped together, vegetables were arranged in another section, and meat was placed within the refrigerator. Observing her diligence and initiative, Gao Feng offered a faint smile. Thus far, Liu Ying's conduct had been commendable. Gao Feng ventured out once more, this time ascending to the 4th floor to purge the area of zombies. 401. A raspy voice emanated from behind the door. What is it? Gao Feng paid it no mind. 402. The room where he had acquired the fire axe had already been confirmed to be devoid of zombies. Gao Feng proceeded to the 5th floor. 501. 2 zombies were present. Gao Feng, positioned at the doorway, dispatched them with ease. 502. 3 zombies lurked within, one of whom had been a survivor before succumbing to zombification. Gao Feng swiftly eliminated them. None of the 5 zombies yielded any white crystals, causing Gao Feng to feel a tinge of disappointment. His luck seemed to be waning today, as he had to slay 10 zombies to obtain a single white crystal. Could it be that the drop rate for white crystals was higher on the first day of the apocalypse game? Gao Feng dismissed the superfluous thoughts from his mind and began searching the rooms for useful supplies. 601. As Gao Feng rapped on the door, an impatient roar erupted from within. Get lost. Gao Feng's expression faltered momentarily, and he tightened his grip on the fire axe, almost succumbing to the urge to kick the door open and teach the occupant some manners. He took a deep breath and turned to 602. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, revealing a somewhat gaunt young man who peered through a narrow opening and inquired, "May I help you?" Instinctively, Gao Feng glanced inside, but the youth hastily shut the door, preventing Gao Feng from seeing within. "Nothing," he said. Gao Feng turned and headed towards the 7th floor. The 2 individuals on the 6th floor found this somewhat peculiar, but Gao Feng didn't dwell on it. Having already checked 701, Gao Feng went directly to the door of 702 and knocked. Thump! A roar. From within the room came the sound of a zombie slamming against the door and its guttural growls. A smile graced Gao Feng's face, as he felt everything was returning to normal. He unlocked the door and kicked it open with a forceful blow, sending the zombie behind it flying. Stepping inside, he brought his axe down upon the zombie's head, ending the fight. This zombie held a prize within its body. Finally seeing the notification, Gao Feng was somewhat moved. I must have forgotten to wash my face this morning, he mused, with such abysmal drop rates. With his axe, he cleaved open the zombie's chest, retrieved the heart, and obtained a white crystal. Gao Feng immediately cleaned the crystal in the zombie's room and ingested it. A few minutes later, Gao Feng clenched his fist, his strength surging once more, his combat power reaching 48, nearly 5 times that of an average person. Gao Feng effortlessly crushed a corner of the table. Ordinary zombies were no match for him now. He surveyed the scene in the room, noting the scarcity of supplies, and decided to collect them after exploring the final floor. Gao Feng ascended to the 8th floor, the last one. Upon seeing the scene, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Both doors on the 8th floor had been forced open, and with considerable violence. The security doors were twisted and contorted, hanging precariously. To the left stood an exceptionally dangerous mutated zombie. Gao Feng's eyes narrowed. A mutated zombie? Thud, thud. The mutated zombie emerged, and upon seeing its form, Gao Feng's pupils contracted. The mutated zombie stands at an imposing height of 6 feet, devoid of skin, with its muscles exposed to the air, encased in a layer of blackened blood membrane. The contours of its incredibly robust musculature are discernible to Gao Feng. Undoubtedly, it was this very mutated zombie that obliterated the security door. Upon sighting Gao Feng, the creature emits a fearsome roar and lunges towards him. Gao Feng swiftly evades. Thud! The mutated zombie crashes heavily onto the staircase but quickly rises, unscathed. It raises its arm and delivers a ferocious punch towards Gao Feng. It is then that he realizes its fist lacks fingers, transformed instead into a solid hammer forged from a gruesome amalgamation of black blood and flesh. A glance at the iron pot in his hand reveals it has been punctured by a single blow, nearly leading to his own demise. Thud, thud. The mutated zombie, with its heavy footfalls, charges at Gao Feng once more. Boom. A punch strikes the wall, causing it to splinter. Gao Feng discards the iron pot, rolling down the stairs to escape the zombie's onslaught. Observing this, the mutated zombie slightly bends its legs and leaps down from above, crashing towards Gao Feng. He rolls and scrambles to avoid the attack. Thud! Crack! 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 Witnessing the fissured ground, Gao Feng cannot suppress a gulp. This mutated zombie is exceedingly formidable. Lying on the ground, he grips the fire axe tightly, delivering a powerful swing aimed at the creature's lower leg. The mutated zombie does not flinch. Instead, it bends down, preparing to smash Gao Feng's skull with a punch. The fire axe barely severs half of the muscle in its lower leg before becoming lodged. The black blood membrane and muscle of the mutated zombie are astonishingly resilient, thwarting the sharp axe's attempt to slice through easily. With a heavy blow descending, Gao Feng hastily rolls to evade. Gao Feng discovered that with the enhancement of the cat's swift ring, he always moved just a fraction faster than the mutated zombies, allowing him to narrowly evade their attacks time and again. The cat's swift ability heightened his reaction speed. With a resounding crash, the mutated zombie's fist struck the ground, sending small fissures sprawling like a spider's web. The force of the wind from its blow stung Gao Feng's cheek. Gripping the axe handle, he yanked it with determination and rolled down the stairs. Just as Gao Feng regained his footing, the mutated zombie charged down from above. The stairs trembled under its frenzied sprint. Glancing at the open door on the 7th floor, he hurriedly slipped inside, kicking the door shut behind him. With a loud bang, the security door secured itself. In the next moment, a thunderous crash erupted as the powerful mutated zombie barreled through the door, rendering it utterly ineffective against its advance. Chapter 8. The ability user. Seeing this, Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He realized the security door could not withstand the mutated zombie's might, and he was taken aback by its fragility in the face of such a foe. The mutated zombie strode toward him with ominous intent. Gao Feng retreated, his mind racing. A sudden flash of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled how the mutated cat had dealt with him. At this moment, it was as if time had circled back to that very instant. The mutated zombie roared and charged fiercely toward Gao Feng, intent on obliterating him. The more perilous the situation grew, the calmer Gao Feng became. Adrenaline surged through his veins, unleashing his body's latent potential. He faced the oncoming threat head-on, but suddenly, he fell, not in defeat, but in a tactical slide. Utilizing the momentum of his charge, Gao Feng executed a slide, slipping past the mutated zombie's flank. The creature, propelled by its own reckless speed, was caught off guard, unable to react in time. With fervent exertion, Gao Feng swung his axe, intent on severing the mutated zombie's shin. A resounding thud echoed as the axe struck the zombie's tibia, akin to impacting a solid ingot of steel, sending a jarring reverberation through Gao Feng's hand, causing acute pain in his thenar eminence. The mutated zombie pivoted, launching another assault, compelling Gao Feng to lunge towards the egress. A deafening crash ensued as the mutated zombie collided with the wall, causing fissures to spiderweb across its surface, accompanied by a shower of pulverized lime. Gao Feng scrutinized the wound on the mutated zombie's leg, surmising that a few more blows would likely be sufficient to sever the creature's lower limb. The mutated zombie turned. Advancing towards him, Gao Feng retreated incrementally towards the stairwell's edge. The mutated zombie lunged, prompting Gao Feng to descend the stairs, with the mutated zombie in relentless pursuit. A guttural roar emanated from the mutated zombie as it launched a punch towards Gao Feng, who deftly evaded the blow. A resounding clang reverberated as the metallic balustrade of the staircase buckled under the force of the impact. Gao Feng's pupils constricted in apprehension, realizing that a direct hit would result in either death or grievous injury. Observing the mutated zombie pivoting towards him, Gao Feng's gaze hardened with resolve. Seizing the opportune moment as the mutated zombie raised its foot, he delivered a forceful blow with the axe upon the zombie's shin, then forcefully extracted the weapon. The mutated zombie, deprived of equilibrium, toppled onto the stairs, its face grinding against the steps as it slid down to the landing. Gao Feng swiftly retrieved the axe from the stairs. Capitalizing on the mutated zombie's prone state, he brought the axe down with brutal force upon the back of its skull. A fissure rent the mutated zombie's cranium, releasing a viscous stream of black ichor. With a furious bellow, the mutated zombie writhed, delivering a retaliatory punch towards Gao Feng. Instinctively, Gao Feng raised his arm in defense. A sharp crack resonated as Gao Feng felt the bones in his right arm splinter, the force of the blow sending him hurtling backwards. A heavy thud marked his impact. Stumbling against the wall, Gao Feng rose, his countenance marred by discomposure. The resilience of the mutated zombie exceeded expectations, rendering his opportune strike futile. A sliver of relief pierced his apprehension. Acknowledging that the prone position of the zombie had mitigated the full force of its counterattack, potentially averting a fracture of his right arm. With a resounding thud, the mutated zombie regained its footing. Gao Feng retreated towards the lower floors, contemplating a repetition of his previous strategy, devoid of environmental advantage. His prospects of prevailing against the mutated zombie dwindled. The mutated zombie pursued with ponderous strides. Gao Feng transferred the axe to his left hand, his right arm rendered partially incapacitated. As he plotted to replicate his earlier maneuver, the mutated zombie lunged, preempting his intentions. A jarring collision ensued as the zombie's arm struck Gao Feng, precipitating both of them to tumble down to the 6th floor. Pinned beneath the zombie's weight, Gao Feng swiftly dislodged it with a forceful kick. The zombie's retaliatory strike impacted the ground, narrowly missing Gao Feng's groin. Cold sweat slicked his back as he scrambled to his feet, evading the zombie's relentless assault. The mutated zombie gradually regained its posture, its pace accelerating into a charging onslaught. Gao Feng narrowly sidestepped the attack, his foot missing its mark, resulting in a descent down the staircase. In a moment of desperation, his left hand grasped the railing, averting a disastrous fall. With a deafening crash, the mutated zombie collided with the door of apartment 601, breaching its threshold. A prolonged absence ensued, prompting Gao Feng to regard the scene with perplexity before recollecting the presence of survivors within. He picked up the fire axe that had fallen on the stairs and made his way towards room 601. As he approached the doorway, Gao Feng was met with a wave of scorching heat. Damn it! Upon entering, he was confronted with a shocking scene. A man was engulfed in flames, his arms spewing fire as he battled a mutated zombie. The blackened blood membrane on the zombie had been seared through, its muscles charred and emitting a foul stench. Unfazed by pain, the mutated zombie staggered forward, enduring the flames as it advanced towards the man. With a thunderous crash, the zombie swung a fist at the man's head, but in a crucial moment, he managed to evade the blow. The iron fist struck the man's shoulder, crushing it and causing him to cry out in agony as he was sent flying over 2 meters, the flames surrounding him extinguished. A glimmer of opportunity sparked in Gao Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he charged forward and swung the axe down fiercely onto the back of the zombie's head. A dull thud echoed as the axe became lodged in the zombie's skull. Enraged by the attack, the mutated creature let out a furious roar and turned to punch Gao Feng. With no choice but to abandon the axe stuck in the zombie's head, Gao Feng retreated to dodge the assault. The mutated zombie, with the axe still embedded in its skull, chased after him wildly through the room. After enduring the fireman's assault, the zombie's speed had noticeably diminished, its muscles partially burned. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the doorway. A slender youth from room 702 raised a compound bow, aiming at the back of the mutated zombie's head. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth. Thud! The arrow struck the back of the zombie's head, but its force was insufficient to penetrate the creature's skull. Now aware of Gao Feng's escape, the zombie, unable to catch him, turned its attention towards the slender youth at the door. Seizing the moment, Gao Feng's eyes lit up, and he rushed unhesitatingly towards the mutated zombie. Seizing the axe handle, he exerted every ounce of strength to dislodge it. The instant it came free, Gao Feng abruptly crouched low. Whoosh! The mutated zombie's arm swiped over Gao Feng's head, the gust of wind causing his hair to dance wildly. Gao Feng retaliated with a sweeping leg. A strike of immense force. Thump! The mutated zombie lost its footing, crashing to the ground. As the mutated zombie lay prone, attempting to rise, Gao Feng, enduring the acute pain in his calf, moved behind the creature. With both hands, he raised the fire axe, bringing it down with all his might upon the mutated zombie's occiput. Crack! With the third strike, the mutated zombie's robust skull finally shattered. A tremor ran through the mutated zombie's body, and it lost all power, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The previous strike had aggravated his wound, causing Gao Feng to inhale sharply in pain. Hiss! Finally, he had vanquished the mutated zombie. Within the mutated zombie's brain lies your spoils. Gao Feng's face registered surprise. Not the heart this time. He cleaved open the mutated zombie's skull, searching for the spoils. The emaciated youth's eyelids twitched wildly as he witnessed this action. His gaze towards Gao Feng shifted, now tinged with a palpable fear and dread. Upon death, the mutated zombie, like its ordinary counterparts, underwent bone embrittlement, its flesh gradually dissolving. Gao Feng effortlessly located the spoils concealed within the brain, a hexagonal white crystal, tapering to a point at both ends. Ability Crystal, Level 1 grants a chance to acquire the Strength Enhancement ability. Gao Feng's face lit up with elation. Is this the source of the mutated zombie's formidable power? So, this zombie possessed an ability. He turned his gaze towards the unconscious fire manipulator. This individual, too, wields an ability. A Level 1 ability user, severely injured, poses no threat. Gao Feng contemplated the prompt that materialized before him. Thus far, he was aware of 5 distinct groups: survivors, evolvers, psychics, mutated beasts, and zombies. Chapter 9. Psychic Abilities. Gao Feng regarded the fireman, a naturally gifted psychic. He then shifted his gaze to the psychic crystal in his hand, pondering that utilizing such a crystal might enhance one's chances of becoming a psychic. With a soft, squelching sound, the body of the mutated zombie gradually dissolved into a pool of black ichor. Rising to his feet, Gao Feng turned to the emaciated young man and smiled, expressing gratitude for his assistance. The slender youth, feeling somewhat bashful, shook his head and replied, "I haven't contributed much. It was your efforts that led to the demise of the zombie." Upon witnessing Gao Feng extract something from the zombie's head, he realized that Gao Feng was not as deranged as he initially presumed. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Feng said, "I reside in room 302. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." With that, he glanced at the severely injured and unconscious fireman. He faced a choice: to slay the fireman, transforming him into a psychic zombie in hopes of obtaining a psychic crystal, or to save him. Casting a sidelong glance at the slender youth, Gao Feng ultimately dismissed the notion of killing the fireman. Despite the fireman's earlier hostility, Gao Feng acknowledged his significant contribution in vanquishing the mutated zombie and decided to render aid. Having a fire-type psychic in their ranks would undoubtedly facilitate their escape from the city. Additionally, the slender youth's watchful gaze upon him further deterred any violent impulses. Exercise caution and solitude. Grasping the fireman's belt, Gao Feng hoisted him up and began to descend the stairs. The slender youth inquired, "Where are you taking him?" The emaciated youth, upon hearing the words, followed Gao Feng to room 302. As Gao Feng opened the door, Lu Ying, hearing the sound, hastily lifted her head. Upon seeing Gao Feng enter with a man in tow, followed by the emaciated youth, her eyes flickered with curiosity. She seemed poised to inquire further but ultimately refrained. Returning her focus to her tasks, the emaciated youth cast a glance at Lu Ying. Appearing unsurprised by her presence, he recognized her. Being part of the resident group, he had seen Lu Ying's distress signal but was too preoccupied with his own peril to offer assistance. It was only in the afternoon, upon hearing commotion from above and seeing messages in the group chat, that he deduced Gao Feng had come to Lu Ying's aid. Gao Feng set the fireman aside and rummaged through the medical kit. Earlier, he had discovered a medical box in another room, containing gauze and iodine. Turning to Lu Ying, he inquired curiously, "Where's the medical box I left here?" Lu Ying, in response, opened the nearby cabinet and retrieved the medical kit. She looked at Gao Feng and asked, "Where are you injured? I can help you dress it." Gao Feng shook his head, pointing to the fireman. "If you know how to bandage wounds, attend to his shoulder injury." With that, Lu Ying approached the fireman while the emaciated youth observed the abundant supplies cluttering Gao Feng's space, his expression betraying a sense of envy. Nodding subtly at Gao Feng's words, he turned and departed. As Lu Ying treated the fireman's wounds, Gao Feng cleansed the ability crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. A tingling sensation coursed through his right arm, and he felt the pain swiftly diminish. Both the evolution crystal and the ability crystal possessed healing properties. Earlier that day, Gao Feng had sustained several wounds in his battle with a mutated cat. After swallowing the white crystal, the wounds swiftly healed, leaving no trace of a scar. This enhancement process felt unusually prolonged. Minutes later, Gao Feng trembled, his mind jolted, sensing an unfamiliar force within his body. Evolver. Gao Feng, Level 1, Combat Power, 70. Ability, Strength Enhancement. Item, Cat's Swiftness, Strength Enhancement. Level 1 upon activation, strength is doubled, but stamina consumption is also doubled. The higher the strength, the greater the stamina expenditure. Is this what it means to possess an extraordinary ability? Gao Feng felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. He activated his ability, and a formidable power coursed through him, making him feel as if he could shatter the earth with a single blow. However, this was merely an illusion born of his sudden increase in strength. Gripping the edge of the sink, he effortlessly snapped the stone slab. with a firm squeeze. The crushed stone crumbled in his palm, producing a satisfying crunch as it fractured into several pieces. Opening his hand, he gazed at the fragments, his eyes filled with astonishment. I now possess 7 times the strength of an ordinary person. When my ability is activated, my power is doubled, equating to 14 times that of an average individual. A mutated zombie can smash through a security door with a single punch. So can I. Clenching his fist, Gao Feng was eager to test this newfound might. He glanced at his arm, which had returned to normal, the injury fully healed. Exiting the restroom, he saw Lu Ying had already bandaged Fireman, and he nodded in satisfaction. Having assistance with such mundane tasks was indeed a comfort. Otherwise, handling Fireman's injuries alone would have tested his patience. With the need for disinfection and dressing, he felt a hunger emanating from his cells, a craving born of his body's enhancement. Gao Feng turned to Lu Ying and inquired, "Is dinner ready?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ying promptly nodded and replied, "It's ready, though the dishes have yet to be stir-fried." Gao Feng made his way to the kitchen, saying, "Don't worry about that. Just stir-fry a few dishes. I'm quite hungry." Lu Ying hurriedly organized the medical kit and swiftly prepared several dishes for Gao Feng. Her pace in cooking, however, could not keep up with the speed at which he consumed the food. Just as she brought in the next dish, Gao Feng had already finished an entire plate. As he continued to eat, Gao Feng realized that there was no rice left. He furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at Lu Ying, acknowledging that it was his oversight for not informing her of his substantial appetite in advance. He had barely satisfied half of his hunger. Lu Ying entered with another plate, only to be astonished at the empty rice cooker. "Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize your appetite was so large," she said, lowering her head in apology. Gao Feng responded, "Next time, prepare my portion as if it were for 4 people." Lu Ying nodded vigorously, replying, "Understood." As Gao Feng stood up, he noticed that the fireman had awakened. Lu Ying quickly cleared the dining table, washed the rice, and began cooking again, realizing that since Gao Feng hadn't eaten enough, neither had she, one meal would certainly not suffice. The fireman gazed at the ceiling, his left side engulfed in excruciating pain, wishing he could ignite himself to escape the torment. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw Gao Feng approaching. "Did you save me?" the fireman asked. Gao Feng nodded and replied, "Yes." "What is your name?" "Chen Nu," the fireman said. Gao Feng looked at him with mild surprise and remarked, "I expected you to shout and curse me for bringing the mutated zombies to your home." Chen Nu shook his head and said, "I apologize. It was not my intention. After acquiring the flame ability, my emotions have become exceedingly volatile, and I often find myself yearning to incinerate everything around me. The zombie was merely an unfortunate incident. Even if you hadn't lured it here, it would have sought me out eventually." Gao Feng, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and remarked, "It appears you have just released your pent-up frustration and are now in a state of tranquility." Chen Nu, upon hearing Gao Feng's words, let out a wry smile. Feeling that the description was quite apartment, Chen Nu continued, "Abilities tend to attract one another, even if the counterpart is a zombie. From the very first day, I sensed the mutated zombie above us." Gao Feng displayed a look of surprise, having felt no such attraction from Chen Nu towards himself. Pondering this, he wondered if only those born with abilities could sense one another. As a practitioner who acquired his powers through the use of ability crystals, he found himself unable to perceive other ability users. Gao Feng glanced at his attributes, noting that his identity remained that of an evolver and had not transformed into that of an ability user despite his newfound powers. Chapter 10. The Wrath of the Crimson Lotus. Seeing that Chen Nu could converse normally, Gao Feng felt a sense of relief. He looked at Chen Nu's shoulder and said, "You should rest." After a brief respite in the room, Gao Feng ventured out to gather supplies. By the time he completed his tasks, twilight had descended, and Lu Ying had prepared a new meal. Gao Feng no longer donned the cumbersome clothing. Having thoroughly cleared the building of zombies, there was no longer any danger within. In the sweltering heat, there was no need to be so heavily wrapped. As Gao Feng sat down to dine, Chen Nu joined him at the table. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. Gao Feng had saved his life, and here he was, sharing in the meal. Lu Ying prepared a set of chopsticks and a bowl for Chen Nu. In her culinary preparations, she had thoughtfully considered Chen Nu. Hence, she had made an abundance of dishes. The quantity of food consumed by the 3 of them could rival that meant for 7 or 8 people. This was primarily due to Gao Feng's enhanced physical condition, which had increased his strength and subsequently his body's demand for energy. Chen Nu, too, had a hearty appetite. Perhaps it was due to his injuries, which necessitated a substantial intake of nutrition for recovery. In the end, Lu Ying gazed at the emptied rice cooker and the array of vacant plates on the table, her expression one of astonishment. She had anticipated that there would be leftovers to save for the next day, yet not a morsel remained. After finishing his meal, Gao Feng lingered for a moment to digest before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Chen Nu and Lu Ying exchanged glances, a sense of awkwardness enveloping them. Although they resided in the same building and had crossed paths a few times, they remained unacquainted. Chen Nu broke the silence, stating, "You can take the small room. I will sleep in the living room." Lu Ying nodded in agreement, for she had harbored similar thoughts. The idea of sharing a room with a stranger made her apprehensive, as she doubted she could find rest throughout the night. Lu Ying hesitated to leave the living room cluttered with various belongings. A mat was laid on the floor, and Chen Nu reclined amidst the disarray, closing his eyes. With nothing to occupy his mind, and having experienced the tumult of life and death, Chen Nu, much like Gao Feng on his first day, quickly succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Lu Ying glanced towards the bathroom, yearning for a shower. It had been 2 days and nights since she last bathed, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. However, she had no change of clothes. During mealtime, Gao Feng had informed her that all the zombies in the building had been eradicated, ensuring her safety, which allowed her to venture out. Upon returning home, she was met with a pool of dark blood in the living room. Lu Ying's expression shifted, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over her. Witnessing her husband transformed into a monstrous being filled her with terror and dread. Although Gao Feng had assured her that the zombies had been completely cleared away and that there was no longer any danger, she still felt a sense of fear being alone in that once familiar place. Lu Ying hastily packed her clothes into a suitcase and, upon discovering an unopened pair of stockings, was momentarily flooded with thoughts. She included the stockings in her luggage, along with a shameful outfit that her husband had bought for her, which she had never worn. Upon arriving at Gao Feng's residence, Lu Ying gazed at the meager clothing in the suitcase, perplexed by her earlier thoughts. She concealed the garments at the very bottom, picked up some clean clothes, and cautiously stepped into the bathroom. The next morning, as dawn broke, Gao Feng emerged from the restroom and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Ying just waking up. Lu Ying noticed Gao Feng's gaze fixed upon her. Feeling a bit odd, a chill ran through her chest, and when she glanced down, her face flushed crimson. Her nightgown had inexplicably slipped off her shoulder, exposing a significant portion of her fair skin. Gao Feng admitted to feeling slightly flustered at that moment. After all, he was still a vigorous young man. An SUV had crashed through a horde of zombies but ultimately lost control, colliding with the roadside and billowing thick smoke. The surrounding zombies began to converge on the vehicle, and after a series of anguished cries, silence fell. Observing this, Gao Feng sighed. Yet, he reflected that even with a vehicle, breaking through the vast sea of corpses was no simple feat, as evidenced by the fate of the preceding vehicle. Observing the increasing number of zombies on the streets, Gao Feng cursed inwardly, wondering who had attracted these zombies. After lamenting, Gao Feng gazed at the zombies below and began to formulate his plan for the day. The zombies within the building had been eliminated, and now he needed to devise a method to hunt the ones outside, acquiring more white crystals to enhance his strength. Resources were currently sufficient, requiring no immediate consideration. Gao Feng exited, and Lu Ying emerged, having changed into more demure attire, her cheeks slightly flushed upon seeing Gao Feng. Sensing an impending crisis, Gao Feng had already forgotten the previous incident. He stated, "Quickly prepare some breakfast. I'll be heading out shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying nodded hastily and entered the kitchen without delay. Gao Feng turned to look at Chen Nu, who had just awakened. Noticing Gao Feng staring at him, a surge of anger inexplicably arose within him, and he glared at Gao Feng, exclaiming, "What are you gawking at?" Gao Feng inquired, "Has the period of clarity passed?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nu felt agitated but refrained from speaking, knowing that nothing good would come of it, and simply nodded. Gao Feng suggested, "If you can't contain it, perhaps you should unleash some flames." Hearing this, Chen Nu rose and walked outside. Gao Feng pondered, unable to comprehend why abilities would affect one's personality. Chen Nu explained, "My ability is called Crimson Lotus Wrath. The angrier I become, the stronger it becomes, but the cost is self-immolation upon reaching the limit of rage." Gao Feng gained some insight into his own ability. Chen Nu's ability stemmed from the power of anger, while Gao Feng's ability originated from the additional expenditure of physical strength. Indeed, Even abilities that defy reason still adhere to the law of conservation of energy. After breakfast, Gao Feng turned to Chen Nu with a look of concern and inquired about his injuries. Chen Nu moved his shoulders slightly and replied, "There is still some pain, but it does not hinder the movement of my arm." Gao Feng expressed his surprise. After all, just yesterday, Chen Nu had sustained severe injuries. Yet he had seemingly recovered overnight. This could either be attributed to the extraordinary resilience inherent in all superhumans or to a restorative capability intrinsic to Chen Nu's own abilities. Just as long as you can move, that is sufficient. Today, we shall venture out to hunt zombies, Gao Feng declared. Chen Nu, puzzled, asked, "Why must we hunt zombies?" Gao Feng explained, "By slaying zombies, we can obtain white crystals, which serve to enhance our physical capabilities and elevate our strength." Chen Nu exhibited a look of astonishment, while Lu Ying, upon hearing this, showed a slight change in her expression as she too yearned for power. Chapter 11. The Hunt for Zombies. Gao Feng had chosen to team up with Chen Nu for the zombie hunt primarily due to Chen Nu's unique abilities. However, Chen Nu's powers appeared somewhat lacking against mutated zombies. In Gao Feng's eyes, however, Chen Nu's abilities were already formidable. Mutated zombies possessed exceptionally strong defenses, their bodies protected by a special black membrane that mitigated damage, rendering fire less effective. In contrast, against ordinary zombies, none could withstand the flames long enough to approach Chen Nu. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nu agreed to accompany Gao Feng on the hunt. Gao Feng donned his racing suit, gloves, and motorcycle helmet, all of which he had scavenged from various places. Fully armed, he noticed Chen Nu glancing around, seemingly in search of a sturdy garment to wear. Ultimately, Chen Nu opted to forego additional clothing, recognizing that wearing heavy attire would impede the use of his flame-based abilities. Gao Feng wielded the security door, which he had forcefully bent in half, as a shield. For him, even without the use of his extraordinary abilities, the weight of a security door posed no challenge. As the two prepared to venture out, Gao Feng cautioned Lu Ying against opening the door for anyone but him. Upon reaching the first floor, Chen Nu glanced at the clutter obstructing the hallway and instinctively looked at Gao Feng. "Did you do all this?" Chen Nu inquired. Gao Feng nodded and handed the shield to Chen Nu, saying, "Please hold this for me." As Chen Nu grasped the shield, its weight caused him to falter, and it crashed to the ground. Gao Feng regarded him with a knowing look, while Chen Nu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm not as strong as you," he admitted. Gao Feng nodded, realizing that Chen Nu's physical capabilities were still those of an ordinary person. He began to gradually clear the debris from the hallway, not intending to remove it all, as he planned to use some of the clutter as a barrier against the zombies outside. "Follow me," Gao Feng instructed, leading the way. Chen Nu trailed behind, dragging the shield in his wake. They cleared a path, then used the debris to barricade the rear. Before long, Gao Feng spotted a zombie trapped amid the refuse at the staircase. With a guttural roar, the zombie became animated upon seeing Gao Feng, thrashing about in an attempt to attack him. The surrounding debris trembled precariously under its struggles. Drawing the axe from his belt with his right hand, Gao Feng pushed aside a cabinet that obstructed his path. With a series of thuds, the zombie collided with the surrounding clutter, drawing the attention of other zombies in the distance. With decisive swiftness, Gao Feng struck, and with a resounding chop, half of the zombie's head was severed. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head, devoid of any notification. Pushing aside the final obstacle before him, Gao Feng finally descended the stairs and beheld several staggering zombies advancing towards him. Upon noticing Gao Feng, the zombies immediately transformed from their sluggish state into frenzied beasts, charging at him with an alarming swiftness that surpassed even the fastest human sprinter. Chen Nu, in a state of panic, unsheathed his shield and raised his gaze, only to see four zombies barreling towards him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgetting entirely about his own abilities. Gao Feng glanced back at Chen Nu, casually pushing some debris to block the exit, while lifting his shield with his left hand. He mused to himself, "It seems that anger has its merits. At the very least, it can make one forget their trepidation." Raising his shield, he declared, "Stand behind me, do not be afraid. I will shield you from the zombies ahead. You shall use your powers to deal with those behind us." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu gradually regained his composure. Gao Feng's reminder instilled a flicker of courage within him. A guttural roar erupted as the zombies rushed towards the two. Gao Feng boldly advanced, his shield effectively repelling the onslaught of zombies, his feet firmly planted. His strength had now reached a level where he could effortlessly handle these ordinary zombies. His only concern was the sheer number of them. With a swift and decisive strike, he cleaved one zombie in half, the axe embedding itself into its chest. Each swing of his axe resulted in the instantaneous demise of a zombie. The remaining 3 posed no threat, as Gao Feng dispatched them with ease. After surveying the fallen corpses, he turned and made his way to the left, recalling that there was a hardware store in that direction. In addition to hunting zombies for white crystals, Gao Feng sought to upgrade his equipment. The fire axe was proving inadequate against the mutated zombies, and he yearned for a more formidable weapon. Observing Gao Feng's unwavering departure, Chen Nu promptly pursued him, inquiring with haste, "Shall we not examine these cadavers for any leucocratic crystals?" Gao Feng had mentioned the potential presence of such crystals within the hearts of the deceased. Gao Feng demurred, stating, "There are none." Chen Nu regarded him with incredulity, perplexed as to the basis of his judgment. As they ambled along the roadside, they swiftly garnered the attention of the surrounding cadavers, who began to encircle them. Gao Feng surveyed the scene, noting the advance of over a dozen cadavers, an imposing predicament. Unwilling to confront such a multitude simultaneously, Gao Feng quickened his pace, with Chen Nu following suit. Gao Feng's brisk trot necessitated Chen Nu's long strides to keep abreast. Cadavers in the distance sauntered languidly, while those nearby, upon sighting the duo, surged forth with rabid fervor. Gao Feng, eschewing his shield, evaded the cadavers' lunges and, with a deft motion, cleaved through their craniums with his axe. Dispatching his 4th victim, a flicker of interest ignited within his gaze. He rent open the cadaver's thorax and plunged his hand within, extracting the heart. This spectacle stirred a visceral revulsion within Chen Nu, who fought back the urge to vomit. He suppressed the regurgitation that threatened to erupt, the gastric acid searing his throat. At long last, Chen Nu beheld the leucocratic crystal, an irregular shard, no larger than a thumbnail. Gao Feng pocketed it, retrieved his axe, and resumed his flight. After felling several more cadavers, Gao Feng espied the sign of a hardware emporium. Seizing the lower edge of the roller shutter, he employed brute force to sever the ground lock and raise the shutter. Receiving no indication of imminent peril, Gao Feng turned to Chen Nu and tersely instructed, "Enter first." Chen Nu hurriedly dove inside, while Gao Feng lowered the roll-up door and turned to face the approaching horde of 7 or 8 zombies. He brandished his shield and charged forward, using it to knock down the zombies, and with his axe, he severed their heads. In that moment, he resembled an invincible deity of war. Just as he secured the roll-up door, a cacophony erupted, thud after thud, as a group of zombies collided with it, distorting its structure. Chen Nu anxiously pondered, "What if they break in?" Gao Feng glanced at the merely dented door and replied, "Ignore them for now. Help me find a suitable weapon." The two rummaged through the hardware store, and Chen Nu's voice echoed from an inner room. "How about this?" Gao Feng approached the sound and discovered a diesel chainsaw lying on the ground, envisioning the chaotic scene of wielding it against the zombies. Blood and gore flying in all directions. He shook his head, saying, "Using this would be suicidal. The noise would only attract more zombies." Chapter 12. Level 2 zombies. He scanned the surroundings and spotted a solid iron rod on the ground, roughly the size of a baby's arm, and his eyes lit up. This seems promising. He lifted it and swung it for a moment, only to shake his head in disappointment. It's too heavy, even with his current strength. Wielding the rod was somewhat taxing. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. Activating his supernatural ability, he instantly felt the iron rod lighten significantly. It's manageable, but unnecessary. Chen Nu picked up a crowbar from the ground, stating, "This will do." Gao Feng took it, swung it a couple of times, and his eyes sparkled with approval. The crowbar had a pointed end on one side and a flat end on the other, measuring 1.5 meters in length and weighing around 20 pounds, capable of being brandished as a bludgeon and utilized as a spear for piercing. Its hexagonal steel construction ensures a secure grip, impervious to slippage. Gao Feng nodded with contentment, deeming it satisfactory. He procured an angle grinder from the hardware emporium, meticulously honing the crowbar's tip to an even keener edge. With the enhancements, the crowbar, wielded with Gao Feng's prodigious strength, effortlessly penetrated wooden planks. A rending sound of tearing metal echoed from the exterior, prompting Gao Feng to swiftly investigate. A zombie, its arms transmuted into drill-like appendages, breached the rolled-up door. A mutated zombie. Gao Feng's pupils contracted. Chen Nu emerged, casting a perplexed gaze upon the aberrant zombie. This time, he discerned no mutual attraction between individuals with extraordinary abilities. A notification materialized before Gao Feng's eyes, Level 2 zombie, exhibiting bodily mutations, exceedingly dangerous. Gao Feng's eyelids fluttered involuntarily. This was not a zombie mutated through supernatural powers, but rather one that had evolved to the second tier, manifesting physical transformations. Witnessing the Level 2 zombie's effortless rending of the rolled-up door, Gao Feng recognized the imperative to prevent its ingress. Without hesitation, he activated his supernatural power. Experiencing a surge in strength, the crowbar in his grasp became akin to a lance, aimed directly at the Level 2 zombie's cranium. Unexpectedly, the Level 2 zombie demonstrated an understanding of vital point defense, raising its drill-like arm to shield its head. A resounding clang reverberated as the crowbar's tip collided with the Level 2 zombie's drill arm, producing a metallic resonance. The crowbar managed to pierce the drill, leaving a profound gash. Half of the Level 2 zombie's body had infiltrated the premises. Gao Feng hoisted the crowbar and brought it down forcefully upon the Level 2 zombie's arm. With a fracturing sound, the black carapace encasing the zombie's arm shattered, and dark ichor splattered. A guttural roar ensued. The Level 2 zombie struggled, the opening growing ever larger. With a resounding thud, the Level 2 zombie finally forced its way into the hardware store. Gao Feng gripped the crowbar tightly and struck heavily upon the zombie's shoulder. The immense force instantly collapsed its shoulder, leaving the zombie's left arm dangling uselessly at its side. Undeterred by its injury, the Level 2 zombie roared and charged at Gao Feng, its drill-like appendage poised to pierce his chest. Suddenly, a fierce flame surged forth from the side, engulfing the Level 2 zombie. Amidst the inferno, the creature continued to howl, its flesh charring as a foul odor permeated the room. Seizing the moment, Gao Feng maneuvered to the side of the Level 2 zombie and brought the crowbar down with tremendous force upon its calf. With a crack, the bone shattered under the impact, and the Level 2 zombie collapsed to the ground. Gao Feng stepped onto the creature's back, thrusting the crowbar forcefully into the back of its skull. With the advantage of overwhelming strength, the blow easily penetrated the zombie's cranium. Yet, even with its vital area breached, the Level 2 zombie did not perish immediately. Gao Feng twisted the crowbar, thoroughly mangling its brain before the zombie lay motionless on the ground. Inside this fallen creature was a trophy that belonged to you. However, Gao Feng disregarded the prompt. There was no time to collect spoils. The remaining zombies had begun to pour through. Gao Feng stood before the gaping, torn entrance, wielding a crowbar akin to a lance, piercing the skulls of the zombies outside. The ordinary zombies, oblivious to the notion of evasion, were all crammed at the entrance, allowing Gao Feng to easily target their heads. After a relentless battle lasting over 10 minutes, the onslaught finally ceased, leaving the entrance obstructed by the lifeless bodies of the undead. Despite enduring such an intense conflict, Gao Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, especially after expending his abilities in combat against a Level 2 zombie, which had drained his stamina considerably. He removed his helmet and inhaled several deep breaths of fresh air, though it was tainted with the acrid stench of black blood mingled with the burnt aroma of charred flesh. Turning his gaze towards Chen Nu, he noticed his comrade appeared somewhat wan, the toll of his abilities weighing heavily on him. Chen Nu sat to the side, resting while Gao Feng collected the spoils of their skirmish, 1 green crystal and 7 white crystals, with a prompt indicating the treasures. Gao Feng was determined not to overlook any rewards. The green crystal was a product of the Level 2 zombie's demise, a potent evolution gem. As Gao Feng held the green crystal, a message materialized before him. Currently inedible, consuming may result in transformation into a zombie. He glanced at the attributes and surmised that one would need to attain the status of a Level 2 evolver to utilize the green crystal for bodily enhancement. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Nu, he proceeded to the restroom to cleanse his hands of the evolutionary gem's residue. Upon exiting, Gao Feng presented 2 white crystals to Chen Nu. Receiving the white crystals, Chen Nu inquired, "How do I use these?" Gao Feng replied, tossing one of the white crystals into his mouth, "Just eat it." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu promptly swallowed both white crystals. Gao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Nu, puzzled, looked back at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Gao Feng chuckled helplessly, "It's nothing, just that the initial enhancement can be rather intense." Chen Nu was enveloped in confusion, and in the next moment, flames erupted from his body. Startled, he hurriedly patted at the flames. After a brief moment, he realized that the fire had not harmed him, though his clothing had been rendered utterly useless, ignited by the blaze. Gao Feng turned away, showing no interest in the man's physique. He began to swallow the white crystals one by one. Upon consuming the fourth crystal, a flicker of emotion crossed Gao Feng's face, as if he had reached his limits. Evolutionist, Gao Feng, Level 2, Combat Power, 100, Ability, Strength Enhancement, Item, Cat Swiftness. Upon reviewing his attributes, Gao Feng understood that the requirement to become a Level 2 Evolutionist was to attain a combat power of 100, equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary person. He glanced at the remaining white crystal in his hand, and a prompt appeared before him. Level 1 Evolution Crystal, unable to enhance your strength. Indeed, after ascending to Level 2, only the green crystals could facilitate further growth. Gao Feng stowed away the white crystal and retrieved a green one, swallowing it whole. The green crystal was slightly larger than the white one, yet, fortunately, the evolution crystals dissolved instantly upon ingestion, alleviating any concerns of choking. With a crackling sound, Gao Feng's bones and muscles expanded, his strength magnifying, muscles tightening, and skin becoming more resilient. Exhaling a long breath of white vapor, he felt the effects of the green crystal. His combat power surged to 120. Chapter 13. The Strengthening Ring. After enhancing his body with the green crystal, Gao Feng prepared to offer the remaining white crystal to Chen Nu. Noticing the ring on his hand, a thought flickered in his mind. He took the white crystal and pressed it against the ring. 10 seconds later, the white crystal melted and was absorbed by the ring. Cat Swiftness, 1 star. Level 1. Effect, Speed 15. The speed enhancement effect increased by 5. Gao Feng waved his arm and felt a slight increase in his speed. The effect of Cat Swiftness can enhance attack speed, movement speed, and reaction speed. Gao Feng glanced at the ring, which emitted a faint white glow. Before him appeared a line of text. Using a green crystal can upgrade it to Level 2. Gao Feng shook his head. He didn't have enough green crystals for himself, let alone to use for upgrading the ring. He would have to wait until he acquired surplus green crystals to enhance the ring. He turned to Chen Nu, who had extinguished the flames surrounding him. Hiding behind the shelf, Chen Nu awkwardly said, "Could you help me find a piece of clothing?" Gao Feng rummaged through the hardware store and found the owner's work uniform. Chen Nu donned the work attire, feeling somewhat embarrassed as it was loosely fitting and made it difficult for him to meet anyone's gaze. Gao Feng inquired, "How do you feel after the enhancement?" Chen Nu replied, "I feel a slight increase in strength. The power of my flames has intensified, and I can sustain them for a longer duration." Gao Feng pondered this. After an ability user uses an evolution crystal, does it not enhance their physical attributes but rather their abilities? Curiously, he asked, "What was your initial panel?" Chen Nu responded, "I was a level 1 ability user with a combat power of 30. Now, I am still a level 1 ability user, but my combat power has risen to 50. Gao Feng remained silent, contemplating the vast disparity between individuals. In truth, he does not consider himself lacking, for he possesses an external aid that allows him to perceive valuable hints. Consequently, Gao Feng has come to understand that the effects of consuming the evolution crystals vary for each individual. Following the enhancement of his physical prowess, he feels a pang of hunger. Now, having reached a point where slaying ordinary zombies no longer facilitates his growth, he finds little motivation to remain outside hunting them. Before departing, Gao Feng takes with him a solid iron rod weighing over 100 pounds. With his strength augmented to 12 times that of an ordinary person, he can wield this iron rod without relying on his supernatural abilities. He also secures an axe to his waist. Grasping a crowbar in one hand and the iron rod in the other, he strides outward. The corpses of zombies at the entrance have melted into a pool of black blood, thus sparing Gao Feng the need to clear a path. The coagulated black blood is remarkably hard, and even with the burden of the heavy iron rod, stepping upon it causes no discernible change. Clang! When Gao Feng strikes the black blood with the crowbar, it remains unmoved. An ingenious thought strikes him. If he were to coat the walls with the melted black blood of the zombies, would he not create an impenetrable barrier? Suddenly, a horde of zombies comes charging towards him, interrupting Gao Feng's contemplation. His gaze sharpens as he swings the crowbar, effortlessly smashing a zombie-esque skull, akin to bursting a watermelon. In the distance, a dark line on the street advances towards him, an approaching mass of zombies. The situation is exceedingly perilous. Noticing the alert, his expression shifts slightly as he pushes aside the debris blocking the staircase, urging, "Hurry upstairs." Upon returning indoors, Gao Feng reblocks the staircase with the obstacles. Advancing to the second-story window, Gao Feng beheld a multitude of zombies, densely packed together, surging toward their location like an inexorable tide. A veritable horde of the undead. Gao Feng observed the passing zombies below, his countenance pensive and silent. Even as a level 2 evolved being, such a throng of the undead could only be circumvented. Setting aside the iron rod, Gao Feng opened the bedroom door and discovered Lu Ying cowering in the corner of his chamber. Lu Ying, her complexion pallid with terror from the zombies outside, remained in the corner, refraining from uttering a sound. As she was about to speak, Gao Feng gestured for silence. Everyone maintained quietude, unwilling to be besieged by the undead horde. A distant explosion erupted, its echoes soon subsiding, and Gao Feng witnessed the entirety of the undead throng surge in that direction. Shortly thereafter, only a scattering of a dozen or so zombies remained in the vicinity. Gao Feng, observing the departure of the horde, exhaled in relief. He turned to Lu Ying, offering solace. There is no need for apprehension. The zombies cannot ascend here. A resonant rumble emanated from Gao Feng's abdomen. Lu Ying, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement and rose to depart, murmuring softly, "I shall prepare a meal." Subsequent to Lu Ying's departure, Gao Feng gazed out at the world beyond the window, his thoughts weighty. The sheer number of zombies was staggering. G-City alone was host to millions, with billions worldwide. Furthermore, the undead ranks included higher-level specimens, as well as mutated and psionic variants. Gao Feng shook his head, attempting to dispel these thoughts. He glanced upward at the sky and offered a wry smile. Let those of greater stature bear the weight of the world. Why should I concern myself with such matters? Having encountered Chen Nu, Gao Feng was cognizant that the world was far from devoid of formidable individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. It is not yet the concern of an ordinary second-level evolver. Gao Feng unlocked his phone to check for messages, but discovered that there was no network. A chill coursed through him as he realized that a greater crisis was imminent. The cessation of water and electricity would become the final straw for the survivors hiding in their homes, compelling them to abandon their safe havens in search of survival. After finishing his meal and resting for a while, Gao Feng ascended to the second floor, armed and ready to practice his staff techniques and precision in assassination within an empty room. He sketched a human figure on the wall and wielded a sharpened crowbar to hone his stabbing skills, striving for every strike to accurately pierce the vital points of the zombies. While he could easily crush a zombie's skull with a single blow, it was evident that assassination would significantly conserve his stamina, a crucial skill when faced with a horde of the undead. Upon completing his assassination drills, Gao Feng picked up a hefty solid iron rod to practice his staff techniques. The weighty rod sliced through the air, producing a resonant whoosh. He simulated zombies attacking him from every corner and sought the most effective countermeasures. Chen Nu, hearing the commotion from the second floor, descended and found Gao Feng diligently practicing his staff techniques alone. With such formidable strength and dedication, he pondered, what reason did he have not to strive for improvement? As noon approached, Lu Ying unexpectedly came to see him. The power was out, rendering cooking impossible. Gao Feng, upon hearing this, was not particularly surprised. He had long been prepared for a power outage. He remarked, "You should fetch some buckets to collect water. I fear that the water supply will cease shortly after the electricity goes." Lu Ying nodded, her expression laden with concern. "What shall we do about food? If only we had liquefied gas." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng reassured, "You need not worry. I shall find a way to procure a set of liquefied gas stoves. For now, you should fetch some water." He then sought out Chen Nu on the 7th floor, stating, "We are heading out." Without inquiring further, Chen Nu followed Gao Feng downstairs, harboring some anticipation about the prospect of hunting zombies to acquire white crystals and enhance his strength. As they descended once more, Gao Feng armed himself solely with a pry bar and an axe, leaving the iron rod behind. Chapter 14. New equipment. Gao Feng surveyed the street, where zombies were aimlessly wandering in search of food. "First, we must eliminate these zombies," he declared. Chen Nu nodded vigorously, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. Armed with the pry bar, Gao Feng advanced towards the nearest zombie. The nearby undead, upon noticing him, immediately shifted from their lethargic state to a frenzied dash, racing towards Gao Feng and Chen Nu, eager not to miss the chance for flesh. With a swift motion, Gao Feng thrust the pry bar, piercing the skull of the foremost zombie, thus dispatching it in an instant. With a fluid movement, he withdrew the pry bar and turned to face another zombie charging from a different direction. For Gao Feng, a level 1 ordinary zombie posed little challenge. His reaction time now far exceeded that of the zombies, allowing him to effortlessly target their vital points. With a series of puncturing sounds, one by one, the zombies fell. Meanwhile, Chen Nu unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the surrounding zombies with his fiery lotus technique, preventing them from advancing any closer. One after another, the undead succumbed to his flames. The street, initially teeming with over 20 zombies, was soon cleared by the duo. They collected 3 white crystals, 2 for Gao Feng and 1 for Chen Nu. After the area was secured, Gao Feng made his way towards the nearest dining establishment. In the realm of culinary establishments, the majority opt for robust gas stoves to expedite their service, a necessity during peak hours. Approaching the entrance of a particular eatery, an impulsive urge to force the door open surged within. A foreboding message flickered before him. Inside lurked a mutated zombie, patiently awaiting his arrival. Gao Feng's expression subtly shifted as he turned to Chen Nu, inquiring, "Do you sense any abilities in the vicinity?" Chen Nu shook his head in negation. "A level 2 zombie?" Gao Feng pondered silently. He rapped on the rolling shutter door, seeking to lure the mutated zombie forth. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from within as the zombie collided with the shutter, creating a dent yet failing to breach it. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless onslaught of the zombie began to distort the shutter door. Abruptly, a notification appeared before Gao Feng. This was the mutated zombie's weak point. Without hesitation, Gao Feng directed a powerful thrust toward the indicated spot. With his immense strength, the sharpened crowbar effortlessly penetrated the metal skin of the shutter, piercing the zombie's skull behind the door. Extracting the crowbar, he observed the dark blood and viscous fluid adhering to it, confirming his success. Activating his abilities, his strength doubled. With his left hand gripping the shutter, his fingers gouged 5 small indentations into the metal. Summoning all his might, he tore the shutter apart. Yet, the mutated zombie still clung to life. Gao Feng noticed a warning and instinctively took a step back. With a guttural roar, a zombie, grotesquely fused with 2 heads, emerged through the breach he had created. One head, shattered by Gao Feng's earlier assault against the shutter, hung limply from its shoulder. The sinister cranium on the left bellowed, compelling the corpulent form to assail Gao Feng. Chen Nu, taken aback by the grotesque apparition, exclaimed, "Good heavens, what is that?" A prompt materialized before Gao Feng's eyes. Level 1 mutant zombie, combat prowess, 60. His expression subtly shifted, sensing that the assistive interface had also undergone an upgrade. Its functionality is now more extensive. A glint of disappointment flickered across Gao Feng's visage. Not a level 2 zombie, he mused. Confronting the charging mutant zombie, Gao Feng nonchalantly raised his staff and obliterated its secondary head, concluding the skirmish. This zombie harbored spoils. He unearthed a white crystal, perceptibly larger than its predecessors. Akin to 2 crystals coalesced. Securing the crystal, Gao Feng ambled toward the store. Amidst the disarray, his primary concern was the presence of gas cylinders and stoves. Concealed beneath the debris to your right lies a treasure chest, the directive indicated. Gao Feng's gaze darted over, settling upon a large cardboard box nestled in the corner, filled with takeout containers, plastic bags, and other accoutrements of the delivery trade. Excavating the detritus, Gao Feng unearthed a wooden box secreted at the bottom. The instant the box was opened, it vanished, replaced by a pair of black and crimson sneakers in his grasp. Bounding shoes, 2-star. Level 0. Effect. Increases jumping distance by 50. Special effect. When feet are together, jumping distance is doubled. A 2-star artifact. Gao Feng was somewhat astonished. Chen Nu, witnessing Gao Feng conjure a pair of shoes from the cardboard box, wore a look of bewilderment. Observing Gao Feng affix the white crystal to the shoes, his perplexity deepened. He was on the verge of inquiring, "What are you doing?" when, in the subsequent instant, he beheld the white crystal liquefy and be absorbed by the shoes. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Bounding shoes, 2-star. Level 112. Effect. Jumping distance increased by 60. Observing this, Gao Feng was inspired and placed another white crystal on the shoe. After 10 seconds, the bounding shoes absorbed the crystal and emitted a faint white glow. Bounding shoes, 2-star. Level 122. Effect. Jumping distance increased by 70. Special effect. Jumping distance doubles when feet are together. Green crystals can be used to upgrade to level 2. Gao Feng donned the bounding shoes, lost in thought. A 1-star item can only absorb 1 white crystal for a single enhancement, while a 2-star item can absorb 2 crystals for 2 enhancements. Following this pattern, the higher the star rating of an item, the more crystals are required for upgrading, and the more times it can be enhanced per level, resulting in higher attributes. Having completed his musings, Gao Feng had also put on the shoes. He tested them with a jump and nearly hit the ceiling. With the ordinary effect already so potent, Gao Feng hesitated to try jumping with his feet together indoors. He glanced at Chen Nu and thought that perhaps this was all unnecessary. He could simply have tended the fire. Superpowered cooking, superpowered stir-frying. Gao Feng suddenly chuckled, feeling that this would have been an incredibly popular internet sensation in the past. Chen Nu watched Gao Feng's sudden laughter, utterly perplexed. A sense of inexplicable anger arose within him. Gao Feng cast a glance at him and said, "Go vent your anger." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu walked to the side and released flames to incinerate some objects, finding considerable relief. "My apologies." Enraged, Chen strode over. But Gao Feng simply shook his head, unperturbed. Upon returning home, Gao Feng relocated the gas stove and propane tank to the kitchen, where Lu Ying commenced preparing the midday meal. After lunch, Gao Feng rested briefly before ascending to the second floor for further training. This time, his regimen had expanded. In addition to honing his assassination accuracy and staff techniques, he also needed to acclimate to the spring-loaded shoes. Gao Feng remained indoors throughout the afternoon, dedicating himself to enhancing his capabilities. Lu Ying procured candles from an undisclosed location, their luminescence illuminating the room. Though still dim, it was at least possible to see clearly. As the trio were dining, a knock echoed at the door. Gao Feng opened it to find the gaunt youth standing there, who sheepishly inquired, "Would it be possible for me to catch a meal?" The power outage had rendered him unable to cook. Having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from below, the emaciated young man couldn't resist coming down. Gao Feng chuckled, responding, "You're welcome." He held a favorable impression of the youth. Were it not for him, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to slay the mutated zombie. As the gaunt youth entered, Lu Ying retrieved a set of utensils from the kitchen for him. "Thank you, Sister Lu," he said. Gao Feng, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "You two know each other?" Lu Ying explained, "Living on adjacent floors, we've crossed paths a few times." Upon hearing this, the gaunt youth promptly added, "I apologize for the oversight. My name is Zhang Heng, and I was formerly an archery athlete." Gao Feng chuckled, remarking, "That explains your impeccable aim." Zhang Heng offered an embarrassed smile. Chapter 15. New comrade. During the meal, Zhang Heng also recounted his personal history. He was once a provincial champion archer, with the opportunity to join the national team. However, he was diagnosed with leukemia, leading to a gradual decline in his health and physical condition. Ultimately, he could not even remain with the provincial team, and he exited the scene in despair. The once celebrated champion found himself in such a plight. After listening to this tale, Gao Feng felt a sense of regret. He contemplated for a moment before asking, "Would you be willing to accompany us in hunting zombies?" Zhang Heng recalled the extraordinary object Gao Feng had extracted from the mutated zombie's head and had witnessed his remarkable strength. Glancing at his own attribute panel, he began to harbor a vague suspicion. Upon hearing Gao Feng's invitation, he readily agreed, eager to partake. He inquired, "Does slaying zombies enhance one's strength?" Gao Feng responded with a smile, "It is not merely the act of killing zombies that grants strength. This is not a conventional game, devoid of experience points. By defeating zombies, one can acquire evolution crystals, and consuming these crystals can fortify physical attributes." He produced a fusion white crystal from his pocket for Zhang Heng to see. "This is an evolution crystal." Zhang Heng and Lu Ying gazed intently at the white crystal in Gao Feng's hand, their eyes brimming with desire. Who would not yearn for immense power? Zhang Heng's expression lit up with anticipation. All right. Lu Ying, too, coveted the white crystal as she looked at Gao Feng. The grotesque visage of a zombie flashed in her mind, leaving her silent. She was afraid of zombies. Gao Feng glanced at Zhang Heng and Chen Nu, smiling as he remarked, "Our team now comprises a warrior, a mage, and a marksman." He then turned his gaze to Lu Ying, noting that they also had support, but were still in need of a jungler. A few individuals, upon hearing the words, burst into laughter, though Lu Ying's smile was somewhat forced. After consuming several evolution crystals, he had completely healed from his injuries and therefore had no reason to remain there any longer. Lu Ying tidied up the kitchen, her gaze flickering with a complex emotion as she glanced at Gao Feng's bedroom. She coveted the white crystal in Gao Feng's possession. After finishing her chores, she approached the bedroom door, raising her hand to knock, but after a prolonged hesitation, she lowered it again. She feared rejection. Her current predicament was dire. She relied heavily on Gao Feng, and without him, survival would be a daunting challenge. The thought of being turned away and jeopardizing their relationship was too unsettling for Lu Ying to contemplate. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, Gao Feng awoke to find Lu Ying already preparing breakfast. She sought to demonstrate her significance within the team through this act. Upon seeing her, Gao Feng remarked, "You've risen early to cook. Thank you for your efforts." Lu Ying smiled gently, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and replied, "Thank you." Chen Nu and Zhang Heng arrived punctually for breakfast. Zhang Heng was fully equipped, donning thick clothing, a hat, and goggles, with his bow and arrows in tow. After breakfast, the group readied themselves to depart. Before leaving, Gao Feng retrieved a box of chocolates and some candies he had previously taken from the convenience store. If they encountered a level 2 zombie outside and successfully defeated it, they could consume a green crystal on the spot to enhance their physical capabilities. "Do not open the door for anyone," Gao Feng reiterated before stepping out. Lu Ying nodded, affirming, "I understand." Just as the three were about to descend the stairs, a disheveled middle-aged man with a scruffy beard emerged from the 4th floor. He donned camouflage attire and sturdy boots, wielding a spade, which was smeared with dark blood. "May I join you?" inquired a middle-aged man, his voice raspy. Gao Feng scrutinized his appearance and, upon recognizing his voice, recalled that he resided on the 4th floor. They had shared a brief conversation. Extending his hand, Gao Feng introduced himself. "I am Gao Feng. Welcome aboard." The middle-aged man shook his hand and replied, "I am Wei Yi, a former soldier, well-versed in wilderness survival skills." At this revelation, Gao Feng smiled, realizing they had a capable ally for the journey ahead. Chen Nu and Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, recalled their conversation from the previous night and could not suppress their laughter. Wei Yi cast a curious glance at the trio. Remaining silent, Gao Feng then inquired, "Have you enhanced your abilities?" Noticing the battle scars on Wei Yi's spade prompted this question. With a puzzled expression, Wei Yi asked, "What do you mean by enhancement? Have you slain any zombies and obtained white crystals?" Gao Feng displayed a white crystal for him to see. Wei Yi stared at the crystal in Gao Feng's hand, lapsing into silence for an extended moment before retrieving 2 from his pocket. Chen Nu and Zhang Heng gazed at the 2 white crystals in his hand, their faces reflecting astonishment. The 3 of them fell silent, understanding the source of Wei Yi's hoarse voice. It was a testament to his resilience that he had not shattered after personally ending the lives of his wife and daughter, who had succumbed to zombification. Without further ado, Gao Feng stated, "Let us proceed." The 4 of them descended the stairs. Gao Feng continued, "I observed from above that there is a small horde of zombies near the intersection on the right, numbering approximately in the dozens. Once we arrive, we shall find a place to barricade the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap to allow a single zombie to pass through, allowing us to eliminate them gradually." Summit articulated his strategy. Upon hearing it, the others concurred with unanimous assent. The quartet proceeded towards the crossroads on the right. In the second chamber on the left lurked a solitary zombie. Summit elevated his left hand, signaling the group to decelerate their pace. He advanced with cautious steps, peering ahead to discern a zombie prostrate upon the ground, a crippled undead, formerly a survivor, now devoured and transformed. Summit entered the chamber and, before the zombie could emit its guttural roar, perforated its cranium. Devoid of any notification, Summit pivoted and departed, continuing onward. He espied a natural fortification, a shop complete with its own gated entrance. After confirming the absence of zombies within, Summit instructed his companions to await him inside. He then ventured forth to lure the zombies congregating by the crossroads. Swiftly, the cacophony of zombie roars and the thud of their footfalls reverberated through the air as the horde pursued Summit. The sight of the dense, undulating mass of undead filled the onlookers with trepidation, their palms slick with perspiration, their eyes unblinking. Summit's gait was peculiar, a rhythmic combination of leaps and strides. Each bound propelled him across distances of 4 to 5 meters with astonishing celerity. Nearing the entrance, Summit moderated his speed to avert a collision with the doorway. He slipped inside, grasping the gate with both hands and drawing it shut. "My assessment was flawed. There are marginally more than I initially surmised," Summit declared with haste. From his vantage point above, he had observed the zombies at the crossroads, unaware of the multitude concealed by the buildings until his closer inspection. Thump, thump, thump. The zombies clamored against the gate with fervent eagerness. Summit braced himself against the barrier, anxious that it might succumb to the relentless pressure. Fortunately, the others were prepared, having fortified the gate from within with objects found in the room, thereby bolstering its resistance against the ravenous horde. Hisses! The zombies roared, their arms reaching through the gaps in the fence, grasping at those within. The fence door, besieged by a multitude of zombies, trembled precariously, swaying incessantly. Chapter 16. Level 2 Ironhead Zombie. A cacophony of roars erupted from the zombies, their relentless pressure causing the fence door to shake violently, on the verge of collapse. Gao Feng, wielding a sharpened crowbar, tirelessly pierced the skulls of the zombies outside, dispatching them one by one. The other three joined in, slaying the zombies through the fence. Wei Yi and Zhang Heng watched in astonishment as flames erupted from Chen Nu's hands. Zhang Heng raised his bow and arrow, firing at close range. An arrow piercing a zombie's eye socket, killing it instantly. Wei Yi, having procured a broken wooden stick with a sharp end, impaled a zombie through the jaw, bypassing its hard skull and penetrating the brain directly. Black blood flowed down the stick onto his hand, but Wei Yi remained unfazed, turning to attack the next zombie. Each person had their own method for dealing with the zombies. Chen Nu, standing behind the fence door, effortlessly incinerated more than a dozen zombies. He exclaimed excitedly, "Gao Feng, you are a true genius. Even with countless zombies, we can easily wipe them out." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar echoed before them. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. A mutated iron-head zombie charged forward, slamming heavily into the fence door, creating a gaping hole with a single impact. Gao Feng turned his head, his eyes narrowing. A level 2 zombie. The defining characteristic of a level 2 zombie is the mutation of a part of its body, with flesh, black blood, and bone coalescing to form a more formidable limb. In the case of the zombie before them, the mutation had occurred on its head. Gao Feng thrust his crowbar towards the zombie's head. Clang! The crowbar's tip glanced off, failing to penetrate the iron-headed zombie's skull. He immediately activated his superpower, doubling his strength, and thrust again at the iron-headed zombie. The iron-headed zombie struggled, tearing open the fence door to squeeze through. Raising its head, it saw an iron bar rapidly enlarging before its eyes. Bang! The iron-headed zombie was struck by Gao Feng and slammed against the entrance, blocking the zombies outside from trying to squeeze in. Gao Feng's expression turned grave. The vital point of this iron-headed zombie was now completely encased by mutated tissue, making it impossible to kill with a single blow, even with his superpower. A full-force strike with the crowbar only managed to create a dent in the iron-headed zombie's head, failing to pierce through. Gao Feng urgently shouted, "Chen Nu, burn its head." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu immediately turned and thrust his hands towards the iron-headed zombie. Flames erupting from his arms, scorching the iron-headed zombie's head. Under the blazing crimson flames, the mutated tissue of the iron-headed zombie gradually charred and melted. Roar! The iron-headed zombie roared, attempting to attack Gao Feng. Gao Feng gripped the crowbar, holding it firmly against the iron-headed zombie, pinning it to the entrance. The iron-headed zombie's defense was formidable, but its strength was far inferior to Gao Feng's. With Gao Feng holding it down, the iron-headed zombie could not break free. Finally, Gao Feng felt the crowbar in his hand pierce through the hard skull, unleashing his power, thrusting with all his might, and penetrating the iron-headed zombie's head. The iron-headed zombie struggled for a moment, then lost its strength, dying completely. If he weren't wearing gloves, Gao Feng wouldn't have been able to grip the bar at all. After killing the iron-headed zombie, Gao Feng stood alone, blocking the entrance, the crowbar in his hand constantly thrusting out. It even emitted a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the zombies. The zombie, impaled with a white-hot crowbar, bore a cauterized orifice on its head. The skirmish persisted for over a quarter of an hour, until only Gao Feng remained standing at the doorway, dispatching the undead. The others were too weary to utter a word. After another dozen minutes, the inexorable surge of zombies ceased, and the battle concluded. Gao Feng slumped onto a counter, casting the crowbar aside. His gloves were scorched and radiating heat. He peeled them off, revealing his hands, flushed and steaming. The moans of zombies echoed from beyond the entrance. But the doorway was no longer visible, obscured by a barricade of corpses. The bodies of the first zombies slain had already begun to liquefy. After a brief respite, Gao Feng rose to collect the spoils of war. Observing this, the others also mustered themselves to assist. Gao Feng possessed the unique ability to discern the location of the spoils, capable of locating evolution crystals no larger than fingernails amidst the piles of corpses. This talent inspired awe in his companions, who marveled at his keen eyesight. Without Gao Feng's ability, even after slaying a multitude of zombies, they would have recovered few evolution crystals. The white crystals were minuscule and easily overlooked. Some were congealed within the black blood, necessitating Chen Nu's flames to melt the ichor before they could be retrieved. Upon tallying the spoils, they had amassed 8 white crystals, and 1 green crystal. As the green crystal was exclusively compatible with Gao Feng, he appropriated it. The white crystals were distributed, 2 to each person. Chen Nu was slightly displeased with Gao Feng's allocation, as his contribution had been demonstrably greater than that of Wei Yi and Zhang Hong. Nevertheless, as Gao Feng had only claimed 2 white crystals for himself, he could not voice his discontent, although the green crystal piqued his interest. It was ultimately the second-level zombie that was vanquished by Gao Feng, with him merely providing support. The white crystal, aside from enhancing the physical constitution of first-level evolved beings, also possesses the ability to heal injuries. Gao Feng reserved several white crystals for emergencies. The group sought out water to cleanse the white crystals, and, unable to contain their eagerness, consumed them without delay. After Gao Feng ingested the green crystal, his physical prowess doubled once again within 10 minutes. Combat power, 140. Upon activating his abilities, he found himself endowed with 28 times the strength of an ordinary person. This marked the first enhancement for Wei Yi and Zhang Hong, and the reaction was quite pronounced, particularly for Zhang Hong, who was inherently frail. After consuming 2 white crystals in succession, Zhang Hong experienced a significant boost in his physique, his eyes gleaming with vigor. He raised his bow and nocked an arrow, surpassing even his peak performance. Releasing the bowstring, the arrow soared through the air, striking a zombie on the street a dozen meters away, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Impaled by the shaft, Gao Feng marveled, impressive. Zhang Hong, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed the back of his head, humbly replying, No, it's still you who is remarkable, Brother Feng. Wei Yi, having completed his enhancement, did not test his own strength like Zhang Hong, but remained as a silent volcano. Gao Feng understood that Wei Yi was still grappling with the sorrow of losing his wife and daughter and chose not to press the matter further. Once the enhancements concluded, the group soon felt the pangs of hunger. Gao Feng distributed chocolate and candy among them, although their stomachs still grumbled for more after indulging in the treats. The discomfort was considerably alleviated. Gazing at the empty chocolate box, Gao Feng remarked, It seems we must procure additional portable food to replenish our energy. Chocolates, sweets, compressed biscuits, and Snickers bars would all be suitable, Zhang Hong stated, indicating his familiarity with such provisions. Following a brief respite, the group commenced their operation, their objective being to replenish their portable energy supplies. Gao Feng pried open the contorted gate, whereupon the neighboring zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to converge upon them. As they drew nearer, their gait transformed into a frenzied sprint, and they charged madly towards the group. Zhang Hong raised his bow and discharged arrows, engaging the approaching zombies from a distance. Gao Feng advanced towards the nearest zombie, dispatching it with a single, decisive blow. These level 1 zombies were no match for him. Thump! Gao Feng turned to see Wei Yi being knocked to the ground by a zombie. Wei Yi used his shovel to hold the zombie's mouth at bay. The zombie, perched atop him, clawed incessantly, yet unable to reach him, it could only tear at his sleeves. Chapter 17. Enhanced zombies. As Gao Feng moved to assist, Wei Yi overturned the zombie. Reversing their positions, he pinned the zombie down and, with forceful movements, drove the shovel, severing the zombie's jaw and prying open its skull to deliver the killing blow. Wei Yi stood up and, noticing Gao Feng's gaze, explained that the zombie had possessed considerable strength, leading to his momentary lapse. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He silently surveyed the surrounding zombies, and a prompt appeared before him, displaying their combat prowess. Gao Feng observed that the zombie's strength had increased, although he was uncertain of the initial combat strength of the zombies. Based on his encounter with the first zombie he had slain, their combat strength had been, at most, a dozen points. Now, however, the majority of the zombies boasted a combat strength of 20 or 30. The zombies with a combat strength of only a dozen points were now a rare sight. Gao Feng realized that these zombies might become progressively stronger over time. He had personally witnessed zombies becoming stronger by consuming humans. Now it seemed that zombies had other ways of becoming stronger besides eating people. Gao Feng smashed the zombie approaching him with a single blow. His strength had increased too rapidly for him to perceive the zombie's increasing power. Soon, the group eliminated the nearby zombies, obtaining 2 white crystals. One was given to Zhang Hong, and the other to Chen Nu, as they had killed the 2 zombies that yielded the white crystals. Chen Nu incinerated the white crystal with his flames, and after cleaning it, he eagerly swallowed it. After a few minutes, he exclaimed excitedly, "My combat power has reached 90. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng smiled and said, "Congratulations. You can advance to level 2 once your combat power reaches 100. Chinnu nodded in response. He knew that Gao Feng's combat power was greater than his own, but now it seemed that he had a chance to surpass Gao Feng. Chinnu glanced at Gao Feng, his heart filled with anticipation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Indeed, ability users were the protagonists of this apocalyptic game. Under Gao Feng's lead, the trio headed towards the convenience store, instantly killing any zombies they encountered along the way. Chinnu eagerly rushed ahead each time, hoping to obtain the last white crystal to advance to level 2 after killing a zombie. But each time, he was disappointed. This zombie didn't have one either? Chinnu asked, looking at Gao Feng. Gao Feng shook his head, no? Chinnu was somewhat skeptical. He borrowed Gao Feng's axe and split open the zombie's chest. After searching thoroughly and finding no white crystal, he deflated. Gao Feng glanced at him, guessing some of his petty thoughts. Chinnu wondered if Gao Feng was deliberately not telling him. Peek surmised the situation but remained silent. The group arrived at the convenience store, only to discover it had already been visited. Peek was somewhat taken aback, wondering when someone had come without his knowledge. Could it have been during the night? He mused. Many shelves that should have been stocked with food were bare. Wei approached the cabinet near the entrance, pilfered several cartons of cigarettes, and stuffed them into his clothing. He grabbed a lighter and stepped outside to smoke. As he smoked, memories of his deceased wife and daughters flooded his mind, his vision clouding with tears. Chinnu, spotting the unattended, expensive liquor, was immediately captivated and hastily sought a way to carry it. After a thorough search, Peek managed to find a few unopened boxes of chocolate and Snickers bars tucked away in a corner. Chinnu had already unwrapped a sausage and was devouring it ravenously, his hunger still gnawing at him after the recent enhancement. The others paused slightly in their tracks. Peek glanced behind him, the sound emanating from the street behind the convenience store. Chinnu's eyes lit up as he looked at Peek, eager for action. Are we going after the zombies in the back? Chinnu inquired, gazing at Peek. Peek pondered for a moment and then nodded. Let's go take a look. The group set down their findings, and Peek led the way toward the rear. After traversing an alley, Peek halted at its mouth, where a notification appeared before him. To the left, there are a dozen ravenous zombies. To the right, a horde of frenzied zombies and 2 level 2 zombies. Peek's gaze flickered slightly as he contemplated whether his current strength sufficed to confront 2 level 2 zombies. Before he could reach a decision, Chinnu had already charged out impulsively. The nearby zombies, upon sighting him, launched a frenzied assault. Chinnu unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the encroaching undead. Seeing the situation unfold, Gao Feng had no choice but to charge forward, with little time for contemplation. He swiftly pierced the skull of the zombie lunging towards Chinnu's back. Zhang Hong also stepped up, relentlessly shooting down the approaching undead, while Wei Yi stood protectively beside him. As Gao Feng observed the increasing horde of zombies advancing their way, he shouted urgently, "Let us go." However, Chinnu paid him no heed, still fixated on locating the white crystal within the corpse of the zombie. Frustrated by Chinnu's indifference, Gao Feng unleashed his rage, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the chest of the nearest zombie. He extracted its heart and crushed the fallen creature's skull beneath his foot. Striding towards Chinnu, he slapped the bloody heart against his chest, exclaiming furiously, "Here, the white crystal you desired. Now move." With his crowbar in hand, Gao Feng smashed the heads of the surrounding zombies. Witnessing Gao Feng's fury, Chinnu felt a tremor of fear within him. Glancing at the mangled heart he held, he could not shake the sensation that it was his own heart being crushed, which only deepened his trepidation. As Gao Feng covered their retreat, the group fought back while gradually withdrawing. Soon, Zhang Hong was the first to cease his assault. He had exhausted his arrows. The growing swarm of zombies before them instilled a sense of dread among the group. Chinnu, too, began to realize the recklessness of his actions. He glanced at the white crystal smeared with black blood in his hand and resolutely thought, "Once I reach level 2, these will be nothing." He wiped away the black blood and swallowed it whole. Moments later, flames erupted from Chinnu's body, enveloping him entirely. He laughed exuberantly, "Ha ha! I am now a level 2 ability user." Raising his hand, he unleashed a torrent of fire spanning 6 to 7 meters, incinerating 5 or 6 zombies in one breath. Gao Feng, taken aback, observed Chinnu with astonishment, realizing that his abilities had become remarkably potent upon reaching level 2. Initially, his fiery onslaught only extended a mere 2 to 3 meters. With a dual-handed flourish, Chinnu transformed the flames before him into a veritable inferno of death, an impassable barrier for any level 1 zombie. Gao Feng ceased his movements, observing as Chen Nu incinerated the encroaching undead. Suddenly, two figures materialized from within the conflagration, rapidly advancing. Gao Feng's gaze sharpened, discerning the forms of the two zombies. One was the drill zombie he had previously encountered, while the other possessed iron hammer-like fists, resembling a mutated zombie. However, it lacked the full-body black membrane. The level 2 zombies breached the fiery barrier, launching an assault on Chen Nu. Gao Feng intervened, intercepting the drill zombie, delivering a strike that was parried by its hardened forearms. The crowbar's tip managed to pierce slightly into its formidable appendages. Unimpeded, the iron fist zombie hurtled towards Chen Nu, who swiftly redirected his fiery barrage, channeling the flames into a concentrated beam aimed at the advancing monstrosity. The iron fist zombie raised its fists in defense, withstanding the fiery torrent. Even with level 2 mutation, it proved impossible to instantly incinerate the level 2 zombie's altered tissues. With a resounding whoosh, the iron fist zombie delivered a crushing blow towards Chen Nu, who felt a momentary paralysis. Gazing upon the iron fist zombie that had nearly ended his existence, Chen Nu was consumed by unbridled rage. The crimson lotus flames surged with his fury, intensifying in their ferocity. Even Wei Yi, positioned behind Chen Nu, involuntarily retreated several paces, distancing himself from the searing heat. Perish! The flames enveloping Chen Nu transitioned from crimson to a vibrant orange, coalescing into a fiery lance that pierced through the iron fist zombie's chest. The zombie faltered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Chen Nu gasped for breath, his energy severely depleted, rendering him unable to unleash his supernatural abilities. The sound of shuffling reached his ears, and he looked up in astonishment to see the iron fist zombie rising. A gaping hole the size of a bowl marred its chest, still emitting wisps of steam. Yet it was not dead. Wei Yi, witnessing this, displayed an expression of regret. Had that previous strike landed on the zombie's head, it would have undoubtedly perished. Chen Nu gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, determined to continue the fight. The flames erupting from his hands extinguished within mere seconds. He had exhausted all his strength. The iron fist zombie advanced step by step towards the trio, instilling fear in their hearts. Chen Nu felt an overwhelming mixture of terror and unquenchable rage. If only he had struck its head, the iron fist zombie would have met its demise. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the iron fist zombie. With a swift motion, a sharp crowbar pierced through the creature's eye socket. Chen Nu's heart momentarily halted as the iron fist zombie collapsed, revealing Gao Feng withdrawing the crowbar. Chen Nu stared at Gao Feng in silence, a tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within him. On one hand, he harbored an intense desire to surpass Gao Feng. On the other, he perceived him as an insurmountable force. Gao Feng glanced at the horde of zombies closing in from behind and commanded, "Let us go." Wei Yi pulled Chen Nu to his feet, and the three hastily fled into the distance, with Gao Feng covering their retreat. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the horde, Gao Feng turned to escape, leading the swarm of zombies in another direction. A few straggling zombies broke away from the main group, pursuing the trio. Moments later, Gao Feng found himself atop a bus stop shelter, surrounded by a dense throng of zombies below. The undead raised their arms, crowding around him at a height. Gao Feng surveyed the isolation barrier in the middle of the road ahead, silently calculating the distance in his mind. The cadavers beneath had commenced constructing a macabre edifice. Scaling the carport, with feet united, Gao Feng invoked his power, augmenting his strength and leaping distance twofold. He propelled himself into the air with a mighty bound. The tremendous force unleashed beneath his feet caused the carport's edge to buckle inward. Soaring over 10 meters, Gao Feng not only cleared the median barrier, but surpassed it by a significant margin. He landed heavily upon the earth, his legs momentarily numbed before swiftly recovering. Rising to his feet, he broke into a run. The pursuing zombies were thwarted by the barrier. By the time they managed to topple it, Gao Feng had vanished. A few straggling zombies remained, dispatched with ease as he gathered his spoils, 6 white crystals and a single green one. The battle had been fierce. Yet the number of zombies paled in comparison to the earlier skirmish at the gate. Noticing displaced debris, Gao Feng's countenance darkened. This was a vulnerability. Ascending the stairs, unfamiliar sounds from above piqued his curiosity. Moreover, twin sisters now occupied the room, possessing a delicate and refined beauty. However, Gao Feng's expression remained grim. The intrusion of strangers into one's sanctuary is seldom welcomed, particularly after entrusting its security to Lu Ying. The sound of the door opening drew their attention. Her voice trailed off as she perceived the displeasure etched upon Gao Feng's face. Gao Feng cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the sisters, whose palpable fear silenced them. He leveled a frigid stare at Chen Nu, declaring, "In this apocalypse, prioritizing convenience is akin to courting death." Chen Nu dared not utter a word in response. Upon hearing this, the younger twin sister could not help but exclaim, "How could you be like this?" Chen Nu retorted, "He is looking out for your best interests. How can you speak against him?" Gao Feng fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The elder sister quickly interjected, "I am Lin Yu, and this is my sister, Lin Yuming." Lu Ying promptly clarified, "When you two were leaving, a zombie stumbled in, and thankfully, they appeared just in time to eliminate it." Gao Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the two sisters, who felt a twinge of guilt and could not meet his penetrating gaze. With a chuckle, Gao Feng seemed to have pieced together the sequence of events. Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, which only heightened the sisters' unease. Lu Ying, puzzled, displayed a look of confusion, unable to comprehend Gao Feng's discourse. Gao Feng spared no mercy and publicly articulated his conjecture. "You two noticed the clutter at the stairway and the signs of a struggle nearby, surmising that there might be survivors. Thus you moved the debris obstructing the stairway. A zombie followed you upstairs, which Lu Ying spotted, and subsequently, you realized the zombie had trailed you and eliminated it." The sisters stared at Gao Feng in shock, with Lin Yuming exclaiming, "You saw all that?" Chen Nu and the others looked at Gao Feng in astonishment, bewildered as to how he was privy to the details of the incident. "You lured the zombie here, and you even played the role of the Good Samaritans. Truly commendable." Gao Feng sneered. The sisters' expressions darkened upon hearing his words. "I vehemently disagree," asserted Lin Yuming. "We've already dispatched the zombies we attracted. What more do you desire?" Gao Feng regarded them with indifference. "This is my abode, and uninvited guests are unwelcome. I request that you depart." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming was about to retort. But Lin Yu, restraining her, arose and stated, "Very well, we shall leave immediately." With that, she guided her sister towards the exit. "Sister, what are you doing? Why are we leaving? Chen Nu is the true Esper here, the veritable leader. Why should we heed his words?" Lin Yu, gazing at her sister, rebuked with a hint of vexation, "If you spoke less, things wouldn't have escalated to this point." "Wah, you're scolding me for the sake of a stranger." Observing her sister's feigned tears, Lin Yu couldn't help but console her. "All right, it's my fault. Please, cease your weeping. Let's go. We are unwelcome here, and we cannot linger any longer." The two sisters cleared the debris obstructing the corridor and departed. Chen Nu, witnessing Gao Feng's expulsion of the sisters, felt a surge of anger, but his resolve waned upon meeting Gao Feng's gaze. He moved his mouth and said, "Why did you dismiss them? Lin Yu is an Esper. Wouldn't it be advantageous to have another Esper in our ranks?" Gao Feng glanced at him, remaining silent. He was somewhat surprised to learn that Lin Yu possessed abilities. Observing the Lin sisters' neat attire and rosy complexions amidst the apocalypse, Gao Feng surmised that they were at least level 1 evolvers. It now appeared that he had underestimated them. Although Gao Feng felt a tinge of regret upon learning of Lin Yu's abilities, he did not rue his decision. After the sisters departed, he descended to examine the barricade, noting it was carelessly reinstated. Gao Feng reinforced it meticulously. Chapter 19. The Food Crisis. Gao Feng seated himself, glancing at Lu Ying. "Why did you grant them entry?" he inquired. Lu Ying explained, "I observed them assisting in eliminating the zombies, and they were merely 2 young women." Gao Feng pressed, "Do you recall my prior directives?" Lu Ying lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Gao Feng, perceiving her reticence, discontinued the discussion, stating, "Let us dine." He initiated the meal, prompting the others to follow suit. Despite no explicit declaration of Gao Feng as the group's leader, his authority was tacitly acknowledged by all. Following the meal, Lu Ying cleared the table as Gao Feng produced the white crystals for distribution. He addressed Chen Nu as a level 2 ability user. "The white crystals are inefficacious for you. Thus, I shall not allocate any to you." Chen Nu acquiesced without objection, trusting Gao Feng's veracity, as he had not witnessed Gao Feng consuming white crystals post his own ascent to level 2. Gao Feng distributed 4 white crystals, allotting 2 to both Wei Yi and Zhang Heng. Wei Yi accepted his share with equanimity, offering a subdued thank you. Zhang Heng, in contrast, was visibly elated, expressing, "Many thanks, Feng." With the distribution concluded, Gao Feng retained 5 white crystals and a solitary green crystal. Chen Nu, gazing at Gao Feng expectantly, inquired, What about the green crystal? Gao Feng, without concealment, produced the green crystal from his pocket, stating, "There is only one." Chen Nu displayed his disappointment. If there is only one, it undoubtedly belongs to Gao Feng. It cannot be shared with him. Lu Ying tidied up the dishes, occasionally glancing enviously at the two. She longed for the strength to protect herself. When Lu Ying finished cleaning the kitchen and was ready to rest, she noticed that Gao Feng's bedroom door was ajar. "Lu Ying, come here," Gao Feng called from within the room. Being alone together, an ominous feeling stirred within Lu Ying's heart. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped into the bedroom. Gao Feng presented her with a white crystal, saying, "This is for you. Although you did not venture into battle, you are an essential part of our team's logistics, and your contributions are significant." Lu Ying gazed at the white crystal in Gao Feng's palm, her expression one of astonishment. "Really for me?" she asked incredulously. As she exited the bedroom, she saw Gao Feng closing the door, still in disbelief. The coveted white crystal had come to her so effortlessly. Gao Feng had long perceived Lu Ying's yearning for the crystal. It was merely the abundance of crystals in his possession and his lack of need for another that prompted him to give her one, thereby reassuring her and preventing her from harboring any unsettling thoughts. Gao Feng then took out a green crystal and swallowed it. A wave of tingling sensation coursed through him, and his physical abilities doubled. Evolver, Gao Feng, Level 2. Combat Power, 160. Ability, Strength Enhancement, Level 1. Items, Cat's Swiftness, Level 1, 1 star. Jumping Shoes, Level 1. 2 stars. Having just finished his meal, Gao Feng felt no hunger after the enhancement. He lay on his bed, contemplating his abilities while reflecting on Chen Nu's formidable power after breaking through to Level 2. Having grasped the distinction between acquired and innate ability users, Gao Feng surmised that while innate users augment their powers with level progression, acquired users do not experience such enhancement. He speculated that consuming higher-grade crystals of similar abilities might elevate an acquired user's powers, a considerably more arduous process than leveling up for innate users. Lu Ying, upon ingesting the white crystal, trembled and emitted a suppressed moan, promptly covering her mouth in embarrassment. The surge of sensation left her ravenous. Realizing the inadequacy of her midday meal, she now comprehended the prodigious appetites of Gao Feng and his comrades, and the significance of Gao Feng's suggestion to snack when hungry. At 3 in the afternoon, the group reconvened for another foray. Lu Ying approached, stating, "The vegetables are nearly depleted, and we have only 2.5 bags of rice remaining, sufficient for about 2 weeks. Gao Feng, taken aback, nodded and replied, "Understood. Do not fret over it. I shall devise a solution. Focus on your culinary duties." With that, Gao Feng and his companions departed. The rate of food consumption exceeded Gao Feng's anticipations. However, considering their status as evolved individuals, each with an appetite far surpassing that of ordinary people, it was not entirely surprising. Despite only 5 individuals partaking in the meals, the portions were akin to those of a dozen or more. If such quantities are consumed even at level 2, would they be perpetually eating at higher levels? Gao Feng pondered, confident that a resolution would emerge. After dispatching the nearby zombies, Chen Nu procured a white crystal. Gao Feng then declared, "Our food supplies are dwindling. We shall procure provisions from the supermarket." The crowd expressed no dissent. The nearest supermarket lay just 2 streets away, and with the clock striking 3:20 in the afternoon, time was of the essence. They hastened their pace. Gao Feng led the way, scouting ahead, while Zhang Heng positioned himself in the middle, with Wei Yi trailing closely behind to safeguard him, and Chen Nu bringing up the rear. In the second shop ahead, 2 ravenous zombies lurked. Gao Feng disregarded the warning. As long as the undead did not charge directly at him, he chose to ignore them. To the left at the intersection, a small horde of zombies gathered. Slowing his pace, Gao Feng observed that there were only about 10 zombies and, without hesitation, charged forth. Zhang Heng refrained from using his arrows, wielding instead a sharpened steel rod as his weapon. With a limited supply of arrows, Gao Feng advised him to reserve them for critical moments. Generally, they relied on the steel rod for combat. Wei Yi had swapped his weapon for Gao Feng's fire axe, believing it to be more effective than the spear. The skirmish concluded swiftly, yielding 2 white crystals. Gao Feng promptly distributed them to Zhang Heng and Wei Yi, thereby enhancing their combat abilities. The 2 accepted the crystals but did not rush to consume them. Although ingesting white crystals would boost their strength, it would also induce extreme hunger. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, no one would opt to fight on an empty stomach. As they fought and ran, they safely reached the supermarket's exterior. Upon spotting the horde amassed at the entrance, Gao Feng murmured, "The number of zombies is rather considerable. We should circumvent them from the rear." The others nodded in agreement. Cautiously, the quartet maneuvered around the zombie cluster at the entrance, making their way to the back of the supermarket. Here, they encountered another gathering of over 10 zombies. However, this posed little threat to them. With a roar, the zombies lunged toward Gao Feng. Gao Feng effortlessly pierced through the skulls of the zombies, advancing into the horde as if traversing an unoccupied realm. Over a dozen zombies met their demise at his hands. As he collected the spoils, he discovered only a solitary white crystal, which he promptly stowed away in his pocket. The nearby zombies, alerted by the sounds of battle, began to draw closer, their silhouettes appearing at the alley's entrance. Chapter 20. The super mutant zombie activating his extraordinary abilities. Gao Feng doubled his strength and shattered the supermarket's rear door with a single punch. He extended his arm inside, groping about until he managed to unlock the tightly secured door. "Quickly, enter," he urged. The group hastily squeezed through the opening, and before the zombies could reach them, Gao Feng shut the door firmly behind them. Bang! Bang! The zombies crashed against the door, causing it to tremble violently. One of the creatures thrust its arm through the gaping hole created by Gao Feng, attempting to seize the humans within. Observing this, Wei Yi swung an axe, severing the intruding limb. Gao Feng glanced at the severed arm lying at his feet, remaining indifferent. He surveyed his surroundings and proceeded toward the main entrance, believing it to be a safe passage. Outside, several ravenous zombies lingered. Without hesitation, Gao Feng opened the door, prompting the nearby zombies to turn their heads in response. As the zombies realized the humans were charging toward them, chaos ensued. Bang! In no time, several zombies were dispatched, and the group emerged to find the supermarket's first floor in utter disarray. The main entrance had been barricaded from the inside, preventing the outside zombies from gaining entry. Yet, a multitude of zombies still roamed the ground floor. The stairway and elevator leading to the second floor were obstructed by debris, and dark blood smeared the walls and steps, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Gao Feng stated, "The food is on the second floor. The first floor is merely stocked with daily necessities. Having arrived, the priority is to expunge the area of any lingering undead and ascertain the presence of any phlogistic crystals." Spearheading the advance, Peak directed the party into the Emporium. The zombie population within was sparse, scattered throughout, rendering it ideal for a culling. Surveying their surroundings, Chen Nu sought out the jewelry display. Alas, the cabinet had been ransacked, its contents pilfered. His gaze then fell upon a zombie adorned with a hefty gold chain. His eyes gleaming, he approached the undead. Thwack! An arrow pierced a zombie's cranium. Wham! Wei Yi intercepted a zombie lunging at Zhang Heng from behind a shelf. After a brief skirmish, a cleaving blow from an axe concluded the engagement. Undead spotted behind the left-hand shelving unit. Another lurks beneath the front counter. Peak, privy to the intel, was assured of no imminent ambushes. Regrettably, the extermination of the ground floor yielded no level 2 zombies. A bounty of 3 phlogistic crystals. One apiece for you two. Peak distributed the crystals to Wei Yi and Zhang Heng, retaining his existing cache of 6. Peak noticed Chen Nu clutching a satchel, brimming with gold and silver trinkets, all scavenged from the undead. He shook his head, offering no comment. Zhang Heng, observing Chen Nu, inquired sotto voce. "What do you intend to do with those? Of what use is gold in this post-apocalyptic epoch?" Chen Nu responded with a chuckle, as the adage goes, in times of prosperity, one hoards antiques. In times of chaos, one invests in gold. This is an era of upheaval, thus it is prudent to amass as much gold as possible. When order is restored, this shall be my initial fortune. Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, conceded that there was a certain logic to it, yet a nagging unease lingered. Peak proceeded to clear the debris obstructing the stairwell. "Halt! What do you think you're doing?" 2 figures materialized at the summit of the staircase, their voices laced with urgency as they witnessed Gao Feng dislodging the debris obstructing their path. Unsurprised by the discovery of survivors, Gao Feng continued his task while retorting. With swiftness, he cleared a passage, and with a nimble bound, he surmounted the remaining obstacles and ascended the stairs. Observing this, Wei Yi pressed a hand against the debris, effortlessly vaulting over it. Zhang Heng, aspiring to emulate Gao Feng's leap, lacked the confidence and resorted to clambering over the obstruction. Chen Nu, confronted with a barrier reaching his chest, eschewed the act of climbing and unleashed a torrent of flames, instantaneously obliterating the obstacles before him. With newfound ease, Chen Nu strode up the stairs. The duo above, astounded by the spectacle, swiftly retreated, exclaiming, "Hurry, inform the boss." They possess individuals with supernatural abilities. Gao Feng, cognizant of the commotion behind him, cast a glance at Chen Nu but remained silent. Occasionally, the judicious display of strength could mitigate potential tribulations. However, he would never expose his own strength. Chen Nu was the most suitable to do such a thing. Sensing something, Chen Nu conveyed to Gao Feng, "There are individuals with supernatural abilities on the upper floor." Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement, having overheard the fleeing pair's exchange. Deducing that they were aware of the existence of individuals with supernatural abilities, implying prior encounters. Upon reaching the second floor, the quartet discerned approaching footsteps. Gao Feng turned his gaze to behold a group advancing towards them, brandishing an assortment of clubs and cleavers. At the vanguard of the throng, a man adorned in a black suit, brazenly unbuttoned at the chest, swaggered forth. Yang Xing gazed at the four individuals, addressing them with authority. "This is my territory. What brings you here?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed solely on Chen Nu, recognizing him as a fellow ability user. Yang Xing perceived Chen Nu as the leader among the group. Gao Feng remained silent, prompting Chen Nu to step forward and unleash a tirade. "What do you think you are? Just because you claim this is your territory, it makes it so? I declare this is mine." Chen Nu vented his pent-up fury, feeling stifled whenever he faced Gao Feng. Yang Xing's expression shifted as he let out a cold laugh. "Heh. This is the first time I've encountered someone more arrogant than myself." Without further ado, he raised his hand and summoned a blade of wind that soared toward Chen Nu. In response to Yang Xing's audacity, Chen Nu scoffed. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson in humility." He unleashed a pillar of fire that tore through the wind blade. Hurtling toward Yang Xing's countenance darkened, and he hastily conjured multiple wind blades to deflect Chen Nu's fiery assault. Observing Yang Xing, Chen Nu smirked, realizing, "So, you are merely at level 1. At this revelation, Yang Xing's heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. Gao Feng, witnessing the clash, felt a flicker of concern. He understood that attacks among ability users could cancel each other out, a fact he noted for future reference. As the tension escalated and the atmosphere grew taut, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from outside. With a resounding crash, the clutter barricading the door was forcefully displaced, revealing a long, grayish-white tentacle reaching inside. As more and more grayish-white tentacles began to extend from the outside, Yang Xing's expression changed drastically. "Damn it, it was you who lured that monster here." No sooner had he spoken than Gao Feng witnessed a grotesque mass of flesh, brimming with tentacles, roll into view. Upon seeing the creature, Gao Feng's pupils contracted in shock. The tentacled monstrosity before him was a super mutated zombie, formed from the horrific amalgamation of countless undead flesh. Tier 1 mutated zombie, awakened, supermutation. Awakened, flesh fusion, awakened, living tentacles. The super mutated zombie advanced toward the group, its tentacles dragging the grotesque mass along, disregarding any obstacles in its path. The zombies outside the supermarket followed in the wake of the tentacled creature. As the super mutated zombie drew near, Gao Feng was astonished to see that each tentacle bore a designation. Living tentacle, combat power 90. Living tentacle, combat power 95. Living tentacle, combat power 99. Each tentacle was equivalent to a pinnacle tier 1 monster. Chapter 21, Abilities, Shadow Stealth. Each of the tentacles equated to a pinnacle tier 1 monster, with the creature boasting at least a dozen or 20 tentacles, varying in length from 3 to 4 meters for the shorter ones, and 6 to 7 meters for the longer. Suddenly, one tentacle lunged toward the group. As it approached, Gao Feng discerned that the tip of the tentacle resembled a gaping maw, split into 4 grotesque segments. The bloody orifice opened, exuding a fetid, slimy substance, lined with rows of sharp, menacing teeth. Gao Feng thrust the crowbar in his hand forcefully toward the tentacle that had reached out before him. With a sickening squelch, he impaled the tentacle, pinning it to the ground. The tentacle writhed violently, desperately attempting to escape Gao Feng's grip. The tentacle writhed vehemently, forcibly tearing its labial structure until it had been rent into 5 sections, thus liberating itself from restraint. Cognizant of Gao Feng's formidable nature, the appendage extended towards Yang Xing and his cohort. Yang Xing promptly conjured wind blades to assail the tentacle, which managed to inflict superficial lacerations upon it. Exuding a dark ichor, disregarding the assault, the tentacle seized a man in its maw, and with a cacophony of snapping sounds and the victim's agonizing cries, The tentacle's sanguinary orifice masticated and consumed the man. Post-consumption, the tentacle's wounds underwent rapid cicatrization. Yang Xing's countenance betrayed his dismay, while his retinue promptly turned in flight. Bah! You'll not feast on me. You're a century premature. Chun Nu bellowed, emitting flames from his hands, incinerating a tentacle. The tentacle, subjected to the scarlet conflagration, recoiled and charred. Yet the tentacle monster possessed a multitude of appendages. As Chun Nu suppressed one tentacle, another emerged from below, attempting to seize him from the flank. With a resounding thud, Gao Feng struck the tentacle with his bludgeon, the substantial appendage impacting the ground with a deafening reverberation. Gao Feng's puissance was considerable, yet its efficacy against such a pliable entity was limited. Despite flattening the tentacle with a single blow, it instantaneously reverted to its original form upon release. "Mind your rear," Zhang Heng exclaimed, unleashing a volley of arrows in a futile attempt to impede the tentacle's assault on Gao Feng. Alas, the arrow's potency was insufficient to inflict significant harm. The tentacle deflected the projectiles and lunged at Gao Feng with its sanguinary ma agape. Upon hearing the rushing wind, Gao Feng pivoted swiftly, grasping his crowbar with both hands, raising it aloft and plunging it downward with force. The tentacle was impaled by the crowbar, rendering it immobile. The crowbar's tip embedded itself into the floor under the sheer dreadful force of Gao Feng. He had activated his superpower, his stamina dwindling at an alarming rate. Bang! Gao Feng lunged towards a tentacle, unleashing a full-powered punch. The tentacle exploded upon impact, sending gore and black blood splattering. A gaping hole appeared in the tentacle, revealing the writhing teeth within. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch and kick from Gao Feng effortlessly sent the tentacles flying, obliterating them. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being pulverized filled the air. And Gao Feng turned his head. A tentacle was raised high, devouring a human, blood spraying in all directions. After consuming the human, a bulge formed on the tentacle, the protrusion rapidly moving towards the central mass of flesh. Damn it! Gao Feng couldn't help but curse. He seized Chun Nu's belt, hurled him towards Wei Yi, and shouted, "Get out of here! This thing is unkillable right now." After the battle, the tentacle monster had only lost one tentacle, which Chun Nu had incinerated beyond recovery. However, Chun Nu had exhausted his strength and was no longer able to fight. The wounds on the remaining tentacles were rapidly healing after the monster devoured flesh. Wei Yi caught Chun Nu and, hearing Gao Feng's words, pulled Chun Nu towards the supermarket, fleeing. They saw Yang Xing running and instinctively followed his lead. Yang Xing had occupied the supermarket for so long that he must know the escape routes better than they did. Gao Feng covered their retreat alone. Facing an increasing number of tentacles, Gao Feng felt more and more strained, his stamina severely depleted, and his strength waning. He grabbed anything within reach and hurled it at the tentacle monster. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles flailed wildly, blocking the projectiles. When the commotion ceased, Gao Feng had vanished. Roar! The tentacled monstrosity ascended to the second floor, foraging for sustenance. It departed from the stairwell, followed by a scattering of zombies that aimlessly roamed the supermarket in quest of prey. Bang! Clatter! The tentacled creature's movements on the second floor left a trail of devastation in its wake. Occasional screams echoed through the supermarket as the number of survivors dwindled. Gao Feng scoured the area for any sign of Chun Nu and his companions, but his search proved fruitless. The encroaching presence of the tentacled beast heightened Gao Feng's sense of urgency. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Fengji, over here." "We're here," Zhang Heng called out. Gao Feng followed the sound and spotted Zhang Heng concealed behind a door. He made his way toward them and stepped inside, finding himself enveloped in darkness. As his eyes adjusted, Gao Feng was taken aback by the sight of the individuals in the room. The Lin sisters, Lin Yu and Lin Yumeng, were also present. Lin Yu offered Gao Feng a cordial smile, while Lin Yumeng pursed her lips, revealing her initial reluctance to rescue him. Gao Feng, puzzled, inquired in a hushed tone, "Didn't you flee with Feng Nan? How did you end up with them?" Zhang Heng responded with a wry smile. "That fellow vanished around a corner, and we have no idea where he went. Lin Yu rescued us when we were trapped here with nowhere else to go." Gao Feng, aware of the monster's imminent approach, warned, "The creature is coming. This place won't hold it back." Lin Yumeng retorted dismissively, "If you want to leave, be our guest. The monster won't find us here." Lin Yu tugged at her younger sister, elucidating, "This is my ability, shadow infiltration, which allows me to create an area in the darkness that monsters cannot detect." As long as we remain silent and avoid physical contact with the creatures, we can pass by them unnoticed. Gao Feng gazed at Lin Yu with astonishment, realizing the divine nature of her ability during the night, granting her the freedom to traverse anywhere. It was no wonder they had managed to maintain their impeccable appearance and ample provisions amidst the apocalypse. Lin Yu stated, "Once night falls, we can abscond from this place." Upon hearing this, the others could only wait with patience. Unable to defeat the tentacle monster, their only recourse was to sneak away under the cover of darkness. Chen Nu turned to Lin Yu, proposing, "When it gets dark later, take me near the tentacle monster, and I'll incinerate it with a burst of flames." Chen Nu displayed a look of surprise. Gao Feng interjected, "To eradicate the tentacle monster, you must destroy all of its tentacles. The fleshy orb merely serves as an organ for distributing energy to the tentacles. Burning the orb might impede the monster's regenerative capabilities, but it won't completely eliminate it." Upon hearing this, the others fell into silence. With food and drinks available in the room, they passed the time by eating, drinking, and engaging in hushed conversations. Zhang Heng and Wei Yi seized the opportunity to consume 2 white crystals, enhancing their strength and increasing their chances of survival during the escape. Seeing the two consume the white crystals, Lin Yuming inquired, "Did you also discover the information online about evolving by consuming white crystals?" The two responded with perplexed expressions. Questioning the information, she elaborated, expressing her gratitude. "Thanks to the generous benefactor who shared the information, otherwise my sister and I wouldn't have been able to escape." The others glanced at Gao Feng, remaining silent. They believed that Gao Feng had learned about Bai Jing's situation through online news. Gao Feng sensed the gazes of several individuals, maintaining an expression of calm. Little did they know, he was the formidable figure referred to as the Big Boss by Lin Yuming. Chapter 22. Breaking through zero distance. As night fell, Lu Ying anxiously awaited the return of Gao Feng and the others, her heart heavy with unease. The surroundings were desolate, with only the distant echoes of zombies' growls accompanying her. Alone, she sought refuge in Gao Feng's bedroom, feeling a semblance of safety within its confines. As darkness enveloped the supermarket, it descended into silence, save for the ominous rustling of zombies dragging their feet across the floor, occasionally punctuated by their guttural cries. Gao Feng opened the door and surveyed the situation outside. The tentacle creature lay asleep in the center of the supermarket's second floor, with 1 or 2 restless tentacles devouring passing zombies. Each time it consumed a zombie, an additional tentacle sprouted from its body. The newly formed tentacles were short, measuring only 1 or 2 meters in length, appearing quite juvenile. With the passage of time, these appendages would grow longer and thicker. As Lin Yu activated her abilities, the group formed a circle around her, carefully navigating through the supermarket within the shadow's protective range. They cautiously moved toward the exit, avoiding zombies whenever possible. In cases where evasion was impossible, Gao Feng would swiftly eliminate the threat, dispatching the zombies with lethal efficiency. The journey from the second floor to the supermarket exit spanned just over 100 meters, yet it took them more than 10 minutes to traverse. Even upon exiting the supermarket, safety remained elusive. While the zombies had already surged inside, the area outside still harbored hundreds of them. Any disturbance could potentially draw the horde within the supermarket and the tentacle creature into a frenzy. The assembly remained in close proximity to Lin Yu until they had distanced themselves sufficiently, at which point they dispersed. Gao Feng cleared the obstructions from the stairwell. Chen Nu, addressing Lin Yu and Lin Yu Meng, suggested, "Why don't you join us upstairs? There are plenty of vacant rooms, and it would save you the trouble of searching for a place to sleep. Moreover, there's safety in numbers." He had previously consulted Gao Feng on this matter, and with no objection raised, Chen Nu extended the invitation. Lin Yu Meng responded with enthusiasm, "Yes, that would be wonderful. We've been eager to join your group, but someone drove us away." She still labored under the misapprehension that Chen Nu was the leader of the group. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Gao Feng, but remained silent. She was acutely aware that Gao Feng was the true leader of the team. While Chen Nu possessed formidable strength as an ability user, he subtly displayed a degree of apprehension towards Gao Feng. These manifestations might have gone unnoticed by Chen Nu himself, but they were not lost on Lin Yu. With a click, the door opened. Lu Ying, having heard the sound from the bedroom, rose to her feet with haste. Upon seeing Lin Yu and Lin Yu Meng, her expression betrayed a momentary pause, tinged with curiosity. Lu Ying directed a glance at Gao Feng, noting his placid countenance, which implied his acceptance of the two newcomers into the fold. Observing this, she proceeded towards the kitchen, announcing, "The meal is prepared. Please partake while it's still warm." The group convened to dine, setting out 2 additional sets of cutlery. The 7 individuals huddled around the modest dining table, which appeared somewhat cramped. Perceiving this, Wei Yi proposed, "I possess a larger table in my residence, which could be brought down for use. I shall retrieve it." With these words, he ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared, bearing a sizable table. With the table rearrangement, the group found themselves with ample space. Chen Nu, brandishing the salvaged vintage wine, proposed, "In celebration of our 2 lovely ladies joining the ranks, let us raise a glass." As he moved to pour for Gao Feng, the latter demurred, stating, "I abstain from alcohol. I shall partake in a beverage instead." Gao Feng then poured himself a glass of soda. The others filled their glasses with white wine. Observing this, Lin Yuming sensed a subtle discord. It struck her as odd that a subordinate would decline a superior's offer of wine. However, the tantalizing aromas emanating from the dishes before her, a luxury she had long been deprived of, overshadowed her misgivings. She cheerfully raised her glass in a toast and eagerly began to eat. Lin Yu glanced at her sister, cautioning, "Pace yourself with the drinks. You underestimate me." "I can hold my liquor," Lin Yuming slurred, her words somewhat garbled amidst bites. As the meal concluded, Lin Yuming clung to Lin Yu, who firmly supported her arm to prevent her from collapsing. Lin Yuming had clearly reached a state of inebriation. Lu Ying, her cheeks flushed from the wine, observed the pair and offered, "You both are welcome to stay at my place. The beds and linens are freshly laundered." Lin Yu expressed her gratitude. "That would be most appreciated." Lu Ying escorted them up to the 7th floor and ushered them into the room. Upon returning to the 3rd floor, she encountered Gao Feng, who had just emerged from the shower. A daring notion began to take shape in her mind. She resented being confined to a support role within the household. She yearned for the power to venture out alongside Gao Feng and the others, rather than being perpetually consumed by anxiety in their absence. She, too, desired to wield strength. Emboldened by the drink, Lu Ying cleansed herself, donned black stockings, and proceeded towards Gao Feng's chamber. A twig snapped, and upon hearing the door ajar, Gao Feng pivoted with curiosity, inquiring, "What is it?" Scarcely had the words left his lips when Lu Ying entered, clad in gossamer attire and black stockings. At daybreak, Gao Feng, gazing upon Lu Ying at his side, wore a smile, for their bond had transcended the threshold of intimacy the prior evening. Emerging from the room, he was met with a percussive summons at the door. Upon opening it, he found Chen Nu standing sentinel. Chen Nu entered, posing the query, "What fare shall we partake of this morn? I perceive no savory scent." Gao Feng seized a carton of bread, casting it towards him, decreeing, "Consume this." Chen Nu, cradling the bread box, scrutinized Gao Feng for a span, then, with a cryptic smile, departed. Gao Feng procured a box of chocolates. Entering the bedchamber, where Lu Ying had just completed her ablutions and attire, he placed the chocolates before her, then produced 5 crystalline gems, laying them before her gaze. Lu Ying beheld the quintet of white crystals with palpable astonishment. She had overheard Chen Nu lamenting the rarity of white crystals, avowing that one could only be obtained through the slaying of 10 zombies. Was this not excessive? What of the others? Lu Ying inquired with a modicum of embarrassment. Recalling Gao Feng's allocation of 2 crystals apiece to Zhang Heng and Wei Yi during the distribution, Gao Feng regarded her, retorting with a smile, "Partake. For you are now my consort, and it is inconceivable that I would leave you without the means to safeguard yourself." Upon hearing these words, Lu Ying was suffused with profound emotion. He cautioned, "Consume them one by one. Do not ingest them all at once." Having spoken, he exited the chamber to perform his ablutions and partake in breakfast, preparing for the day's forthcoming struggle. Chapter 23. Training. Lu Ying emerged from the chamber, her palate bearing the bitter residue of an excess of chocolate, cast a glance at her, and inquired, "What is your current combat prowess?" A look of surprise washed over Gao Feng's countenance. "How can it be so low? What was your initial combat ability?" Lu Ying responded, 8 points. Lu Ying ingested 6 white crystals, though in actuality, it was 7, as one was a fused white crystal. Consequently, each white crystal only augmented Lu Ying's combat ability by 6 points. Her aptitude paled in comparison to Gao Feng's. A single crystal elevated his combat ability by 8 points. He had queried Wei Yi and Zhang Heng, learning that Wei Yi experienced a 9-point increase per crystal, while Zhang Heng enjoyed a 10-point surge. Sensing the shift in Gao Feng's tone, Lu Ying asked with trepidation, "Is something amiss?" Gao Feng regarded her and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, merely a minor issue. Pay it no mind." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling her neglected chore, she hastily declared, "I shall prepare breakfast." Gao Feng demurred, "Not today. We shall partake in bread for breakfast. Don a more substantial garment. We shall venture out together today," Gao Feng instructed. Lu Ying exclaimed in surprise. Taken aback by the proposition, Gao Feng elucidated, "Combat prowess unaccompanied by combat awareness is futile. Even with elevated combat ability, you would be unable to harness it effectively." The crowbar had been inadvertently left behind in the supermarket during the altercation with the super mutant zombie. Gao Feng dismantled the aluminum rod from the security window, contorting it into a helical shape to fashion a makeshift spear. He crafted 4 such spears, intending to distribute them among the others. Now, he could wield the iron bar with ease, finally poised to take it into battle. The group convened at Gao Feng's residence. Gao Feng surveyed the assembly, posing the question, "Where are Lin Yu and Lin Yang?" Zhang Heng commented that they might still be asleep. Zhang Heng nodded in affirmation. After a brief pause, Gao Feng added that it was of no consequence if they declined to accompany them. He would not press them. Despite their inclusion in the group, the 2 sisters remained somewhat detached. Lin Yu's capabilities distinguished them from Lu Ying, Wei Yi, and others who depended on Gao Feng. They were free to depart at any time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Nu, overhearing Gao Feng's words, glanced up and silently hoped that the 2 would join them. Otherwise, he feared his position as a teammate would become untenable. Several minutes later, Zhang Heng returned and announced that they would be joining them, requesting that they wait a moment. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Gao Feng, growing impatient, turned to Zhang Heng and instructed him to urge them along. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yu's voice echoed from outside, announcing their arrival. Lin Yu, fully dressed, entered and offered an apologetic explanation, stating that her sister had drunk excessively the previous night and had only just awakened. Gao Feng did not dwell on their tardiness. He handed the 2 sisters the spears he had prepared, instructing them to take them. He then gave the remaining 2 spears to Wei Yi and Lu Ying. Wei Yi accepted his without comment, and Lu Ying also took the spear. The others, noticing that she too had received a weapon, looked at Gao Feng with surprise. Chen Nu inquired if he intended for her to accompany them. Gao Feng confirmed that he did. Chen Nu instinctively protested, questioning who would prepare their meals in her absence. Lu Ying, upon hearing this, silently pursed her lips, intending to offer to remain behind. Pete glanced at him and preemptively declared, "Each individual is an integral component of our collective. Our paramount objective is to empower every member with the requisite skills to thrive in this apocalyptic epoch. This ethos of mutual aid constitutes the very essence of our team's cohesion." He elucidated, "Previously, our limited prowess rendered us vulnerable, barely able to safeguard ourselves. Now, fortified with newfound strength, it is incumbent upon us to assist our comrades in adapting to this desolate world." Lu Ying regarded Peek with profound gratitude, cognizant that this transformation stemmed from the evolving dynamic between them. Had their relationship remained static, she would have languished as an unsung auxiliary within the team, relegated to logistical duties and occasionally receiving meager alms of white crystals from Peek. Chen Nu curled his lip in disdain, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ying. He surmised that the verity lay in Lu Ying's ascension to the status of Peek's paramour. Only after their carnal union would Peek bestow such favor upon her. Otherwise, he mused, would Peek have deigned to escort her on today's expedition? Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with newfound admiration upon hearing these words. Her clandestine forays, facilitated by her shadow infiltration ability, had exposed her to the depravity and squalor that pervaded the post-apocalyptic landscape. In her estimation, the vast majority of individuals were consumed by selfishness and avarice. Thus, it was the first time she had encountered a leader as altruistic and considerate of his teammates as Peek. She affirmed to herself that her decision to align with him was indeed sagacious. Lin Yamong, however, leaned languidly against her sister, her senses still dulled by the lingering effects of the previous night's libations. Peek cast a cursory glance at Lin Yaming, unconcerned by her enervated state. After all, with Lin Yu's ability, even if Lin Yamong were to succumb to slumber, she would likely remain unscathed. Turning his attention to Lin Yu, Peek inquired, "Does your ability necessitate the presence of absolute darkness to be effective? Can it be employed within shadows?" Lin Yu nodded in affirmation, replying, "The deeper the obscurity, the more potent the effect. Shadows can provide concealment, albeit with a modicum of risk of detection." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He said, "You should carry an umbrella with you." Lin Yu exhibited a look of confusion and inquired, "What purpose does the umbrella serve?" Gao Feng elucidated, "An umbrella can shield you from the sun. In critical moments, you can utilize your abilities to evade pursuit beneath its cover." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was a path she had never contemplated. Creating shadows herself? She gazed at Gao Feng with admiration. The group, fully equipped, prepared to venture outside. Descending the stairs, Gao Feng cast a glance at the scattered zombies wandering the street, then turned to Lu Ying and said, "Prepare for battle." Lu Ying tightened her grip on her weapon, her heart racing. As the zombies noticed the group, they began to approach, transforming from a walk to a run, roaring as they charged forward. With a swift swing of his weapon, Gao Feng shattered one zombie's legs, causing it to collapse before Lu Ying. The creature crawled towards her, reaching out with its hands to grasp her legs. Startled, Lu Ying recoiled repeatedly, her face paling as her mind blanked while clutching her weapon. Chen Nu and the others stood behind, observing the scene. Chen Nu, noticing Gao Feng's protective demeanor towards Lu Ying, couldn't help but scoff. During his own initial encounter with zombies, Gao Feng had not shown such concern for him. Zhang Heng encouraged Lu Ying from behind, "Sister Lu, do not be afraid. Your weapon is longer than the zombie's arms. It cannot reach you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying regained her composure and glanced at the nearly 2-meter-long spear in her hands. Summoning her courage, she tightly gripped the spear and thrust it fiercely towards the zombie's head. The first thrust went awry, merely grazing the creature's forehead and embedding itself in the ground. The second thrust found its mark, penetrating the zombie's skull and bringing about its demise. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers betrayed their astonishment, scarcely believing the prodigious strength wielded by Lu Ying. Chen Nu, his countenance etched with envy, surmised that Gao Feng must have bestowed upon her a white crystal, for whence else could such potency derive? With Lu Ying having dispatched the crippled zombie, Gao Feng, having already annihilated the surrounding horde, left but a solitary undead creature standing. He then proceeded to shatter the zombie's arms, directing it towards Lu Ying. Turning to face her, he commanded, "Slay it." Lu Ying, her visage a canvas of palpable trepidation, beheld the advancing zombie. The sensation of confronting a standing undead being was markedly different from that of its crawling brethren, imbuing a far more formidable sense of oppression. Chapter 24, Level 2 Mutant Beast. Thus concluded Lu Ying's combat exercise. Having observed the entirety of the engagement, Gao Feng found himself somewhat disillusioned with her performance. Her combat acumen was woefully inadequate. Even against a zombie bereft of its arms, she nearly succumbed to its bite. Gao Feng, his gaze fixed upon Lu Ying's face, where vestiges of terror lingered, instructed, "Henceforth, ensure your strikes are aimed squarely at the zombie's cranium. Should a precise thrust prove elusive, percussive blows or sweeping motions shall suffice. Above all, prevent the creature from encroaching upon your personal space." Lu Ying nodded profusely, her apprehension palpable lest she incur Gao Feng's displeasure and be denied future excursions. To be left behind would signify the forfeiture of opportunities for self-improvement, a prospect she vehemently resisted. Gao Feng cast a cursory glance at the zombie, its chest impaled, his expression betraying no emotion. Earlier, Lu Ying had thrust her spear into the zombie's thorax, yet the creature continued its inexorable advance. Lu Ying, in her naivete, clung steadfastly to the shaft, neglecting to retreat. Consequently, the zombie had effectively impaled itself further upon the spear, advancing inexorably towards Lu Ying until it stood menacingly before her. It was only through Gao Feng's intervention, with a decisive blow that shattered the zombie's skull, that the encounter was brought to an end. He felt no compulsion to rush her development, recognizing that bestowing formidable combat prowess upon her was a gradual process. The purpose of the training was merely to acclimate Lu Ying to combat against zombies, preventing her from being petrified with fear upon encountering them. Her combat prowess would improve rapidly once she experienced genuine battle, provided she survived. Gao Feng glanced at the street to his right and stated, "We cannot proceed to the right. A tentacled monster resides there. Let us proceed to the left, seeking provisions that can be stored for an extended period." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Yiming had regained her composure and cast a questioning glance at Chen Nu, then at Gao Feng. Why was Gao Feng deciding the team's direction? Was not Chen Nu the empowered one? Gao Feng led the way, scouting ahead, with Lu Ying, Zhang Heng, and the Lin sisters following in the center. Wei Yi guarded against potential zombies emerging from the sides, while Chen Nu brought up the rear. Along the way, They swiftly dispatched any sporadic zombies they encountered. Even when confronted with small groups of zombies, they managed to navigate the situations with minimal peril. Liu Ying's combat abilities escalated rapidly, ultimately demonstrating a true combat effectiveness commensurate with her 50 points of combat power after repeated engagements. Gao Feng gathered all the harvested white crystals, stating that he would distribute them after the battle concluded, with an increased number of individuals. The 1 or 2 white crystals obtained per battle were difficult to allocate equitably. Gao Feng decided to collect them all and distribute them uniformly after the battle. The group arrived outside a department store street. Gao Feng's eyes lit up slightly, as he had been here before. It was a nearby food wholesale market. Just as he was about to enter, a prompt appeared before him. A perilous mutated beast is entrenched within. A mysterious treasure chest lies beneath the ruins ahead. Gao Feng's gaze intensified slightly, revealing a look of earnestness. He cautioned the crowd behind him, warning them of the formidable mutated beast ahead, urging them to exercise caution. Upon hearing his words, the group became increasingly tense. As Gao Feng stepped through the entrance of the wholesale market, the sight of dilapidated structures unfolded before him. Perched upon the ruins was a colossal figure. Sensing the arrival of the crowd, the mutated beast unfurled its massive form. Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the onlookers, and Gao Feng's expression shifted slightly. It was a mutated centipede, a level 2 aberration possessing the ability of size amplification. Once fully extended, the creature measured over 10 meters in length, its sides bristling with a multitude of sharp, spear-like appendages. With a rustling sound, the mutated centipede advanced rapidly towards the crowd, leaving a trail of numerous depressions in its wake. Chen Nu was startled by the sight of the mutated centipede, but once he regained his composure, a surge of anger welled within him. He could not believe he had been frightened by a mere insect. "Damn it, I'll make you pay." Chen Nu unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands, directing them at the advancing beast. The mutated centipede emitted a piercing, shrill cry as the flames seared its body. Swiftly altering its course, it evaded the fire and lunged at the crowd from the side. With a mighty swing, Gao Feng brandished an iron rod weighing over 100 pounds, aiming it at the mutated centipede. The creature raised its numerous legs to strike at Gao Feng, whose gaze hardened as he swung the iron rod down upon the centipede's appendages. The force of the impact created a gust of wind, shattering the centipede's legs. However, losing a dozen legs was inconsequential for a creature boasting hundreds of them. Realizing that Gao Feng posed a significant threat, the centipede lunged towards the crowd behind him. Suddenly, an arrow shot by Zhang Heng struck the centipede's armored shell, only to ricochet harmlessly off, proving utterly ineffective against its defenses. Upon witnessing the scene, Gao Feng activated his extraordinary abilities, doubling his strength. With a sudden forceful step, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web. The onlookers barely glimpsed his figure before a tremendous collision resonated through the air. Gao Feng struck the mutated centipede with his club, shattering its exoskeleton and causing its ichor to splatter in all directions. Enraged from nearly being severed in two, the mutated centipede coiled tightly, ensnaring Gao Feng within its grasp. Countless razor-sharp legs surged toward him from all angles, and the crowd gasped in shock at the sight of him being constricted. Chen Nu let out a fierce roar. "Release him." Flames erupted from his hands, engulfing the centipede's exterior. The shell quickly charred under the intense heat, emitting a pungent aroma that filled the air. The mutated centipede screamed in agony as it was consumed by the fiery wrath of Chen Nu. With a thunderous explosion, the creature's body erupted, scattering fragments of various sizes in every direction. "Gao Feng, do you wish to incinerate me?" His voice resonated from the front. Chen Nu, upon hearing this, hastily ceased his assault, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Gao Feng glanced at Chen Nu, but chose not to pursue the matter further. It was indeed thanks to Chen Nu's flames that the centipede's defenses had significantly weakened, granting Gao Feng the opportunity to obliterate it. "Ah!" Liu Ying's scream pierced the air. Gao Feng abruptly turned to see the still-living mutated centipede dragging its battered form toward Liu Ying and the others. He raised his iron rod and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The rod cut through the air with a heavy sound, piercing the centipede's body and embedding itself into the concrete. The creature was pinned to the ground, thrashing violently as blood sprayed forth. With a swiftness born of urgency, Gao Feng surged forward, leaping onto the back of the mutated centipede. Astride the monstrous creature, he delivered a devastating blow, his fist crashing against its head with unrestrained force. The resounding impact shattered the formidable carapace, unleashing a torrent of viscous, sanguine fluid. Gao Feng's hand plunged into the centipede's skull, extracting a mass of gore and viscera in a gruesome display. The scene was one of savage brutality. Though its body continued to writhe, the mutated centipede's strength waned considerably. Gao Feng marveled at its tenacity, yet recognizing the imminent demise of the beast, he turned his attention to the ruins, seeking the promised treasure chest. Suddenly, a notification materialized before him: forgotten spoils. Gao Feng examined the severed remains of the centipede, where, beneath the shattered armor and gore, he discovered a verdant crystal, larger than any he had previously encountered. A smile graced his lips, a testament to his unexpected fortune. He proceeded towards the debris, effortlessly displacing tons of steel and concrete. Chen Nu approached, inquiring, "What are you searching for?" Chapter 25, 3-Star Weapon. Scythe of Death. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Gao Feng unearthed a treasure chest from the ruins. A treasure chest? What wonders does it hold? Lin Yiming inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The sight of the chest was novel to them all, a source of great fascination. Chen Nu harbored a suspicion, his gaze drawn to Gao Feng's footwear. He recalled the previous incident when Gao Feng had discovered a pair of shoes within a cardboard box, shoes that possessed the remarkable ability to absorb white crystals. Chen Nu had attempted to replicate this feat with his own shoes, but to no avail. His experiments with various objects had similarly failed. Now, he believed he understood the underlying reason. Most of the shoes from the last peak were also discovered within treasure chests. Gao Feng glanced at the crowd and remarked, "Treasure chests can yield equipment." He then opened a treasure chest, and a brilliant light flashed. The chest vanished, revealing a long-handled scythe in his grasp. Scythe of Death, 3 stars. Level, 0. Effect, none. Special effect, Harvest of Death, 0. The more lives taken, the greater the power of the Scythe of Death. The Scythe of Death stood taller than Gao Feng, its blade extending longer than his arm. The scythe was entirely black, save for its gleaming silver blade, which shimmered with a chilling light, sharp beyond measure. "What a magnificent scythe!" Lin Yiming exclaimed in awe. Chen Nu rubbed his hands together in anticipation, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Gao Feng. "Let me have a look." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng handed the Scythe of Death to him. Chen Nu's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the attributes of the scythe. "Is this a growth-type equipment?" Gao Feng nodded, replying yes. "The specific effects will only be revealed after use." "Let me see too," Lin Yiming said eagerly, extending her hand. Chen Nu glanced at Gao Feng, and seeing no objection, handed it over to her. Upon inspecting the Scythe of Death, Lin Yiming pouted and passed it to Lin Yu. "What's so great about this? It's not even a divine artifact." The group took turns handling the Scythe of Death, indulging in the thrill of wielding equipment. After all, this was the team's first official piece of gear. No one attempted to contest Gao Feng for the scythe. It was rightfully his, not only because he had discovered the treasure chest, but also due to his position as the strongest member of the team. Lin Yu inquired, "What does the 3 stars behind the Death Scythe signify? Is it related to the quality of the equipment?" Gao Feng nodded in affirmation and elaborated, "Indeed. Equipment can absorb white crystals to enhance their potency. The number of stars indicates how many white crystals can be absorbed. The higher the star rating, the more times it can be enhanced." Curiosity piqued, Lin Yu asked, "How do you know this?" Gao Feng lifted his foot and replied, "These shoes are also equipment, classified as a 2-star item, and they enhance my jumping ability." A moment of realization washed over Lin Yu, while the others stared in astonishment at Gao Feng's shoes, surprised to discover that he possessed another piece of equipment. Gao Feng's words confirmed Chen Nu's suspicions. He had not merely 2 pieces of equipment, but indeed 3. Since Chen Nu had already seen the jumping shoes, Gao Feng felt it prudent to disclose this information to the group. If he remained silent, Chen Nu would inevitably reveal it, and the others would eventually learn of it. Thus, it was better to come clean first. Suddenly, the sound of shuffling feet echoed as several zombies approached. Gao Feng gripped the death scythe and stepped forward, eager to test its might, while the others looked on with anticipation. With a swift motion, Gao Feng swung the death scythe, effortlessly severing the zombies in half. In a flash of cold light, the zombies that drew near were cleaved at the waist. After dispatching a few more zombies, Gao Feng picked up a white crystal and walked back to the group. In a light-hearted manner, he pressed the recently acquired white crystal onto the death scythe. Within 10 seconds, the crystal melted away, and the scythe emanated a faint white glow, its blade becoming even sharper. Gao Feng then produced another white crystal of his own to further enhance the death scythe. As he had surmised, the 3-star equipment could be enhanced thrice. Gao Feng turned to the group and said, "I have exhausted my white crystal. I will temporarily borrow some from the team. And after the battle concludes, I shall deduct it from my share." The others nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. It was perfectly acceptable for him to utilize it directly, considering he had slain the most zombies and thus acquired the greatest amount of white crystal. In truth, a strictly equitable distribution would be rather unjust to him. Yet, openly declaring it before everyone imbued the act with a different significance altogether. The cohesion within the team substantially increased, and their trust in Gao Feng grew. After enhancing the Scythe of Death with 3 white crystals, it emanated a soft white glow, transforming into an equipment imbued with special effects. Scythe of Death, 3 stars. Level 1, 3-3. Effect, Sharpness 3. Special effect, Death Harvest 4. Having just slain 4 zombies, the count for Death Harvest rose to 4. However, Gao Feng did not perceive an increase in the scythe's power. He speculated that only through extensive slaughter would a quantitative change lead to a qualitative transformation, thereby augmenting the scythe's might. Conversely, the enhancement from the white crystals was strikingly evident. With Sharpness 3, a mere flick of his wrist allowed him to sever a steel pipe. With a slight exertion, he cleaved through an iron rod weighing over 100 pounds. Gazing at the severed rod, Gao Feng contemplated the super-mutated zombies. Grasping the Scythe of Death, he felt confident in his ability to vanquish them this time. Vengeance would certainly be sought, but not at this moment. Gao Feng had not forgotten the purpose of their expedition. He declared, "Let us disperse to search for supplies, focusing on food that can be preserved long-term. We shall reconvene at the entrance before noon." Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. The most formidable threat, a level 2 mutated centipede, had already been vanquished, leaving only a few level 1 zombies in the wholesale market, posing little danger to the group. Gao Feng organized the teams, assigning Chun Nu and Wei Yi to one group, while Zhang Heng was to accompany Lin Yu and Lin Yu Ming, allowing them the opportunity to experiment. Perhaps their ranged attacks would not disrupt the abilities. Zhang Heng glanced at Lin Yu upon hearing this and nodded in affirmation. Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Gao Feng to possess such a plethora of ideas. First, he had utilized an umbrella to artificially create shadows to forcibly activate abilities, and now he employed an unexpected tactic. Lin Yu observed Gao Feng with curiosity, eager to uncover the extent of his inventive thoughts. Eventually, Gao Feng turned to Lu Ying and said, "Lu Ying, stay close to me. Let us commence our actions." The group dispersed, each selecting a distinct direction to proceed. Chen Nu cast a glance at Wei Yi and grumbled, "Why did Gao Feng make me team up with you? I am capable of ranged attacks as well." As he spoke, he raised his hand and shot forth a flame, incinerating a zombie. Wei Yi paid no heed to his complaints, remaining indifferent as he tightened his grip on his weapon, vigilant of their surroundings. Gao Feng had deliberately paired the two. Knowing their personalities, few could tolerate Chen Nu's temperament, as it had only intensified with his growing strength, though he refrained from exhibiting it in front of Gao Feng. "Be cautious," Wei Yi warned, then took a step forward, thrusting his twisted spear towards a zombie that lunged from the shadows. Chen Nu, witnessing his action, scoffed. What a hassle! If Gao Feng were here, he could discern at a glance whether there were any white crystals around. Chen Nu harbored a profound admiration for Gao Feng's remarkable abilities. Regrettably, he had never sensed the mutual awareness that existed among those endowed with supernatural powers. In Chapter 26, titled Instantaneous Elimination of Level 2 Mutant Zombies, Lin Yu activated her shadow stealth ability, allowing the trio to traverse the shadows. Suddenly, an arrow materialized in the air, striking an unsuspecting zombie and piercing its skull, resulting in an instantaneous kill. After the zombie collapsed, Lin Yuming hurriedly approached, gloved hands wielding a knife to slice open the zombie's chest in search of the elusive white crystal. Alas, there was none to be found. Observing the lifeless body on the ground, Lin Yuming inquired curiously, "Sister, how do you think Gao Feng knows whether a zombie contains a white crystal?" Without dissecting the zombie, it was impossible to ascertain, unless the creature itself dissolved, revealing the crystal within. Lin Yuming's expression reflected her confusion. Throughout their journey, Gao Feng had never overlooked a single white crystal, consistently extracting one with precision during every encounter. This uncanny ability to discern the presence of white crystals within zombies filled Lin Yuming with envy. She yearned for such a skill. as it would spare her the repugnant task of excavating a zombie's heart, only to be met with the disappointment of finding nothing. Lin Yu cast a glance at her and shook her head, replying, "How would I know?" The two then turned their attention to Zhang Hong, who, under their scrutinizing gazes, felt a flush of embarrassment. He shook his head, admitting, "I don't know either." With admiration, he added, "Brother Feng is truly remarkable. He can always perceive things we overlook. On several occasions, while we were out hunting zombies, he managed to locate them before we did, successfully evading ambushes." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pondered thoughtfully. Always able to discover them? Is it a meticulous mind accompanied by vigilance, a keen observational ability, or perhaps the possession of some extraordinary power, such as precognition? She sensed a certain enigma surrounding Gao Feng, an elusive capability that he possessed. Gao Feng strode confidently down the center of the road, with Lu Ying at his side. The zombies, even from a distance, were drawn to the two of them. As Lu Ying beheld the increasing horde of zombies, a wave of anxiety and fear surged within her. Yet, upon glancing at Gao Feng, her trepidation evaporated entirely. Although still tense, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, as if Gao Feng's presence rendered her impervious to danger. Gao Feng wielded the scythe of death with ease, effortlessly dispatching the approaching zombies, ensuring none were left for Lu Ying to practice her skills on. As he fought, he adapted to the scythe, seeking the optimal methods to unleash its formidable power. Upon vanquishing the zombies, he collected 3 white crystals, which he stowed away in his pocket. Upon entering the room with his colossal scythe in hand, he soon realized a drawback of the weapon. It was ill-suited for combat in confined spaces. Acknowledging this, Gao Feng nodded and said, "All right, let us begin the relocation." Lu Ying, being an evolved individual with 5 times the strength of an ordinary person, found moving the items a trivial task. After loading everything onto the vehicle, Gao Feng heard Lu Ying's voice calling out to him. "Gao Feng, come quickly. There is a cold storage room here, which might contain fresh vegetables and fruits." Lu Ying exclaimed with anticipation. With a swift motion, the cold storage door was severed, releasing a gust of chilly air that enveloped Gao Feng, sending a shiver down his spine. Leading the way inside, he discovered the room filled with boxes of apples, pears, and other fruits ideal for long-term storage. The duo transported the fruit onto the truck. Ceasing after a dozen crates, Gao Feng cast a regretful glance at the remaining fruit within the cold storage before turning away. He drove the vehicle to the entrance of the wholesale market, awaiting the return of the others. In the interim, any approaching zombies were effortlessly dispatched by Gao Feng, yielding another white crystal. Passing the time, Gao Feng trained Lu Ying in combat against the undead. After a quarter of an hour, a sudden roar echoed from the depths of the wholesale market. Gao Feng's expression shifted, and he swiftly eliminated the zombie engaging Lu Ying, stating, "Get in the car. Let's investigate." Driving deeper into the wholesale market, Gao Feng encountered Chun Nu and Wei Yi. To his surprise, Zhang Hong, Lin Yu, and Lin Yameng were also present. Facing them was a level 2 zombie. The level 2 zombie's right arm was entirely enveloped in mutated tissue, transformed into a robust limb nearly as wide as its body. This contrasted starkly with the zombie's normal left arm, appearing grotesquely deformed. The giant arm zombie raised its right arm to shield itself from Chun Nu's flames. Charging towards him and launching an assault, Wei Yi swung his staff to assist in the defense, but was sent flying by a punch from the giant arm zombie. An arrow whistled through the air, striking the giant arm zombie's head, with half the shaft embedding in its cheek, failing to inflict a fatal wound. Bang! The giant arm zombie slammed its fist heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Chun Nu hastily retreated, evading the giant arm zombie's attack, grateful for the reaction time afforded by Wei Yi's assistance. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the giant arm zombie, Chun Nu's rage intensified, and the flames surrounding him shifted from red to a faint orange. He unleashed a stream of orange-red fire from his right palm. Sizzle! The fire stream struck the giant arm zombie's right arm, producing a fierce burning sound. The mutated tissue of the giant arm zombie's right arm was rapidly incinerated. However, due to the excessive thickness of its mutated tissue, the giant arm zombie relentlessly charged through the flames, arriving before Chun Nu, and swung its colossal arm to strike him. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, and bang! The arm of the giant arm zombie was severed by Gao Feng. The next strike landed upon the zombie's head, the death scythe, sharp as a razor, deftly sliced through, removing its skull cap. With a thud, the lifeless body collapsed, marking the end of the giant arm zombie. Chun Nu, Witnessing Gao Feng's effortless dispatch of the creature was filled with astonishment and a myriad of complex emotions. After encountering the giant-armed zombie, he had never considered informing Gao Feng, as he desired to slay the creature alone to acquire the green crystal and enhance his strength. Alas, he had come so close to claiming the giant-armed zombie's life. Yet he himself had nearly succumbed to its powerful blow. Gao Feng glanced at Chun Nu and stated calmly, "Let this be a lesson." With a swift sweep of his scythe, he cleaved the zombie's body and extracted a green crystal, sending it soaring toward Chun Nu. In a flurry, Chun Nu caught it. Astonished by Gao Feng's gesture, Gao Feng continued, "I obtained a green crystal when I killed the mutated centipede. This one is for you." A smile involuntarily crept across Chun Nu's lips, dispelling the shadows that had clouded his heart. Lin Yu, upon hearing Gao Feng's words, turned her gaze to the green crystal in Chun Nu's hand. Her curiosity piqued. "A green crystal?" she inquired. Gao Feng elucidated, "This zombie is a level 2 creature. Upon its demise, there is a chance to acquire a green crystal. Once one's combat power reaches a full 100 points and ascends to level 2, one can no longer utilize white crystals for enhancement. Only green crystals will suffice." Gao Feng's explanation dispelled Lin Yu's inner questions, and for the first time, she grasped the true extent of Gao Feng's prowess. He had indeed ascended to level 2. Chapter 27. The Revenge Plan. The group loaded the supplies they had gathered into a small truck and squeezed in for the journey home. With a rush, the truck navigated through the streets, attracting a horde of zombies in hot pursuit. The undead raced after the vehicle, with some even attempting to claw their way onto the truck bed. Suddenly, the truck came to a screeching halt, flinging the zombies off the back. Gao Feng leaped from the vehicle, wielding a scythe of death to slay the nearby zombies. With a thud, Chun Nu kicked open the rear door, standing in the truck bed as flames erupted from his hands, incinerating the zombies outside. After a swath of the undead had been eliminated, Wei Yi and Zhang Heng swiftly descended to dispatch the remaining zombies in their vicinity. Lu Ying lagged slightly behind the others, and by the time she stepped down, there were no zombies left standing nearby. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu and Lin Yuming, they had wandered behind a few zombies, and utilizing the weapons provided by Gao Feng, they pierced the back of the zombie skulls. With a howl, 2 zombies collapsed to the ground, drawing the attention of others in the vicinity. The zombies, now aware of the 2, began to chase after them. They took a few steps, bewildered, as their prey seemed to vanish before their eyes. Suddenly, a figure soared from the mass of zombies, hurtling toward the group. Gao Feng looked up, squinting as he discerned the form of the descending zombie. It was a level 2 mutated zombie, its legs transformed, granting it remarkable agility and speed. Even Gao Feng, equipped with spring-loaded shoes, could barely keep pace. With a crash, the leaping zombie landed, creating a small crater in the ground. It took off running, its form a blur to the onlookers. Yet in the next moment, a sickening thud echoed as the upper half of the speeding zombie plummeted to the ground. Gao Feng placed the scythe of death in the path of his charge, cleaving himself in twain. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of a leaping zombie, bringing the skirmish to an end. The speed of the bouncing undead was remarkable, outpacing even him at times. It was a matter of fortune as well as prowess. Gao Feng anticipated the zombie's trajectory, expecting it to veer or leap to evade him, yet it charged directly forward. Casting a glance at the corpse, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Without an indication, there was no green crystal to claim. The second-tier mutated zombies arrived with haste and met their demise just as swiftly. Too quickly for Chun Nu to react, leaving no opportunity for him to seize a kill. He glanced at Gao Feng, his fingers brushing against the green crystal in his pocket. He mused that consuming this crystal would enhance his strength, thereby narrowing the gulf in combat prowess between himself and Gao Feng. Before long, the zombies that had trailed behind the small truck were vanquished, and after collecting the spoils, the group pressed onward. Mere minutes later, the small truck arrived at the base of the building. Gao Feng deliberately halted to eliminate the zombies. He had no desire to lure them to the entrance. After dispatching the few zombies drawn by the truck, he cleared the debris from the staircase, prompting the others to hastily transport their belongings upstairs. Once completed, Gao Feng gathered a fresh pile of clutter to barricade the hallway. Though it posed some inconvenience for entry and exit, safety was paramount. Regrettably, the absence of a door downstairs added to the complications. Gao Feng's living room was now transformed, with all the clutter relocated to other rooms, converting the space into a meeting area and dining locale for the team. Upon returning home, Lu Ying instinctively changed into a fresh outfit, donned an apron, and commenced preparing a meal. The group settled onto the circular sofa in the living room, a coffee table positioned in the center. Gao Feng observed Lu Ying donning an apron and remarked, "Do not rush into cooking. First, come over to divide the spoils." Lu Ying, taken aback by his words, approached and seated herself beside him. The others looked on with eager anticipation. Gao Feng retrieved a pouch containing white crystals from his pocket and placed it on the table, ensuring that he displayed the contents to confirm there were no hidden treasures. After counting, he announced, "There are a total of 20 white crystals." He then took one crystal from his pocket and added it to the collective pile. The gathering erupted in smiles at the news. "Now we have 21 white crystals for our 7 members, which allows for an equitable distribution of 3 crystals each." After making this declaration, Gao Feng scanned the group, seeking their input. Silence reigned. No one spoke up. He proceeded to allocate the crystals, distributing 3 to each individual. In truth, the bounty from their outing likely exceeded 3 crystals per person. The zombies hunted after splitting into teams at the wholesale market had yielded additional crystals that were shared internally, not accounted for in the total. By this calculation, they had amassed at least 30 crystals since the morning. Lu Ying, holding her 3 crystals, glanced at Gao Feng, feeling a twinge of gratitude. She believed her contributions had been minimal, often merely following Gao Feng and perhaps slaying a number of zombies that could be counted on one hand. Thus, receiving 3 crystals made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Gao Feng then turned to Chen Nu and said, "Earlier, our team was small, so we concentrated resources to enhance our overall strength. Now that our numbers have increased and everyone's capabilities have improved, I entrust these white crystals to you. Decide how you wish to utilize them." Chen Nu nodded in acknowledgement. He discerned that Gao Feng was alluding to the prior allocation of spoils, wherein he had not received any white crystals. Chen Nu was largely unconcerned by this, principally because white crystals were of no practical use to him. Subsequent to learning that white crystals could enhance equipment, he had consciously gathered them. However, this had not altered the present state of affairs, where white crystals remained inconsequential to him. Lin Yu and Lin Yumeng, upon hearing Gao Feng's words, wore expressions of bewilderment, uncertain as to what he was referencing. Nevertheless, as Gao Feng did not elaborate, the two did not press the matter further. The day's yield had been substantial, surpassing their combined acquisitions of the preceding days. Lin Yu's conviction that following Gao Feng held promise was further solidified. With the distribution concluded, Gao Feng broached the subject of the afternoon's agenda. He stated, "I intend to venture to the supermarket this afternoon to eliminate the tentacled monster." Upon hearing this, the others displayed astonishment. Lu Ying, however, was perplexed, questioning the nature of the tentacled monster. Lin Yu inquired why. "The tentacled monster is exceedingly powerful, and there is no imperative for us to hazard hunting it." Gao Feng elucidated, "The tentacled monster poses a significant threat, and its location is not far removed from here. Should it migrate in this direction, it is difficult to guarantee that it will not encroach upon our vicinity. Were it to approach, we would have virtually no capacity to evade engagement. For the tentacled monster, ascending would be all too facile. Sheltering within the rooms would be futile." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in concurrence, having all witnessed the tentacled monster's might. Rather than awaiting the occurrence of the most dire outcome, it would be preferable to proactively neutralize the menace in its nascent stage, Gao Feng stated with a grave countenance. Observing this, all present indicated their assent, expressing their willingness to participate in the afternoon's endeavor. "Actually, it's not as dire as it seems," Gao Feng chuckled, elucidating. "You won't have to confront the tentacle monster directly. Simply assist me by holding off the surrounding level 1 zombies. The tentacle monster can regenerate its injuries by devouring flesh, so we must prevent any zombies or humans from approaching it, or it will become virtually indestructible." Gao Feng expounded upon their strategy for the afternoon. Subsequently, Lu Ying commenced preparing the meal, and Lin Yu, observing this, led her younger sister to assist. Lin Yumeng was somewhat reluctant, as she desired to relax on the sofa. However, Lu Ying promptly interjected, "There's no need for assistance. Please, go and rest." "Lu Jijia, there's no need to stand on ceremony," Lin Yu responded, "with our help. Everyone can partake in the meal sooner." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well." Chapter 28. Everyone reaches level 2. A day had elapsed since the power outage the day before yesterday, and by noon today, the water supply had been completely cut off. Fortunately, Gao Feng had preemptively instructed Lu Ying to store numerous water containers, ensuring there was no concern regarding drinking water, though bathing was now impossible. After cleansing the black blood from a white crystal with a modicum of water, Lu Ying consumed it with a mixture of anticipation and excitement. She trembled throughout her body, experiencing the euphoric sensation emanating from every cell. Gao Feng ingested the green crystal obtained from the mutated centipede. Upon entering his mouth, the green crystal dissolved instantly, transforming into a refreshing liquid that surged into his stomach, explosively releasing evolutionary energy throughout his entire being. Every cell was diligently absorbing the evolutionary energy, each one vibrating with elation. Evolver, Gao Feng, Level 2. Combat Strength, 200. Ability, Strength Enhancement, Level 1. Items, Feline Swiftness, Level 1, 1 star. Spring Shoes, Level 1. 2 stars, Scythe of Death, Level 1, 3 stars. With the augmentation complete, the injuries Gao Feng sustained during his confrontation with the mutated centipede had fully healed. Gao Feng glanced at the white crystals in his pocket and proceeded outside. Here, Gao Feng said, handing 6 white crystals to Lu Ying. This should suffice to elevate you to Level 2. He had calculated that 9 white crystals were precisely what Lu Ying needed to ascend to Level 2, which would significantly bolster her survivability. This would alleviate the need for him to expend so much attention safeguarding her on each excursion. Lu Ying accepted the white crystals, gazing at Gao Feng with profound gratitude. She hesitated, then inquired, "Won't you retain some for yourself?" Gao Feng smiled gently and replied, "Go ahead and consume them." Abruptly, Lu Ying embraced Gao Feng tightly, whispering in his ear, "Anything you desire of me, I shall do." Gao Feng felt a subtle stirring. He caressed Lu Ying's back and murmured, "Come by tonight." Lu Ying released her embrace with a touch of shyness. Gao Feng smiled, then turned and departed. Devouring 9 white crystals in rapid succession, Lu Ying finally achieved the status of a Level 2 Evolver. The continuous enhancements depleted a substantial amount of energy and nutrients from her body, and she consumed a considerable amount of food to assuage her hunger. In the afternoon, the group convened at Gao Feng's residence. Zhang Heng exclaimed with elation, "I've reached Level 2. Wei Yi stated, "Level 2. Lin Yu said with a smile, "I've also reached Level 2. Surveying the assembly with a crestfallen countenance, Lin Yumeng lamented whether she was the sole individual remaining at Level 1. Her gaze flickered subtly as she turned towards Lu Ying, suspecting another might share her rank. She inquired with hopeful anticipation, "Sister Lu, what level are you?" Lu Ying responded with a serene smile, "Level 2. Upon hearing this, the others regarded her with astonishment. After a moment, Zhang Heng and Chen Nu couldn't help but direct inquiring glances towards Gao Feng, their eyes silently asking how many white crystals he had provided her. Wei Yi cast a sidelong glance at Gao Feng, remaining silent. Gao Feng turned to Lin Yumeng, asking, "What is your current combat strength?" He then declared, "Very well. Any white crystals we acquire from now on will be prioritized for Lin Yumeng to expedite her advancement to Level 2. Lin Yumeng looked at him in surprise, exclaiming with delight, "Brother Feng, you're absolutely wonderful. I adore you." Lin Yu also expressed some astonishment, and upon hearing her sister's unabashed exclamation, she playfully tapped her on the head, chiding, "Watch your words." "Ouch, sister, that hurt," Lin Yumeng protested, clutching her head and casting a plaintive glance at her sister. Lin Yu simply gave her a disapproving look. Lu Ying, observing the scene, offered a gentle smile. "Let's go," Gao Feng announced, and the group, fully armed, made their way outside. Chen Nu, observing the debris that had to be cleared each time they ventured out, grumbled, "What a nuisance. Couldn't we just put up a door?" His enhanced strength was entirely focused on his abilities, leaving his physical attributes only 2 or 3 times that of an average person. If he were to attempt to exit alone, simply clearing the obstructions would consume half a day. The group proceeded towards the supermarket on the right, dispatching any zombies they encountered along the way, to ensure Lin Yumeng possessed a combat prowess of Level 2 before reaching the supermarket. Not a single zombie encountered en route was spared, all being vanquished. Eventually, upon the cusp of arriving at the supermarket, 4 white crystals were amassed, enabling Lin Yumeng to ascend to Level 2. Lin Yumeng, akin to Gao Feng, could only augment her combat effectiveness by 8 points with each white crystal consumed. The quantity of white crystals required for her advancement was fewer than that of Lu Ying. Lu Ying, upon learning that Lin Yumeng could elevate her combat strength by 8 points upon ingesting a white crystal, realized the extent of her own profligacy with the crystals. Once Lin Yumeng had replenished her energy with sustenance, the group resumed their expedition. Lu Ying, walking alongside Gao Feng, murmured apologetically, "I am sorry, I am too inept. I squandered the white crystals." Gao Feng glanced at her and responded, The measure of wastefulness lies not in the quantity consumed, but in the magnitude of utility derived. To consume a white crystal and ascend to level 2, yet remain idle, is, in my estimation, the epitome of waste. Attend to your duties, and entrust the matter of upgrades to me. Gao Feng offered a few words of solace to Lu Ying. Lu Ying, gazing at Gao Feng's profile, inwardly resolved to become a woman of utility to Gao Feng. Gao Feng halted his steps, prompting the others to do likewise. Ahead, a multitude of zombies congregated. Posing a grave peril, Gao Feng peered ahead, observing hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies amassed at the supermarket entrance, with an indeterminate number lurking within. A direct assault, he surmised, would likely result in being engulfed by the horde before even encountering the tentacle monster. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Feng declared, "Let us proceed from the rear." Gao Feng, with his seasoned familiarity, deftly led the group around to the alley behind the supermarket, where the zombies they had previously lured remained. Brandishing the scythe of death, Gao Feng swiftly decimated the encroaching zombies, the clamor of battle drawing more of the undead from afar. Eschewing the rear entrance, now teeming with zombies, he opted for a more direct approach, bypassing the need to fight through the infested ground floor. Gazing at a window perched some 5 or 6 meters above, Gao Feng gathered himself and leaped, his left hand latching onto the window ledge. With a swift strike of the scythe of death's pommel, he shattered the glass and vaulted inside. Finding himself in an unoccupied employee lounge, he secured a rope and cast it down, peering out to address his companions below. "Hurry, ascend." After a brief exchange of glances, Wei Yi directed, "Zhang Heng, you ascend first and provide cover." Zhang Heng, nodding in acknowledgement, grasped the rope, ready to climb. In a swift ascent, he was hauled up by Gao Feng in a matter of moments. Gao Feng resumed hoisting the others, while Zhang Heng, positioned at the window, provided cover with his bow and arrow. An arrow found its mark, piercing a zombie's skull, felling it before it could reach the group. Soon, Lu Ying followed, and one by one, the rest of the party joined them in the second-floor lounge. The zombies below, thwarted, craned their necks upward, their howls of frustration echoing. Gao Feng, addressing the group, etched a crude map of the supermarket layout onto the wall with his scythe of death. Pointing to the staircase leading from the ground floor, he instructed, "Chen Nu, Lu Ying, Wei Yi, the three of you hold this position, preventing the zombies from ascending." Turning to the remaining trio, he continued, "The rest of you, accompany me. As I engage the tentacled monstrosity, your task is to eliminate any zombies that stray near the battlefield, ensuring that none encroach upon the creature." Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Gao Feng approached the door, preparing to open it. Outside lingered a few ravenous zombies. Chapter 29, Slaying the Super Mutated Zombie, A Bountiful Harvest. As Gao Feng opened the door, the zombies turned their heads, noticing the individuals emerging from the room, and they lunged frantically towards them. With a swift motion, in the darkness, several glimmers of cold light flickered, and the zombies were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Gao Feng's gaze fell upon the tentacled creature lying in the center of the supermarket's second floor. In just one day, its size had significantly increased, and it bore even more tentacles. A chill ran down Gao Feng's spine. It was fortunate that he had come today. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the tentacled creature might have ascended to level 2, a foe he would not be equipped to confront. Commence the operation. With a commanding voice, Gao Feng charged towards the tentacled beast, slashing through any zombies that obstructed his path. Roar. The surrounding zombies, sensing his presence, surged towards him. The tentacled creature also detected his approach, its massive form beginning to shift. With a loud rip, the creature's appendages unfurled, effortlessly tearing through the supermarket's ceiling as debris cascaded down. Gao Feng drew the attention of the majority of the zombies and the tentacled creature, while the others dispersed to execute their own strategies. Chen Nu led the charge towards the staircase, blazing a path with his red lotus fury, leaving no zombies in his wake. In no time, he reached the edge of the staircase, observing the zombies below, drawn by the commotion above. And he let out a hearty laugh. "Die, all of you." With a whoosh, flames engulfed the staircase, surging into the first-floor hall and incinerating a multitude of zombies. In terms of area of effect attacks, even Gao Feng pales in comparison to Chen Nu. Lu Ying and Wei Yi stood behind him, with nothing to do. Chen Nu single-handedly blocked all the zombies trying to ascend the stairs. The two could only assist Chen Nu by dealing with any zombies that got close from behind. Thud, thud, thud. Gao Feng wielded the incomparably sharp Reaper's scythe, swiftly slaughtering the zombies on the second floor. He didn't directly engage the tentacle monster. His first priority was to eliminate all the zombies on the second floor. Zhang Heng, watching Gao Feng rampage through the zombie horde, unstoppable, chuckled and remarked, "I believe Gao Feng alone is sufficient." Lin Yumeng wholeheartedly agreed, nodding her head vigorously. Lin Yu, gazing at the tentacle monster, cautioned, "The true battle hasn't even begun yet. Do not let your guard down." Rumble. The tentacle monster swung its massive, 6 to 7 meter long tentacles towards Gao Feng. Gao Feng brandished the Reaper's scythe, cleaving at the descending tentacle. With a swoosh, the Reaper's scythe effortlessly severed the tentacle, sending a section of it flying to the ground. A torrent of black blood gushed from the severed wound, as if a water pipe had been ruptured. Roar. The tentacle monster, wounded, grew even more ferocious in its attacks. Bang, bang, bang. More than 10 tentacles flailed wildly as Gao Feng dodged and weaved, simultaneously hacking at the tentacles with his scythe. Having too many tentacles severed, the tentacle monster began to weaken. The tentacles behind it frantically sought sustenance, attempting to devour zombies to regenerate its injuries. Seeing this, Gao Feng yelled, "Stop it!" Crunch, crunch, crunch. A tentacle seized a zombie, chewing it up and swallowing it whole. The severed tentacles regenerated new mouths at a rate visible to the naked eye. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu and the others finally comprehended the significance of Gao Feng's prior arrangement. Endowed with the ability of sanguinary amalgamation, the tentacled monstrosity could swiftly devour zombies to mend its injuries. Provided it was surrounded by a sufficient number of zombies, it was virtually immortal. Lin Yu and his companions promptly eliminated the zombies approaching the tentacled creature. Upon the demise of the zombies, their flesh would dissolve into black blood, rendering the consumption of their corpses futile for the tentacled horror. The trio merely needed to ensure that no zombie could approach the creature alive. Gao Feng, observing the trio obstructing the encroaching zombies, clenched the scythe of death and activated his special ability. His strength surged exponentially, while his stamina waned at an alarming rate. As his power amplified, the augmented strength from his ability grew more formidable, yet its toll on his stamina became increasingly exorbitant. Currently, engaging in combat at full capacity would deplete Gao Feng's stamina within a mere 10 minutes. Upon activating his ability, Gao Feng cleaved through the tentacled monster, severing 2 or 3 tentacles with a single stroke. Swish, swish, swish. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The cold light flickered incessantly, and the black blood gushing from the tentacled creature intensified. Roar. Recognizing the peril, the tentacled horror frantically attempted to flee. It lunged towards the area teeming with the most zombies, seeking to devour flesh and mend its wounds in order to escape. Seeing this, Gao Feng's gaze hardened, and he abruptly stomped on the ground. Bang! The ceramic tiles beneath his feet shattered instantly, and he transformed into a fleeting blur, darting towards the tentacled creature's torso. The tentacled horror brandished its severed tentacles to parry Gao Feng, attempting to knock him away. Splatter! The scythe of death descended vertically, severing all the tentacles in its path. Gao Feng surged towards the tentacled monster. Swish! The surrounding tentacles abruptly straightened, all impaling towards Gao Feng, seeking to shred him into minced meat. The scythe of death in Gao Feng's grasp began to rotate. With a swift motion of his hands, the razor-sharp scythe of death spun with remarkable velocity, instantly shredding all nearby tentacles to smithereens. A sudden slice. The rapidly spinning scythe descended forcefully, cleaving through a substantial portion of the flesh orb, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Within the orb lay digestive organs. Gao Feng had pierced the tentacle monster's stomach, causing a chaotic array of items to spill forth, many of which were undigested clothing, shoes, and jewelry. Gao Feng cast a fleeting glance and resumed the dance of his scythe. With a flurry of dazzling cold light, he reduced the flesh orb to mere fragments. The severed tentacles fell to the ground, transforming into writhing white maggots that scurried away in terror. Gao Feng moved with alacrity, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him, systematically annihilating every retreating living tentacle. A voice echoed from afar, filled with urgency. "Gao Feng, are you done yet? I can barely hold on. There are too many zombies." He had unleashed his most potent abilities upon arrival, momentarily halting the advance of the undead, yet his own powers were waning significantly. After enduring this prolonged battle, he could no longer exhale flames stretching 5 or 6 meters. The staircase was solely defended by Lu Ying and Wei Yi. With a final thrust, he severed the last tentacle and turned to shout, "All right, just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon." Gao Feng briefly assessed the harvest of death from his scythe. After vanquishing the tentacle monster, the tally of his kills surged by over 30, indicating that the creature possessed more than 30 living appendages. Surveying the battlefield, he wielded his blade to eliminate the remaining zombies, as numerous notifications began to materialize before him. One of the zombies bore white crystals. Quickly, Gao Feng directed Lin Yu and the others to gather the spoils of victory. He glanced around and saw a line of text materialize before him. Abundant spoils. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback as he uncovered a fist-sized orb of flesh that had fallen from the tentacled creature. With a swift stroke of his scythe, the orb was severed, scattering more than a dozen white crystals. Gao Feng, if you do not come now, you will truly perish. Chen Nu bellowed. Turning his gaze, Gao Feng noticed that Chen Nu and his companions had been forced to retreat from the staircase, as an ever-increasing horde of zombies surged into the area. The overwhelming pressure on Chen Nu and the others came from the presence of second-level mutated zombies amidst the throng. Gao Feng seized a handful of white crystals from the ground. Casting a quick glance around, he informed his companions of the locations of the remaining crystals before dashing towards Chen Nu. A cacophony of roars erupted as countless zombies flooded the second floor. Chapter 30. Infection. Hurry. Move from the back. Gao Feng swung his scythe to fend off the advancing zombies. The sheer number of foes was staggering. Even with his relentless strikes, he could not halt them all. A portion of the undead broke through his defenses, lunging towards Lu Ying and the others. The group fought while retreating, their stamina severely taxed by the prolonged, intense combat. A roar echoed as the first second-level zombie appeared before Gao Feng. Following closely were the second and third, joined by 2 additional mutated zombies. Their emaciated forms and elongated fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws as they lunged at Gao Feng. He swung the scythe of death in a sweeping arc, but the clawed zombies reacted with agility, leaping to evade his assault and swiping at Gao Feng's head. Clang! Gao Feng raised the handle of his scythe to shield himself, the claws striking against it with a shower of sparks. Boom! An iron-fisted zombie hurled a nearby ordinary zombie aside and approached Gao Feng with heavy strides, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Gao Feng swiftly retreated, evading the onslaught of the iron fist zombie. Engaged with the claw zombie, he found himself unable to vanquish the iron fist zombie. Suddenly, a shadow darted overhead as a leaping zombie leapt past him in pursuit of the fleeing crowd. Gao Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. Damn it! The enemy was overwhelming, and he was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the others had reached level 2, granting them the capability to contend with the mutated zombies. However, the sheer number of level 1 zombies surrounding them was excessively burdensome, consuming precious time. Soon, they might lack the strength to break free from the horde. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the zombie tide strategy. Unless one possessed the ability to disregard the quantity of zombies, even the strongest would eventually succumb to the relentless onslaught. Gao Feng had expended considerable energy in his battle with the tentacle monster using his abilities. Otherwise, he would have swiftly dispatched these level 2 zombies. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated from outside the supermarket, followed by a cacophony of detonations. Gao Feng paused momentarily, soon realizing that it was not merely the sound of firecrackers, but the unmistakable crack of gunfire. The 4th and 5th mutated zombies, initially advancing towards the upper floors, pivoted and headed outside. The horde surging towards the second floor diminished by more than half, all drawn away by the commotion outside. Although the pressure remained, at least the influx of zombies had ceased. Gritting his teeth, Gao Feng unleashed his abilities. With a swift motion, a chilling brilliance emanated forth, doubling his strength while bestowing him with astonishing speed. Crack! A multitude of zombies were cleaved asunder by Gao Feng's strikes. The iron fist zombie momentarily faltered. Its incredibly solid fist seamlessly severed, the cut surface remarkably smooth. Alongside the severed fist, the head of the iron fist zombie also succumbed to his blade. Gao Feng charged towards the clawed zombie, swinging the scythe of death in a wide arc, a radiant crescent-shaped blade of light forming around him. Clang! The 10 fingers of the clawed zombie were severed, and in the next moment, the scythe of death cleaved through its arms and chest. With a sickening squelch, the scythe descended, the sharp blade piercing the zombie's skull and splitting it in 2. Swish! Gao Feng whirled the scythe of death, its reach extending nearly 3 meters. Within that radius, no zombie remained standing where the scythe passed. All struck by the blade were cleaved in half. while those that encountered the handle were sent flying by its terrifying force, their bodies contorted and bones shattered. Seizing a brief moment of respite amidst the surrounding zombies, Gao Feng swiftly picked up 2 green crystals and turned to leave. There were more white crystals on the ground, but he had no time to collect them. Once again unleashing his powers, Gao Feng felt his stamina nearing its limits, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Panting heavily, he swung the scythe of death, cutting through the zombies before him as he caught up with the others. The jumping zombie that had been pursuing them had already been dispatched by several individuals working in unison. 6 against 1. They had successfully slain the jumping zombie at the cost of 2 injuries. Gao Feng glanced at the wounded Chen Nu and Lin Yu. Chen Nu bore an injury on his chest, while the jumping zombie had a similar penetrating wound. Lin Yu's injury was on her side, a gash from the zombie's claws tearing through her clothing, leaving 4 bloody lacerations. Chen Nu's injury was manageable, merely a broken rib from the impact. Gao Feng's concern shifted to Lin Yu, uncertain whether she might become infected and turn into a zombie. After all, he himself had never experienced a zombie attack. His injuries had been inflicted by mutated beasts. Evidently, the attacks of mutated beasts do not cause zombification. Glancing at Chen Nu, swiftly inquired, "Do you possess any more white crystals? Consuming one can expedite the recovery of injuries." He turned towards Lin Yu, his countenance grave, and declared, "Everyone else, maintain your distance from Lin Yu. She will remain by my side, and no one is permitted to approach her." Lin Yumling, upon hearing this, burst into tears, embracing Lin Yu and lamenting, "Sister, it is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have been injured." Lin Yu, her face pallid, consoled Lin Yumling, stroking her head and saying, "Do not fear, it is not your fault." She gently pushed Lin Yumling away, directing her towards Lu Ying, and cautioned, "Do not come near me." Lin Yu proceeded towards, fully comprehending his intentions. The others, upon observing her wound, also grasped the gravity of the situation. Should Lin Yu succumb to zombification, she would transform into a level 2 zombie, and a level 2 ability zombie at that, a truly terrifying prospect. The horror of ability zombies lies in their boundless abilities. Ability users must expend stamina or some form of energy to unleash their powers, but zombies never tire. Whatever they consume, they can continuously utilize their abilities until their demise. Strength enhancement ability is an active skill that can be toggled on and off at will. However, in strength zombies, it is a permanently sustained passive ability. Should Lin Yu become a zombie, she would become a zombie assassin forever lurking in the shadows, posing a threat far greater than even a strength zombie. Examined Lin Yu's wound, located on her side abdomen. Even if one were inclined to make a heroic sacrifice to save one's life, it would be impossible. He took out a white crystal and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "Consume this. It would be a grave injustice to perish from excessive blood loss when no infection has set in." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu forced a smile, accepted the crystal, cleaned it, and swallowed it. The onlookers regarded Lin Yu with a twinge of sympathy. Suddenly, a roar erupted. The exchange transpired in mere seconds. Yet the surrounding zombies closed in once more. "Let us go." Gao Feng brandished his scythe of death, leading the charge to carve a path through the horde. Wei Yi carried Chen Nu on his back. After consuming the white crystal, Chen Nu's injuries had stabilized. While he would not succumb in the short term, the agony brought on by their frantic escape was inescapable. As they fled, Chen Nu moaned in pain. Boom. Bang. Gao Feng unleashed his powers for the 3rd time, cleaving through the wall with 3 strikes. With a powerful kick, the severed wall collapsed from the 2nd floor, crushing several zombies outside. Without hesitation, Gao Feng leaped down. Thud. He landed on the ground, wielding his scythe to eliminate the nearby zombies. Spotting Lin Yu hesitating at the entrance of the hole, Gao Feng shouted, "Jump. I will catch you." Hearing his words, Lin Yu gritted her teeth and, with her eyes closed, leaped down. Whoosh. A sudden feeling of weightlessness enveloped her, and in the next moment, her body jolted as she landed in a warm embrace. Lin Yu blushed slightly as she glanced at Gao Feng and whispered, "Thank you. It's so high. I can't jump," came the voice of Lin Yu Meng from above. Lin Yu quickly extricated herself from Gao Feng's arms, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 31. You must survive. Gao Feng called out a couple of times, but Lin Yu Meng remained frozen at the edge of the hole, too frightened to leap. Frowning, he shouted, "Push her down." No sooner had he spoken than a hand propelled Lin Yu Meng down. Losing herself to the moment, Lin Yuming squeezed her eyes shut and emitted a piercing shriek. A sudden thud reverberated as she felt herself descending rapidly, yet devoid of any pain. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the sight of Gao Feng having caught her. Gao Feng gently set her down, while Wei Yi hurled Chen Nu from the upper level. Chen Nu, having endured a jolting descent, was unceremoniously tossed off by Wei Yi. Mid-air, he could no longer restrain himself, erupting in a vehement curse. Thud! Gao Feng intercepted him, ensuring Chen Nu's safe landing. Lu Ying, eyeing Gao Feng, leaped without hesitation, and Gao Feng smoothly caught her. Next came Zhang Heng, whom Gao Feng also received. After dispatching a pursuing zombie, Wei Yi pivoted and leaped downward, though not toward Gao Feng. A resounding thud marked Wei Yi's landing as he executed a deep squat to dissipate the force, emerging unscathed. Observing Wei Yi's display, a wave of shame washed over the others, prompting them to lower their heads. Wei Yi's actions underscored that a level 2 evolver could descend from such a height without consequence. Yet, none among them dared to imitate the feat, save for Lin Yu and Chen Nu, whose physical attributes were not as robust due to being ability users. Even for level 2 ability users, their physical prowess only surpassed that of ordinary individuals by a factor of 2 or 3. A cacophony of explosions and gunfire erupted from a nearby location. In times past, Gao Feng might have entertained the notion of investigating, but now, his sole desire was to find a secure sanctuary to rest, having expended his abilities thrice. Every muscle in Gao Feng's body protested, threatening to cease functioning. Even his fingers, clutching the death scythe, trembled, on the verge of losing their grip. Let's depart. Gao Feng directed his steps away from the direction of the gunfire. The others cast curious glances toward the source of the distant gunfire before swiftly aligning themselves with Gao Feng's course. Soon, Gao Feng located a secure haven. With a single, decisive strike, Gao Feng cleaved through the padlock, pushing open the barred gate and stepping inside. As he entered the dwelling, a zombie clad in nightwear lunged at him. Gao Feng brandished his scythe, bisecting the creature's skull with ruthless efficiency. Without so much as a glance at the fallen cadaver, Gao Feng slumped onto a sofa, his scythe propped beside him, and lay there, utterly disinclined to speak. His eyes were shut, and he could feel the frantic thumping of his heart. "I need to rest here for a bit," he declared. Observing this, the others also took seats. Wei Yi cast his gaze around the room. Then, gripping his weapon, he began to investigate the premises. Zhang Heng, witnessing this, hastily followed in his wake. Lin Yumering, concerned for her sister's well-being, kept her eyes fixed on her sibling, oblivious to the movements of the two men. Lu Ying, on the other hand, watched Gao Feng with concern, but seeing him resting with his eyes closed, she remained silent, refraining from any inquiries. Chen Nu, nursing his wounds, was confined to his seat, unable to move. The guttural moans of zombies echoed thrice within the confines of the house. Several minutes elapsed before Wei Yi and Zhang Heng descended from the upper floor. Wei Yi, brandishing an iron bar, proceeded outside and wedged it into the barred gate, using it as a makeshift crossbar to secure the entrance, making it more difficult for the zombies to breach the barrier. Upon returning to the villa, Wei Yi closed the main door before finally taking a seat to rest. Zhang Heng, witnessing Wei Yi's meticulous handling of the situation, felt a pang of shame. Had he not seen Wei Yi's actions, he would have remained utterly oblivious to the need for such precautions. After a few minutes of respite, Gao Feng regained some of his strength. He sat up and turned to Lin Yu. "How do you feel?" Gao Feng inquired. Lin Yu shook her head. "I don't feel anything, except that my wound is a little itchy." Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "You stay here, then. The rest of you go upstairs." Upon hearing this, the others promptly rose and ascended the stairs. Lin Yu now resembled a bomb on the verge of detonation, causing those around her to hesitate in approaching too closely. Lin Yumeng glared at Gao Feng, eager to voice her thoughts. However, Lin Yu, perceiving her intentions before she could speak, tugged at her and, with a grave expression, instructed. "Listen to Gao Feng. Go upstairs." Witnessing her sister's serious demeanor, Lin Yumeng dared not continue her defiance. Throughout their lives, Lin Yu had always looked after Lin Yumeng, nurturing her somewhat carefree and willful nature. Yet, whenever Lin Yu adopted a stern countenance, Lin Yumeng felt compelled to refrain from any retort. A vivid memory from their childhood lingered in Lin Yumeng's mind. Having consistently catered to her sister's whims, Lin Yu had once reprimanded her harshly for a misstep, refusing to show her any kindness for 3 days. Since that day, Lin Yumeng had never dared to challenge her sister when she wore a serious expression. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lin Yumeng gazed at her sister, pressed her lips together, and ascended the stairs. Lu Ying pulled her along. Knowing otherwise she would dawdle indefinitely, Wei Yi assisted Chun Nu up the stairs, but Chun Nu brusquely shook off his hand, irritated, stating, "I can walk by myself." Wei Yi released his grip and calmly followed alongside him. The rest of the group made their way upstairs, leaving only Lin Yu and Gao Feng in the living room. Gao Feng leaned against the sofa, taking a moment to recuperate, the scythe of death resting within his right hand, propped against the couch. After such a prolonged battle, having vanquished numerous zombies, the scythe remained untouched by any dark blood. Its silvery blade still evoked an unsettling chill in the hearts of onlookers. Lin Yu, having moved beyond her initial worries and fears, now found herself grappling with a blend of reluctance concerning her sister and an insatiable yearning for survival. Lin Yuqiang smiled and remarked, "If I truly change, I hope you can take care of Xiao Meng in the future." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng remained indifferent, keeping his eyes closed as he rested. Lin Yu muttered to herself, "Xiao Meng is actually very obedient. She simply cannot conceal her thoughts, which makes her seem somewhat annoying." She indirectly conveyed to Gao Feng that Lin Yumei was innocent and would never betray him in secret, assuring him that there was no need to worry about her engaging in deceitful schemes. Without opening his eyes, Gao Feng replied coolly, "You must survive. I will not assist you with these matters." Lin Yu, upon hearing this, could only manage a helpless smile. She sat quietly before Gao Feng, awaiting her fate. The sound of footsteps approached. Lu Ying descended, carrying a plate, and said, "I found some food. Eat a little to regain your strength." She placed the plate of food on the coffee table in front of them and turned to leave. Lin Yu lacked the appetite to eat. Gao Feng sat up, picked up some candies and biscuits from the plate, realizing he was also quite hungry due to his significant energy expenditure. He glanced at Lin Yu and suggested, "You should eat something, don't overthink it. Perhaps everything will be fine. After all, so much time has passed without any changes." Lin Yu found a modicum of comfort in his words and took a biscuit to eat. Lu Ying shook her head, stating, "Lin Yu seems to be fine. There are no signs of any changes." The group exhaled in relief. Lin Yumei remained in the corner, repeatedly murmuring, "Sister, you will be all right." Lu Ying approached and embraced her shoulders, offering comfort. Lin Yumei buried her face in Lu Ying's embrace and began to cry. As time gradually passed, Gao Feng's physical strength had largely recovered, and Lin Yu remained unchanged. With the passage of time, the hearts of the onlookers began to relax. Gao Feng observed Lin Yu's elegantly curved waist, assessing the situation. The wounds left by the zombies had healed, leaving no scars. He instinctively followed the pristine skin upward. Not as ample as Lu Ying's. A thought flashed through Gao Feng's mind. Lin Yu turned to him and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Gao Feng replied with a smile, "I was examining your wound. It has completely healed without any trace of scarring or signs of infection. It seems you are all right now." Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Lin Yu felt a great weight lift from her heart. Suddenly, she realized and glanced down, her cheeks flushing crimson. It dawned on her that her clothing had been torn to shreds by the zombies, leaving her side exposed before Gao Feng. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, "Don't look." Chapter 32. Post-war summary. Meeting Lin Yu changed into a fresh outfit and descended from upstairs. As she came down, Lin Yuming joyously leaped into her embrace, exclaiming, "Sister, I am so relieved to see you are safe." While everyone rejoiced at Lin Yu's well-being, only Lu Ying scrutinized Gao Feng and Lin Yu, her gaze darting swiftly between the two. She remembered that Lin Yu's clothing had been nearly destroyed and that she had gone upstairs to change. With the two of them alone downstairs for such a lengthy period, had not everything that was meant to be seen and not seen been laid bare before Gao Feng? Lu Ying sensed a crisis in her position and emotions. She harbored a persistent unease, a subtle torment stemming from her past marital experience. Being with Gao Feng evoked a sense of shame, akin to infidelity. She felt a pang of guilt towards Gao Feng, fearing his potential disdain. Should Lin Yu vie for Gao Feng's affection? She perceived Lin Yu as possessing a significant advantage. Lin Yu was younger, possessed an amiable disposition, and was blessed with beauty and a captivating figure. Crucially, Lin Yu could offer herself entirely to Gao Feng, a feat she could never hope to achieve. Lu Ying was lost in contemplation when Gao Feng's voice interrupted her reverie. "Everyone, take a seat. Let's debrief on today's engagement," Gao Feng announced. Upon hearing this, the group dispersed, seeking available seating. Lu Ying gravitated towards Gao Feng, settling intimately beside him. Gao Feng cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ying, perplexed by her actions. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent. Once everyone was seated, Gao Feng initiated the discussion, It appears that the most significant threat posed by conventional zombies may be non-existent. Intrigued, the others turned their gazes towards him. Gao Feng elucidated. You've all seen zombie films, haven't you? The group collectively nodded in affirmation. In this era, most individuals possess some familiarity with zombies, even if they had not personally viewed related media. Gao Feng continued. The danger of zombies in films primarily stems from two aspects: quantity and infection. Setting aside the issue of numbers, the primary source of fear associated with zombies is the potential for infection upon being scratched, leading to zombification. However, based on the incident involving Lin Yu, the infectivity of zombies in the Doomsday game remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Chen Nu expressed his curiosity. Why uncertain? Given that Lin Yu emerged unscathed, does this not suggest the absence of infectivity in zombies? Gao Feng elucidated. Firstly, Lin Yu is a level 2 ability user, and she was wounded by a level 2 zombie. Had a level 3 zombie inflicted the injury, would she have remained unharmed? Upon hearing this, Chen Nu fell silent, observing Gao Feng intently. The fact that Lin Yu is an ability user is also a critical factor. Who knows if only ability users are immune to infection, while evolutionaries are not? The crowd fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Rank, ability users, and evolutionaries are all critical factors influencing the outcome. Therefore, we must refrain from hasty conclusions, lest we jeopardize the lives of everyone present. Gao Feng stated solemnly. The crowd nodded in agreement. Gao Feng continued. Secondly, the capabilities of zombies. To date, we have encountered roughly 4 types of zombies: common zombies, mutated zombies, ability zombies, and super mutated zombies. Ability zombies? Everyone regarded Gao Feng with surprise, having never encountered such a thing. Gao Feng glossed over this, mentioning that it was an ability zombie that had severely wounded Chen Nu the first time, an event witnessed by Zhang Heng. Belatedly, a look of realization dawned on Chen Nu's face. No wonder that zombie seemed so abnormally strong. It was an ability zombie. He had initially attributed it to his own weakness at the time, which led him to perceive the zombie as exceptionally powerful. Lin Yumeng inquired with curiosity. What do ability zombies look like? Gao Feng glanced at him, realizing that he had not been paying close attention. Given the urgency of the situation, it was understandable that Chen Nu had not remembered the characteristics of the ability zombie. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng articulated, the superpowered zombies are devoid of skin. Their bodies enveloped in a layer of ebony hide. This hide is remarkably resilient, impervious to the penetration of arrows, and only partially susceptible to the melting effects of Chen Nu's flames. Furthermore, the zombie's hand bears a resemblance to that of the Iron Fist zombie, lacking individual digits and instead terminating in a hammer-like appendage. Upon hearing this, the assembly found themselves somewhat perplexed, unable to form a definitive mental image of the superpowered zombie based on Zhang Heng's description. Gao Feng interjected, there's no need for haste. Comprehension will dawn upon encountering the superpowered zombie firsthand. Resuming the discourse that had been abruptly interrupted, he stated, the rationale behind discussing the various zombie classifications stems from the uncertainty surrounding the infectivity of all zombies. It remains indeterminate whether none possess infectivity, whether a subset does, or whether it is contingent upon the individual. The audience grew somewhat bewildered by his circuitous reasoning. Lin Yumeng summarized, are you not essentially conveying the same as saying nothing at all? The conclusion remains that the infectivity of zombies is uncertain. Lin Yu chuckled and remarked, this is not Gao Feng's true objective. His true intention is to caution us to exercise vigilance when engaging with zombies, ensuring that we do not become complacent simply because I was not infected on this occasion. All zombies should be treated as potentially infectious, even in the absence of confirmed infectivity. Gao Feng, upon hearing this, cast an approving glance at Lin Yu, smiling in commendation. He affirmed, precisely, that is my intent. The purpose of such extensive analysis is to impress upon you the imperative of unwavering vigilance when confronting zombies. SC Chardinger's infectivity, Zhang Heng quipped with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in laughter. Gao Feng, joining in the mirth, concurred, indeed, SC Chardinger's infectivity it is. After the laughter subsided, Gao Feng's expression grew serious as he commenced a thorough analysis of the day's battle. He turned his gaze towards Chen Nu, stating, you were far too impulsive. Upon hearing this, Chen Nu instinctively sought to retort. However, Gao Feng continued, had you not recklessly employed your abilities from the outset, we might have avoided the subsequent loss of combat effectiveness. When confronting the level 2 zombies, perhaps neither you nor Lin Yu would have sustained injuries. And we would not have had to endure such anxiety. Do you recall the task I assigned to you? It was to obstruct the zombies, not to annihilate them. If you had conserved your powers, you would have had ample time to hold out until my battle with the tentacled creature concluded, and none of this would have transpired. Chen Nu fell silent in response. Lin Yu, feeling partially responsible, quickly interjected, "This cannot be solely blamed on Chen Nu. I share in the fault." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng turned his attention to her and remarked bluntly, "Indeed, you too are at fault." Lin Yu's expression faltered slightly. Gao Feng then asked, "Why did you choose to assist Lin Yu Meng in fending off the zombie attacks?" Lin Yu replied, "She is my sister. Of course I must save her." Gao Feng interrupted her, saying, "You misunderstand. I am not suggesting you refrain from saving her, but rather that your approach was misguided. You could have utilized your abilities to render Lin Yu Meng invisible to the zombies, thereby preventing her from being attacked." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hesitated, wishing to explain that the situation had been too urgent for her to think clearly, yet the words remained unvoiced. Deep down, she recognized her error. Furthermore, the most pivotal aspect is that Lin Yumeng possesses superior physical attributes compared to you. Even if you hadn't intervened, she would have likely evaded the assault. Upon hearing this, Lin Yumeng nodded profusely, affirming, "Indeed, sister, there was no necessity for you to shield me. I am confident I could have dodged it." Gao Feng turned towards her, exclaiming vehemently, "Dodge my foot." Chapter 33. Augmenting Armaments. Level 2 Scythe of Death. Dodge my foot. Gao Feng bellowed, startling Lin Yumeng. "Were it not for your deficient combat awareness, would your sister have sustained injuries on your behalf? Had you merely demonstrated the competence befitting a level 2 evolver, your sister wouldn't have been compelled to rescue you." Lin Yumeng, dumbfounded by the reprimand, uttered with dejection, "Yes, I apologize. It is all my fault." Lin Yu embraced Lin Yumeng consolingly. Lin Yumeng, clinging to her sister, lamented, "It is all due to my ineptitude. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been harmed." He cast a glance towards Wei Yi, whose countenance remained placid, Zhang Heng, who appeared apprehensive, and Lu Ying, who seemed uneasy. He remarked, "Your performance this time was commendable, particularly Wei Yi. Upon arriving at a novel and unfamiliar locale, you prudently inspected for safety, purged the room of zombies, and implemented defensive measures." Wei Yi remained unmoved by Gao Feng's commendation, considering these actions as merely his duty. Zhang Heng and Lu Ying, upon hearing Gao Feng's assessment of their performance, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Both inadvertently smiled, but upon noticing the expressions of Chen Nu and the others, they deemed it inappropriate to revel and hastily suppressed their grins. Gao Feng surveyed the group, stating, "I, too, bear culpability in this instance." The crowd stared at him in astonishment. Gao Feng said, "I erred in underestimating the peril of this operation, nearly leading everyone to their demise in the supermarket. Had we conducted prior reconnaissance on the horde of zombies, understanding the precise number of level 2 zombies present, we could have devised a more detailed combat strategy to significantly mitigate the danger. Furthermore, I miscalculated our team's combat capabilities." At his words, an air of embarrassment swept through the room. He refrained from elaborating further. Gao Feng continued, "Starting tomorrow, we will commence combat training. Everyone must participate. This will serve both to enhance individual combat skills and to foster team coordination. If you 5 can synchronize effectively, you can eliminate level 2 zombies without sustaining any injuries." No one opposed Gao Feng's proposal. He retrieved white and green crystals from his pocket and placed them on the table. The sheer quantity of white crystals he produced left the onlookers astonished. It was an excessive amount. Lin Yu and the others also presented the white crystals they had obtained during the battle. As they counted their spoils, 27 white crystals and 3 green crystals, they realized their fortune. They had successfully acquired green crystals from each of the 3 level 2 mutated zombies they had slain. Lin Yumeng, shaking off her earlier sorrow, gazed at the pile of white crystals on the table, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, so many white crystals." The white crystals from the zombies Chun had incinerated and those Gao Feng had dispatched in his final outburst were left uncollected. The situation had been too urgent to seize them at the time. The group turned their attention to the 3 green crystals on the table, for these were crucial. As for the white crystals, all members were already at level 2 and could no longer utilize them to enhance their strength. The remaining purpose is solely to enhance equipment and heal injuries. With no equipment to enhance and an excess of white crystals for healing, the crowd gazed at the 3 green crystals, their eyes shimmering with desire. Lin Yu took the initiative to address Gao Feng, stating, The 2 green crystals you possess are rightfully yours, having been obtained from the level 2 zombies you defeated. The remaining green crystal is what we shall distribute among us." Upon hearing this, the others glanced at Gao Feng, and regardless of their inner thoughts, they nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lin Yu is correct. This belongs to you, Brother Feng," Zhang Heng remarked. Chen Nu and Wei Yi remained silent, while Lu Ying expressed her support, and Lin Yimin gazed at the green crystals, drooling in anticipation. Observing this, Gao Feng collected the 2 green crystals and nodded, saying, "Very well, let us now proceed to the distribution of the white crystals." They decided on an equitable distribution of 3 white crystals per person, with the surplus remaining in Gao Feng's possession. He currently held 9 white crystals and 2 green crystals, leaving 1 green crystal that proved difficult to divide. With each individual keen on acquiring a share of the green crystal, it was impractical to divide it among 6 people. Chen Nu was the first to speak up, declaring, "I did not participate in the battle against the level 2 zombies. So this green crystal has nothing to do with me." Although he yearned for the green crystal, he felt a significant sense of responsibility for the events that unfolded today. Out of guilt and pride, he was unwilling to partake in the distribution. The second to voluntarily withdraw was Lu Ying, who stated, "I did not contribute much during the battle either. You may have it." Gao Feng then turned to Lin Yumeng, who rolled her eyes and remarked, "I don't want it either. If only it could be given to my sister." Lin Yu swiftly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "You should be quiet." Lin Yumeng muffled her protests. Her strength surpassed Lin Yu's considerably, enabling her to easily break free from her sister's grasp, yet she refrained. The remaining individuals were Wei Yi, Zhang Heng, and Lin Yu. Gao Feng made the decisive announcement, "This green crystal shall be awarded to Wei Yi, as he made the most significant contribution in slaying the level 2 zombie." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng exhibited a trace of disappointment, but voiced no objection. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "I have no objections." The green crystal found its way into Wei Ye's possession, whose countenance remained placid. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, everyone." Lin Yumeng pouted and remarked, "If only we could reside here. I've never had the opportunity to live in a villa." Upon hearing this, many were enticed, turning their gazes toward Gao Feng. A villa offered far more comfort than their current building, boasting expansive sofas and commodious rooms. Gao Feng calmly stated, "It's unsafe here. A single iron gate cannot withstand a multitude of zombies, and the journey to relocate would also be perilous." Upon returning home, Lu Ying busied herself with preparing a meal, with Lin Yu assisting. This time, she did not compel Lin Yiming to participate in the chores. The others sat nearby, engaging in conversation while awaiting the meal, idly consuming snacks and fruits. Save for the absence of television and mobile phones, and the dim lighting provided solely by candlelight, it hardly resembled the arduous existence of a post-apocalyptic world. Gao Feng reclined on the sofa, contemplating the optimal utilization of the 2 green crystals. He faced 2 options, consuming them to augment his physical attributes or employing them to enhance his equipment. To date, none of his equipment had been upgraded to level 2, and he remained uncertain of the effects of such an upgrade. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to utilize one of the green crystals to fortify the death scythe, fearing that an excessive increase in strength would drastically reduce the duration of his strength enhancement ability. If one cannot sustain even the duration of a single battle, the efficacy of one's abilities would significantly diminish. Gao Feng experienced a peculiar sense of discomfort, while others yearned for greater strength. He was compelled to consider the implications of excessive power, such that upon activating his abilities, he might expend all his stamina with a single blow. In such a scenario, he would resemble a one-punch hero, where others conclude battles with a single strike. He would possess only the strength for a solitary blow. Nonetheless, the likelihood of this occurrence was minimal. After all, a level 1 enhancement ability merely doubled his strength, far from reaching such extremes. Gao Feng affixed the green crystal to the scythe of death, and 10 seconds later, the crystal melted, absorbed by the scythe. The dim white light emanating from the scythe of death transformed into a subtle green glow, upgrading it to a level 2 green equipment. Upon witnessing the enhancement effects of the Scythe of Death, Gao Feng's expression reflected astonishment. Chapter 34, Abilities and Zombies. Scythe of Death, 3 stars. Level 2, 1-3. Effects, Sharpness 4. The dual-form Scythe of Death can switch between scythe and hook forms. Special effect, Death Harvest, 146. Gao Feng had already claimed the lives of 146 beings with the Scythe of Death. over 30 of which were from tentacled monsters. He endeavored to transition the form of the Scythe of Death into its hook configuration. The Scythe of Death swiftly diminished, morphing into a hook less than half a meter in length, its handle transforming into a chain that could extend up to 6 meters. The hook was more curved than the scythe, making it easier to ensnare objects. The onlookers gazed at the Scythe of Death in Gao Feng's hands, their faces reflecting astonishment. Upon hearing his voice, the remaining individuals turned their heads in unison, noticing the disappearance of the large scythe and the presence of a smaller scythe in Gao Feng's hand. He elucidated with a smile. This is the new effect after the Scythe of Death leveled up to level 2. Lin Yuming abandoned her game console and approached Gao Feng, her presence heralded by the refreshing fragrance of gardenias that permeated the air, seemingly revitalizing the surroundings. Let me see, she inquired with curiosity. Gao Feng handed it to her, cautioning, be careful not to injure yourself. The blade is exceedingly sharp. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming's heart stirred. She cleaved at the coffee table. With an improper application of force, the scythe hook nevertheless effortlessly pierced through the solid wood. Gao Feng's eyelids twitched, regretting his decision to entrust her with the scythe hook. It's really sharp, Lin Yuming exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Hong, brimming with curiosity, approached. Let me have a look as well. Lin Yuming extracted the scythe hook, examining it from various angles before relinquishing it to Zhang Hong. The others took turns inspecting the scythe hook, but Chen Nu was the only one who revealed a look of astonishment. Heavens! You eliminated over 100 zombies in just one afternoon? Chen Nu, noticing the layers of death reap on the Scythe of Death, was deeply shocked. Upon hearing this, everyone curiously gathered around to observe. After examining it, they all expressed astonishment. Gao Feng stated calmly, not just in the afternoon. I also eliminated over 50 zombies in the morning. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, recognizing the sophisticated manner in which Gao Feng flaunted his prowess. The number of zombies he had eliminated alone surpassed the combined total of the other 6. Though I have not meticulously counted, there are scarcely a handful of individuals capable of slaying 20 zombies in a single day, with Wei Yi and Chen Nu being the most proficient among them. As for Lu Ying and Lin Yumao, one might question whether they managed to eliminate even 10 in a day. Time for a meal, Lin Yu called out. Gao Feng sheathed his sickle, rising to partake in the repast. Lu Ying brought the last bowl of vegetables to the table and sat down, while Chen Nu produced a bottle of wine from seemingly nowhere. With a grin, he declared, let us celebrate our collective ascension to level 2. Cheers. Gao Feng glanced at him, offering a resigned smile. He poured himself a modest amount of wine, raised his glass, and toasted, cheers. The 7 glasses clinked together, producing a melodious chime. Observing the joyful faces of those around him, Gao Feng mused that perhaps if the apocalypse had not descended upon them, this room would never have been so lively. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they dispersed. Gao Feng had consumed a little wine. Although his face was flushed, his mind remained clear. He was the type to redden at the slightest touch of alcohol, which is why he typically refrained from drinking. However, the rare ambience of the moment prompted him to indulge in a few sips. Taking advantage of his full stomach, Gao Feng swallowed a green crystal to enhance his physique. Evolver, Gao Feng, level 2. Combat power, 220. Ability, strength enhancement, level 1. Items, Death Scythe, level 2, 3 stars. Jumping shoes, level 1, 2 stars. Cat's agility, level 1. 1 star. His strength had slightly increased. He glanced at his combat power, pondering how much was required to reach level 3. Yet, reflecting on the fact that he was not an ability user, he concluded that there was little difference between levels 2 and 3, and thus resolved to set the matter aside. In terms of mere ascension, Gao Feng does not harbor much anticipation. While the enhancement of abilities for the gifted can amplify their powers, what does he gain from leveling up? Merely a debuff that prevents him from utilizing the green crystal to bolster his strength. With little water remaining, Gao Feng simply wiped his body with it before lying down on the bed, preparing for slumber. At that moment, Jia and Lu Ying entered, closing the door behind them. The room lacked candles, yet Gao Feng could see clearly. Lu Ying pressed against him, teasingly licking his ear and whispering in a moist voice. It's night. Unable to withstand such provocation, Gao Feng turned over eagerly. The following day, Chen Nu knocked on the door. Upon seeing Gao Feng open it, he inquired, "Are we having bread again today?" His tone implied a jab at Gao Feng. Why should he be the one to enjoy nocturnal diversions while Chen Nu languished alone in his room, enduring a night of solitude and emptiness? Chen Nu expressed his dissatisfaction. Gao Feng's lips twitched as he suppressed the urge to slap him. Breakfast was being served, and he called for everyone to come down. Upon hearing this, Chen Nu immediately shouted upstairs, "Come down for breakfast." Gao Feng's fingers trembled slightly, feeling his restraint waning. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he chose not to engage with the solitary man. He turned and re-entered the room. After everyone had their breakfast, they commenced the day's combat training. Gao Feng mandated that training would take place in the morning, followed by an afternoon dedicated to scavenging for supplies and hunting zombies. Lin Yu glanced at Gao Feng and remarked, "During training, you are not allowed to intervene. If you do, there is no point in our training at all." Gao Feng nodded and replied, "I will not intervene." A group of individuals began training against a horde of zombies, with 20 to 30 undead rushing toward them, while Gao Feng observed from the rear. The overwhelming number of zombies compared to their own forces inevitably instilled a sense of tension and pressure. However, upon engaging, they quickly realized that confronting level 1 zombies posed no challenge whatsoever, even with their numbers vastly superior. Lin Yu effortlessly dispatched zombies, having ascended to level 2, which significantly enhanced her powers, expanded her abilities, and improved her stealth. She could now maneuver even in the absence of shadows, albeit with slightly diminished effectiveness. Most crucially, if she alone employed her shadow stealth, she would remain in that state even after eliminating a zombie. Lin Yu was drawing ever closer to becoming a true assassin. Soon, the skirmish concluded, yielding 3 white crystals. Gao Feng collected them and remarked, "Level 1 zombies are far too simplistic for you. They only pose a threat in significant numbers. Let us seek out a level 2 mutated zombie for further challenge." The group nodded in agreement, having sensed the lack of pressure when facing a small number of level 1 zombies. This was especially true given that Chen Nu had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly incinerated 2 to 3 dozen zombies by himself. Gao Feng led the charge in search of a level 2 mutated zombie. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted nearby. The group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting curiosity and anticipation. Chen Nu, eager for action, suggested, "Shall we investigate?" Just the day before, they had heard gunfire, and had circumstances not been dire, Gao Feng would have led them to assess the situation. With the sounds echoing once more, Gao Feng was determined not to miss this opportunity, for gunfire signified the presence of larger forces and survivors. The assembly gravitated towards the source of the gunfire, which gradually diminished into sporadic bursts accompanied by the echoes of explosions. As they drew nearer, the anguished cries of the wounded pierced the air. Gao Feng discerned the remnants of a firefight etched along the streets, just as they were on the cusp of arriving at the epicenter of the conflict. A premonition materialized before Gao Feng's eyes. A substantial horde of zombies lay ahead, fraught with peril, and among them, an aberrant, supernaturally endowed zombie, exceedingly hazardous. Gao Feng's stride faltered momentarily, his gaze igniting with an ardent anticipation. A supernaturally endowed zombie. Chapter 35. The ironclad zombie. An aberrant zombie signified the potential acquisition of an arcane crystal, which in turn implied the possibility of unlocking novel supernatural abilities. Gao Feng's heart surged with elation and fervor. Unable to augment the potency of his powers through conventional means, his sole recourse lay in consuming arcane crystals, thereby either acquiring new abilities or, perchance, enhancing the efficacy of his existing ones. Gao Feng composed himself. The waning gunfire and intermittent screams intimated the formidable nature of this aberrant zombie, one that even armed survivors struggled to contend with. He cast a glance at the scythe hook in his grasp, his confidence swelling. In terms of sheer destructive force, his current offensive capabilities far surpassed that of mere bullets. While bullets might falter against steel, he could effortlessly cleave through it. Having steeled his resolve, Gao Feng pivoted and declared, "An aberrant zombie lies ahead, fraught with considerable danger." Upon hearing this, the assembly paid scant heed to the imminent peril, their attention riveted instead upon Gao Feng's mention of the aberrant zombie. This marked their inaugural opportunity to witness such a creature, and their excitement was palpable. Observing their expressions, Gao Feng realized the futility of urging them to remain behind while he engaged in solitary combat. They were unlikely to heed his counsel. Upon witnessing the situation, Gao Feng had no choice but to declare, "There is only one ability-enhanced zombie. I shall deal with it. You all focus on the surrounding zombies, as there may be several level 2 zombies among them, so exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu displayed a grin, eagerly preparing for battle. This time, I am in peak condition. I will not suffer defeat again. Gao Feng glanced at him and replied, confidence is commendable. Yet do not forget that there are more than just one level 2 zombie that you have yet to face in your prime state. Remain vigilant. At these words, Chen Nu's expression faltered slightly. Had it been anyone else uttering such a statement, he would have retorted immediately. However, with Gao Feng, he could only remain silent, inwardly raising a middle finger in defiance. One thing that perplexed Chen Nu endlessly was how Gao Feng, who was not an ability user, could possess such overwhelming strength compared to himself. It was clearly not merely a matter of combat prowess. Often, Gao Feng exhibited a sudden display of power capable of annihilating zombies of the same level, leaving Chen Nu utterly baffled, as it seemed quite unscientific. Upon hearing the cries of the living, Gao Feng charged forward. His sickle had transformed into a scythe, and he wielded it with ferocity, carving a bloody path through the horde of zombies. The glint of the blade flashed as it swept through, leaving behind a trail of severed limbs and remnants. Chen Nu watched in awe as he swallowed hard. It was akin to a human meat grinder in action. He could not match such speed even with the raging flames of his Red Lotus Fury. The others closely followed in Gao Feng's wake, with Wei Yi and Zhang Heng flanking them for protection. Since ordinary arrows could not harness Zhang Heng's current strength, he had abandoned archery and transitioned to a melee gunner. The zombies, continuously charging ahead, detected the group approaching from the side and began to turn, encircling them wherever Gao Feng tread. The horde of corpses parted effortlessly like butter meeting a hot knife, unable to withstand the throngs of people, thus rendering their numerical advantage moot. However, a swift turn of events unfolded as mutated zombies emerged from the mass, advancing towards Gao Feng. A towering zombie, over 2 meters in height, loomed ominously. Was this a new level 2 mutated zombie? Gao Feng lifted his gaze towards the creature, noting the absence of discernible mutated tissue on its exterior. He charged at the colossal zombie, which retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at him. Gao Feng deftly evaded the blow, causing the punch to obliterate another zombie's head. He leaped and swung his scythe towards the giant's skull. The giant raised its hand to block, but with a swift snip, its immensely thick arm was severed, revealing the mutated tissue within. The giant's mutation consisted of fat, a yellowish-black substance that filled its subcutaneous layer, supporting its massive form and endowing it with formidable defensive capabilities. Even bullets found it challenging to pierce through this mutated fat. Gao Feng observed numerous bullet holes in its body, with projectiles lodged within the mutant's fatty layers. Yet, the giant's robust defenses proved insufficient against the scythe of death. The scythe effortlessly sliced through the mutated fat. Swish, swish, swish. The giant zombie was cleaved into fragments. With a swift flick of the scythe's tip, a piece of putrid flesh soared into the air, which he grasped tightly, extracting the green crystal within and discarding the decayed remains. But this was not the end. Having vanquished the giant zombie, more level 2 zombies surged forth to assault the crowd. However, he had no time to contend with these new adversaries, for an ability-wielding zombie now stood before him. The extraordinary zombie possesses a physique akin to that of a conventional zombie, cloaked in a hue reminiscent of black iron, exuding a metallic sheen, resembling a being forged from steel. It is a level 1 zombie, endowed with the extraordinary ability of enhanced defense. The warning is straightforward. However, Gao Feng senses an impending pressure. Thud, thud, thud. The steel zombie charges towards Gao Feng with a velocity comparable to that of a level 1 peak evolutionist sprinting at full speed. This particular extraordinary zombie is not one freshly spawned. It has already attained the pinnacle of level 1 and stands on the brink of breaking into level 2. Upon transcending to level 2, its power will become even more formidable. Gao Feng, faster than the creature, swings his blade, striking with a resounding clang. The scythe of death cleaves into the chest of the steel zombie, leaving a gash and sparking a cascade of sparks. Nearby survivors witness Gao Feng engaging in close combat with the steel zombie and urgently shout, "Be careful. This zombie is impervious to bullets, not merely resistant to bullets." As Gao Feng glances at the steel zombie, he notices that aside from the scar he inflicted, there are no signs of gunfire whatsoever. It remains utterly unscathed. With a steely gaze, Gao Feng activates his extraordinary ability, doubling his strength. He charges once more at the steel zombie, which turns to launch itself at him. Clang! Boom! The arm of the steel zombie is severed, sent flying by Gao Feng's blade. The soldiers in the distance stare in astonishment at this scene. The steel zombie, which their firearms could not even dent, has been disarmed by a mere human. Gao Feng grips the scythe of death tightly, his arm trembling slightly. That last strike was no trivial feat. It took every ounce of his strength to barely sever an arm. The defensive prowess of the steel zombie is nothing short of terrifying. It is worth noting that Gao Feng had not exerted such effort even when breaking through a wall. The ironclad zombie, impervious to pain, renewed its assault on Gao Feng, driven by an instinctual imperative to devour him for evolutionary advancement. Gao Feng met the onslaught head-on, his blade ringing as he severed another limb. The zombie, now deprived of both arms, recognized the peril and turned to flee. Gao Feng pursued relentlessly, but the ironclad zombie sought refuge amidst a throng of its kind, hindering Gao Feng's pursuit. With a swift transformation, his weapon morphed. A scythe hook hurtled forth, ensnaring the ironclad zombie's neck. Gao Feng, with a mighty pull, sent the creature hurtling through the air, its body crashing heavily behind him. The scythe reverted to its original form. Gao Feng brought the blade down with all his might, the razor-sharp tip piercing the ironclad zombie's skull, only to be halted after a few centimeters. The zombie's cranium proved too resilient. It took 4 or 5 forceful blows to finally breach the skull. Having pried open the ironclad zombie's head, Gao Feng found himself depleted. He was fortunate it was merely a level 1 mutant zombie. A level 2 would have been insurmountable. He wondered if his scythe could even penetrate the defenses of a level 2 ironclad zombie. Spotting a white, hexagonal prism within the breached skull, Gao Feng grinned. His efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 36. New Ability. Iron Skin. Gao Feng retrieved the hexagonal white crystal from the ironclad zombie's head. Level 1 Mutant Crystal. Used to gain a chance to acquire defensive enhancement abilities. The element of chance displeased Gao Feng. He pocketed the crystal and turned his gaze toward the others. The situation was somewhat dire, with an overwhelming number of zombies, including a significant presence of level 2 undead, placing everyone in a precarious position. Gao Feng brandished his scythe and shouted to the crowd, urging them to retreat, as the horde was too formidable. He plunged into the throng of corpses, determined to buy time for his comrades. With each swing, he cleaved through 3 or 4 zombies. However, exterminating the entire mass before him proved to be an insurmountable challenge, for the undead numbered in the thousands. They crowded the streets, leaving no avenue for escape. "Run that way," Gao Feng bellowed, gesturing towards the direction of the surviving soldiers. The group fought and fell back, making their way to the soldiers' stronghold. The crack of gunfire erupted anew as the remaining soldiers dispatched nearby zombies and began firing at those in the distance, providing cover for the retreating crowd. Amid the chaotic withdrawal, Chen Nu spotted a vehicle abandoned by the roadside, and an idea sparked in his mind. He raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the car. With a tremendous explosion, the vehicle's fuel tank erupted, sending nearby zombies flying. Chen Nu's eyes gleamed with newfound inspiration for combat. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards another car, setting its fuel tank ablaze as well. Boom, boom. The explosions echoed in succession, significantly slowing the advance of the horde. The surviving soldiers watched Chen Nu's actions with alarm. After all, those were their vehicles. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the billowing smoke and flames. It was Gao Feng. He sprinted towards the group, pursued only by a scant few straggling zombies. The soldiers fired at the undead and quickly urged the others to flee. Under the soldiers' guidance, the group retreated into a nearby building. Wang Hai gazed at Gao Feng and expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance. My name is Wang Hai, and I am affiliated with the Special Forces in G City." Gao Feng responded by shaking his hand and introducing himself. "I am Gao Feng." Wang Hai and his comrades regarded Gao Feng with admiration, as he had single-handedly vanquished the formidable armored zombie that had nearly annihilated their squad. Wang Hai stated, "The G City government has established a survivor's shelter in the outskirts of Guhai. You are welcome to seek refuge there." Upon hearing this, many individuals were intrigued. As humans are social creatures and naturally inclined to congregate, Gao Feng nodded and replied, "Very well." Observing Gao Feng's lack of enthusiasm, Wang Hai refrained from further discussion. He led the group upstairs. As they reached the second floor, a man in a business suit approached them and inquired, "What is the situation outside? When can we depart?" Wang Hai explained, "There are too many zombies outside, and the emergence of mutated zombies has inflicted heavy losses on the special operations team. It will be impossible to leave in the short term." The man retorted impolitely, What are you people doing? You can't even handle this simple task. How long do you expect me to remain trapped here? There isn't even a place to shower, and I have to sleep on the floor every night, which is causing me considerable discomfort. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng furrowed his brow. He chose not to interfere, as it was not his concern. Wang Hai and his companions were visibly displeased by the man's outburst. One of them, unable to contain his anger, lunged at the man with a fist. Wang Hai restrained his arm and whispered sternly, "Chen Shu, remain calm." The man was startled and retreated several steps, colliding with the door. Chen Shu roared, "How can you expect me to remain calm?" Zhang Ran, Peng Zhe, Li Hui, and Chen Wu perished at the jaws of the undead for these individuals. Was it worth it? Certainly not. Wang Hai disregarded Chen Shu's inquiries, signaling to his comrades behind to pull Chen Shu aside. The man, upon hearing this, sensed his own indiscretion. He straightened his wrinkled attire and turned his gaze towards Gao Feng and the others, noticing the three women in their midst. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he inquired, "Who are they?" Wang Hai replied, "They are survivors from City G. Thanks to their timely intervention in repelling the zombies, we have avoided total annihilation." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? If they are this formidable, let them escort us to the refuge." Wang Hai responded, "This is our mission. No unrelated personnel may partake." Gao Feng observed Wang Hai with renewed scrutiny, recognizing that this man was reliable and would indeed take action when necessary. He understood that Wang Hai was shielding them from involvement. For anyone who could compel a special forces unit to brave the dangers of City G surely possessed an extraordinary identity. The man cast a glance at Wang Hai but chose to disregard him, instead approaching Gao Feng directly. With a smile, he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Cheng Jianwei, one of the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs in City G. My grandfather, Cheng Guohua, is the city's foremost authority." Gao Feng regarded him coldly, showing no interest in his proclaimed status. Cheng Jianwei, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, continued, "If you can ensure our safe passage to the refuge, I can persuade my grandfather to appoint you as the head of the refuge." Gao Feng replied, with an air of indifference, "I'm afraid we are powerless to assist." Cheng Jianwei's countenance underwent a drastic transformation as he glared menacingly at Gao Feng, retorting, "You had better meticulously consider the ramifications of your refusal." Gao Feng responded with equanimity, "I am acutely aware of the repercussions of acceptance." Cheng Jianwei fixed Gao Feng with a baleful stare, exclaiming, "Very well, I shall remember this. I will extend one final opportunity. Do you accede or decline? As the paramount leader of this sanctuary is my uncle. He possesses the authority to deny entry to any individual who might jeopardize its safety. Reflect scrupulously upon the consequences of your rejection." "I decline," Gao Feng stated, eschewing further circumlocution and opting for a forthright response. As Cheng Jianwei appeared poised to speak further, Gao Feng's patience waned. With a swift gesture of his arm, a decorative sculpture was cleaved asunder, its newly formed surfaces impeccably smooth. The sculpture then crashed to the floor, shattering into countless fragments. Observing the scythe in Gao Feng's hand, Cheng Jianwei felt a chill run down his spine, his hands trembling slightly. Had Gao Feng's scythe been aimed at his person, he would now be deceased. His complexion ashen. Cheng Jianwei retreated several paces from Gao Feng, his voice rising to a shrill pitch as he addressed Wang Hai. "He is threatening me. Why do you not take action?" Wang Hai remained impassive, while the others regarded him with indifference, offering no assistance. Cheng Jianwei surveyed the assembly, cast a profound glance at Gao Feng, and then turned to depart. The door slammed shut with considerable force, conveying his displeasure. Following Cheng Jianwei's departure, Wang Hai extended his apologies to Gao Feng, stating, "I am sorry for involving you in this matter." He further stated, "You need not fret. The sanctuary is established by the authorities, not dictated by any single individual. Entry and exit are determined by professional institutions, so there's no need to be concerned about his threats." Gao Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "I paid it no mind." He had no intention of seeking refuge in the so-called sanctuary. The group rested outside, and Gao Feng, seated in a corner, retrieved an ability crystal, cleansed it, and ingested it. A jolt coursed through his mind as a unique energy surged through every cell in his body, from crown to toe. Gao Feng sensed something new within him, and related information surfaced in his mind. Defense enhancement. Upon activation, grants steel skin, significantly enhancing defense. Gao Feng glanced around and, unnoticed, activated his ability. His skin transformed into a dark, metallic hue, resembling a layer of metal. A sharp scythe, when drawn across his palm, left only a faint white mark, unable to easily penetrate the skin. Soon, Gao Feng deactivated his defense enhancement, unnoticed by others. Chapter 37. Disparate Treatment. Nameless wrath. Gao Feng sat on the ground, pondering. He sensed that the defensive enhancement ability was not as potent on him as it was on the ability zombies. Gao Feng surmised that the black membrane might be the reason. The ability zombies were covered in a resilient black membrane, a mutation of black blood and skin. Even without the defense enhancement ability, this membrane was incredibly tough. Gao Feng had experienced this when confronting the strength zombie. A sharp fire axe, when striking the black membrane, felt like hitting a resilient, elastic rubber tire, greatly reducing the damage and providing a strong rebound, augmented by supernatural abilities. The already formidable dark membrane possessed an even greater resilience. This explains why the steel zombies could disregard the onslaught of bullets. Peak estimates that upon activating his abilities, he too could withstand bullets, though not with the same impunity as the steel zombies. Partly due to the sensation of pain, and partly due to a marginally inferior defensive capacity. Despite the skin's transformation into a dark, metallic hue after the defensive enhancement, it remained skin, still susceptible to vibrations and tactile sensations. The scythe's graze across his palm was distinctly felt. Peak peered out the window, observing the swarms of zombies encircling the area. He awaited an opportune moment to depart. Suddenly, a deafening din emanated from afar, growing ever closer. The zombies on the ground were drawn towards the source of the noise. As it approached, Peak recognized the sound of helicopter rotors. Looking up, he saw a helicopter approaching. Peak harbored a certain expectation, and Wang Hai and the others, too, rose to their feet, their faces beaming with delight as the helicopter drew nearer. The arrival of support troops via helicopter was indeed unexpected. Drawn by the helicopter's sound, Cheng Jianhui emerged, followed by 5 or 6 others. 3 middle-aged individuals, 2 women, and Cheng Jianhui, one of the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. These individuals were of considerable importance. Static, crackled the walkie-talkie pinned to Wang Hai's chest. Affirmative. We are about to land on the rooftop. Escort the designated personnel to the roof for helicopter extraction. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces lit up with joy. Traveling by helicopter is undoubtedly far safer than by car, for after all, zombies cannot reach those soaring above in the sky. Gao Feng cast a glance at the jubilant crowd, his expression remaining composed. He did not believe that helicopters were inherently safe. The capabilities of zombies were varied and unpredictable. It would not be surprising if flying zombies were to emerge. Moreover, besides the possibility of airborne zombies, mutated birds in the sky could equally pose a threat to the helicopter. Under the guidance of Wang Hai, the group made their way to the rooftop. After a gust of wind, the helicopter descended onto the platform. The support team comprised only 2 individuals, 1 pilot and 1 armed personnel, their objective being to maximize the onboard space for passengers. The armed personnel, engaging in conversation with Wang Hai, urged, "Hurry aboard the helicopter. We must evacuate immediately. There are threats within City G that could endanger the helicopter." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng displayed a look of surprise. His suspicions had been confirmed. However, it remained uncertain whether the threat was from flying zombies or mutated birds. The crowd promptly scrambled onto the aircraft, with Cheng Guohua being the first to board, followed by the other 2 middle-aged men. Cheng Jianhui was the 4th to enter, and once the 2 women squeezed in, there was no more room left inside the helicopter. The pilot hastily exclaimed, "No more passengers can board. We will exceed the weight limit, and the helicopter will not be able to take off." The expressions of those behind Wang Hai darkened upon hearing this. It seemed there would be no further trips to retrieve them. Gao Feng and the others felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Although this situation did not directly concern them, witnessing such discriminatory treatment still ignited feelings of indignation and unrest. Wang Hai saluted, acknowledging the message. The armed personnel spoke, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. When we depart, the helicopter will divert the majority of the nearby zombies, allowing you to evacuate safely." Observing this, the pilot maneuvered the helicopter into the air, the fierce wind causing the garments of the onlookers to flutter noisily, while simultaneously instilling a chilling dread within their hearts. It sounded promising. The helicopter would lure away the zombies. However, to put it bluntly, it was merely a tactic to placate Wang Hai and his companions, preventing them from succumbing to rage and dragging those aboard the helicopter down with them. After all, Wang Hai's group was armed, and from such a close distance, they could easily bring down the helicopter. Should even one of them feel the urge to retaliate with the thought, "If you do not take me, none shall escape," the helicopter would not leave today. Once the helicopter took flight, Chen Nu could no longer contain his frustration and let out a furious curse. The individuals behind Wang Hai cast a glance at Chen Nu. Though they remained silent, their eyes conveyed agreement. Wang Hai approached the wall and noticed that the zombies below had been distracted by the helicopter's commotion. He declared, "Prepare to retreat." He then turned to Gao Feng and inquired once more, "Are you truly not coming with us to the shelter? You need not worry about Cheng Jianwei. With your capabilities, once you reach the shelter, the authorities will be eager to court your favor rather than expel you," Wang Hai earnestly urged. In response, Gao Feng shook his head and said, "No, thank you for your kindness. Perhaps I will visit another time when the opportunity arises." Wang Hai, seeing this, resignedly replied, "Very well, then, until we meet again." After bidding farewell, the group descended the stairs and dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. En route, Zhang Heng inquired with a hint of puzzlement, "Brother Feng, why are you reluctant to seek refuge in the shelter?" Gao Feng glanced at him and responded, "A shelter is not necessarily a sanctuary. With a multitude of people, the peril shifts from external forces to internal conflicts." Upon hearing this, the others pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, even within their current septet, nascent factions were beginning to emerge. Chen Nu, Wei Yi, and Zhang Heng gravitated towards one another, particularly Chen Nu and Wei Yi. Despite Chen Nu's frequent berating of Wei Yi, his trust in the latter had noticeably deepened. Lin Yu and Lin Yumeng formed another coterie. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu's primary instinct was to safeguard Lin Yumeng, a sentiment reciprocated by the latter. Gao Feng and Lu Ying constituted a unique entity, a rather peculiar faction. In a sense, Lu Ying held greater significance for Gao Feng than the entire group combined. Gao Feng was an anomaly. The others still relied on the collective strength of the team for survival. However, Gao Feng possessed the capacity to detach himself and subsist independently. Thus, it was not a matter of Gao Feng needing the team, but rather whether he valued their companionship. Among the six, Lu Ying undoubtedly held the paramount position in his affections. The reason was simple: Lu Ying was Gao Feng's woman. Chapter 38. Zombie-consuming mutant beasts. They had essentially reached a secure zone. Gao Feng checked the time and remarked, "It's still early. Due to the unforeseen incident, we haven't yet achieved our training objectives for today." The others responded with a sense of resignation. Their initial intention was merely to observe. But fate had taken an unexpected turn, leaving them stranded for nearly an hour. Gao Feng stated, "Let us proceed. This morning, we must at least locate a level 2 zombie to hone our team's collaborative combat abilities." Upon hearing this, the group expressed no dissent and continued to follow Gao Feng. Chen Nu, Zhang Heng, and Wei Yi lingered at the back, quietly discussing matters pertaining to the shelter. Chen Nu cast a glance at Gao Feng's figure and whispered, "I believe Gao Feng fears losing his authority if we venture to the shelter. Here, he reigns as the undisputed monarch, unwilling to face the scrutiny of others." Wei Yi, upon hearing this, remained silent, choosing to listen rather than speak. Zhang Heng, puzzled, remarked, "Is that so? Didn't Feng say he was concerned about being deceived at the shelter? We are managing quite well as it is, so there seems to be no need to go." Chen Nu shot him a glare and replied, "What do you understand? At every meeting, he alone makes the decisions." Zhang Heng countered, "What does that have to do with being an emperor? Feng is only looking out for our best interests." Chen Nu, hearing this, scoffed, deciding against further explanation. Zhang Heng regarded him with a look of confusion. Chen Nu then turned to incite Wei Yi, attempting to persuade him to join in opposing Gao Feng's dominance and to seize control. However, Wei Yi merely responded with non-committal murmurs, offering no further commentary. Chen Nu felt disheartened, glaring at the two. "Damn it, do you possess no ambition? Do you not wish to be the leader?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Oh, so you don't truly wish to go to the shelter. You merely seek to supplant Feng as the leader." Chen Nu, upon realizing Zhang Heng's insight, quickly glanced at Gao Feng, relieved to see that he remained unperturbed. He swiftly muffled Zhang Heng's mouth, hissing, "Don't speak recklessly. I never uttered such words. These are merely your conjectures, and I bear no responsibility." Wei Yi observed their tussle, silently amused. Since Chen Nu was previously intimidated by Gao Feng, a profound apprehension lingered in his mind. He dared not speak audibly in Gao Feng's presence. His aspiration to become a leader stemmed from a desire to dispel this lingering fear. Otherwise, Chen Nu realized he might forever remain subservient to Gao Feng, unable to assert himself. To the right, a level 2 mutated beast was preying on zombies. Upon seeing the notification, Gao Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was opportune. A level 2 mutated beast was a more suitable training subject than a level 2 zombie, as mutated beasts posed no risk of infection, allowing for uninhibited combat without trepidation. Gao Feng halted, announcing, "There is a level 2 mutated beast ahead. It is your target." Upon hearing this, the group recalled the mutated centipede, their expressions hardening. The formidable nature of the mutated centipede was unforgettable. They harbored some apprehension. Rounding the corner, they beheld the level 2 mutated beast, a sight that brought relief. Fortunately, its size was not imposing, and it appeared less daunting. Gao Feng gazed upwards, observing a snow-white mutated dog standing in the street. The mutated dog was as tall as a person, exceeding 3 meters in length, yet it seemed less formidable than the colossal, multi-meter-long mutated centipede. Sensing the arrival of the group, the mutated dog turned its gaze towards them. It extracted a white crystal from the chest of a zombie with its tongue and devoured it. Gao Feng, witnessing this, revealed a look of surprise. Never having anticipated that mutated beasts would also hunt zombies and consume white crystals, he sensed an oddity. Could white crystals be effective against a level 2 mutated dog, given the differing evolutionary paths between mutated beasts and humans? While low-level evolution crystals were ineffective for humans, they might benefit mutated beasts. The mutated dog, sensing a threat, crouched warily, its body low to the ground. Chen Nu, thrilled by the prospect of obtaining a green crystal from killing a level 2 mutated beast, eagerly stepped forward, unwilling to miss the opportunity. "Allow me." With a focused gaze, Chen Nu rubbed his hands together, unleashing a jet of flame towards the mutated dog. A novel application of his ability. This hand-generated fire pillar was more potent than a simple flame release. Sensing the danger, the mutated dog swiftly evaded the attack. The fire pillar grazed its side, singeing its once pristine white fur. The mutated dog howled in agony. Snarling, it lunged at Chen Nu. Chen Nu hastily deployed his abilities to prevent the dog's advance. Having learned from its previous encounter, the mutated dog reacted instantly upon seeing the flames. With a rapid change of direction, it dodged the fire and pounced on Chen Nu. Wei Yi intervened, blocking the mutated dog's sharp teeth with a steel bar. The mutated dog, stronger than Wei Yi, pressed down on the steel bar, attempting to bite Wei Yi's head. Wei Yi was pushed backward. Gao Feng, observing the inaction of the others, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack the mutated beast from the side and assist Wei Yi." Upon hearing Gao Feng's voice, the others finally grasped the situation and understood their roles. Zhang Heng assailed the mutated dog from the left, while Lu Ying and Lin Yumeng attacked from the right. From the moment Chen Nu injured the frenzied dog to when Wei Yi intercepted its attack, only a few brief seconds had elapsed. It was understandable that their reactions were delayed. The situation had evolved too rapidly for them to keep pace. With someone providing direction, they were able to respond swiftly. The wounded mutated dog howled in anguish, its body pierced with several bloody holes from which crimson blood flowed. Abandoning its attempt to tear at Wei Yi, it released its grip and lunged at Lu Ying. Seeing this, Lin Yumeng hastily thrust her steel bar at the dog, attempting to rescue Lu Ying. Lu Ying perceived the dog's attack but was unsure how to react, instinctively gripping her steel bar and smashing it towards the dog. The dog's thick fur absorbed the brunt of Lu Ying's blow, and it retaliated by knocking her off her feet. Wei Yi thrust the steel bar in his hand towards the dog's neck, forcing it to abandon its attack and instead send Lu Ying flying. The others watched with concern as Lu Ying was hurled away. Only Wei Yi and Chen Nu remained fixed on the mutated dog, determined to kill it. Gao Feng caught Lu Ying as she was sent sprawling. Landing in his arms, she groaned, feeling as if her chest was about to explode. Gao Feng set her down, and seeing the pain etched on her face, he offered no comfort. Instead, he pushed her forward. "Your teammates are still fighting, you cannot falter," Gao Feng stated callously. Hearing this, Lu Ying mustered her strength, gripped her steel bar, and charged toward the mutated dog. Enclosing the mutated canine, the quintet formed a perimeter. Concealed within the shadows cast by both the beast and her comrades, Lin Yu emerged intermittently to strike at the creature's vitals. The mutated dog's hemorrhaging posterior bore testament to Lin Yu's handiwork. Were it not for her comparatively feeble strength, which rendered attacks on other areas ineffectual, she would have refrained from targeting the canine's hindquarters, an act she deemed somewhat perverse and unbecoming. With a mournful howl, the mutated dog, now drenched in blood, found itself in dire straits. At the outset of the battle, had the canine opted to flee, none but Gao Feng could have forestalled its escape. Now, following a closely contested skirmish, Lu Ying and Lin Yuming had demonstrated the prowess befitting level 2 evolutionists. Even if they could not individually vanquish the mutated dog, they were certainly capable of preventing its flight. The mutated dog spun rapidly in place, seeking an opening in the encirclement. Ultimately, it fixed its gaze upon Chun Nu, the one who had initially wounded it, and lunged in his direction, endeavoring to break free. With a contorted visage, Chun Nu sensed his simmering rage reaching its zenith. He unleashed his pent-up fury with a wrathful laugh. "Come, taste my ire." The flames engulfing Chun Nu shifted from crimson to amber. Once before, he had achieved this feat, nearly obliterating a level 2 zombie with a single blow. This marked the second instance of his unleashing the orange-hued Crimson Lotus Fury. With a whoosh, the mutated dog attempted to evade the flames, yet this time, the conflagration proved far swifter than it had anticipated. The mutated dog howled and roared amidst the flames. Yet soon, all sound ceased. Chun Nu ceased his assault, and as the flames dissipated, the mutated dog lay prostrate upon the ground, teetering on the brink of demise. The aberrant canine's fur was entirely singed, with portions of its body reduced to charred remains. Wei Yi advanced, piercing the creature's eye socket and obliterating its brain, ensuring its demise. Gao Feng approached, casting a glance at the dog's carcass before turning his attention to Chun Nu. He remarked, "Your performance this time was commendable, but could you perhaps exercise a bit more restraint in your attacks? If everything is incinerated, how are we to consume it?" Chun Nu, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat embarrassed. He retorted, "You failed to mention beforehand that we needed to preserve the entirety of the mutant dog's cadaver. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't have resorted to this tactic." Gao Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, discerning the smugness within Chun Nu's heart, likely stemming from the belief that he had mastered a formidable technique, granting him the capability to challenge Gao Feng himself. Chun Nu promptly inquired, "Are there any verdant crystals?" This was his paramount concern. Chun Nu's face brightened with delight, convinced that this time, no one would vie for the crystal with him. This particular verdant crystal was destined to be his alone. The zombies encountered along the way had all been dispatched by Gao Feng. Gao Feng then proceeded to procure some steel bars, which he inserted into the stairwell, weaving them into an iron barricade. With his abilities amplified to 44 times that of an ordinary person, Gao Feng was able to manipulate steel bars as thick as a finger, as if they were mere cords. Before long, the inconvenient issue of descending the stairs was resolved. The stairwell was now replete with an iron barricade fashioned from steel bars, allowing for easy access with a lock in the future. Gao Feng ascended the stairs to find that the others had already butchered the canine meat, with Chun Nu clutching the verdant crystal, his heart brimming with elation. Gao Feng stated, "It should be edible, but for the sake of safety, we ought to find a test subject." With that, he produced a hamster cage from behind. Inside, a fluffy, yellowish-white hamster was huddled into a ball, cautiously observing the group. Lin Yuming's eyes sparkled. "Wow, how utterly endearing," she remarked, gazing at Gao Feng. "With such an adorable creature, how could you possibly subject it to experimentation? It seems so utterly heartless." Gao Feng responded with a smile. "I might have a method you would find less objectionable. Would you care to entertain it?" Lin Yuming inquired with curiosity, "And what might that be?" "You could take the hamster's place in the toxicity trials," Gao Feng jested. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming recoiled slightly, turned her gaze toward the hamster, and poked a finger through the bars of its cage. The hamster, driven by extreme hunger, nipped at her finger. Though unharmed, Lin Yuming was startled. She promptly declared that such an adorable creature would, of course, volunteer for the trials. Lin Yuming even thumped her chest in assurance, guaranteeing that she would personally oversee the trials, ensuring the hamster would discern which mutated beast meats were toxic and which were not. Mutated dog meat, pressure-cooked until tender, filled the room with its savory aroma. Lin Yuming gingerly offered a morsel of the dog meat to the hamster. Ravenous, the hamster devoured anything in sight, swallowing the steaming dog meat in a single gulp, only to scurry wildly around the cage, scalded by the heat. Half an hour later, the hamster remained unscathed and full of vigor. Gao Feng announced that it was time to dine. It was a first for everyone to partake in mutated dog meat, and all proclaimed it exceptionally gratifying. Most astonishingly, after consuming the mutated dog meat, they found themselves satiated with minimal additional food, content, and replete. The group reclined in their chairs. Gao Feng remarked with a smile, "It seems that hunting mutated beasts will become a routine endeavor from now on." Lin Yu interjected, amending, "A weekly endeavor. The meat from a single mutated beast will sustain us for an entire week." The group responded with resounding laughter. Gao Feng's expression turned serious as he declared, "Now, it is time to distribute the spoils of war." Everyone sat up straight, their faces brimming with anticipation. Gao Feng refrained from presenting the green crystal obtained from slaying the giant zombie. This decision stemmed from an agreement made the previous day. If an evolution crystal was acquired individually, it would belong solely to the individual without the need for distribution. This proposal was jointly suggested by Chun Nu and Lin Yu. Only the spoils from collectively vanquished zombies were to be shared among the group. Gao Feng placed the white crystals on the table, and the others produced the white crystals they had collected that day. The possession of any secreted crystals relied entirely on personal integrity. The number was rather limited, primarily due to the ferocity of the battle, leaving little time to gather spoils. With 8 white crystals combined with the 6 remaining from the previous day, there were a total of 14, perfectly allowing for 2 per person. Gao Feng distributed the white crystals, ensuring that each individual possessed at least 5 crystals. Any excess would be deemed personal gain. Gao Feng himself held 8 white crystals and 1 green crystal. Lin Yu glanced at the white crystals on the table and remarked, "I believe there may be no need to distribute white crystals in the future." The group looked at her in surprise. Lin Yu elaborated, "Currently, the utility of white crystals is quite limited. Those we possess are ample for our needs. Should we acquire more in the future, they shall belong to whoever finds them." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu glanced at Gao Feng and said, "But wouldn't that mean all our white crystals would be claimed by Gao Feng? He can effortlessly discern whether a zombie holds a white crystal, a skill we lack." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Do you really think Gao Feng would seize your white crystals?" Her tone shifted slightly as she added, "In truth, our current arrangement is rather unfair to Gao Feng." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Gao Feng raised his hand and declared, "Let us cease this discussion. The matter ends here." He cast a glance at the assembly, sensing that Lin Yu's words carried deeper implications. It was possible that someone had hoarded the spoils without revealing them. Chapter 40. Lu Ying's injuries. Lin Yu possessed the extraordinary ability of shadow stealth, allowing her to effortlessly observe each individual amidst the chaos of battle. She even noted the quantity of white crystals each person collected, a distinct advantage of her role as an observer. Lin Yu's proposal aimed to eliminate the root of such issues. She was determined to prevent discord within the team stemming from unequal distribution of rewards. By abolishing the distribution system, the quantity of white crystals each individual could acquire would henceforth depend solely on their own prowess. Gao Feng surveyed the crowd and stated, "Let us vote by raising hands. Those in favor of Lin Yu's proposal, please raise your hands." Lin Yu raised her hand, followed by Lin Yumeng, aligning themselves as one. Lu Ying also raised her hand, convinced by Lin Yu's reasoning that it was unjust to Gao Feng. For the sake of Gao Feng's interests, she felt compelled to express her agreement. Gao Feng's interests were, in essence, her own. Chen Nu raised his hand, which came as no surprise to Gao Feng. He was the individual who had slain the most zombies apart from Gao Feng himself, making this proposal beneficial to him. Zhang Heng raised his hand as well, though Gao Feng regarded him with a hint of perplexity. Wei Yi was the last to raise his hand, perhaps swayed by the unanimous support of the others. Observing the situation, Gao Feng announced his endorsement of Lin Yu's proposal, declaring that henceforth, the white crystals each person obtained would not require further distribution. Following the approval of the proposal, a slight tension lingered in the atmosphere among the group. Gao Feng held a disdain for the scheming that could arise within the team. Chen Nu, upon hearing this, displayed a delighted expression, believing it to be a natural outcome. The others harbored no objections, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in their eyes. As the assembly dispersed, Lu Ying meticulously salted the remaining canine meat, encasing it in cling film to maximize its preservation. Having completed this task, she noticed Gao Feng still ensconced in the living room, a sight that took her by surprise. Gao Feng, having consumed the verdant crystal from the giant zombie, experienced a resurgence in his capabilities, his combat prowess now registering at 240. Lu Ying approached him and settled beside him, cradling his head and allowing him to rest it upon her lap. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "What troubles you? What concerns weigh upon your mind?" Lu Ying keenly perceived the shift in Gao Feng's emotional state. Gao Feng, aware of the plush, resilient expanse of her lap cradling the back of his head, and feeling the silken texture of her stockings, spoke, his vision obscured by the imposing contours. As the external threats and pressures diminish, the internal discord becomes more pronounced. With the augmentation of power, each individual cultivates their own aspirations, and the collective spirit wanes. Gao Feng lamented, a note of resignation in his voice. Lu Ying responded, embracing his head with tenderness, their hearts may waver, but mine shall forever remain anchored to you. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng offered a faint smile and responded in the affirmative. A series of knocks reverberated through the door. Gao Feng roused himself from his repose, emerging from his slumber and rising from Lu Ying's lap. Lu Ying, who had been dozing on the sofa, also stirred, the vestiges of the evening's glow still visible on her countenance. In the afternoon, the group congregated at Gao Feng's residence. Lin Yumeng, bearing a cage, was the last to enter the room, announcing somberly, "The hamster has perished." Upon hearing this pronouncement, a chill permeated the assembly, the specter of poisoned, mutated dog meat looming large. A collective thought arose. Was there still time to induce emesis? Gao Feng, momentarily taken aback, directed his gaze toward the cage in her grasp, where the lifeless hamster lay. He gazed at Lin Yumeng in silence, questioning how much meat she had fed it. "Do not fear, dog meat is harmless. The hamster merely overindulged," Gao Feng quickly clarified, noticing the expressions of dread on everyone's faces. It was then that they observed the unfortunate state of the hamster, which had transformed from a fluffy ball into a grotesque sphere. Chen Nu glared at Lin Yumeng with irritation, exclaiming, "Could you not simply state that the hamster overate? Would it kill you to utter a few extra words?" Lin Yumeng, feeling somewhat intimidated, shrank behind her sister, biting her lip in silence. The group was taken aback by her sudden vulnerability, and no one was inclined to come to her defense. "All right, let us sit down and discuss our plans for this afternoon," Gao Feng suggested. Chen Nu eagerly inquired, "What are we doing this afternoon?" His strength had increased once more, and he was eager to test his newfound abilities. The others were somewhat surprised, yet not entirely astonished. They had no objections, as they were also mindful of Bai Jing, who had been left in the supermarket. However, they had not anticipated Gao Feng to bring it up so openly, thereby thwarting someone's plans. The group set out, and the journey was remarkably smooth, with hardly any zombies encountered. Gao Feng found it peculiar. Where had all the zombies gone? He did not consider the absence of zombies to be a positive omen. Zombies could not simply vanish without reason, and there were no signs of large-scale battles in the vicinity. The missing zombies were likely congregating elsewhere, and an increasing number of them gathering could lead to a horde. Gao Feng vividly recalled the first time he had witnessed a horde of zombies. An immeasurable throng of the undead surged forth from below, an oppressive tide that stifled breath and compelled silence from the man concealed above. He recalled vividly the fear etched upon Lu Ying's face as she sought refuge within his chamber. Gao Feng refrained from voicing his apprehensions, for they were mere conjectures, and to utter them would only serve to amplify the disquiet and unease of the group. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they observed a scattering of the undead loitering in the plaza before its entrance. Gao Feng, discerning the paucity of their numbers, led the group directly toward the supermarket's main portal, deeming it unnecessary to seek entry via the rear. With guttural roars, the undead lunged forth. Gao Feng, casting a discerning gaze upon the horde, noted that the combat prowess of those guarding the supermarket's threshold averaged between 40 and 50. He understood that failure to seize opportunities for empowerment early on would render the path ahead increasingly arduous, as the undead grew in strength with the passage of time. With a whoosh and a squelch, Gao Feng wielded his scythe, effortlessly dispatching several of the undead that encroached upon his space, plucking a white crystal from the fallen, and depositing it within his pocket. He harbored no interest in these first-tier adversaries, reserving his enthusiasm for those of the second tier. Soon, the group ventured within the supermarket's confines, where they found a scene of utter disarray. Upon the stairwell lay a heap of charred undead, rendered to blackened husks by the crimson wrath of the lotus flames, their flesh utterly consumed, leaving no trace of the ichor. Gao Feng's gaze swept across the scene, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, for these undead had been tampered with. Their chests had been cleaved open, indicating the presence of previous interlopers. Before long, the others, too, recognized the situation. Chun, his voice laced with indignation, exclaimed, "Damn it! Someone's been here already, and they've pilfered our spoils." Should I cross paths with these scoundrels? I shall reduce them to cinders. Be cautious, Gao Feng suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 41. The Four Heavenly Kings. Feng, the Wind Sovereign Whoosh. A cyan wind blade descended from the upper floor, aimed at Chen Nu. Gao Feng deflected the projectile with the spine of his scythe, causing Chen Nu to fall unceremoniously to the ground. The azure gust cleaved the ground before Chen Nu, leaving a profound fissure in its wake. Chen Nu's pupils contracted sharply, and he was drenched in a cold sweat. Had Gao Feng not intervened, he would have been bisected by the wind blade, an outcome from which he would not have recovered. Gao Feng fixed his gaze on the second floor, where a figure materialized before them. Chen Nu scrambled to his feet, and upon seeing the wind blade, a figure had already formed in his mind. Recognizing Yang Xing on the second floor, Chen Nu was consumed by rage. It was you all along, he bellowed. I will kill you. Shaken by the near-death experience, Chen Nu was engulfed in fury. He charged towards Yang Xing, his arms ablaze with crimson flames, indicative of his incandescent rage. Yang Xing regarded the enraged Chen Nu with a disdainful sneer. Humph. Had it not been for that scythe-wielding fellow, you would already be dead. Gao Feng restrained Chen Nu, preventing him from confronting Yang Xing alone. Yang Xing turned his attention to Gao Feng, erupting in laughter. Ha ha. We must extend our gratitude to you for eliminating so many zombies and leaving behind so many white crystals, which enabled me to ascend to level 2. He smirked. Moreover, my comrades also owe you a debt of gratitude. As his words faded, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the periphery of the supermarket, encircling Gao Feng and his companions. We all owe our ascension to level 2 to you. Shouldn't you be elated? Yang Xing taunted. Upon hearing this, Chen Nu's fury intensified. Engulfed in a blaze that had metamorphosed into a vibrant orange, he radiated waves of intense heat, creating an atmosphere of scorching temperatures around him that even Gao Feng dared not approach. With Gao Feng's obstruction removed, Chen Nu surged towards Yang Xing. Yang Xing's countenance shifted slightly as he exclaimed, his voice sharp, "This is all because you lured that monstrosity here. Otherwise, I would not have lost everything." With a sweeping motion of his hands, he unleashed a massive azure wind blade, over a meter in width, towards Chen Nu. Chen Nu retaliated with a punch, from which erupted a torrent of orange flames. The fiery column collided with the wind blade, detonating in midair, unleashing gusts of wind intertwined with scalding heat that swept across the surroundings. Instantly, everyone felt as though they were trapped within an inferno, intensely hot. Chen Nu roared. That's a load of bull. The monster came on its own accord. It has nothing to do with us. He delivered another punch, releasing another stream of orange fire. Yang Xing's expression flickered with concern, and he hastily projected another formidable wind blade. He sensed that Chen Nu's power had grown considerably since their last encounter. However, he remained undeterred. Yang Xing proclaimed with a boisterous laugh, "In fact, I should be thanking you. Were it not for you, I would not have joined the Sacred Dragon Society, becoming one of its 4 heavenly kings, the Wind Heavenly King." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu retorted furiously, "To hell with the 4 heavenly kings. You shall die?" He clasped his hands together, conjuring a deep orange fireball, which he propelled towards Yang Xing. Seeing this, Yang Xing's face changed, and he hastily discharged a super wind blade. The super wind blade was shattered by the fireball, and Yang Xing's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of shock. He scrambled to evade the intensely hot fireball, which soared past him, accompanied by a wave of superheated gas. In the fleeting moment of their encounter, Yang Xing felt as though his garments were igniting. A fireball ascended to the second floor, colliding with the ceiling and resulting in a violent explosion. Bang! Boom! The building trembled, the ceiling was obliterated, and countless fragments rained down. Sunlight pierced through the gaping hole created by the fireball, illuminating the supermarket within. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Nu's strike. Gao Feng cast a profound glance at Chen Nu, surprised by the display. He had long understood that those with supernatural abilities were far superior to ordinary evolved beings. Yang Xing gasped for breath, his complexion pale and fear gripping him. He realized he was likely no match for Chen Nu. The release of 3 super wind blades had drained the majority of his powers, leaving him capable of unleashing only one more. He glanced below, observing the red flames still engulfing Chen Nu. A smirk tugged at his lips. Did this individual possess such an abundance of abilities? As Chen Nu raised his hand, preparing to launch another assault, Yang Xing hastily interjected, "Wait." Hearing this, Chen Nu's actions momentarily paused. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Xing rapidly continued, There is no need for us to continue this fight. You may join me in the Sacred Dragon Society, where you would undoubtedly be appointed as the fifth king, the Fire King. Continuing this battle serves no purpose for either of us. I am the weakest king in the Sacred Dragon Society, overshadowed by 3 others who are stronger than I. Should you kill me, the society will undoubtedly pursue you, leading to your certain demise. Yang Xing swiftly laid out the pros and cons, attempting to persuade Chen Nu to quell his fury and lay down his arms. Chen Nu erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! You crack me up." He glared at Yang Xing, fiercely rebuking him. "You are nothing but trash. Even those stronger than trash are still merely trash." In Chen Nu's estimation, only Gao Feng merited the title of a true expert. Everyone else was deemed inferior to himself. "Eat my fist, you old codger," Chen Nu bellowed, launching a punch that sent a fiery column hurtling toward Yang Xing. Yang Xing, his countenance grim, unleashed a super wind blade to parry the assault. On the ground floor, the Holy Dragon Society members encircling the group overheard Chen Nu's invective and responded with derisive sneers, mocking his audacity. Yang Xing's reputation might sound formidable. One of the 4 heavenly kings, yet his prowess was not in the same league as the other 3. He ascended to the 2nd tier by capitalizing on the opportunities left by Gao Feng and others, joining the Holy Dragon Society with a trove of white crystals in exchange for a heavenly king's position. The other 3 heavenly kings had all attained the 2nd tier shortly after the onset of the Doomsday game through their own capabilities. Now, their strength was even more terrifying, its true extent unknown. The Holy Dragon Society members cast covetous glances at the weapon in Gao Feng's grasp, their eyes gleaming with desire at the sight of the green light it emitted. Green equipment. Such items were a rarity in the entire shelter, yet this man possessed one. "Seize the equipment from his hands," someone vociferously exclaimed. 7 or 8 individuals surged toward Gao Feng, each vying to snatch the death scythe. While green equipment was undoubtedly potent, they believed that a group of 7 or 8 could certainly overcome Gao Feng. Gao Feng glanced at Lu Ying and the others behind him, stating indifferently, "Fall back, lest you be splattered with blood." Lu Ying, Lin Yu, Lin Yumeng, and Zhang Heng were all taken aback by his words. Wei Yi, however, remained impassive, for he was no stranger to bloodshed. The others, though they had slain zombies and battled mutated beasts, had never truly taken a human life. Reminisced about his initial experience of taking a human life, acutely aware of the profound psychological impact it could have. He recognized that it was distinctly different from eliminating zombies or mutated beasts, even prompting a sense of self-doubt. Consequently, he instructed Lu Ying and the others to withdraw, aiming to shield them from the grim reality of bloodshed and, concurrently, to ensure their safety. His gaze swept over the individuals encircling him, swiftly determining that they were no strangers to taking lives. He knew that if Lu Ying and her companions were to engage in combat with them, any hesitation or reluctance to deliver a fatal blow could expose them to peril. Therefore, Gao Feng preemptively removed them from the equation, nipping any potential danger in the bud. Not only did they retreat, but Lin Yu also activated her ability, rendering them invisible to the surrounding group. With a composed expression, Gao Feng surveyed the remaining figures. The leader of the group, fixated on the scythe of death in Gao Feng's grasp, declared, "Surrender your equipment, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, you'll become just another name on the long list of those who've fallen by our hands." The man flashed a gruesome grin, brandishing a machete stained with human blood. In response, Gao Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. "How coincidental," he remarked. "The number of people who have met their end at my hands is also quite substantial." He brandished the scythe of death, its cold gleam resonating with the call of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 42. Wind-type aberrant zombie. Gao Feng swung the scythe of death, its frigid light shimmering, beckoning mortality. Those encircling him were momentarily paralyzed by the sight of the chilling radiance, succumbing to an overwhelming sense of despair. The sheer velocity and razor-sharpness of the scythe of death were undeniable. With a sharp crack, the machete of the man who had threatened Gao Feng shattered into 2 pieces, his body collapsing to the ground alongside the fragmented blade. A single, decisive strike. Gao Feng then proceeded towards the 2nd floor, leaving behind a trail of fallen adversaries. With a solitary strike, he vanquished all. None could parry his blade, nor elude its deadly embrace. Numbers availed not, serving merely to augment the tally of souls reaped. From the umbral recesses, Lu Ying and her companions beheld the carnage strewn across the ground, a macabre tableau of dismembered corpses and sanguine pools, eliciting a wave of nausea. The sight of severed limbs and the death throes of those bisected, their viscera spilling forth, inflicted a profound psychic trauma upon Lu Ying, Lin Yu, Lin Yuming, and Zhang Heng. Consequently, they regarded Gao Feng, wielder of the Scythe of Death, with a sense of profound alienation, as if he were an emissary of mortality, come to claim lives in the terrestrial realm. A sense of unfamiliarity washed over them as they gazed upon Gao Feng's retreating figure. Wei Yi, in an act of mercy, delivered the coup de grâce to those yet clinging to life, seeking to alleviate their suffering. Perceiving the fear etched upon the faces of the quartet, Wei Yi elucidated. They were doomed. I merely granted them a swift passage, sparing them further torment. Yet, their gaze remained fixed upon him, tinged with trepidation. Panting heavily, Yang Xing observed the waning flames engulfing Chen Nu, and erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems your strength has waned as well. Surrender. Accompany me, and perhaps you may yet aspire to the ranks of the fifth heavenly king. Continue this folly, and your comrades shall meet their demise. Chen Nu, upon hearing these words, retorted with a disdainful sneer, Do you presume to threaten me with your rabble? Incensed by this defiance, Yang Xing retorted, Do not mistake my forbearance for weakness. Do you truly believe I am incapable of ending your existence? A cerulean luminescence emanated from his chest, and once more, a formidable wind blade materialized in his grasp. Chen Nu, taken aback, betrayed his astonishment. He had not anticipated such reserves of power. He strained to summon forth additional energy, but to no avail. The fiery orb had depleted his reserves of extraordinary abilities. Had he not unleashed the fireball, his powers would undoubtedly have surpassed Yang Xing's. Perish! Yang Xing bellowed, launching a super wind blade. Chen Nu, in a final desperate act, raised his hand and emitted a 2-meter-long jet of crimson fire. The wind blade cleaved through the fire column in an instant. Just as the wind blade was about to strike Chen Nu, he felt himself lifted into the air, descending in a wild goose landing posture. Raising his gaze, he saw Gao Feng standing before him. Yang Xing, astounded, beheld Gao Feng's body radiating a metallic sheen. Exclaiming in disbelief, You, too, are a superhuman? Gao Feng glanced at the Scythe of Death in his hand. He had attempted to use the weapon to block the wind blade, but to no avail. The wind blade passed directly through the Scythe of Death and struck him. Fortunately, he had activated his defensive enhancement ability, transforming his entire skin into metal. The metallic skin had successfully deflected the wind blade, proving that only superhuman abilities could withstand superhuman attacks. Had it not been for his defensive enhancement ability, Gao Feng might have perished at the hands of Yang Xing. After all, it was the first time he had realized that the Scythe of Death was incapable of blocking superhuman attacks. Before Yang Xing could utter another word, Gao Feng raised his hand and slashed, severing the majority of Yang Xing's neck, causing blood to gush forth. Yang Xing collapsed helplessly as Gao Feng severed his limbs. In his dying moments, Yang Xing was bewildered as to why Gao Feng was tormenting him, for Gao Feng's true target was not him. Nearby lay a corpse, poised to undergo mutation in 10 minutes. Subject to an unknown influence, the corpse mutated within a minute. 1 minute later, the deceased Yang Xing abruptly opened his eyes, his face adorned with black markings. Gao Feng delivered a swift blow. Whoosh! Bang! The limbless Yang Xing zombie had already unleashed a terrifying power. Propelling himself with a burst of counterthrust, he evaded Gao Feng's scythe. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades towards Gao Feng. The wind blade struck Gao Feng, slicing through his garments and shattering upon impact with his metallic skin, dissipating into a gentle breeze. Both Gao Feng and Yang Xing were at the second level. Yet Gao Feng's combat prowess far surpassed Yang Xing's. It was only natural that his attacks couldn't breach Gao Feng's defenses. Gao Feng disregarded the assault of wind blades, transforming his scythe into a sickle hook. With a resounding clatter of unfurling metal chains, the fleeing mutated zombie was ensnared by the sickle hook. Gao Feng yanked forcefully, propelling the zombie towards him. A cerulean glint flickered in the zombie's eyes as it mustered every ounce of its strength to conjure a super wind blade, stretching over a meter in length before itself. Gao Feng afforded it no such opportunity. With a sharp snap, the sickle hook severed the zombie's neck, its head tumbling to the ground. Bereft of power, the nascent super wind blade dissipated. Even in death, the zombie's head, still animated, spewed a volley of miniature wind blades indiscriminately in all directions. Such was the formidable nature of mutated zombies, possessing a seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of abilities. Had Gao Feng not preemptively severed Yang Xing's limbs, the battle would have undoubtedly been far more arduous. With a flash of steel, the scythe cleaved Yang Xing's head in twain, causing a verdant, hexagonal crystal and a necklace to fall to the earth. The skirmish had reached its conclusion. Yang Xing, in his zombified state, was irrevocably deceased, and the chaotic winds that had swirled around him subsided. Gao Feng retrieved the ability crystal and necklace that had fallen from Yang Xing's zombified form. Upon beholding the ability crystal, Gao Feng knew his conjecture had been validated. It was indeed possible to seize abilities by eliminating ability users and allowing them to transform into zombies. For Gao Feng, this was a boon. However, for the world's ability users at large, it was not. He gazed at the ability crystal and necklace in his hand. Level 2 ability crystal grants a chance to acquire the Wind Blade ability upon use. Energy necklace, 1 star. Level 1 effect, stores 1 ability, 0-1. The energy necklace was Yang Xing's equipment. When he fought Chen earlier, he could unleash a super wind blade even after exhausting his power, precisely because of this item. Ability acquisition probability, 0. Prerequisite not met. Possess level 1 wind blade ability. A prompt appeared before Gao Feng, and he contemplated the cyan ability crystal in his hand. As expected, using a higher level ability crystal could upgrade abilities. But to acquire an ability, one must use a level 1 ability crystal. It was impossible to obtain abilities by skipping levels. He wondered what would happen if he couldn't acquire the ability and consumed the ability crystal. As soon as the question arose in Gao Feng's mind, the prompt changed. Upon use, it enhances mental strength, and there is a chance to awaken an ability once mental strength reaches a certain threshold. Gao Feng was slightly taken aback. Awaken an ability? He suddenly recalled the tentacle monster and the mutated centipede, both of whose prompts had indicated the awakening of abilities. So that's how it works? Besides devouring ability crystals, there is a second way to acquire abilities. Gao Feng was heartened. Chen Nu witnessed Yang Xing's transformation into a zombie and also saw Gao Feng slay Yang Xing and obtain the ability crystal. A chill ran through him, and he felt icy cold. Many ominous thoughts flashed through his mind. He suddenly felt a sense of dread. If Peak were to attempt to usurp his power, his demise would be all but certain. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Peak. A surprise assault might present a slim chance of victory. However, upon witnessing Peak's second ability, he realized that even a covert attack would only offer a possibility of triumph, not a guarantee of Peak's termination. It dawned on Chen Nu that the metallic ability originated from the formidable steel zombie, impervious to firearms. Thus, Peak was invulnerable to guns. Chapter 43. Horde of the Undead. Chen Nu gazed at Peak, his eyes betraying a mixture of trepidation and fear. Soon, he regained his composure. The fact that Peak had preemptively severed Yang Xing's limbs indicated that he had been aware of the situation all along. Had he desired to seize his ability, he would have acted already. Chen Nu gradually regained his composure, though a lingering sense of apprehension persisted. Peak descended and assisted Chen Nu, who was seated on the ground. To his feet, Chen Nu mustered a forced smile and expressed his gratitude. Peak cast a curious glance at him, but Chen Nu avoided his gaze. Feeling a sense of unease, the two men rejoined the others, who were still reeling from the spectacle of Peak's slaughter, their eyes wide with terror. Chen Nu observed the corpses strewn on the ground, and a momentary silence ensued. Suddenly, it became clear to him why he feared Peak's desire to usurp his power. Why was he not afraid of the others? The answer was simple. Peak was far more formidable than him. Chen Nu clenched his fist, realizing that his anxieties stemmed from his own weakness. I must attain greater power. Throughout the journey, everyone kept their heads lowered, and no one spoke. There was no trace of the joy that should have followed their victory. The group gathered at Peak's residence and took their seats. Lin Yu couldn't help but remark, with your capabilities, even without killing them, you could have incapacitated them. Gao Feng glanced at her, his expression indifferent. He had slain too many beings. The scythe of death was too keen, his executions too swift. Life was as insignificant as weeds in Gao Feng's hands. It wasn't that he was inherently callous, but simply that he had become desensitized from excessive slaughter. Lin Yu paused slightly, unable to conceive of a superior approach at that moment. She was not a saint, but she simply felt the situation didn't warrant such severity. Yet, in Gao Feng's view, such consideration for the lives of enemies was characteristic of a sanctimonious do-gooder. He would not tolerate any such sentimentality within his team. Anyone inclined to play the saint could do so on their own time, but not at his expense. Gao Feng nodded, indeed. Seeing this, the others departed in succession. Gao Feng pondered for a while, realizing that he had erred in one respect. He had assumed all the culpability himself, leaving the others as mere spectators. Consequently, they were viewing the matter from the enemy's perspective. Had he left a single adversary alive and allowed each of them to stab and kill the enemy, these individuals would not have behaved so fastidiously. Gao Feng turned to Lu Ying, inquiring, "Have I erred?" Lu Ying embraced Gao Feng, pressing her ear against his chest, listening to the powerful cadence of his heartbeat. She felt reassured. "You have not erred. I will always support you." Gao Feng smiled faintly and embraced her. "So be it, even if he bore all the guilt himself." Lu Ying whispered, "Next time, I shall not be afraid." Gao Feng clasped her cool, delicate hand. One should bear the weight of one's own transgressions, without the necessity of tainting one's hands with wrongdoing. Gao Feng glanced at the energy necklace tucked within his pocket. Initially, he intended to bestow the energy necklace upon Chen Nu, allowing him to store a fireball within it as a trump card. However, it now seemed unnecessary. As Gao Feng had previously expressed to Lu Ying, the hearts of men have dispersed. In the afternoon, Gao Feng heard footsteps outside. Yet no one came to knock on the door. He approached the window and peered down below. Chen Nu, Zhang Heng, and Wei Yi had formed a trio and ventured out. Upon exiting, Chen Nu instinctively glanced upwards, catching sight of Gao Feng standing by the third-floor window, gazing down at him. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were a thief caught red-handed. Quickly averting his gaze, Chen Nu replied to Zhang Heng's inquiry. "What's wrong?" With a shake of his head, "Nothing, let us move." Following Gao Feng, we shall never have the opportunity to acquire green crystals or gain strength. To grow stronger, one must hunt level 2 zombies oneself, Chen Nu stated earnestly. Zhang Heng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Having yet to receive a single green crystal and long since having relinquished hope. Thus, when Chen Nu sought him out, Zhang Heng had readily acquiesced. Fearing for their safety, Wei Yi accompanied them as well. The three vanished into the streets. On the rooftop of a building, sisters Lin Yu and Lin Yuming sat in the cool shadows, overlooking the ravaged city below. They had departed even earlier than Chen Nu and his companions, not in pursuit of green crystals through zombie hunting, but merely to seek solace. Lin Yuming languidly occupied herself on the rooftop, observing the city beneath, her mind not burdened by the same contemplations that preoccupied Lin Yu. With a carefree spirit and a lack of concern, Lin Yuming had already forgotten the incidents that transpired in the supermarket. Her attention was entirely captivated by her hamster. Lin Yuming still carried the lifeless creature, pondering whether it might transform into a zombie hamster in death. Observing the hamster cage beside her, Lin Yu remarked helplessly, "How much longer do you intend to carry this dead hamster? Dispose of it already." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming cast a wistful glance at the tiny corpse within the cage, regretting that she could not witness the birth of a zombie hamster. She opened the cage and let the lifeless body tumble out. "Go forth, pursue your freedom. You are free now, dear little one." The hamster fell from a great height. After a while, curiosity piqued. Lin Yuming leaned out to see if the hamster had landed, only to be met with the sight of a vast, black ocean below. Stunned for a moment, she rubbed her eyes and, trembling, exclaimed, "Sister, there are so many zombies." Upon hearing her, Lin Yu rushed to her side and beheld a swarm of zombies surging from the distance like a relentless tide. The landscape was engulfed by their presence, leaving no trace of emptiness. Wherever the zombies roamed, it resembled a locust invasion, leaving nothing in their wake. Lin Yu spotted a vehicle speeding down the road in an attempt to escape, only to be consumed by the horde within minutes. Survivors and mutated beasts fled their shelters, driven by the oncoming tide of the undead. It was Lin Yu's first realization of the many survivors and mutated beasts that lingered nearby. The two sisters hurriedly made their way downstairs. Lin Yu sprinted down the staircase, regretting the decision to ascend to such heights. Seeing her sister struggling to keep pace, Lin Yuming scooped Lin Yu onto her back and dashed forward with fervor. Upon observing the scene, Lin Yu swiftly embraced her younger sister from behind, activating her shadow stealth ability to its fullest extent, thereby concealing their presence. Empowered by her unique skill, they traversed the zombie-infested streets with remarkable speed and impunity, as if moving through an uninhabited area. Meanwhile, Gao Feng retreated from the window and settled onto the sofa, retrieving an ability crystal. After considerable deliberation, He resolved to immediately utilize the crystal to augment his inherent power. To acquire the Wind Blade ability, it would necessitate obtaining another level 1 Wind Blade ability crystal, a resource whose availability is unpredictable and uncertain. Gao Feng deemed it impractical to indefinitely retain the level 2 Wind Blade ability crystal, awaiting the potential emergence of a level 1 crystal at some indeterminate future date. He concluded that it would be more advantageous to expend it now, thereby enhancing his current capabilities. Furthermore, Gao Feng harbored aspirations for his mental fortitude to reach the threshold required for awakening his latent abilities at the earliest opportunity. Gao Feng ingested the ability crystal, the verdant gem dissolving within his mouth, its essence cascading into his stomach as a limpid stream. A wave of invigorating coolness surged from his spine to the crown of his head, inducing a state of ethereal bliss and heightened mental acuity. Chapter 44. A million-strong horde of undead. Subsequent to consuming the ability crystal, Gao Feng experienced a surge in mental fortitude, resulting in heightened mental clarity. While his combat prowess remained ostensibly unchanged, Gao Feng could discern a palpable augmentation in his overall strength. This improvement was not manifested in physical power, but rather in the refinement of his combat techniques. With his enhanced mental capacity, Gao Feng's mastery over his physical form experienced a significant upswing, accompanied by an accelerated reaction time. Combat prowess serves as an evaluative metric for strength, yet it does not fully encapsulate one's true capabilities. Gao Feng's combat prowess was assessed at 240, yet his actual strength far exceeded this figure. Combat techniques serve to maximize the utilization of combat prowess, potentially even surpassing its inherent limitations. Gao Feng closed his eyes, and the formidable scythe of death danced between his fingers with exceptional dexterity, never inflicting harm upon himself, demonstrating his mastery and control. With merely a flick of his fingers, Gao Feng found himself in command of the scythe of death, a feat he had never dared to envision before. Thud! He released his grip, allowing the scythe to thud onto the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at his palm, which had gradually transformed into a hue reminiscent of black iron, glinting with a metallic sheen, while the rest of his body retained its normal complexion. This was the manifestation of his mastery over his extraordinary abilities. Gao Feng could selectively metallize parts of his body, significantly mitigating the energy expenditure of his defensive powers during combat. When his entire skin turned to metal, he could only endure for a maximum of 10 minutes. However, by metallizing specific areas, he could sustain it for an extended duration, even recovering energy at a rate surpassing its consumption. As his palm reverted to its normal state, Gao Feng activated his strength-enhancing ability. His power incrementally surged, ultimately reaching double its peak. No longer would he need a cannon to swat a fly. A satisfied expression spread across his face. This extraordinary crystal had granted him a level of enhancement far beyond his expectations. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps echoed through the door. Gao Feng, open up. Lin Yu's frantic voice resounded from outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying hastened to the door and swung it open. Lin Yu cast a quick glance at her before racing towards Gao Feng, breathlessly exclaiming, "A horde of zombies is approaching us." A horde of zombies. Gao Feng's heart skipped a beat at the revelation. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "How large is the horde?" Lin Yu replied, "Countless. A sea of zombies stretches endlessly as far as the eye can see. There may be tens of thousands, or even over 100,000, possibly several 100,000. Gao Feng fell into a moment of contemplation before responding, "I shall investigate." He swiftly ascended to the rooftop, peering into the distance. A dark ocean of the undead was gradually engulfing the streets far away. Gao Feng's expression turned grave. He had witnessed the gathering of 10,000 individuals. Yet even such a multitude could scarcely fill a football field. The horde of zombies before him was of a magnitude that eclipsed not just one, but countless formations of 10,000. The expanse visible to his elevated vantage point exceeded the area of over 20 football fields, all shrouded by the overwhelming presence of the undead. The scale of this zombie tide was likely to reach a staggering million. Gao Feng's expression turned grave. Faced with such an immense wave of corpses, even the slightest misstep could lead to utter annihilation. He felt as if he were adrift on a small vessel amidst turbulent seas, liable to be capsized and engulfed by the sea of cadavers at any moment. Retreat? The thought flickered in his mind, but it was swiftly extinguished. Venturing into unfamiliar territory would prove even more perilous. The only recourse available to Gao Feng was to fortify defenses, stockpile provisions, and prepare for the impending crisis. Descending the stairs, he spotted the three women and quickly instructed them, "Follow me." "Where to?" Lin Yu inquired. "We must strengthen the defenses here," Gao Feng replied. The three women dispersed to gather various materials, while Gao Feng utilized these resources to bolster the base's fortifications. He sealed the windows on the second and third floors with steel plates, reinforced the stairway entrance with a thicker steel bar gate, and installed a three-layered steel mesh, interspersed with dual layers of steel plates, to withstand the onslaught of zombies. Gao Feng had not contemplated leaving any exits. It was only upon hearing Lin Yu's words that he remembered Chen Nu and the others were still outside. He glanced at Lin Yu and said, "They have gone out. You should find them." Lin Yu set down her belongings and moved in the direction Gao Feng indicated, embarking on her search for Chen Nu, Zhang Heng, and Wei Yi. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the ground trembled, and Gao Feng turned his gaze toward the horizon, where he spotted a dark line emerging in the sky. The tide of corpses, a scene where survival is a mere illusion. Upon receiving the grim notification, Gao Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. Lin Yuman glanced around anxiously and inquired, "Where's my sister?" Her voice trembled with urgency as she continued, "I want to go as well." Gao Feng intercepted her, gazing intently into her eyes, and stated, "It would be futile for you to go. If you were to be lost outside, your sister would have to embark on another perilous quest to find you." Lin Yumeng fell silent, her heart heavy with worry for Lin Yu's safety. A wave of resentment surged within her towards Chun Nu and his companions. Had it not been for them, Lin Yu would not have faced such life-threatening dangers. Gao Feng instructed the two to inspect the upper rooms, ensuring that all doors and windows were secured to prevent any potential breaches. He further reinforced their defenses, nailing wooden boards over the windows on the fourth floor and above, safeguarding against any aerial intrusions. Meanwhile, Lin Yu navigated through the shadows, surrounded by the relentless undead. At one point, she had to squeeze between two zombies, the withered hairs on their arms starkly visible. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, prompting Lin Yu to turn her head. After a moment of contemplation, she moved toward the source of the sound. Soon, she found herself on a street engulfed in flames. A cacophony of roars erupted as countless zombies surged past her, drawn toward the fiery inferno. Lin Yu deftly maneuvered to avoid being trampled underfoot, continuing her advance until she spotted Chen Nu and his group. They were taking refuge on the second floor of a building, yet a mass of zombies had formed a grotesque staircase of flesh, creating a treacherous pathway to their window. Chen Nu's expression darkened as he surveyed the dire situation below. A gas cylinder. Chen roared with fury. Zhang Heng raised the liquefied gas cylinder in his hand, shouting amidst the cacophony of the ravenous undead, "This is the last one." Chen, witnessing the zombies nearly scaling the second floor, yelled, "Throw it." Zhang Heng hurled the gas cylinder towards the mass of zombies. Chen raised his hand and unleashed a pillar of fire, striking the gas cylinder before swiftly crouching behind the wall. Boom! The gas cylinder erupted violently, sending a multitude of zombies flying, their remains scattering across the scene. The explosion ignited nearby objects and the zombies themselves, yet the flames were soon extinguished by the relentless horde trampling over them. The recently dispersed zombies surged forward once more, and despair etched itself upon Chen's face. There were simply too many. Zhang Heng gazed in horror at the ever-growing throng of zombies outside, regretting his decision to venture out. Wei Yi silently wiped the blood from his weapon, his hands trembling, betraying the turmoil within him despite his outward calm. Escape? They were surrounded by a relentless tide of zombies, with no avenue of retreat. Perhaps a swift end would be more merciful. The first zombie had already clawed its way before them. Wei Yi pierced its skull, pushing it back. In the next moment, more zombies poured in. Chapter 45. Slaughter like the Grim Reaper. Chun, Zhang Heng, and Wei Yi had retreated to the rooftop, having fled from the second floor to the fifth. Yet, the zombies continued their relentless pursuit. The three stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing in despair at the undead pouring forth from the doorway. Chen glanced back at the swarm of zombies below, their numbers overwhelming. To leap would only lead to demise, he declared, rather than be devoured by the undead. Grant me a swift end, Wei. Chen Nu turned towards Wei Yi, who, raising his weapon stained with dark ichor, aimed it at Chen Nu, who then closed his eyes. Come hither, Lin Yu's voice echoed, reaching their ears. Upon hearing this, Wei Yi lowered his weapon, remarking, I perceive it as well. Chen Nu then shifted his gaze towards Zhang Heng, who was intently observing a spot on the rooftop. She is there. he suddenly exclaimed. With a roar, the undead surged towards the trio. Lin Yu urgently cried out, "Hasten here!" Wei Yi shoved Chen Nu, propelling him towards Lin Yu, while he himself retreated a step. The undead rushed past him, plummeting from the rooftop. The resounding thud of the undead impacting the ground was quickly engulfed by the cacophony of countless undead roars. The three hastily dashed towards Lin Yu's location, with the undead in relentless pursuit. Abruptly, the undead halted, transfixed. The sustenance had vanished. The quartet stood in hushed anticipation within the shadows, observing the undead merely a meter away, scarcely daring to breathe. After a moment, the undead wandered off in bewilderment. In due course, the undead within the building were lured away by other survivors and mutated beasts from elsewhere. Only a scattering of undead remained patrolling the rooftop. Yet, the four remained concealed within the shadows, scarcely daring to respire. Upon hearing this, the three nodded in haste. The four remained hidden in the shadows on the rooftop, awaiting nightfall before seizing an opportunity to depart. Having escaped the perilous zone, they sought refuge in a secure location along the way. After sustaining her abilities for several hours, Lin Yu began to feel the strain. Once she regained some strength, the group set out once more. Lu Ying approached and announced that dinner was ready. Gao Feng nodded silently, his concerns also lingering for the others. Noticing Lin Yuming's restless demeanor, Lu Ying hurriedly offered her quiet reassurance. The room was illuminated by the faint glow of a solitary candle, with Gao Feng seated on the sofa, a massive scythe resting beside him, motionless like a reaper poised for action. Suddenly, Gao Feng's expression shifted as he detected a change in the nearby zombie roars. Typically, zombies emitted meaningless howls and growls. But when they encountered an enemy and prepared to attack, their cries transformed entirely. Rising to his feet, Gao Feng approached the window and peered through the crack outside. Lin Yu and her companions tread cautiously through the darkness, surrounded by countless zombies. They halted at the intersection leading downstairs. As the sheer number of zombies ahead congested the street, leaving no avenue for passage without alerting the horde, the four lingered at the street corner, searching for an opportunity to advance. After a lengthy wait without success, the surrounding zombies continued to multiply, threatening to overwhelm their position. Lin Yu whispered urgently, "We can't wait any longer. The zombies are increasing in number, making it easy for us to be detected." She turned to Chen Nu and instructed, "Set a fire to signal Gao Feng, letting him know we are nearby." Upon hearing her words, Chen Nu nodded, seizing the moment when the nearby zombies turned away. He raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the zombie horde, igniting several of them. The fire spread rapidly. Through the narrow gap, Gao Feng glimpsed the flickering flames at a nearby intersection, an inferno seemingly ignited from thin air, devoid of any signs of survivors. He seized the scythe of death, which leaned against the wall. Lin Yuming and Lu Ying approached the window, peering out at the dancing firelight. Gao Feng discerned the positions of several individuals from the direction of the flames. He leaped from the window, landing atop a small truck. The thud of his landing startled the surrounding zombies. A cacophony of growls erupted as countless undead surged towards him, the vehicle beneath his feet swaying under their relentless push. The zombies formed a human ladder, clambering atop the truck to launch their assault. Gao Feng wielded the scythe of death, cleaving through the encroaching horde. The blade glimmered with a sharp radiance in the night, an unstoppable force wherever it struck. As the zombies advanced, a gap appeared before Lin Yu and the others, who seized the opportunity to navigate swiftly and cautiously through the throng of corpses. A resounding crash echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively turn towards the source of the sound. Lin Yu, engulfed by the mass of the undead, was unable to discern the origin of the commotion in the darkness. Above, Lu Ying clenched her fists anxiously, witnessing the small truck topple beneath the weight of the zombies, with Gao Feng plunging into the sea of bodies. Concern for his safety flooded her mind. In the next moment, a figure soared high from within the horde. Lu Ying exhaled in relief upon seeing Gao Feng emerge unscathed, though her anxiety remained palpable. Utilizing his spring-loaded shoes, Gao Feng leapt high, aiming for an area where the zombies were fewer. Even in these less crowded streets, the undead still filled the space, albeit without forming towering heaps of flesh. As he descended, he swung the scythe of death with fervor. A radiant arc flashed, and the head of a zombie at the foot of the peak was severed. He stepped on the shoulder of a zombie to descend to the ground. His strength was enhanced, augmenting his power from 24 times that of an ordinary person to 30 times. Gao Feng frantically slaughtered the surrounding zombies. Noticing the encroaching horde and realizing he couldn't eliminate them all, he leaped with all his might toward areas with fewer zombies. In this manner, a significant number of zombies were drawn farther and farther away by Gao Feng. Lin Yu and the others safely reached the bottom of the building, only to be dumbfounded by the stairwell entrance sealed with steel plates. Hurry up! A rope was lowered before them. Lin Yu looked up to see Lin Yumeng at the window, gripping the rope and calling out to her. Seeing this, Lin Yu grabbed the rope and handed it to Chen Nu, saying, "You go up first." Chen Nu, upon hearing this, glanced at Lin Yu, seized the rope, and was pulled up by Lin Yumeng and Lu Ying. Then followed Zhang Hong, Wei Yi, and finally Lin Yu. However, hearing the gradually receding roars of the zombies outside, she couldn't help but feel anxious about Gao Feng's safety. Although a large number of zombies had chased Gao Feng away, the zombies downstairs were still swarming. Chapter 46. Rapid Zombie. Speed ability. Gao Feng leaped through the throng of corpses, evading the zombie onslaught. Initially, he had the energy to slay the zombies, but now, upon landing, he immediately activated his metallic skin before leaping again. There were simply too many zombies to kill. The Scythe of Death transformed into a scythe hook. Gao Feng joined his feet together and leaped with all his might, flinging the scythe hook in his hand toward a building not far away. Clang! The scythe hook shattered a window and hooked onto the wall. Gao Feng swung toward the outer wall, and with a thud, his legs landed on the wall. He stabilized himself and began to climb upward. The zombies followed him into the building. Bang! The door was violently thrust open with tremendous force. The velocity caught Gao Feng off guard, precluding any chance of retaliation, compelling him to activate his metallic skin instantaneously. Clang! Rip! The shadowy figure collided with Gao Feng, glancing off him laterally. Razor-sharp claws shredded Gao Feng's garments, sparking a trail of fire across his body. Once the silhouette halted, Gao Feng was able to discern its form, an ability-imbued zombie, its entire body shrouded in a dark membrane, lean in stature, with fingers akin to blades, and possessing extraordinary speed. Upon observing the black membrane, Gao Feng's pupils contracted, realizing it was an ability-imbued zombie, a level 1 mutated zombie with enhanced speed as its ability. Such zombies defy conventional assessment. Even a level 1 ability-imbued zombie far surpasses the combat prowess of an ordinary level 2 mutated zombie. Gao Feng brandished his scythe hook, lashing out at the accelerated zombie, which vanished from his sight with a mere flicker. Thump! Gao Feng felt an intense impact and tearing sensation from behind. The accelerated zombie had circled to his rear, its fingers raking across his back, rending his clothing and leaving a trail of sparks and gashes. Dismayed, Gao Feng dared not deactivate his defensive enhancement ability. The accelerated zombie's velocity was simply too great. Gao Feng surveyed his surroundings, seeking a means to counter the accelerated zombie. He hastened towards the lavatory. The accelerated zombie pursued relentlessly, exploiting its speed to assault Gao Feng continuously, inflicting an increasing number of wounds. Were it not for his metallic skin, Gao Feng would likely have already fallen. Upon entering the lavatory, the accelerated zombie, oblivious to the peril, charged in headlong. Gao Feng abruptly pivoted, standing as a sentinel, blocking the lavatory's exit. The accelerated zombie languidly turned its head, as if belatedly recognizing its predicament. It lunged toward Gao Feng, who retaliated with a slash of his blade. The swift zombie evaded the blow with celerity, its claws raking across Gao Feng's physique, producing a shower of sparks. From the severed limb of the swift zombie oozed a viscous, ebony ichor, which, rather than dripping, coalesced into a dark membrane, effectively sealing the wound. Its initial impulse to escape was thwarted by Gao Feng's obstruction of the doorway. Gao Feng cast a fleeting glance at the dismembered arm on the floor, a subtle smirk playing upon his lips. The confined space of the lavatory curtailed the swift zombie's capacity to fully exploit its velocity. The swift zombie charged once more, but Gao Feng remained stationary, patiently awaiting an opportune moment to counterattack. Several ribs were severed, leaving a profound gash that diagonally traversed its chest down to its abdomen. The sable ichor gushed forth, only to congeal into a dark membrane, staunching the flow and minimizing the impact of the injury on the swift zombie's capabilities. Gao Feng's gaze flickered momentarily as he became cognizant of the formidable, yet easily overlooked, ability possessed by these aberrant zombies, their remarkably accelerated recuperative powers. Superficial wounds posed little impediment to them. Although the laceration had been sealed, the injury nonetheless impinged upon the swift zombie's celerity. It launched a third assault upon Gao Feng, endeavoring to both eliminate him and breach the confines of the lavatory. Gao Feng's focus intensified, enabling him to discern the swift zombie's movements with unprecedented clarity. This was the first instance in which he had been able to comprehensively perceive its actions, and it would be the last. Thump! The swift zombie collided with Gao Feng. Thwack! The scythe-like hook bisected the swift zombie's neck, severing its head from its torso. The headless cadaver of the swift zombie instinctively recoiled several paces before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. If the tenebrous membrane genuinely manifested the purported regenerative capabilities, such an outcome was highly plausible. Picking up the zombie's severed limb, Gao Feng approached the corpse and placed the arm against the neck. The wound on the severed limb had already congealed, yet dark blood continued to flow from the neck. He scraped away the solidified black blood from the severed arm and affixed it to the still bleeding neck. Soon, the black blood transformed into a dark membrane of mutated tissue, bonding the two together. The arm was successfully reattached. Gao Feng gazed in silence at the zombie with an arm grafted to its neck. Gurgle. Crack. With a swift strike, the head was cleaved in two, and a white, hexagonal crystal fell out. Level 1 ability crystal. Offers a chance to acquire the speed enhancement ability. Hiss. Gao Feng retrieved a tissue, wiped the ability crystal clean, and swallowed it without hesitation. A shudder ran through him, and something new appeared in his mind as an unknown change occurred within his body. Gao Feng's character panel now included an ability. Evolutionist. Gao Feng. Level 2. Combat power, 240. Abilities. Strength enhancement, level 1. Defense enhancement, level 1. Speed enhancement, level 1. Items. Cat swiftness, jumping shoes, death scythe. Energy necklace, speed enhancement. When activated, doubles speed but also doubles stamina consumption. The faster the speed, the greater the stamina consumption. Gao Feng swung the scythe, and a sharp, piercing sound echoed. The attack speed doubled. He gently tossed the scythe, and in a flash, it returned to his hand. Movement speed and reaction speed also doubled. Gao Feng felt that the doubled speed enhanced him even more than the doubled strength. Enhancing the body with evolution crystals could improve speed, but the increase was quite limited. Exercise can manifest striking disparities in human strength before and after training, while the differences in speed remain rather negligible. An average individual may sprint the 100 meters in 14 or 13 seconds, whereas world champions barely surpass the 10-second mark. It is already quite remarkable for an ordinary person to lift 100 kilograms, yet a strong man can hoist as much as half a ton. The enhancement of speed far surpasses that of strength in elevating one's peak capabilities. Even with greater strength, one can still only deliver a single blow to vanquish a zombie. However, with swifter speed, Gao Feng not only possesses the ability to dispatch a zombie in one strike, but can also evade a throng of zombies, leaving them unable to even graze his clothing. With a roar, several zombies burst into the room and lunged at Gao Feng. He strolled leisurely towards them. And in that moment, his reaction speed accelerated, rendering the zombies' movements before him as though they were slowed to half their usual pace. But that was not all. The swiftness akin to that of a cat further augmented his reaction time, effectively slowing the world down by a factor of 2. 3. As Gao Feng navigated through the throng of zombies, they darted about him, yet none could lay a finger on him. In a flash, gleaming with cold light, several zombies fell to the ground, and Gao Feng's figure vanished from the room. Chapter 47. Perception in the darkness. The city lay ensnared in the terror of the undead. A silhouette raced across the rooftops. With a powerful leap, Gao Feng soared over 20 meters, landing atop another building. This maneuver allowed him to evade the relentless pursuit of zombies. He paused to survey his surroundings, standing precariously at the edge of the eaves, with a dizzying drop of tens of meters beneath him. A moment's lapse could result in a fatal plunge, turning him into a delectable feast for the horde below. Gao Feng spotted the direction of home. As he prepared to advance, he noticed a gathering of zombies not far ahead, among which were several level 2 mutated zombies. Nearby stood a modest building. Gao Feng rushed toward it, leaping across the rooftops of several structures until he reached the low building adjacent to the level 2 mutated zombies. With a thud, a zombie burst through the door, charging up the stairs to attack Gao Feng. With a swift motion, Gao Feng raised his hand, and with a crack, the scythe of death cleaved the zombie in two, its body collapsing to the ground. He scooped up the white crystal from the floor with his scythe, catching it deftly and stowing it away in his pocket. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he leaped down without hesitation. The height was at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Thud! Gao Feng landed heavily, his body enveloped in a dark iron hue. Wielding the scythe of death, he unleashed a flurry of glimmering strikes, reducing the surrounding zombies to mere fragments. After he dispatched several zombies, the nearby horde finally reacted, lunging toward him. A few level 2 mutated zombies, filled with excitement, roared and charged in his direction. Level 2 mutated zombie, combat power 160. Level 2 mutated zombie, combat power 180. Level 2 mutated zombie, combat power 210. The combat prowess of these mutated zombies was formidable, clearly having fed on many victims. Without hesitation, Gao Feng activated his abilities. Doubling his strength and speed, he unleashed his full power. With a swish, a brilliant arc of light sliced through the horde, and wherever the blade passed, the heads of the zombies were severed in twain. A roar erupted as a giant-armed mutated zombie raised its massive limb, bringing it down heavily toward Gao Feng. A whoosh filled the air, followed by several flashes of cold light emanating from the giant-armed mutated zombie. The dismembered remains of the colossal mutant zombie were strewn across the ground, a verdant crystal nestling in Gao Feng's palm. A pouncing zombie, a blur of motion, lunged towards Gao Feng with astonishing velocity. Yet, Gao Feng's swiftness eclipsed even that. The pouncing zombie, pivoting its head, caught a glimpse of Gao Feng's silhouette as it streaked past. In the ensuing instant, it was reduced to a pulpy mess, devoid of a green crystal. Gao Feng did not deign to linger. The final mutant zombie, a behemoth, towered over 3 meters, surpassing the might of any Gao Feng had previously encountered. The giant zombie raised a fist, bringing it down upon Gao Feng with brutal force. Gao Feng retaliated with a punch, his fist transforming into a black iron hue. Boom! Flesh and blood erupted as Gao Feng's blow shattered the giant zombie's arm. In the subsequent moment, a searing blade of light bisected the giant zombie's skull, cleaving it in two. Thump! The giant zombie's immense form crashed to the earth, crushing several zombies in its wake. The scythe of death swung in an arc across the giant zombie's chest, severing flesh and aberrant tissue, plucking out a green crystal. Gao Feng smiled faintly, fortune favoring him with 2 green crystals. Undeterred by the carnage, the surrounding zombies continued their assault on Gao Feng. Dispelling his abilities, Gao Feng dispatched the remaining zombies in the vicinity within minutes. Noticing the tide of zombies converging upon his location, he leaped onto a rooftop and fled. Casting a glance at the death reap effect of the Scythe of Death, he noted that the stacks had reached 534. Yet, the Scythe of Death remained unchanged. Gao Feng was consumed with curiosity as to the number of lives required to enhance the Scythe of Death's power. A line of text materialized upon the Scythe of Death. 466 death reaps remaining until upgrade. Gao Feng's eyes flickered with interest upon seeing the notification. Is it feasible to upgrade after accumulating 1,000 layers of death harvest? Gazing upon the countless zombies beneath him, he became contemplative. However, after a brief deliberation, Gao Feng relinquished the idea. Moreover, amassing the remaining 400 layers of death harvest would require a considerable amount of time, an endeavor unattainable in the immediate future. Bang! A resounding noise emanated from the rooftop, causing the group to exchange apprehensive glances. They exchanged worried looks, uncertain of the source and potential danger. Lin Yu volunteered. I shall ascend and investigate. Lin Yu proceeded towards the exit, her figure dissolving into the darkness. Shadow sneak. Noticing a figure emerge from around the corner, Lin Yu instinctively halted, only to release a sigh of relief upon recognizing Gao Feng. Gao Feng ceased his advance, his acute senses detecting an unseen observer. He surveyed the surroundings, finding no one until Lin Yu materialized from the shadows. Lin Yu, noticing the change in Gao Feng's demeanor, was somewhat surprised. She inquired curiously, "Were you aware of my presence?" Gao Feng demurred, stating, "Not precisely, but I sensed someone's gaze upon me." Lin Yu, puzzled, ventured, "A premonition, perhaps?" Descending the stairs, Gao Feng pondered the matter and soon surmised the cause. It was not a premonition, but rather his enhanced mental acuity. With the strengthening of his mental faculties, his perceptive abilities had also been heightened. Previously, even when aware of Lin Yu's presence nearby in stealth, Gao Feng would remain oblivious. Now, however, while unable to pinpoint her exact location, he could sense her proximity. Gao Feng realized that he had yet to fully comprehend the ramifications of his heightened mental prowess. Possessing a greater mastery over physical control and enhanced abilities, as well as improved perception, Gao Feng eagerly anticipates further exploration of the powers of his mental faculties. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, everyone turned their heads to look. When they saw Gao Feng enter, smiles spread across their faces, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. Though unspoken, the joy reflected in their expressions conveyed their happiness at Gao Feng's safe return. Casting a glance at the crowd, Gao Feng proclaimed, "Let us dine, for the hour is late." As they sat down to eat, Lu Ying brought forth the now cold dishes. In the face of harsh conditions, every bit of gas was to be conserved, and thus the food remained unheated. Nevertheless, the group relished their meal with joy. Much had transpired that day, leaving everyone feeling quite fatigued. After satisfying his hunger, Gao Feng swallowed the cleaned green crystals. With the ingestion of 2 crystals, his combat power surged by 40 points, bringing his total to 280. Feeling the formidable strength coursing through him, Gao Feng released a slow breath. He clenched his fist tightly, then relaxed it. This power was indeed significant, yet it still felt insufficient. The matter lingered in his mind. A moment later, Lu Ying entered, donning the black stockings that Gao Feng so admired. She nestled against him, and he embraced her, choosing to remain still. Today, fatigue enveloped him, and he felt disinclined to move. Chapter 48. The hunt for level 2 mutated zombies. The following morning, Lu Ying awoke with bleary eyes, glancing at Gao Feng, whose physique was quite extraordinary. Rising from her slumber, she made her way outside. Only after sensing Lu Ying's departure did Gao Feng open his eyes. Rising from his resting place, he stood by the window, peering through the gaps between the steel plates to behold the throng of corpses below. Zombies crowded the nearby streets, rendering passage impossible. Gao Feng intended to wait until the horde of zombies had departed before devising a means to relocate to a safer locale. In the morning, everyone appeared somewhat dispirited. Many had been awakened in the dead of night by the anguished roars of the zombies outside. Gao Feng noticed that Lu Ying had been startled awake several times. At present, this building felt like an isolated island amidst a vast sea of zombies, poised to be engulfed by the waves formed by countless undead at any moment. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to sleep soundly. Even Gao Feng found himself anxious, fearing that he might be bitten to death by a zombie if he fell asleep. His mental fortitude was relatively strong. Despite a restless night, he remained invigorated the next day. Gao Feng recognized yet another advantage of possessing strong mental resilience. After breakfast, he declared, "There are too many zombies outside, so we shall not venture out today. Everyone may move freely within the building, but please refrain from making excessive noise to avoid attracting the undead." As Lin Yu was about to reach out to her, Gao Feng called her name, saying, "Lin Yu, accompany me." Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Lin Yu instinctively inquired, "Why?" Gao Feng replied, "We need to step outside and scout the surrounding area." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "All right." Chen Nu, upon seeing Lin Yu summoned by Gao Feng, felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to team up with Lin Yu to hunt second-tier zombies. The events of the previous day had perfectly illustrated Lin Yu's significance amidst the zombie horde. Hearing Gao Feng's words, Lin Yumeng immediately turned and declared, "I shall go as well." Gao Feng and Lin Yu simultaneously refused, "No." They exchanged a brief glance before averting their gazes. An odd sentiment pervaded their hearts. What could it be? Serendipitous understanding? Willow glanced at Lin Yu, then at Gao Feng, and lowered her head to continue wiping the table. Lin Yu sensed the strong wind on the roof and gazed at the distant sky. It was a cloudy day, and a mass of dark clouds was gradually moving towards them, suggesting a possible downpour. There was a distinct sense of impending storm. Lin Yu looked down and, holding onto the parapet, inquired, "How do we proceed?" Gao Feng looked at the rooftop not far away and said, "We'll leap across." Lin Yu estimated the distance. The gap between the two buildings was definitely more than 10 meters. She said, "Impossible, it's too far." Gao Feng asked, "I'll take you across. Do you prefer a piggyback or to be held?" Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment, hesitated, and said, "A piggyback." Then, she walked behind Gao Feng, jumped on his back, and wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs clasping his waist. Gao Feng said, "Hold on tight. If you fall, it's not my responsibility." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instinctively tightened her grip, pressing her entire body against Gao Feng's back. Gao Feng sensed this and was inwardly moved. Lin Yu usually didn't reveal such things. Gao Feng quickly banished the distracting thoughts from his mind, brought his feet together, and leaped with all his might towards the rooftop more than 10 meters away. Lin Yu felt an intense acceleration, as if her brain was about to be flung out. The only thing she could do was hold on even tighter, completely pressed against Gao Feng, clinging on for dear life. Thump! Lin Yu felt a jolt and opened her eyes, feeling somewhat dizzy. Did we make it? Lin Yu asked, just as she was about to let go and get down. She heard Gao Feng say, we made it, but it's not over yet. Hold on tight. Once again, Lin Yusin felt a momentary hesitation, instantly regretting her decision to accompany Gao Feng. Thud! Gao Feng leaped across the rooftops with Lin Yu in tow. The jarring motion left Lin Yu's mind in a state of disarray, her entire being engulfed in discomfort, nausea threatening to overwhelm her. After some time, she gradually acclimated to the acceleration of their jumps. Although she possessed supernatural abilities, her physical capabilities were still several times stronger than those of an ordinary person, allowing her to adapt swiftly. Eventually, Gao Feng came to a halt. They landed atop a building, and Gao Feng remarked, you may dismount now. Lin Yu released her grip and leapt down from his back. As she touched the ground, she found herself slightly unsteady, her limbs feeling weak. Gao Feng steadied her by grasping her arm, his brow furrowed as he commented, your physical condition is rather lacking. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu managed a wry smile. The diminished physicality of supernatural beings often stem from their focus on enhancing their powers, resulting in only marginal improvements to their physical attributes. Unless one possessed abilities specifically aimed at augmenting physical strength, such as those enhancing brute force, this was the norm. However, this did not imply that Lin Yu was weak. She could effortlessly eliminate adversaries whose combat prowess far exceeded her own. Gao Feng gestured toward the mass of corpses below, among which were several second-tier, mutated zombies. Lin Yu looked at him in surprise. Are you here to hunt second-tier zombies? Gao Feng replied, that is one aspect. As I mentioned before, I am also here to gather intelligence about the surrounding area. Lin Yu suspected that the primary objective of Gao Feng was to slay second-tier zombies for their green crystals. Gao Feng continued, utilize your abilities, and we can directly confront the second-tier zombies. Do not concern yourself with the first-tier ones. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slowly, affirming, understood, I too desire the green crystals. A division of spoils. You shall receive 20%, and I, 80, Gao Feng articulated. Lin Yu acquiesced with a nod, fully cognizant that Gao Feng possessed the capability to dispatch level 2 mutated zombies independently, albeit with a more significant expenditure of energy and time. Conversely, without Gao Feng's assistance, the acquisition of green crystals would be an impossibility for her, leaving her with no room for negotiation. Lin Yu initiated her ability, enveloping both of them in a shroud of shadow stealth. They descended the staircase, and Gao Feng cleaved through the unsuspecting zombies with his blade. Lin Yu cast a glance at him but remained silent. Upon approaching the horde, Gao Feng ceased his attacks, wary of alarming the level 2 mutated zombie. They navigated through the mass of undead, closing in on their quarry. With only a few meters separating them from their objective, their path was entirely obstructed, preventing further advancement. Without hesitation, Gao Feng activated his strength enhancement and speed enhancement abilities, augmenting his power from 28-fold to 40-fold and increasing his velocity by a factor of 1. 5. In a flurry of motion, Gao Feng swiftly confronted the level 2 mutated zombie. Before the creature could react, it instinctively raised its iron fists in an attempt to strike Gao Feng. With a resounding crack, the scythe of death cleaved through the iron fists, bisecting the zombie's head in the process. The ensuing agitation within the zombie horde swiftly subsided as they lost their target. The duo had already departed. Advancing towards their next objective, Gao Feng immediately presented the first green crystal to Lin Yu, uttering succinctly, consume it to enhance your abilities. Lin Yu was taken aback and pleasantly surprised. She had anticipated receiving her share of the green crystals only at the end, not as the very first one. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately culminating in a smile. After wiping the crystal clean, Lin Yu unhesitatingly ingested it. A few minutes later, her combat prowess intensified, and her abilities surged. Let us proceed. The next target is the clawed zombie. The duo maneuvered through the horde with ease, hunting down second-level mutated zombies. Chapter 49. The tyrant Gao Feng and Lin Yu emerged unscathed from the riotous throng of the undead. Once the horde lost its objective, calm swiftly returned, occasionally punctuated by the growls of zombies. Gao Feng mused that it was indeed fortunate to have encountered this wave of zombies. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to find so many second-level mutated zombies in their usual haunts. In less than an hour, they had successfully hunted 10 second-level mutated zombies, acquiring 4 green crystals. Had Gao Feng been operating alone, Such efficiency would have been unattainable. He would likely have needed to rest after dispatching 5 or 6 of the second-level foes. The first green crystal was given to Lin Yu, while Gao Feng retained 3. They paused for a brief rest, during which Gao Feng consumed the green crystals to augment his strength. After ingesting 3 of them, his combat power soared to 340. With this enhancement, even a 6-fold increase in physical attributes did not induce a sense of hunger. His combat power elevated from 10 to 18. Although his physical prowess only increased by 0.8 times, it consumed a staggering 80 of his total nutrients and energy. Conversely, his combat power rising from 280 to 340 resulted in a 60-point increase in physical attributes, yet it required less than 30 of his overall nutritional and energy reserves. Naturally, Gao Feng did not experience any hunger. Previously, after each enhancement, he would be plagued by intense hunger, partly due to his body's energy and nutritional reserves not being entirely replenished. Ordinary food, no matter how plentiful, could scarcely satisfy the needs of an evolver. The flesh of mutated beasts is replete with copious nutrients and energy, essential for satiating the cellular exigency of evolutionists, whose bodies are long deprived of sustenance, thus enabling their progression to greater strengths. Upon witnessing Gao Feng's augmentation, Lin Yu inquired with curiosity, "What is your combat prowess now?" 340, he responded. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, evinced a countenance of astonishment. She was cognizant of Gao Feng's formidable combat strength, yet she had not anticipated it surpassing her own to such a degree. Having only consumed a single green crystal, Lin Yu's current combat capability stood at 130. Gao Feng turned his gaze outward, stating, "Let us proceed." The pair traversed the rooftops of the edifices, seeking from their elevated vantage point the visages of second-tier, mutated zombies. Ere long, Gao Feng espied a congregation of these entities, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This assembly numbered no fewer than 10. He, accompanied by Lin Yu, hastened towards their location, alighting upon the roof of a building proximate to the horde. As Gao Feng prepared to descend and hunt the second-tier mutated zombies, his advance was abruptly arrested. A notification materialized before his very eyes. Tyrant detected ahead, extreme peril imminent. Observing his sudden cessation, Lin Yu queried in a hushed tone, "What is amiss?" Gao Feng approached the precipice of the rooftop, peering down, yet the precise whereabouts of the tyrant remained obscured. After a moment of deliberation, he declared, "Let us descend and reconnoiter. Should the opportunity prove unfavorable, we shall retreat." Lin Yu regarded him with a peculiar gaze, her countenance etched with perplexity. However, perceiving Gao Feng's reticence to elaborate, she refrained from further interrogation. The duo descended the building, and from the window of the second story, Gao Feng beheld the tyrant. It stood in the rear of 2 giant zombies, its stature slightly inferior to the 3-meter behemoths, yet still exceeding 2 meters in height. The tyrant's physique was as robust and sinewy as a dragon, devoid of skin, its muscles cloaked beneath a thick layer of black membrane, each sinew distinctly visible. As they approached, Gao Feng finally received pertinent information regarding the tyrant. It was classified as a level 3 mutant zombie, endowed with the ability of strength enhancement, and had awakened as a tyrant, boasting a combat power of 960. Upon seeing this notification, Gao Feng's mind momentarily faltered. In its normal state, the tyrant's combat prowess was nearly 3 times that of his own. Moreover, with the level 3 strength enhancement ability, it was unfathomable for Gao Feng to contemplate how much its strength might multiply. This level 3 tyrant could likely obliterate a building with ease. Additionally, Gao Feng was uncertain of any other special abilities the tyrant might possess. The fact that it had awakened as a tyrant signified that this power zombie harbored capabilities beyond those of ordinary zombies. It was no wonder that a cluster of level 2 mutated zombies congregated here. They were all subordinates of the level 3 tyrant. Without uttering a word, Gao Feng exchanged a glance with Lin Yu, and the two retreated cautiously from the area. The tyrant remained oblivious to their presence, as a strength-oriented zombie. It lacked perceptive skills. Once they had departed, Gao Feng designated this area as a no-go zone. The tyrant was likely the most formidable zombie currently in G-City. Gao Feng remarked, "That is a level 3 tyrant, with combat power nearing 1,000. Its strength is truly terrifying. We should avoid this area in the future to prevent an encounter with the tyrant." Lin Yu harbored some skepticism regarding how Gao Feng had acquired this information about the tyrant, yet she refrained from inquiring further, as she already held her own suspicions. Gao Feng may possess an extraordinary ability, distinct from that of ordinary individuals, yet it does not fall within the realm of supernatural powers. With a resounding thud, the headless mutated zombie collapsed, its chest violently torn open, revealing the absence of the green crystal within. The assailant's presence was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a chaotic horde of zombies. Gao Feng and Lin Yu retreated to a secure location. After distancing themselves from the tyrant, the duo proceeded to hunt down 4 or 5 level 2 mutated zombies, acquiring 3 green crystals in the process. The raindrops began to fall, striking Gao Feng's face. According to their agreed-upon division of spoils, an 80-20 split, they merely needed to procure 3 more green crystals for her to receive another share. By midday, Gao Feng had garnered a fair understanding of the surrounding circumstances, having mentally mapped out several escape routes. Suddenly, they encountered a building besieged by zombies. Exchanging a glance, they surmised that survivors might be inside. Gao Feng observed 6 or 7 level 2 mutated zombies amidst the horde and decisively declared, "We shall proceed." Lin Yu inquired, "To rescue them?" Gao Feng shook his head. "No, we will eliminate those level 2 zombies and depart." His decision was not born out of indifference. Rather, it stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. Who could ascertain how many survivors were trapped within the building? They were entirely ignorant of the situation inside, and to recklessly venture in to rescue them would only lead to their own demise. Conversely, even if Gao Feng chose not to intervene, eliminating those level 2 zombies would significantly enhance the survival odds for the survivors within the building. The choice was evidently clear. The level 2 mutated zombies congregated beneath the building, awaiting the ordinary zombies to breach the defenses, thereby exhausting the survivors' stamina. This was not a display of intelligence, but rather an instinctual behavior. As he approached the horde of corpses, a notification materialized before Gao Feng's eyes. Ahead lay a formidable level 3 mutated zombie, posing a significant danger. With a flicker of determination, Gao Feng swiftly scanned the mass of cadavers in search of the level 3 mutant's silhouette. Soon enough, he discerned the creature amidst several level 2 zombies. Upon spotting the level 3 mutant, another alert appeared. Level 3 mutated zombie, awakening, blade of sharp edge. Combat power 460. Chapter 50, Blade Zombie and Blue Crystal. The physique of the level 3 mutated zombie bore little distinction from that of an ordinary zombie. Yet, its arms had transformed into elongated black, curved blades, with the tips nearly grazing the ground as it stood upright. Gao Feng halted his steps, while Lin Yu instinctively looked up and inquired softly, "Is it another monster like the tyrant?" He shook his head, responding, "No, but it is indeed a level 3 zombie, and it appears quite formidable." Lin Yu queried further, "Shall we proceed?" Gao Feng cast a glance at the restless blade zombie and replied, "Let us wait a moment." The blade zombie, seemingly unable to contain its impatience, led a group of level 2 mutated zombies charging towards the building. The blade zombie surged to the forefront. Its arms crossed before it, unleashing an X-shaped arc of blade light. With a resounding crash, the blade zombie shattered the obstacles that had thwarted the other zombies, plunging into the building, followed by a cacophony of screams emanating from within. The level 2 mutated zombies scrambled eagerly to follow suit. Gao Feng urged, "Let us hurry and see what's happening." He had witnessed the blade zombie's earlier strike, realizing that the sharpness of its arms could rival that of the scythe of death. Accompanied by a multitude of the undead, the duo approached the edifice. Ascending to the second story, Gao Feng, with Lin Yu in his arms, surveyed the panorama below. A chilling gust swept through, causing Gao Feng to feel a sudden cold. Lin Yu shivered, instinctively clutching her garments to ward off the draft. "Why such a sudden drop in temperature?" she queried, perplexed. Gao Feng, gazing downward, responded, "An esper is at work." Following his gaze, Lin Yu beheld a woman surrounded by a multitude of ice shards, which she propelled towards the encroaching blade zombies. The blade zombies, with swift movements, shattered the incoming projectiles. The sheer number of ice shards allowed some to strike the level 2 mutated zombies behind the blade zombies, piercing their flesh with ease. Observing this, Gao Feng recognized the ice-wielding esper's considerable combat prowess. Clang, clang, clang. The blade zombies relentlessly advanced, shattering countless ice shards as they charged toward the Ice Maiden. A man suddenly emerged, wielding a massive shield, which he slammed into the blade zombies. Clang! The blade zombies' dual blades struck the shield, leaving a deep gash and nearly cleaving through the 10-centimeter thick barrier. The force of the blow sent the man flying, the shield clattering to the ground, shattering the tiled floor. The Ice Maiden's eyes narrowed, emitting a blue glow as she clasped her hands before her chest, conjuring a nearly meter-long super ice shard. Whoosh! The super ice shard hurtled toward the blade zombie. The blade zombie attempted to cleave the projectile with a single strike. Clang! Unable to bisect the ice shard, it merely altered its trajectory. Thud! The super ice shard impaled the blade zombie's shoulder, sending it hurtling backwards several meters. The blade-wielding zombie was sent sprawling, as several level 2 mutated zombies rushed past it, lunging towards the crowd. The Ice Maiden, in a state of panic, unleashed her powers to fend off the mutated zombies. However, her efforts proved insufficient to vanquish them, and they advanced towards her. A flicker of concern crossed her face as an ice spear materialized in her hand. She gripped it tightly and drove it into the eye socket of the mutated zombie. Crack! The ice spear blossomed within the eye, transforming into a crystalline flower of ice. The icy spikes pierced through the zombie's skull, emerging from its flesh, ultimately bringing about its demise. Thud! The mutated zombie collapsed, its head shattering upon impact with the ground. Its brain completely encased in ice, a feat far superior to that of Chun Nu. With a series of crackling sounds, the blade-wielding zombie rose once more, shattering the ice spear embedded in its shoulder, and charged at the Ice Maiden again. Despite her icy demeanor, a flicker of alarm danced in her eyes. The blade-wielding zombie was exceptionally formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, she might have had a chance to defeat it. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled a chilling mist, steeling herself for the impending struggle. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing towards the blade-wielding zombie. The Ice Maiden paused, her mind awash with confusion as she recognized the figure wielding the Scythe of Death. Who was this person? Clash! The blade-wielding zombie swung its sharp weapon towards the newcomer, but the Scythe of Death intercepted it. The collision sparked a flurry of flames. The newcomer, gazing intently at the zombie's blade, realized for the first time that there existed something it could not sever. In response, the newcomer unleashed a surge of power and speed, maxing out both attributes, doubling their strength and velocity. The speed at which Gao Feng wielded the Scythe of Death surpassed even that of the blade-wielding zombie, which was armed with dual weapons. The sound of metal clashing resonated continuously, with the glimmer of blades enveloping Gao Feng. The Ice Maiden displayed a look of astonishment. She had never anticipated that someone could engage in close combat with the blade-wielding zombie, and it appeared that Gao Feng was subtly overpowering the creature. Lin Yu, witnessing Gao Feng embroiled in a fierce struggle, also recognized the terrifying prowess of a level 3 zombie. She had yet to encounter a zombie that posed such a formidable challenge to Gao Feng. His strikes were typically lethal, each one delivering swift death. A scream pierced the air as a victim fell prey to a clawed zombie, its chest torn open and innards exposed. Reacting swiftly, the Ice Maiden unleashed her powers to aid her comrade, refraining from recklessly joining the fray between Gao Feng and the blade-wielding zombie. As their battle persisted for 2 minutes, Gao Feng realized that he could not maintain this pace. His stamina had waned to less than half. Prolonging the conflict would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. The blade-wielding zombie bore numerous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. Yet, for the creature, non-fatal injuries held little significance. With resolve, Gao Feng activated his defensive abilities, rendering his skin metallic. When the blade-wielding zombie launched another counterattack, Gao Feng parried a portion of the force with the scythe's handle, allowing the blade to arc around and strike at the back of the zombie's head. This was the unique advantage of the scythe. Even when blocked, it could still threaten the enemy. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the zombie's razor-sharp blade struck Gao Feng's chest, slicing through his metallic skin and causing blood to spray, staining his torso crimson. In a decisive moment, the finely honed tip of the scythe pierced through the rear of the blade-wielding zombie's skull, embedding itself deep within its brain. The brain sustained damage, causing the blade zombie to momentarily falter. Gao Feng seized the opportunity to swing his scythe, severing half of the blade zombie's head. Despite the loss, the zombie remained animated, not yet fully deceased. The Reaper's scythe swept through the remaining portion of the blade zombie's head, obliterating it entirely. The creature was now irrevocably dead. Within its decaying form lay a prize belonging to Gao Feng. He raised his hand and tore open the blade zombie's chest, revealing a blue crystal before him, an evolution crystal of level 3. Gao Feng picked up the blue gem, deactivating his abilities, and cast a glance at the surrounding level 2 mutated zombies before vanishing in a flash. Swiftly, in the dimly lit building, brilliant blades of light flickered. To the astonishment of the onlookers, all the level 2 mutated zombies lay lifeless. Though both level 2 and level 3 zombies had perished, the battle was far from over. As countless zombies surged through the breach, roars echoed. A horde of zombies charged towards the group. In response, Gao Feng turned without hesitation, for his objective had been achieved. And there was no need to linger. Observing the increasing tide of zombies, Qin Shui glanced at the fallen level 2 zombie and decisively shouted, "Retreat." The others cast regretful looks at the corpse of the level 2 zombie, but no one wavered. They promptly followed Qin Shui's lead to retreat to the second floor. Although the green crystal was enticing, one must possess life to utilize it. Upon reaching the second floor, someone discarded a pack of explosives. With a resounding explosion, the staircase leading to the second floor was obliterated, sending the pursuing zombies plummeting below. For the moment, the group found themselves in a semblance of safety. The Ice Maiden observed the zombies that were unable to ascend and turned her gaze towards the enigmatic master, Gao Feng. After a moment of hesitation, she approached him. "Thank you," she said. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng discreetly placed the green crystal he had received from Lin Yu into his pocket. Turning to the frost-like Qin Shui, he smiled and replied, "You're welcome." Gaining 4 green crystals and 1 blue crystal in a single haul brought him great delight, especially considering that one of them was obtained from a mutated zombie slain by Qin Shui herself. Qin Shui noticed the wound on Gao Feng's chest, which appeared rather alarming, with blood staining his clothing. She quickly produced a white crystal and offered it to him, saying, "You are injured. Consuming the white crystal can help restore your health." Gao Feng declined, saying, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary." Although the wound seemed severe, it had merely pierced the skin, leaving the bone unharmed. Qin Shui was taken aback by his refusal. "I am Qin Shui," she introduced herself. "Gao Feng," he replied. Lin Yu stood beside Gao Feng, concealed in the shadows, unnoticed by Qin Shui. Throughout their encounter, Qin Shui had assumed Gao Feng was alone. The man who had previously shielded her from an attack approached. "My Lord Ice King, what shall we do next?" he inquired. Gao Feng, upon hearing this title, instinctively recalled Yang Xing, who had perished at his hands. Yang Xing had claimed to be one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Sacred Dragon Society, the Wind King. Qin Shui stated, "Prepare to retreat, given the current circumstances. We cannot seek the Wind King." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng deduced that the Wind King Qin Shui spoke of was indeed the Wind King. Surprised, he realized that he had inadvertently rescued a prominent figure from a rival faction. The Sacred Dragon Society is likely unaware that they were the ones who eliminated their celestial level expert. Gao Feng remained silent. Yang Xing had been utterly annihilated by him twice over, rendering these individuals' search futile. Gao Feng felt a tug and turned to Qin Shui, saying, "Perhaps our paths will cross again. I must depart." Qin Shui regarded him with curiosity, inquiring, "The streets below are teeming with zombies. How will you manage to leave?" Gao Feng's figure propelled forward like a projectile, soaring toward the rooftop of a building more than 20 meters away. Qin Shui approached the window and, observing Gao Feng's departure, expressed amazement. This was a path she had never contemplated, one she could not traverse. However, it sparked an idea for her own safe escape. Qin Shui turned to Zheng Wu, who stood behind her, and asked, "Did he seem to be carrying something when he left?" Zheng Wu responded, shaking his head, "I couldn't discern anything. I didn't see it, but his arm's position did seem somewhat peculiar." Gao Feng landed, and Lin Yu's form materialized. Lin Yu glared at Gao Feng, retorting, "Release me at once. How long did you intend to hold on?" Gao Feng released her, replying with some embarrassment, "It's not entirely my fault. You were invisible, and I couldn't see you." Lin Yu scoffed, averting her gaze, unwilling to hear his explanation. She felt a slight ache in her chest and wished to massage it, but hesitated due to Gao Feng's presence. After a moment, Lin Yu regained her composure. Gao Feng glanced at Lin Yu, noticing that her attire was partially soaked, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. He swept Lin Yu into his arms, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Whoosh! The two dashed through the rain, leaping across rooftops. Upon returning to the base, both individuals were thoroughly soaked. Lin Yu gazed at her drenched attire, feeling an immense discomfort. She lamented, expressing her distress at the inability to take a shower. With limited drinking water available, the group had barely bathed since the water supply was interrupted on rare occasions. They merely wiped their bodies with damp towels. Gao Feng, upon hearing her words, noticed the drainage pipe on the rooftop, and a thought sparked in his mind. Lin Yu, puzzled, inquired, "What are you going to do?" Without waiting for a response, he leapt towards the rooftop of another building. Lin Yu cast a glance at the departing Gao Feng, uncertain of his intentions, and shook her head as she descended the stairs. After a considerable time, the occupants of the building were startled by an incredibly heavy thud resonating from the rooftop. Curiosity piqued, they all climbed up to investigate. Standing in the stairwell and peering outside. "What is that?" Lu Ying asked with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, "It appears to resemble a water tank." Gao Feng positioned the water tank on the rooftop and tore open its top, allowing the rainwater to flow into it, the droplets striking the metal with a crisp, resounding clatter. He connected several pipes to the tank's outlet, linking it to the main water line within the building. With a smile, Gao Feng declared, "We now have water." The group was taken aback, and Lin Yu's face lit up with surprise, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude. "Is this for me?" In truth, she had overthought the matter. Gao Feng had merely recalled her complaint about not being able to shower and realized it had been quite a while since he last bathed himself. Thus, he procured a water tank to collect rainwater. He also remembered to seal off the main water line on the second floor, to prevent any water from draining away once the valve was opened, ensuring that their efforts would not be in vain. During their excursions to gather supplies, the group had amassed a considerable stock of bottled water. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The mere opportunity to bathe was already a luxury. Previously, Chun Nu and others had contemplated showering in the rain on the rooftop, but that was no longer necessary. Lin Yu remarked that the water supply was limited, suggesting it would be best to stagger their bathing times. The group nodded in agreement. Gao Feng glanced at her. Although she had changed her clothes, her hair remained damp. "You should go first," he said. She and Lin Yuming had been residing at Lu Ying's house on the 7th floor. The rain poured heavily, and Gao Feng had no intention of venturing outside that afternoon. After Lin Yu finished her bath, she informed Gao Feng, who then indulged in a refreshing cold shower, washing away days of fatigue. One by one, everyone completed their baths, and by the time the last person finished, the afternoon had slipped away. After his shower, Gao Feng consumed a green crystal to enhance his abilities. After giving Lin Yu one crystal, he was left with 3. Upon swallowing the third crystal, a shiver coursed through him, signaling a change. Chapter 52. Upgrade. Level 3 Evolver. He opened his character panel to inspect his status. Evolver. Gao Feng. Level 3 Combat Power. 400. Abilities. Strength Enhancement, Defense Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. Items. Cat Swiftness, Jumping Shoes, Scythe of Death. Energy Necklace. The ingestion of the green crystal not only bolstered his strength, but also healed the wound on his chest. He had finally reached level 3. Gao Feng experienced a surge of excitement and exhilaration. In fact, upon witnessing the combat power of the Blade Zombie at 460, he had subtly inferred the combat power benchmark for level 3, 40 times that of an ordinary person. Despite his excitement, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Upon ascending to the 3rd tier, the verdant crystals would cease to augment his prowess. Thereupon, Gao Feng produced a cerulean crystal. Witnessing the azure concretion in his hand, Lu Ying evinced astonishment. "Azure?" Gao Feng assented. "Indeed, this is a 3rd-tier evolution crystal." Cognizant of the correlation between tiers and evolution crystals, Lu Ying regarded Gao Feng with elation. "You've advanced?" Gao Feng responded with a smile. "Affirmative, but keep it confidential." Lu Ying nodded vigorously in response. The more formidable Gao Feng became, the more advantageous it would be for her. More crucially, the superfluous verdant crystals that Gao Feng had no use for would all end up in her possession. Lu Ying observed Gao Feng ingest the cerulean crystal. An idea struck her, and she promptly scurried off to the kitchen. The cerulean crystal transmuted into a warm current, surging through his physique, fortifying each and every cell. 10 minutes elapsed, and Gao Feng emitted a prolonged sigh of relief. The augmentation concluded, his combat prowess escalating to 430. A deep rumble resonated within him, as Gao Feng perceived his cells emitting a signal of ravenous hunger. Just as he was about to articulate his needs, Lu Ying presented him with a copious platter of canine meat. Gao Feng glanced up at Lu Ying, a smile gracing his countenance, and he devoured the repast with gusto. Having replenished his energy and nutrients, Gao Feng ascended to the chamber on the 2nd floor to acclimate himself to his enhanced might. He exerted his abilities to their utmost extent, doubling his strength and speed, and inducing complete metallization. Within a mere 3 minutes, Gao Feng's stamina was nearly depleted. He ceased his exertions before his physical reserves were entirely exhausted. A thought occurred to Gao Feng. If advanced abilities conferred greater enhancements, would high-level strength-based ability users invariably become fleeting performers? He pondered for a moment, surmising that his reasoning might be flawed. It could not be asserted that the more potent the ability, the more restrictive it became. After much contemplation, he concluded that a more advanced supernatural ability might possess alternative forces to sustain its power aside from mere physical strength. If this were indeed the case, it would be imperative to swiftly acquire a level 2 ability crystal in order to elevate his supernatural prowess. Otherwise, the stronger his capabilities became, the less inclined he would be to unleash them to their fullest extent. Clues regarding the level 3 power ability crystal had emerged, as one could obtain it by vanquishing the tyrant. But where could one find the level 2 power ability crystal? He felt a pang of frustration. Supernatural zombies were already rare and elusive, let alone the challenge of locating those with specific abilities. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards the ability users, who, with their formidable strength, found the process of upgrading far more straightforward and effortless than his own. As evening descended and mealtime approached, after dinner, Chen Nu, picking at his teeth, remarked, "Gao Feng, we cannot simply remain here waiting for the zombies to depart, can we?" He had gleaned from Lin Yuming that Lin Yu had obtained the green crystal, and thus surmised that Gao Feng and Lin Yu had ventured out earlier in the day to hunt level 2 zombies. Growing restless, he continued. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng surveyed the group and replied, "Indeed, we cannot solely rely on the zombies to leave on their own. We must devise a plan to relocate to a more secure area." The others, upon hearing this, straightened in their seats. Chen Nu, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Where to?" Gao Feng responded, "I have noticed an isolated villa situated beside the ancient sea river. If we could modify it, it would serve as an excellent safe haven. This villa's proximity to the river would also resolve our water supply issue." In response, Chen Nu countered, "Then it would be more prudent to seek refuge directly at the ancient sea sanctuary." The group, upon hearing this, found their thoughts diverging in various directions. Some individuals aspire to seek refuge in the ancient sea sanctuary, while others are inclined to accompany Gao Feng in establishing their own secure base. Indeed, he had entertained this notion himself, having identified a route to the outskirts of the ancient sea during his daytime reconnaissance. However, he is more disposed to constructing his own secure base, as Gao Feng harbors reservations about the other inhabitants of the sanctuary, as a multitude can engender a sense of insecurity. Gao Feng surveyed the assembly and proposed, "Let us conduct a vote. Those who desire to proceed to the sanctuary, raise your hands." Chen Nu and Zhang Heng raised their hands. Wei Yi hesitated, but after a few hushed words from Chen Nu, he reluctantly raised his hand. Lu Ying, of course, refrained from raising her hand, as she would adhere to Gao Feng's directives. Gao Feng nodded and remarked, "Very well, I comprehend." After a brief pause, Chen Nu pressed, and then? Gao Feng regarded him with astonishment and inquired, "Then what?" Chen Nu elucidated, "You requested us to vote. So shouldn't we deliberate on how to reach the sanctuary?" Gao Feng innocently extended his hands, as if to say that he had no idea, and said, "I did not indicate that I intended to go. I merely inquired about your inclinations." Chen Nu was speechless. Gao Feng smiled and calmly regarded Chen Nu, stating, "Even if you wish to journey to the sanctuary, are you presently capable of venturing out? The outskirts of the ancient sea are situated over 10 kilometers from here. How many zombies populate the route? Could you traverse it alive?" Gao Feng's series of interrogations left Chen Nu without a response. Lin Yu, observing Gao Feng and Chen Nu, displayed an imperceptible smile at the corner of her lips. Lin Yumeng glanced at her sister, sensing her amusement, and cast a perplexed gaze around, wondering at the cause of her sister's mirth. Gao Feng turned to Lu Ying, inquiring, "How much canine meat remains?" Lu Ying responded, "There's a single haunch left. If rationed carefully, it could last 2 days." Gao Feng furrowed his brow, knowing that mutated beast flesh was paramount for replenishing essential nutrients and energy. Lu Ying added, "Ordinary provisions are also dwindling. We've been indulging these past few days, particularly today, since everyone remained indoors, leading to increased snacking. What's left is likely sufficient for, at most, a week." Gao Feng nodded, acknowledging the information. Sustenance was indeed a concern. Noticing the apprehension on Lu Ying's face, Gao Feng smiled reassuringly, saying, "Don't fret. Once the food is depleted, we'll simply venture out to procure more. As it stands, the entire city is deserted. We can take whatever we need." Lu Ying smiled in response. She reflected on the day's events, recalling Lin Yu and Gao Feng's private excursion, wondering what transpired between them. She had keenly observed a newfound intimacy in their rapport, sensing a potential threat. Tonight, Gao Feng, unable to resist the enchantress's allure, promptly declared his intention to discipline her severely. "Ah!" Luing exclaimed instinctively as Gao Feng swept her into his arms. He carried her into the bedroom and closed the door behind them. Chapter 53. Cage Scheme. The following day, Gao Feng was engrossed in studying a map of G City on the sofa. Luing was in the kitchen, preparing a meal. Chen Nu, intending to knock, noticed the door ajar and entered without delay. He glanced at Luing before approaching Gao Feng, asking, "What's the plan for today? With such agreeable weather, we can't possibly remain cooped up indoors for another entire day, can we?" Gao Feng shook his head, replying, "It depends. If the coast is clear, we might venture out to hunt zombies." Upon hearing Chen Nu's words, a look of delight spread across his face. After breakfast, Gao Feng glanced outside and noted a significant reduction in the number of zombies on the streets. However, he surmised that any considerable commotion nearby would likely draw a horde of zombies swiftly. Gao Feng permitted the group to venture out to hunt zombies, but insisted that they refrain from hunting in the vicinity, directing them instead to specific locations he had marked on the map to lure the undead. His intent was to concentrate the nearby zombies in these selected areas, thereby creating a safe zone. The first designated location was the Central Stadium. With Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities assisting them, the group adeptly navigated through the throng of zombies to reach the vicinity of the stadium. Gao Feng instructed, "Devise a method to lure the zombies inside and secure them within." The group exchanged looks of astonishment, taken aback by his intent. Only Lin Yu, upon viewing the expansive arena, began to grasp Gao Feng's underlying strategy. For Chen Nu, the method was inconsequential as long as they could hunt level 2 zombies to procure green crystals. As they entered the soccer stadium, which also served as an athletics arena, they found it vast, with tiered seating capable of accommodating tens of thousands of zombies. In fact, if packed tightly, it could hold hundreds of thousands. After clearing the area of zombies, Chen Nu discovered a level 2 drill zombie, and, brimming with excitement, charged forward with Zhang Heng and Wei Yi. Gao Feng merely cast a glance in their direction and continued to search for obstacles to block the entrance. Lin Yu Meng, upon witnessing this, scoffed, feeling a twinge of envy. Chen Nu, reveling in his triumph, glanced at Lin Yu Meng, his good mood preventing him from quarreling with what he perceived as childish behavior. He cleaned the green crystal and swallowed it with satisfaction. This marked the 4th green crystal he had consumed, and upon completion of the enhancement, his combat power soared to 220. The potency of his flames significantly intensified, alongside an improvement in his control abilities. Previously, he could only unleash fireballs when engulfed in immeasurable rage. Now, he could conjure them with a mere effort, albeit with diminished strength. After all, it was anger that fueled the wrath of the Crimson Lotus. The group readied themselves within the gymnasium while Gao Feng ventured out to lure the zombies. Shortly after his departure, they felt a slight tremor beneath their feet. As they gazed into the distance, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chen Nu could not restrain his expletives. The sheer number of zombies posed a considerable risk of failure with even the slightest misstep. However, as Gao Feng drew closer, they noticed a dozen second-tier, mutated zombies relentlessly pursuing him, which elicited a sense of joy among them. Yet, following their initial elation, concern arose regarding the overwhelming number of second-tier mutated zombies. What if they could not overcome them? Chen Nu found himself in a tumultuous state of mind, simultaneously wishing for an abundance of second-tier mutated zombies, while fearing that there might be too many to defeat. Lin Yu, on the other hand, harbored no apprehensions. She had witnessed Gao Feng's terrifying combat prowess the previous day. For him, dispatching second-tier mutated zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. The only concern was the potential for others to claim the kills. In a hushed tone, Lin Yu whispered to her younger sister, "When the time comes, just pick up the zombies Gao Feng has slain and finish them off for the kills. Ignore the intact ones." Lin Yu Meng nodded earnestly, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Sister, you've changed." Thud. Lin Yu tapped her sister's forehead playfully. Lin Yu Meng puffed out her chest proudly, tilting her head with a grin. "It doesn't hurt at all. Sister, you're getting old." "Ah." Lin Yu pinched Lin Yuma's flesh at her waist, causing her to cry out in pain, startling those around them. Chen, filled with irritation, exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." Lin Yuma glared at her sister, baring her teeth in protest, while Lin Yu sternly replied, "Focus." Deep down, Lin Yu felt aggrieved. After all, she was the one who had initiated the scuffle, So why was she the one being reprimanded? She tugged at Lin Yumao, and the two vanished into thin air. Gao Feng burst through the entrance with a dozen mutated zombies in tow. There were all sorts of aberrations: clawed zombies, jumping zombies, drill-headed zombies, iron-headed zombies, giant zombies, iron-fisted zombies, and massive arm zombies. Among them, the giant zombie, towering at 2 to 3 meters, exuded an intimidating presence as it dashed forward. Chun, suppressing his fury, conjured a fireball and hurled it at the nearest iron-fisted zombie. Bang! The fireball collided with the iron-fisted zombie, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated half of its body. Witnessing this, Wei Yi stepped forward, piercing the iron-fisted zombie's skull with a steel rod and claiming the trophy. Chen cast a glance at him before turning to assault other zombies, unperturbed by the potential theft of his spoils. Suddenly, a jumping zombie lunged at Lu Ying. But before it could reach her, a brilliant flash of a blade sliced through its torso. With a squelch, the jumping zombie was cleaved in two, its remains landing at Lu Ying's feet. Stifling her revulsion, Lu Ying rummaged through the carcass and retrieved a green crystal. Gao Feng was on the offensive, swiftly wielding his scythe of death to harvest the lives of second-tier, mutated zombies. Lin Yu and Lin Yumao, fixated on the zombies falling before Gao Feng's blade, rushed in to deliver the finishing blows to those still clinging to life. Gao Feng's strikes were executed with such swiftness that not every swing could sever the zombie's brains. Most of the time, a swift strike would cleave the zombies in half, followed by a finishing blow. This provided Lin Yuming with the opportunity to claim the kills. A roar erupted as hordes of zombies surged forth. Gao Feng's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings and commanded, "Quickly, there is still a green crystal." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying hurried over to excavate it. The group sprinted deeper into the athletic hall, vaulting over the barriers of the stands as they ascended. The zombies poured into the athletic hall like a flood, swiftly saturating the verdant grass and crimson track, transforming the venue into a sea of darkness. Gao Feng lingered behind, dispatching the zombies that pursued too closely. Once the others reached a secure position, he turned to retreat with all his might. The zombies at the forefront had already collided with the barriers, some even scaling them to chase after the audience seats. Gao Feng dashed through the stands, suddenly veering in another direction. Beneath the 82nd bench to your left lies a concealed treasure chest. Having not encountered a chest in quite some time, Gao Feng would not let this opportunity slip by. Soon, he spotted the chest hidden beneath the bench. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through the bench, retrieving the treasure. The group followed Gao Feng's preordained escape plan to flee the athletic hall. He circled nearly the entire venue until he arrived at the entrance, leaping up to wield the scythe of death, severing the supports of the massive dome above. With a jarring metallic screech, the dome collapsed. A resounding crash echoed as the fallen structure crushed over a dozen zombies, barricading the entrance of the athletic hall and trapping tens of thousands of them inside. Gao Feng jumped down from the heights, his mission accomplished as he withdrew. Chapter 54. The Obsidian Bao. Gao Feng located the group and ensured their safe assembly. Lin Yu, under the reluctant gaze of Lin Yuming, produced 3 green crystals and handed them to Gao Feng. "These are the green crystals extracted from the bodies of the zombies you vanquished." Gao Feng glanced at her in mild surprise. He had already noticed the competition between the two for kills, yet he did not expect Lin Yu to relinquish the crystals she had claimed. He accepted them with a nod, choosing to remain silent. Lin Yuming pouted, feeling the 2 green crystals in her pocket, thinking to herself, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to keep 2 for myself." Lin Yu noticed her subtle gesture and allowed a faint smile to curve at the corner of her mouth. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. Lu Ying also presented 3 green crystals to Gao Feng, who now possessed 6 green crystals alongside a pocket half filled with white crystals. The sheer abundance of white crystals rendered him careless. He had long ceased counting them, accumulating a few after each encounter until it became a trivial task, as they served no significant purpose. Chen Nu observed the 6 green crystals in Gao Feng's possession, swallowing hard in frustration. He, along with Wei Yi and Zhang Hong, had only managed to acquire 2 green crystals, insufficient even for equitable distribution among the 3 of them. Including the previous crystal, it would just suffice for each to have 1. However, this meant that his exhaustive efforts in battle yielded no rewards, a notion Chen Nu found unacceptable. Rather than the green crystals, the group was more intrigued by the treasure chest in Gao Feng's hands. Lin Yu expressed her surprise. "Did you find another treasure chest?" Gao Feng smiled and replied, "Just fortunate, I suppose." Chen Nu, enviously, lamented, Why do I lack such luck? All the treasure chests seem to end up in your hands. Gao Feng simply smiled in response, while Lin Yu shot an incredulous glance at Qin Nu. Did this fool not realize that Gao Feng was merely being modest? Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Gao Feng unveiled the treasure chest, revealing a sleek black longbow in his grasp. Obsidian bow, 2 stars. Level 0. Effect: infinite arrows automatically form when the bowstring is drawn. This was merely a standard longbow devoid of any special effects. Gao Feng lifted his gaze towards Zhang Heng, who was watching him with an anxious expression. Among the team, only he possessed the skill to wield a bow, making this obsidian bow ostensibly his rightful possession. However, Zhang Heng was plagued with unease. He and Qin Nu had expressed their grievances about Gao Feng behind his back. In recent days, he had often found himself at odds with Qin Nu and Gao Feng. Noticing the apprehension in Zhang Heng's demeanor, Gao Feng chuckled. Congratulations. Your archery skills will finally come to fruition. He extended the obsidian bow towards Zhang Heng, whose hands trembled with exhilaration as he accepted it. Zhang Heng caressed the bow as if it were a beloved, his excitement palpable. Lin Yu and Lin Yu Ming, who had arrived later, regarded the scene with curiosity, unaware of Zhang Heng's proficiency in archery. Lu Ying offered a brief explanation, enlightening them on the matter. Zhang Heng drew back the obsidian bow, and a white arrow coalesced upon the taut bowstring. The further he pulled, the more solidified the arrow became. With a swift release, the arrow soared forth, striking a nearby stone marker with tremendous force. It pierced through the stone, leaving behind a crystalline hole. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the bow's formidable power. Gao Feng exclaimed, "Its might rivals that of firearms." Zhang Heng gazed at the obsidian bow in his hands, brimming with joy. It was only then that Gao Feng recalled the scythe of death he held, realizing that Zhang Heng's bow had yet to be enhanced. Perhaps, he suggested, imbue it with white crystals. Its potency might amplify. Zhang Heng, heeding the advice, nodded and procured 2 white crystals to fortify the obsidian bow. Soon, the bow emanated a faint, ethereal glow, its range augmented by 20%. Observing the bow, Zhang Heng drew it once more. The arrow materialized, now bearing a more distinct form with fletching and a defined point, unlike the mere luminescence of before. With a resounding, the arrow soared, piercing through stone and continuing its trajectory for over 10 meters before dissipating. A smile graced Gao Feng's face as he witnessed the display. Impressive power, he remarked. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a green crystal, eliciting surprise from Zhang Heng. This, Gao Feng clarified, is not for consumption. Enhance the obsidian bow with it. At the second tier, the equipment will manifest new capabilities. The greater the bow's strength, the more invaluable you become to the team. Touched by the gesture, Zhang Heng accepted the green crystal and affixed it to the obsidian bow. Within seconds, the bow radiated a soft, verdant light. Obsidian bow, 2 stars. Level 2, 1-2. Abilities: infinite arrows, 30 increased range. Armor-piercing arrows, consumes additional stamina to conjure an armor-piercing arrow. Zhang Heng presented the bow to Gao Feng, who, after examining its attributes, nodded approvingly. Test the might of the armor-piercing arrow, Gao Feng urged. Drawing the bow yet again, Zhang Heng felt a noticeable strain. The arrow coalescing within the obsidian bow adopted a verdant hue. He drew the string back as far as his strength would allow. After a few tense seconds, the arrow transformed, the ordinary projectile morphing into an armor-piercing variant. Zhang Heng could no longer restrain himself and released his grip. With a swift whoosh, the sound of a piercing arrow sliced through the air, striking a stone and causing it to shatter explosively. The arrow soared several dozen meters, penetrating a metal sign before vanishing into the ether. Zhang Heng gasped for breath, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. With a wry smile, he remarked, "My stamina allows for no more than 5 shots before I am utterly spent, unable even to draw my bow." Gao Feng chuckled and replied, 5 shots are ample. Even Qin Nu would struggle to cast 5 fireballs. Qin Nu, hearing this, was somewhat speechless. He retorted, "The potency of my fireballs far exceeds that of his piercing arrows." Laughter erupted among the group. Once the mirth subsided, Gao Feng urged, "Let us continue our efforts and strive to confine the nearby zombies." Spirits soared as everyone felt invigorated. The spoils of this battle were significant. Although the major prize went to Gao Feng, nearly everyone received a green crystal. Before the operation commenced, they had distributed the green crystals among themselves. Qin Nu, citing Zhang Heng's acquisition of equipment and an additional green crystal gifted by Gao Feng, decided to share the 2 crystals he earned with himself and Wei Yi. Although Zhang Heng felt a twinge of discontent, he remained silent. He glanced at the obsidian bow in his hand, and then at Chun Nu and Gao Feng, reflecting, indeed, following Gao Feng promises a brighter future. Quietly, Zhang Heng shifted a few steps away from Chun Nu and closer to Gao Feng. Lin Yu observed her sister and extended her hand, saying, "Hand them over." Lin Yu Meng, hesitant to concede, contemplated a defense, but, upon seeing her sister's gaze fixed on her pocket, resignedly produced 2 green crystals, just 2. Lin Yu took one and stated, "Consume it." Having spoken, she cleaned the green crystal and swallowed it. Lin Yumeng, witnessing this, followed suit. However, the thought that this substance was extracted from a zombie's body made her feel nauseous while consuming it, yet upon finishing, a wave of refreshment washed over her, causing her to completely forget the unsettling origin. Gao Feng produced 2 green crystals and handed them to Lu Ying, encouraging her to consume them directly. After swallowing, Lu Ying, upon noticing her enhanced combat ability, somewhat nervously mentioned to Gao Feng, "I have increased my combat power by 20 points. Gao Feng nodded in response, maintaining a tranquil expression. Nevertheless, a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Lu Ying's potential seemed rather inadequate. Sensing Gao Feng's apparent disappointment, Lu Ying lowered her head, feeling a pang of sadness. She too resented her own perceived shortcomings. Chapter 55. Fallen Angel Zombie. Gao Feng utilized the remaining 3 green crystals to enhance his equipment. Cat Swiftness, 1 star, level 2, effect, speed 20. The lack of additional effects left Gao Feng slightly disheartened. Bouncing Shoes, 2 stars, level 2, 1-2. Effect, jump distance 80. Energy Necklace, 1 star, level 2. Effect, stores 2 instances of abilities, 0-2. Upon upgrading the Energy Necklace, the storage capacity increased by 1, which was quite beneficial. However, Gao Feng found it of no use, as his abilities were self-applied and could not be stored within the Energy Necklace. Initially, when he acquired the Energy Necklace, he intended to give it to Chun Nu. But due to various circumstances, that intention faded, leaving the necklace in his possession. He glanced at Lin Yu, pondering whether it would be possible to store her abilities. Her extraordinary ability could be utilized on others and, theoretically, stored. Gao Feng approached Lin Yu, who had just completed a strengthening session, and found her somewhat perplexed by his arrival. "Come here for a moment," he said. The two stepped aside, and Gao Feng presented an energy necklace to Lin Yu, stating, "Let us see if we can store your ability." Lin Yu took the energy necklace and, upon examining its attributes, cast a surprised glance at Gao Feng. She studied him for a while, suspecting something but refraining from voicing her thoughts. Lin Yu attempted to employ her shadow stealth ability on the energy necklace. After a brief moment, she felt her power transferring into the necklace. A few minutes later, she paused and handed the energy necklace back to Gao Feng. Energy Necklace, 1 star. Level 2. Effect, stores 2 uses of abilities, 1-2. Shadow Stealth active for 30 minutes after activation. Gao Feng smiled. Extending the necklace once more, there's still 1 slot left. Please help me fill it. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, did not decline and accepted the necklace to channel her ability into it. She inquired, "Why don't you store Chen Nu's ability? 2 fireballs could be as powerful as a bomb." Gao Feng shook his head, offering no explanation. Observing his response, Lin Yu chose not to press further. Once everyone had finished their preparations, they set out once more. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the second location chosen by Gao Feng, the swimming pool opposite the athletics hall. They first cleared the zombies inside the pool, but even after defeating 2 level 2 zombies, they were disappointed to find no green crystals. Gao Feng stepped outside to lure the zombies, while the others searched for treasure chests within the swimming pool. Alas, their efforts yielded nothing. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled as Gao Feng led a horde of zombies towards the swimming pool, with a group of mutated zombies at the forefront. Moving with a speed far surpassing that of ordinary zombies, Gao Feng dashed into the swimming pool, followed closely by the mutated zombies. Suddenly, a green arrow whizzed past Gao Feng, striking the head of a rampaging giant zombie. With a resounding thud, the massive creature collapsed onto the ground, causing the earth to shake. A look of astonishment crossed Gao Feng's face as Zhang Heng, wielding the obsidian bow, transformed into a pivotal force within the team. Arrows, fireballs, and flashes of blades swiftly dispatched a dozen or so mutated zombies, yielding 7 green crystals. They collected the green crystals and hastily retreated. Zombies surged into the swimming pool, splashing into the water, which overflowed with a foul stench. As the group withdrew, Gao Feng severed the metal supports of the roof outside the swimming pool, causing the enormous eaves to crash down and block the entrance, trapping thousands of zombies within. Gao Feng quickly exited the pool area, where many more zombies lingered. Rejoining his companions, he smiled, realizing that a few more encounters would significantly diminish the nearby zombie population. The group also displayed expressions of delight. This was their counteroffensive against the seemingly hopeless tide of the undead. Their efforts bore remarkable fruit, gradually restoring their confidence. They distributed the 7 green crystals, ensuring each person received one. No one quibbled over who had found them. It was a collective effort. The group consumed the crystals to enhance their strength, and Gao Feng used his to reinforce the scythe of death, sharpening it to a lethal 5. Lu Ying offered her green crystal to Gao Feng, saying, "It would be a waste for me to consume it. It is better to strengthen your equipment." Gao Feng shook his head and said, "Just eat and stop overthinking." He averted his gaze only after watching her consume the food. Lu Ying felt a swell of emotion, yet her discomfort deepened. She yearned to be someone like Lin Yu, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Gao Feng, a person of value to him, rather than merely relying on being his mistress. The group continued their journey towards the next destination. Suddenly, Gao Feng halted, turning to look at the athletics hall. The others regarded him with curiosity, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Gao Feng's expression grew slightly grave. He sensed something amiss over there. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Gao Feng, possessing a heightened sensitivity beyond that of the others, perceived an oppressive aura. After a brief hesitation, he instructed the group to move outside, while he ventured alone towards the athletics hall to investigate the situation. "What on earth has transpired?" Chen Nu queried, bewildered. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the events of the previous day, an idea flashing through her mind, and she instinctively blurted out, "Could it be the tyrant?" "What tyrant?" the group asked in confusion. Lin Yu elaborated, "Yesterday, when Gao Feng and I were out, we encountered a terrifying zombie known as the tyrant, with combat prowess nearing 1,000. A zombie with a combat power of 1,000. The group gasped in astonishment. Each person had a clear understanding of their own combat strength, making the significance of that number vividly apparent. Even a mere increase of 10 or 20 points in combat power could present a substantial advantage. A 100-point lead was nearly insurmountable. Concerned, they cast anxious glances towards the distant athletics hall. They harbored a shared query, one that lingered ominously in their minds. Why had they never encountered such a terrifying creature before? Where had this monstrosity emerged from? Gao Feng, too, was plagued by the same question. When he had lured the horde of zombies, he had taken great care to scout the area, ensuring he did not attract the attention of any formidable mutated zombies. He was certain that within the athletics hall, there resided no creature of level 3 or above. Activating his energy necklace, Gao Feng's figure vanished into the ether. He traversed the throng of zombies and ascended to the rooftop. Upon beholding the scene below, his expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. In the center of the athletic field loomed a zombie adorned with wings, its enormous black appendages unfurling to reveal the grotesque mass beneath. It was a grotesque orb of flesh with wings. The abomination seemed to sense Gao Feng's presence, as countless white eyes opened on its body and wings, fixating upon him. A notification appeared before Gao Feng. Level 4 mutated zombie, awakening, fallen angel, combat power 1200. Gao Feng felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. This was not a level 3 mutated zombie. It was a more advanced level 4 variant. The fallen angel spread its black wings, the eyes upon them resembling white feathers scattered across its surface. Hovering in midair, it refrained from launching an immediate attack on Gao Feng, yet the zombies surrounding it began to undergo widespread mutation. Level 1 zombies mutated into fallen form. Combat power 90. Level 2 zombies mutated into fallen form. Combat power 180. Chapter 56. The gaze of the fallen angel. Gao Feng's countenance darkened. He had come to comprehend the fallen angel's formidable ability. It possessed the power to mutate the surrounding zombies, transforming them into fallen zombies, which fell under the control of the fallen angel. Under the command of the fallen angel, countless mutated abominable zombies surged towards the peak, their agility far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. They clambered up the walls like geckos, ascending towards the summit. With a roar, the first of the fallen zombies emerged before the pinnacle, its flesh grotesquely melting, thick black blood incessantly dripping from its body. This viscous black ichor splattered onto the dome, corroding the surface and releasing tendrils of black smoke. The abominable creature lunged at the peak, its corrosive blood splattering in its wake. The peak swiftly evaded, avoiding the caustic liquid that threatened to erode his flesh, and wielded his scythe to cleave the creature in twain. The fallen zombie's carcass collapsed, and from it fell a green crystal. Hissing, the black blood that pooled from the melted remains retained its potent corrosive properties, causing the surrounding dome to indent further. The peak carefully picked up the green crystal with his scythe, retrieving it while shielding his hand from the remnants of the black blood. He frowned at the sight of his sleeve, which had been rendered tattered in mere moments by the lingering ichor. With a swift motion, he tore away the damaged fabric, cleaned the green crystal, and stowed it away. The roar of more fallen zombies echoed as they scrambled up the dome, charging towards him with fervor. Casting a glance back at the fallen angel, who was still transforming more zombies below, the peak turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. The abominable zombies were far more formidable than their ordinary counterparts. Witnessing the increasing onslaught of these creatures, the peak felt no inclination to continue the fight. He leaped from the rooftop, and just before landing, executed a gentle second jump to slow his descent. Upon hitting the ground, he was immediately beset by the encroaching zombies. The peak activated the energy necklace for a second time, plunging into shadowy stealth. His figure vanished before the multitude of zombies, and the chaos among the horde swiftly subsided. Fallen zombies leapt from the rooftop, crashing to the ground and instantly transforming into a puddle of blood and viscera. The surviving fallen zombies relentlessly pursued the direction in which Gao Feng had fled. Upon returning home, Gao Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The others looked at him, eagerly inquiring what was inside. Gao Feng took a sip of water and replied, "A level 4 zombie, a fallen angel." At his words, the crowd instinctively swallowed hard, taken aback with astonishment. Chen Nu, regaining his composure, exclaimed in frustration, "Damn, is this heaven still allowing us to live? I'm only at level 2, and already a level 4 monster appears." Gao Feng glanced at him but remained silent. The previously joyous atmosphere among the group dissipated in an instant, giving way to a somber mood. Gao Feng reassured them, "Do not overthink it. The fallen angel is quite distant from here. We should be safe." He felt fortunate that they had chosen a location far enough away. Luing noticed the tattered sleeve of his shirt and remarked, "What happened to your clothes? Let me fetch you a new one." Gao Feng glanced at his torn sleeve and explained, "The ability of the fallen angel is to mutate surrounding zombies into fallen zombies. These fallen zombies are swifter than ordinary zombies, easily scaling walls, and are covered in a highly corrosive black blood. When dealing with fallen zombies, one must be exceedingly cautious to avoid contact with that corrosive black blood." The group nodded gravely, the weight of his words sinking in. These fallen zombies sounded perilous, far more troublesome than their ordinary counterparts. Luing brought over a new shirt, and Gao Feng, without hesitation, changed into it. Suddenly, Lin Yu gasped, "What is that on your chest?" Gao Feng lowered his gaze and beheld a tattoo resembling a white eyeball adorning his chest, appearing vividly lifelike. Instinctively, he was reminded of the myriad eyes that opened upon the body of a fallen angel. The gaze of the fallen angel, relentless in its pursuit, would chase you until one of you met your demise. Gao Feng's countenance turned grim. "Damn it, I've fallen into their trap." No sooner had he uttered these words than a resounding crash echoed from outside. Bang! Something struck against the steel plating of the window. Following this, a hissing noise filled the air, and Gao Feng caught a whiff of an overwhelmingly foul odor. He recognized this scent all too well and surmised what lurked outside. Fallen zombies. Bang! A fallen zombie, its black blood corroding the steel, broke through the barrier and crawled inside. An increasing number of fallen zombies began to shatter the sealed windows and invade the space. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the fallen zombies discovered the wooden boards above were easily breakable, prompting more of them to ascend. The onlookers, terror etched upon their faces, watched as the fallen zombies crawled in, their black blood dripping and eroding the ground into small pits. Gao Feng noticed the reflection of the angelic eye pattern on his chest within the pupils of the fallen zombies. They had come, driven by the gaze of the fallen angel. With a fearsome roar, the fallen zombies lunged at Gao Feng, their corrosive black blood splattering everywhere, coating the sofa, tables, and floor, which began to emit tendrils of black smoke. Gao Feng swung his scythe, severing the arms of a zombie, then twirled the weapon in his palm to decapitate it. "Be careful," Gao Feng cautioned the others. The group snapped to attention, swiftly arming themselves to confront the encroaching zombies. Die! Chen roared, unleashing flames that engulfed a fallen zombie, incinerating it entirely. Whoosh! The space within the room was constricted, rendering Zhang Heng's bow and arrows ineffective, as he feared inadvertently harming his comrades. Thus, he could only aim at the fallen zombies outside the window to launch his attacks. Gao Feng swiftly dispatched the fallen zombies within the living room. Suddenly, the bedroom door was forcefully burst open, and a fallen zombie emerged from within. With a resounding crash, the security door was shattered, allowing a horde of fallen zombies to surge inside. Surrounded on all sides, Gao Feng realized that remaining in this location was untenable. After eliminating one fallen zombie, he shouted, "Let us go." With that, Gao Feng unleashed an X-shaped arc of his blade, cleaving through both the window and the wall. He forcefully kicked the wall. Bang! The steel plate was sent flying, tossing the fallen zombies that were perched upon it into the air. The wall was obliterated, revealing the chaotic scene outside. The ground was littered with a multitude of zombies, while the walls were teeming with more fallen zombies. Gao Feng was the first to leap through the opening, crashing onto the ground, where he activated his defensive enhancement, his metallic skin enveloping his entire body. Wielding his scythe of death, he rapidly slaughtered the surrounding zombies and fallen zombies, pushing forward with fierce determination. Observing this, the fallen zombies clinging to the walls released their grips and leapt down to pursue Gao Feng. A small contingent of fallen zombies remained entangled with Lu Ying and the others. After drawing away a substantial number of zombies, the group swiftly eliminated the remaining fallen zombies in the room, gathering their spoils as they reluctantly chose to depart. Under the cover of Lin Yu's abilities, they quickly navigated through the horde of zombies. Yet, they were compelled to leave, embarking on an uncertain journey. Chapter 57, 4-star Scythe of Death, Where is Gao Feng? Lu Ying inquired anxiously. Lin Yu replied, "He has drawn the zombies away, moving in the direction they have taken. We should be able to locate him." Shen Nu expressed, "Doesn't it strike you that something is amiss? Why, out of the blue, are we being assailed by fallen zombies?" He paused, lost in thought, before continuing. "It's that ocular anomaly on Gao Feng's chest that's the root cause. The fallen zombies are relentlessly pursuing him, and by seeking him out, we, too, shall become their quarry." Zhang Heng cast a glance in his direction, retorting acerbically, "Are you suggesting we abandon Feng and abscond on our own?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nu glared at the turncoat, retorting indignantly, "Do you take me for such a person? While I may harbor resentment towards Gao Feng, I would never abandon my comrades in arms." Lin Yu interjected swiftly, imploring the two who were on the verge of a quarrel, "Cease this bickering. Finding Gao Feng is of paramount importance." After a brief deliberation, the group unanimously concurred to seek out Gao Feng, following the trajectory of the zombies' movements. Gao Feng, meanwhile, continued his flight, dispatching zombies as he went. His newly acquired garments were once again reduced to tatters, though fortunately, his metallic epidermis provided a bulwark against the corrosive ichor. Uncertain of how far he must flee to elude the gaze of the fallen angel, he could only strive to distance himself as much as possible. As for Lu Ying and the others, they were no longer within his purview. Following in the wake of the zombies, Lin Yu and the others observed the trail of corpses left behind by Gao Feng's zombie slaughters, confirming that they were on the right path. "Verdant crystals," Lin Yuming exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she spotted the verdant crystals amidst a pool of black blood. As she reached out to retrieve them, Lin Yu restrained her, cautioning, "Be wary. It may be corrosive ichor." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming employed a stick to extract the verdant crystals. As the stick made contact with the black blood, acrid fumes arose. A tremor ran through her hand, realizing how close she had come to touching it directly. Wiping away the dark blood with a cloth, Lin Yuming picked up the green crystal, her face beaming with delight. The group continued onward, frequently encountering the slain zombies and the fallen undead. The spoils were left behind. As Gao Feng had no time to collect them, they followed in his wake, gathering what they could. Gao Feng sprinted ahead, the zombies trailing behind, unable to catch up. He touched the eye of the fallen angel on his chest, pressing it firmly, yearning to tear away the skin. However, he found that he could not touch the eye at all. Even if he were to remove the skin, he could not escape the gaze of the fallen angel. The silver lining was that he had reached a point where the fallen zombies were no longer in sight, while the gaze of the fallen angel lingered. The fallen zombies had vanished. Gao Feng surmised that he might have exited the control range of the fallen angel over the fallen undead. Regrettably, He was unaware of the true extent of that range. Slowing his pace, he noticed the zombies surging towards him. Casting a glance around, he spotted a 5-story building by the roadside and hurriedly ran in that direction. He dispatched all the zombies, blocking his path with ease. As he fought, the death scythe in his hand suddenly transformed, elongating, widening, and sharpening. With a single swipe, he effortlessly severed the bodies of 5 or 6 zombies. Upon reaching the building, he leaped with all his might, soaring 6 or 7 meters into the air. A zombie by the window caught sight of him and crashed through the glass, lunging towards him. Just as his upward momentum was waning, he shot up into the sky once more. The scythe in his hand had morphed into a hooked blade, and at the peak of his ascent, he forcefully swung the hook. The sound of clinking chains echoed, followed by a resounding clang. Having grappled the wall with his scythe, Gao Feng descended, colliding with the fortification. Standing at the building's precipice, he surveyed the horde below before vaulting over the barrier. The rooftop, devoid of the undead, was adorned with a few articles of clothing left to dry. Gao Feng donned a coat and examined his weapon, the Scythe of Death. Scythe of Death, 4 stars. Level 2, 24134. Attributes: Sharpness 5, Transformation, Unique Effect, Death Reap, 1024. The Scythe of Death's evolution into a 4-star weapon, catalyzed by 1,000 layers of Death Reap, filled Gao Feng with both elation and reflection. He wondered about the requirements for its next evolution. A prompt revealed the answer: 10,000 layers of Death Reap. Upon learning this, Gao Feng pondered the time it would take to accumulate such a count. The thought alone brought weariness. Even at 200 zombies a day, it would take 50 days, at 300, a month. Shaking his head, Gao Feng dismissed the thought, content that the upgrade would come in due time. He affixed a white crystal to the scythe, enhancing its sharpness by 1. Now possessing 6 points of sharpness, the Scythe of Death could effortlessly cleave through solid steel. Gao Feng wielded the scythe, and with a flash of light, a precise fissure appeared in the wall. Only upon close inspection could one discern the clean, immaculate cut. Gao Feng, noting that the scythe was not yet fully enhanced, felt a tinge of regret. Considering the number of second-level zombies he had slain along his journey, having amassed all the verdant crystals, one could potentially augment their panoply to its zenith. The scythe metamorphosed into a sickle hook, and Gao Feng observed the sickle hook chain extend from 6 meters to 10. The pivotal alteration was the sickle hook's capacity to revert to a scythe during deployment, and vice versa. This seemingly subtle modification could unleash astonishing might in combat. Gao Feng was already anticipating the transformations the 5-star Death Scythe would undergo. After a brief respite, Gao Feng approached the perimeter wall and gazed down, noticing the adjacent zombies congregating below. He then pivoted and surveyed the expanse behind him. A thoroughfare stretched into the distance, congested with zombies and numerous vehicular collisions. A roadside marker indicated that Ancient Sea Park was 7 kilometers ahead, where the Ancient Sea Refuge was established. After glancing at the sign, Gao Feng turned and proceeded toward G-City in pursuit of Lu Ying and the others. With Lin Yu present, they should be able to evacuate safely. With doubled alacrity and augmented strength, Gao Feng charged across the rooftop, attaining maximum velocity before leaping forth and soaring into the distance. He bypassed the throng of zombies, landing in a sparsely populated paddy field. Upon landing, the nearby zombies advanced toward him, but Gao Feng eschewed confrontation and swiftly vanished from the spot. A resounding boom reached Gao Feng's ears, and he turned to witness flames erupting in the distance. After a moment of deliberation, surmising it might be Chun Nu, he hastened toward the conflagration. Lin Yu and the others cautiously followed the trail left by Gao Feng when they were startled by the explosion, their expressions shifting slightly. They exchanged glances, and Zhang Heng inquired, "What shall we do? Continue onward, or investigate the source of the explosion?" Chen Nu remarked, "The further we advance, the fewer corpses left by Gao Feng, indicating that he has successfully evaded his pursuers and is out of danger. In light of this, let us venture over there. Perhaps Gao Feng, upon hearing the explosion, will also make his way." After a brief discussion, the group resolved to investigate the area. Chapter 58. The Undying Zombie. As Gao Feng approached the source of the explosion, he beheld a convoy encircled by a horde of zombies. The convoy comprised armored vehicles, buses, trucks, and off-road vehicles, leaving Gao Feng somewhat perplexed regarding its nature, resembling a coalition of both official and civilian forces. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, while some engaged in close combat with the zombies, wielding melee weapons. A thick plume of smoke enveloped the battlefield, originating from the site of the explosion. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a figure emerging from within. Gao Feng had encountered numerous zombies, yet this particular one stirred a deep sense of awe within him. It was an enormous, corpulent zombie nearing 2 meters in height, with a belly that could measure a staggering 3 meters in diameter. Its body was suffused with an abundance of fatty tissue, covered by a resilient black membrane, resembling a dark, rotund Mithril Buddha. The zombie's abdomen had been ruptured by the explosion, revealing a gaping hole the size of a basin, yet it was rapidly healing. With each moment that passed, the fatty mass diminished as the wound mended. The relentless barrage of bullets struck the corpulent zombie, merely causing splashes of blood as the wounds swiftly closed and vanished. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and half of the zombie's head exploded, brain matter scattering in all directions. Yet, it remained alive, the injury healing at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this, Gao Feng could not help but inhale sharply in astonishment. The survivors within the convoy, upon witnessing the scene, cried out in terror, "Undying zombie." The undying zombie drew the firepower towards itself, allowing the horde behind it to swiftly breach the convoy's defensive line. As the gunfire ceased, all were compelled to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Not far away, Chen Nu and his companions concealed themselves in the shadows, feeling a chill run down their spines at the sight of the undying zombie's terrifying regenerative abilities. Chen Nu whispered, "Seeing this zombie reminds me of the tentacled monster. This creature is far more grotesque. The tentacled monster requires sustenance to heal its wounds, yet this one regenerates autonomously, and its speed is no less than that of the tentacled beast." The others nodded in agreement. Lin Yu interjected, "It is similar. As this zombie's wounds heal, its excess flesh diminishes. It too requires nourishment to mend its injuries, albeit it can store reserves within its body." Upon hearing this, the group discerned the secret behind the undying zombie's healing process, marveling at Lin Yu's astute observations. Observing the undying zombie survive a gunshot to the head left Lin Yu feeling a sense of dread. Recognizing that the undying creature was indeed more monstrous than the tentacled monster, Chen Nu inquired, "Should we assist?" He leaned towards a hasty retreat. The undying zombie's capabilities were extraordinary. If a sniper's bullet could not fell it, he doubted his own fireball would suffice unless it struck true to the creature's brain. Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, she noticed a figure swiftly approaching the undying zombie. Instantly, she recognized it as Gao Feng. Without hesitation, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Go! Gao Feng is over there." The group, invigorated by her words, sprang into action, with Lu Ying urgently asking, "Where?" Ling Yu and Lu Ying both cast their gaze upon the imperishable zombie, noticing a familiar figure materializing beside it. The scythe he wielded was particularly distinctive. The group surged toward the convoy, Zhang Heng providing ranged support to Gao Feng with his arrows as he ran, while Chen Nu unleashed a torrent of flames to clear their path. The survivors of the convoy, witnessing the sudden appearance of a group of skilled individuals, were visibly elated, especially since one of them was an Esper. Deliverance was at hand. "Behold, someone is engaging the immortal zombie." The crowd turned their heads in unison, spotting a figure wielding an enormous scythe locked in combat with the undead monstrosity. Though it was more of a one-sided affair, with Gao Feng relentlessly assaulting the zombie, who could only endure the blows. The scythe of death effortlessly cleaved through the zombie's flesh, yet the wounds would instantly mend. Gao Feng surmised that a moment's hesitation would result in the scythe becoming ensnared by the flesh. The surrounding zombies assailed Gao Feng, seeking to overwhelm him. With a swift revolution of the scythe of death, the surrounding zombies collapsed in unison. The imperishable zombie bore down on Gao Feng, attempting to crush him. Gao Feng leapt into the air, bringing the scythe down upon the zombie's head, cleaving it in two. Despite the bisected cranium, the immortal zombie remained animated, its wounds writhing with fleshy tendrils attempting to knit themselves back together. A notification materialized before Gao Feng's eyes, revealing the vulnerability of the level 1 Esper zombie. Gao Feng's gaze intensified, and with a deft maneuver, the massive scythe became an instrument of surgical precision, excising a portion of the zombie's brain. With a resounding thud, the immortal zombie shuddered, its immense form collapsing. Gao Feng caught the severed piece of flesh, crushing it to reveal a pristine white Esper crystal. The level 1 ability crystal, a chance to acquire physical enhancement abilities. The undead zombie collapsed, its massive form gradually dissolving into black ichor. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Gao Feng, unable to fathom how he had slain a creature that even a sniper rifle could not bring down. Gao Feng had already taken note of Lin Yu and the others during his battle with the undead. He had seen Zhang Heng's arrows piercing the skulls of nearby zombies. At that moment, he realized that Lin Yu and her companions were also present. He stowed the ability crystal and wielded his scythe of death with swift ferocity. Instantly, the pressure on the group lightened as hordes of zombies fell around them. The captain of the convoy shouted urgently, "Get in the vehicle, everyone, we're breaking through." The armored vehicle had already started its engine, and the crowd hurriedly boarded. Others called out to Chen Nu and his companions, "Masters, hurry up." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu glanced back at the ever-growing mass of zombies behind him and, with the assistance of others, climbed into the bed of a truck. From his vantage point, he hurled fireballs at the encroaching zombies, providing support for his comrades. Gao Feng scanned his surroundings and shouted, "Get in." The group provided cover for each other as they boarded the nearest vehicles. Gao Feng charged ahead, forging a path through the tide of corpses. The driver of the armored vehicle followed closely behind him, leading the convoy out of the encirclement. As the number of zombies dwindled, the armored vehicle's door swung open, and someone leaned out, calling to Gao Feng, "Master, quickly get in." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng surveyed his surroundings and leaped lightly onto the armored vehicle. With a clang, someone below opened the hatch, and Gao Feng glanced at the occupants before jumping down through the opening. The crowd looked at him with expressions of shock and admiration, not only because Gao Feng had slain the unyielding zombies, but more so due to his remarkable ability to carve out a path to survival for everyone. The individual who had previously urged Gao Feng to get into the vehicle now occupied the passenger seat. He leaned back and peered at the others, revealing a middle-aged man with a mature demeanor. With a smile, he remarked, "Thanks to your expertise, we managed to escape. Otherwise, we might not have made it out." "I am Lei Ming. May I ask your name?" he inquired. "Gao Feng," came the reply. "Gao Feng." The sniper in the vehicle expressed astonishment upon hearing the name. Gao Feng instinctively turned to look at him, realizing he did not recognize him. The sniper, Li Xijing, was visibly excited as he asked, "Are you the expert who saved Captain Wang and his team last time?" The others were equally taken aback, not anticipating that Li Xijing would be acquainted with Gao Feng. Gao Feng himself was surprised, not knowing that Li Xijing was a comrade of Wang Hai. Chapter 59. The Ancient Sea Shelter. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xijing confirmed that Gao Feng was indeed the esteemed expert spoken of by Wang Hai. He grasped Gao Feng's hand with enthusiasm, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Xijing. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in rescuing Captain Wang and his team. I have heard much about your heroic deeds from them." Suddenly recalling something, he whispered, "You need not worry about the Chung family. They can no longer exert control over the shelter." Gao Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Had Wang Hai also shared this information with Li Xijing? It seemed they enjoyed a close bond. Wang Hai did not strike one as someone who would gossip frivolously. The matters between Gao Feng and the Chung family were likely not something he would disclose to outsiders. Curiosity piqued, Gao Feng wondered what had transpired at the shelter. Hadn't Chung Jianhui boasted that his uncle was the highest authority at the shelter? Surely that was no longer the case. He felt a twinge of curiosity, yet refrained from inquiring about the matter in front of others. Li Xijing also chose not to mention it in their company. The group followed the convoy towards the Guhai refuge. Gao Feng glanced outside, noticing that as the convoy passed, nearby zombies began to converge towards them. He felt a sense of melancholy. He had not intended to come to the Guhai refuge, but circumstances had led him here nonetheless. In truth, Gao Feng harbored a sense of curiosity and anticipation about the refuge. After 10 minutes of travel, the vehicle's speed diminished, and Gao Feng spotted a black wall rising on the hillside. Curiously, he asked, "There was never anything like this here before, was there?" He had visited Guhai Park just a month ago and had seen no such wall. Li Xijing replied proudly, "This wall was erected in just a few days after the apocalypse broke out." Gao Feng was astonished at the rapidity of the construction. He observed the wall's height, exceeding 6 meters, and found it hard to believe such swift progress was possible. Noticing the skepticism on Gao Feng's face, Li Xijing chuckled and explained, "It was fortunate that at the time, Guhai Park was in the midst of planning a new area, which meant there was an abundance of construction materials available, allowing us to erect this wall in a short span." He continued, "And if you look closely at the black section of the wall, that substance was discovered by researchers within the refuge. When applied, it significantly enhances the wall's sturdiness." Gao Feng scrutinized it closely, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Wasn't this simply the black blood formed from the decayed flesh of the zombies? He had once contemplated using black blood to fortify walls, not realizing that others had actually implemented this idea. The term special substance merely sounds appealing. The black material painted on the walls is something everyone understands well. This Eastern XE has not managed to conceal it either. After a zombie perishes, its entire body, blood, flesh, and bones, dissolves into black blood, which soon solidifies. Thus, one can only seize the brief window of time following a zombie's death to extract this black blood directly from the corpse to paint the walls. One can envision the workers tasked with this grim job, not carrying buckets of cement, but rather the lifeless body of a recently deceased zombie. The scene is rather unsettling and horrifying. Gunfire erupts against the walls as the zombies surrounding the area are dispatched. The shelter seizes the opportunity to swing open its gates, allowing the crowd to enter. Upon entering, they find themselves in a zone enclosed by barbed wire, isolating them from the outside world. Everyone disembarks from their vehicles to undergo inspections. Outside the barbed wire, someone loudly calls through a megaphone. As the crowd disembarks, Lu Ying spots Gao Feng and rushes toward him with excitement, while others gather around. Gao Feng observes Chun Nu and Zhang Heng engaged in lively conversation with those nearby. Their commendable performances in battle have garnered great respect from their companions, leading them to treat the two with utmost reverence. Seeing the crowd gather, Chun Nu addresses the man before him. Let us continue our conversation next time. Xiong Chong promptly interjects. Brother Chun, please don't forget about me once you're inside. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call on me, old Xiong. I'll do my utmost to assist. All right, just for your words. I shall seek you out when I have the time. Chun Nu responds, visibly pleased. Xiong Chong beams with joy. It is not easy to befriend a powerful ability user. He quickly adds, then I won't take up any more of Brother Chun's time. On the other side, Zhang Heng faced a similar situation. The members of the team extolled his virtues, and the squad leader extended an invitation for him to join their ranks. Naturally, Zhang Heng declined the offer, leaving the squad leader somewhat disappointed, yet still cheerfully suggesting they share a meal together in the future. Gao Feng, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed, exclaimed Lu Ying as she rushed to his side, her excitement palpable. Gao Feng smiled and replied, indeed, I am fine. He cast a glance at Lu Ying and inquired, you weren't injured, were you? Lu Ying shook her head, affirming no. Jia confirmed that no zombies had infiltrated the convoy. As the small gate of the barbed wire was opened, the individuals outside called for everyone to exit the quarantine zone in an orderly fashion for inspection. Upon noticing 3 women in the group, the inspectors displayed expressions of surprise. Gao Feng stood at the entrance of the inspection station, frowning as he asked, must we undress for the inspection? The staff member nodded, explaining, yes, we need to ensure you are uninjured. If you are hurt, you will need to be isolated for a night to confirm there is no mutation. He gestured towards Lu Ying and the other 2 women, adding, could you not assign female staff for their inspection? The staff member replied, apologies, but we are currently short-staffed. Lei Ming, observing Gao Feng and the others lingering at the entrance of the inspection station without entering, approached with curiosity. He inquired, what is the matter? Gao Feng explained, there are 3 women in my team, and all the inspectors here are male. It seems inappropriate to have them undress for inspection. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming chuckled and said, Gao Feng, you must be a level 2 evolver, right? Level 2 evolvers are exempt from inspection. As I understand it, boomed Lei Ming. The level 2 zombies have undergone a mutation that renders them non-infectious. Only the level 1 zombies, still in their nascent stage of transformation, possess the capacity to transmit the contagion. However, their reach is limited to level 1 evolved individuals and unenhanced survivors. They are incapable of infecting level 2 evolved individuals or those with innate abilities unless the mutated zombie has an infection-oriented ability. The majority of these mutated zombies are devoid of infectious properties. Gao Feng's countenance shifted, a dawning comprehension evident in his features. Mere words are insufficient, he declared. How can we substantiate our claim of being level 2 evolved individuals? Lei Ming retrieved a nearby steel bar and extended it towards Gao Feng, a smile playing upon his lips. The ability to contort this bar is the litmus test for a level 2 evolved individual. Gao Feng accepted the steel bar, retorting with amusement, a rather straightforward and unrefined approach, indeed. With minimal exertion, he bent the steel bar. He then passed it to Lu Ying, who, with considerable effort, also bent the steel bar. Lei Ming's expression betrayed his astonishment. Lin Yumeng proceeded to bend the steel bar as well, leaving the staff in utter disbelief. Zhang Heng and Wei Yi followed suit, eliciting no surprise from the onlookers. Their gazes then turned towards the remaining two individuals, Chen Nu and Lin Yu. Chen Nu raised his hand, conjuring a burst of flames. The staff watched in awe, astounded by the revelation that he possessed an innate ability. Gao Feng interjected, "She too is an individual with innate abilities." Upon hearing these words, all eyes converged on Lin Yu. She retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight before reappearing moments later. Gao Feng smiled inwardly, suspecting that Lin Yu was deliberately concealing her true capabilities. The collective astonishment of the onlookers was palpable as they beheld Gao Feng's team, 7 individuals, all at level 2, with 2 possessing innate abilities. Lei Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm, "Gao Feng, I extend an invitation on behalf of the military for you to join our ranks." Chapter 60. Better to reside in a coffin. Gao Feng, on behalf of the military, I extend an invitation for you to join us, Lei Ming stated. Gao Feng politely declined, saying, "I apologize, but we are currently unfamiliar with the situation regarding the shelter, so we intend to gather more information before making a decision." Upon hearing this, Lei Ming felt a tinge of disappointment but replied, "My invitation remains open. Should you reach a decision, you are welcome to seek me out at any time." "Thank you," Gao Feng responded. "Until we meet again." With that, Lei Ming bid farewell to Gao Feng and drove away in an armored vehicle towards the interior of the shelter. Gao Feng turned to the staff and inquired, "Are we permitted to enter now?" The staff, upon hearing the question, promptly replied, "Please hold on for a moment. Kindly fill out your identification information, and I will prepare your access passes." Recognizing the strength of the group, the staff's demeanor instantly softened. The group merely filled out their names, genders, ages, and levels, leaving the other fields blank. The staff, seeing this, did not comment further but collected the identification forms and issued each person a handwritten access pass, inscribed with their names and levels. Gao Feng glanced at the card in his hand, which read Gao Feng, Level 2 Evolver. The information was straightforward and comprehensible, concealing his true capabilities. Chen Nu's card indicated Chen Nu, Level 2 Ability User. Without a doubt, simply presenting this card would grant them considerable influence within the shelter. Having passed through the checkpoint, the group officially entered the shelter. However, upon witnessing the surroundings, they felt a sense of disappointment. The area resembled a refugee camp, with tents pitched haphazardly and refuse strewn about. An unidentifiable mass could occasionally be spotted in the corners. Lin Yu uncovered her nose, lamenting, "The conditions here are deplorable. Don't they find the stench unbearable?" Gao Feng surveyed the survivors, their bodies caked in grime, and remarked, "They likely haven't bathed since the onset of the apocalypse. Were it not for your sister, you would be in a similar state." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu promptly embraced Lin Yu's arm, pleading, "Dear sister." Lin Yu smiled, remaining silent and allowing her to cling to her arm. After traversing the tent-filled area, the group arrived at a relatively tidy section. Here, prefabricated houses and makeshift dwellings converted from shipping containers were neatly arranged. Further in, the area was divided precisely in half, one side dominated by a verdant military encampment, enclosed by a fence and marked with signs warning, "Military Zone, Unauthorized Personnel Prohibited." The other half was the summer resort of Guhai Park, the only standing structure within the shelter. Fully armed soldiers stood guard with rifles at the entrances of both the military camp and the resort, clearly indicating that access was restricted to ordinary individuals. The group halted here, refraining from proceeding further. Gao Feng surveyed their surroundings and stated, "Now that we've arrived at the shelter, let's first secure a place to stay." As the group searched for accommodation within the shelter, their presence, consisting of 4 men and 3 women, quickly garnered attention. A man in a tattered jacket approached them. Even from a distance, Gao Feng could detect the sour, stale odor emanating from him. He cast a glance at the man's tattered jacket, marked with remnants of zombies and dried blood. The man, displaying a wide grin revealing his yellowed teeth, remarked, "Are you newcomers seeking refuge and accommodation?" Gao Feng nodded and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Zhang Haifeng. The locals refer to me as Old Zhang. I can assist you in finding lodging, provided you can afford it," Zhang Haifeng replied to the group. A hint of skepticism flickered in Gao Feng's eyes as he questioned, "Money? Does it still hold value?" Zhang Haifeng chuckled, "Not the old currency. That is scarcely fit for anything but wiping. It's white crystal now." Gao Feng pondered for a moment before addressing the summer villa, how much to reside within. Zhang Haifeng's expression faltered, and with an awkward smile, He replied, "My friend, this is no joking matter. If you could stay inside, you wouldn't be seeking my help." In response, Gao Feng chuckled softly, "True enough. Now what are your rates?" Zhang Haifeng straightened his demeanor and stated, "A tent costs 1 white crystal. A small cabin or container 5 white crystals, and a large cabin 10 white crystals." Gao Feng glanced in the indicated direction. The small cabin referred to a standalone structure, while the large cabin was merely 2 small cabins joined together, essentially indistinguishable. He looked back at Zhang Haifeng and said, "Please wait a moment. We need to confer." The group stepped away from Zhang Haifeng to discuss quietly. Chen Nu proposed that each person should have their own room since white crystals were of little use to them and they had plenty to spare. However, Gao Feng holds a differing perspective. He believes that the value of white crystals is immense. At the very least, within the confines of the shelter, white crystals are tantamount to currency. It is widely acknowledged that while one need not be excessively wealthy, a lack of funds is utterly untenable. Gao Feng posed a rather incisive inquiry. What shall we do for sustenance once the white crystals are depleted? The foremost concerns for the group upon arriving at this unfamiliar sanctuary are, indeed, food and shelter. After a brief deliberation, consensus was reached. Gao Feng approached Zhang Haifeng and inquired, "In addition to housing, there must be other provisions as well?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Haifeng felt a glimmer of hope and responded with a smile, "Certainly. As long as you are willing to pay, you can move in immediately. I shall inspect first." Gao Feng stipulated. Zhang Haifeng nodded in agreement and led several individuals to the rear, unveiling an uninhabited wooden cabin for Gao Feng's appraisal. Peering inside, Gao Feng observed merely an iron-framed bed. Nothing else adorned the space. Lin Yuma, after surveying the interior, remarked, "There is nothing here. One might as well sleep in a coffin, at least it comes with a cover." Zhang Haifeng retorted, "If you find it unsatisfactory, simply invest some money, and I can procure anything you desire." Gao Feng scanned the surroundings and declared, "I will take these 3 cabins. Provide me with 7 sleeping arrangements." Zhang Haifeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he replied, "You are quite generous, boss. Not a problem. 1 bed requires 1 white crystal, excluding the 3 complementary beds. That totals to 19 white crystals." With palpable excitement, he added, "For just 20 white crystals, I will also arrange the bedding for you." Nodding in assent, Gao Feng produced 10 white crystals and handed them to him, remarking, "The remainder shall be dispensed upon verification of the delivery." An elated Zhang Haifeng meticulously counted the white crystals in his grasp, nodding vigorously as he affirmed, "Consider it done." After a brief interlude, several individuals appeared, bearing 4 folding beds and 7 bamboo mats. Once the items were consigned to Gao Feng, Zhang Haifeng eagerly watched as he received the remaining 10 white crystals. Departing with a sense of gratification, the group entered the room and arranged the beds, convening shortly thereafter in Gao Feng's quarters. She turned to Gao Feng and inquired, "Weren't you also looking for a villa to establish a secure base? I think we can depart." Lin Yu gently chided her, saying, "Don't speak nonsense." She then produced the white and green crystals she had gathered along the way, placing them on the bed. Observing this, the others also presented their collected spoils. Amassing them together, Gao Feng proceeded to enumerate the spoils of war. Chapter 61. Price levels 14 green crystals, 56 white crystals, Gao Feng announced, reciting the final count. The group gazed at the pile of green crystals on the bed, their eyes reflecting a sense of longing. Although it had been previously stipulated that any finds would belong to the finder, the present circumstances warranted a reevaluation. Had Lin Yu not voluntarily relinquished her evolutionary crystals, the others might have refrained from broaching the subject, pretending it had not occurred. However, Lin Yu was aware that even if she remained silent, Lu Ying would undoubtedly inform Gao Feng. Thus, she deemed it prudent to take the initiative. With Lin Yu's surrender of the evolutionary crystals, the others were left with no recourse but to hand over their own accumulated spoils. Lin Yu explained, "These were all scavenged from the corpses of the zombies you vanquished." He allocated 2 green crystals to each person, and after deducting 20 white crystals as a housing fee, each individual received an additional 5 white crystals. Gao Feng ensured that no one was at a loss, and the group expressed their satisfaction with his distribution. Chen Nu and Wei Yi shared one room, while Lin Yu Ming, and Lu Ying occupied another. Upon noticing that Lu Ying had lingered, Zhang Hong, displaying great consideration, exited the room to afford the 2 some privacy. Lu Ying handed over all the green and white crystals she had received to Gao Feng. He accepted the white crystals and remarked, "You should consume the green crystals yourself. Hasten your cultivation. If your progress is slow, simply eat more. It is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Luing silently swallowed 2 green crystals. She understood that only by strengthening herself could she truly assist Gao Feng. He retrieved the sickle and affixed his 2 green crystals to it. After absorbing the 2 green crystals, the Death Sickle was enhanced to its level 2 limit, emanating a verdant glow. Death Sickle, 4 stars. Level 2. Effects, Sharpness 8. Transformation, Special Effect, Death Harvest, 1067. The Death Sickle glimmered with a green enhancement effect, unmistakably recognizable as an item of equipment. After a moment of exploration, Gao Feng located the switch to deactivate the enhancement effect. With the effect turned off, the Death Sickle returned to its normal state. As the group reached their refuge, it was nearly noon. Following the conclusion of the green crystal enhancement, they all felt a pang of hunger and ventured outside in search of a meal. Before departing, Lin Yu glanced at the unlocked door and voiced her concern. "Do you think the items inside might be stolen?" Gao Feng contemplated for a moment, then seized the rebar from her hands, snapping it into 3 segments, which he subsequently inserted into the door and wall as makeshift bolts. Ordinary thieves would find it impossible to breach the door, and those capable of doing so would hardly resort to thievery. Gao Feng felt somewhat helpless. As he effortlessly snapped the rebar, onlookers could not help but marvel at his extraordinary strength, which seemed almost superhuman. While strolling along, Gao Feng observed a line of individuals extending from the periphery of the refuge to the entrance of the military camp. The authorities were distributing food at the camp sentry, allowing everyone to collect a portion. Lin Yumeng glanced curiously, exclaiming, "Is that just a bun for an entire meal?" After receiving their buns, the survivors proceeded to a nearby fire truck to fill their containers with water. This was the only source of free food and water available to them within the refuge. Gao Feng, noticing this, maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding Lin Yumeng's astonishment. "Hey, Chennu, you are here too." A few individuals approached, greeting him. Upon hearing his name, Chennu turned and smiled. "Brother Chong, what brings you here? Are you here for the food?" Xiong Chong chuckled and replied, "You jest. Us evolved beings cannot survive on handouts alone." He glanced at Gao Feng and the others behind Chennu, adding, "It's fortuitous that we met. Come, allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal." Xiong Chong was well aware of Chennu's abilities, but was less familiar with the others, naturally assuming Chennu was the leader of the group. Upon hearing the invitation, the others, pleased by the prospect of a meal, readily followed suit. Under Xiong Chong's guidance, they arrived at a container situated near the summer resort. Inside the container, individuals emerged carrying plates, while an open area outside was furnished with tables and chairs. Around the vacant lot, several poles were erected, upon which a large tarpaulin was draped to shield against the sun. This constituted a rudimentary dining establishment. Xiong Chong called out a few words and, together with several others, combined a few tables to create one large table. The group gathered around the makeshift table, with Xiong Chong and Chennu seated together. Gao Feng sat beside Chennu, and to his left were Lu Ying, Lin Yu, Lin Yumeng, Zhang Hong, and Wei Yi. Beyond them were 2 individuals brought by Xiong Chong. With a smile, Xiong Chong remarked, "With so many people, this meal surely one tea come cheap. However, meeting Brother Chen makes it all worthwhile, even if it costs a bit." Upon finishing his statement, he instructed the waiter to bring out 8 dishes. Noticing Chennu's puzzled expression, Xiong Chong chuckled resignedly. "Given the circumstances, we can only take what we are offered." This prompted a bittersweet laughter among the crowd. The chef, clad in a drenched uniform and wielding a spoon smeared with grease, approached and declared, "There are indeed that many dishes available. I can provide you with a maximum of 5. Xiong Chang frowned and questioned, "Will 5 dishes be enough for us?" The chef surveyed the group before responding. "It will suffice. Today, we have mutated beast meat. I can stir-fry 2 plates of it, which should be adequate." Upon hearing this, Xiong Chong's expression shifted slightly. The mutated beast meat was quite costly, and he felt a pang of regret. Glancing at Chennu, he found it hard to refuse. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart, ordered, "Bring out the dishes." Soon, 5 plates of food were presented before them, and the sight of the sparse offerings rendered the group silent. Xiong Chong, feeling a bit embarrassed, urged, "Please, everyone, dig in. Given the exceptional circumstances, having something to eat is already a blessing." The diners were exceptionally cautious, for a moment's inattention could lead to an empty plate. Lin Yuming gazed at the already cleared dish and quietly set down her chopsticks, feeling as though she had barely eaten it all. Xiong Chong, eager to alleviate the awkwardness, rose to settle the bill. 2 white crystals? Are you robbing us? He exclaimed, unable to suppress his disbelief as he paid. Gao Feng and the others instinctively turned to look before quickly averting their eyes again. Lin Yuming counted the white crystals in her pocket and whispered to Lin Yu. The food here is exorbitantly priced. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. It was indeed costly. For a meal costing 2 white crystals, it seemed they could only afford to eat for 7 or 8 days before their funds were depleted. Chen Nu stood up, producing 2 white crystals for Xiong Chong, stating, Brother Chong, I'll cover this meal. Xiong Chong, glancing at the crystals in his hand, suppressed his refusal, saying, This cannot be. I insisted on treating. 2 white crystals were neither a trivial sum nor an excessive one. On a fortunate outing, he might gather 2 or 3 crystals. As the group dispersed, Xiong Chong called Chen Nu aside, mentioning he would introduce him to a significant figure that evening. He believed Chen Nu merely needed an opportunity to soar, and he wished to provide that chance. Should Chen Nu take flight, Xiong Chong anticipated riding the wave of his success and reaping considerable rewards. Chen Nu was curious about this prominent individual, but, seeing that Xiong Chong was reluctant to disclose more, he agreed to meet later. It's nothing. Just that Brother Chong invited me to hang out at his place tonight, Chen Nu remarked. Gao Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Peek contemplated hunting mutated beasts, a sentiment echoed by the others with emphatic nods. The stark reality of their hunger was undeniable. Accustomed to a life of lavish feasts, the current austerity was proving difficult for everyone to accept. Back in their quarters, Lin Yuming attempted to coax Lin Yu into indulging in a meal. I'm still peckish, sister. She cajoled. Let's grab a bite. We still have plenty of white crystals. Lin Yu demurred, stating calmly, perhaps later this evening. Somewhat disgruntled, Lin Yuming turned her head away, fixating on the wall in silent defiance. Lu Ying entered, glancing at Lin Yuming with curiosity. What's she up to? She inquired, without even looking at Lin Yuming. Lin Yu replied dismissively, pay her no mind. She then turned to Lu Ying, asking, Lujia, has Gao Feng already advanced to level 3? She lamented. The midday meal was hardly sufficient. We left a cured dog leg in the refrigerator when we departed. What a waste. Though her words did not directly address the question, Lin Yu gleaned the answer she sought. Later that afternoon, Gao Feng wandered through the shelter alone, observing his surroundings. Surreptitiously, he ingested the energy crystal he had obtained from the undead zombie, all the while attuned to the changes occurring within his body. Within moments, Gao Feng sensed a remarkable transformation taking place. It was not as pronounced as a power or speed enhancement, nor as distinct as a defense augmentation. While Gao Feng's outward appearance remained largely unchanged, his inner self was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Evolver, Gao Feng, Level 3, Combat Prowess, 430, Abilities, Augmented Strength, Level 1. Fortified Defense, Level 1. Enhanced Velocity, Level 1. Elevated Constitution, Level 1. Equipment, Feline Agility, Level 2, 1 star. Spring Heel Boots, Level 2, 2 stars. Scythe of Mortality, Level 2. 4 stars. Amulet of Energy, Level 2, 1 star. Elevated Constitution, Augmented Stamina, Accelerated Recuperation, Elementary Regeneration, and Elevated Constitution is a rare passive ability, manifesting in 3 distinct effects: a substantial augmentation of stamina, an accelerated rate of physical recovery, and a nascent regenerative capacity. Gao Feng lacerated his palm with the sickle's hook, observing the wound's complete obliteration within 10 minutes. Even without the utilization of white crystals, Gao Feng's physique possessed an astonishing capacity for self-restoration. The extent of the augmentation in stamina and physical recovery remained unquantifiable to Gao Feng. Merely activating double strength and double speed, without exerting maximal force, did not significantly deplete his physical reserves. It seemed that only the crucible of combat would reveal the true extent of his newfound power. Gao Feng mused internally. Gao Feng, what are you doing here? A familiar voice reached Gao Feng's ears, prompting him to halt and turn. Qin Shui approached him, followed by a retinue of individuals, all heavily armed with body armor, melee weapons, and shields. Zheng Wu echoed, indeed. Qin Shui advanced towards Gao Feng alone, remarking with a smile, you've arrived at the shelter. Why haven't you sought me out? I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Gao Feng replied. I only recently arrived and am still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui, as if struck by a sudden thought, remarked, given your recent arrival, you might not have a suitable place to reside. Why not come to my abode? I dare not boast of much, but I certainly have room to accommodate you. Intrigued, Gao Feng inquired, where do you dwell? As if recalling something, she added, oh, yes, tonight, the Summer Mountain Villa will host a banquet, ostensibly to welcome a prominent figure from G City. Would you care to attend? It presents an opportunity to become acquainted with the upper echelons of the shelter. With your capabilities, securing the support of the higher-ups could expedite your advancement. Gao Feng cast a glance at the nearby, disheveled survivors and commented, with so many struggling to secure sustenance, you are still able to host a banquet? He shook his head, at a loss for words. Qin Shui, with a composed demeanor, matter-of-factly stated, whom can one blame? The apocalypse has afforded everyone the opportunity to grow stronger. Those who choose to forego it must bear the consequences of their decision. What we enjoy is what we have rightfully earned. Gao Feng harbored no sentimental or altruistic notions. He simply perceived the vast disparities in the world. Qin Shui extended a blue card to Gao Feng, saying, this is my pass. Should you wish to attend, you may use this card to gain entry to the Summer Mountain Villa. Gao Feng accepted the card and inquired, may I bring someone with me? Qin Shui nodded, indeed. Farewell, until this evening. With that, she turned and departed. Gao Feng examined the blue card in his hand, far more exquisite than his paper pass, crafted from plastic. It bore the inscription, Qin Shui, female, level 2 Esper, with an image of a coiling, 5-clawed golden dragon adorning the reverse side, signifying the Sacred Dragon Society. Initially, Gao Feng had perceived the Holy Dragon Society as merely another commonplace gang within the apocalyptic landscape. However, it has become evident that this organization possesses far greater power than he had previously estimated. Within the confines of the shelter, the Holy Dragon Society astonishingly holds a position of equality with the military, effectively controlling half of the sanctuary. As for the intended recipients of the Holy Dragon Society's banquet, Gao Feng had already surmised their identity. The Chung family, the Holy Dragon Society, an unforeseen convergence. Gao Feng had previously offended both factions, although the consequences have yet to materialize. Gao Feng's motivation for attending the banquet was simple, to partake in the refreshments and gain insight into the so-called upper echelons of the shelter. Despite the formidable influence wielded by both the Holy Dragon Society and the Chung family, Gao Feng remained unfazed. This confidence stemmed from his own considerable strength. Had he lacked such power, he would have undoubtedly sought to distance himself from the situation. Now, having addressed his stamina deficiencies, Gao Feng's full-force combat prowess approached the pinnacle of a level 3 evolver. Self-assurance equated to invincibility. Even in the event of being outmatched, Gao Feng could rely on Lin Yu to facilitate a swift departure. In fact, with Lin Yu's presence, they could effortlessly enter and exit the summer resort. Even without proper authorization, Gao Feng recalled a matter he had overlooked, replenishing the energy necklace with Lin Yu's abilities. Odd. Where was everyone? Gao Feng knocked on the door, but received no response. Upon opening it, he discovered that everyone had gone out. While he could comprehend Chen Nu and Lin Yu's absence, Lu Ying's departure struck him as peculiar. If Lu Ying had intentions, she would invariably inform him beforehand. It was possible that she had left while he was away, precluding her from notifying him. He intended to continuously activate his abilities to ascertain his limits. Chapter 63, The Banquet. They were each holding fresh fruit and consuming it as they entered. Pushing open the door, they noticed Gao Feng seated inside, which took them by surprise. Seeing the fruit in their hands, Gao Feng inquired, where have you been? Lu Ying handed Gao Feng an apple, explaining, we took a brief look inside the summer resort. It seems they are hosting some sort of event, with an abundance of food prepared. Gao Feng accepted the apple, noting that it had been meticulously washed. He mused that the summer resort was a world apart from the outside, where refugees were ubiquitous while inside, revelry and merriment prevailed. With a crisp snap, Gao Feng bit into the apple, discovering it was a fresh specimen, unlike the shriveled apples that had been stored for extended periods. He announced, there will be a banquet at the summer resort tonight, and we shall attend. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their astonishment. Lin Yuming, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, excellent. I was just pondering where to dine this evening. A banquet will undoubtedly offer a plethora of delectable delights. Lin Yu smiled gently upon hearing this. Lu Ying, gazing at Gao Feng with unwavering tenderness, offered her unconditional support. All three assumed that Gao Feng was suggesting they surreptitiously sneak in to pilfer food. With time to spare in the afternoon, Gao Feng took stock of the white crystals he possessed, totaling 63. He had been activating his strength, defense, and speed enhancements throughout the afternoon without experiencing significant physical exhaustion. Despite the absence of intense combat, the ability to sustain his powers for such an extended duration underscored the profound benefits derived from the physical enhancements. Gao Feng could now unleash his full potential without reservation. Upon witnessing the scene, they ceased to linger and, accompanied by Lu Ying and the others, made their way towards the summer resort. The sky had dimmed slightly, and the resort was ablaze with lights. It was only at that moment that Gao Feng realized the resort was equipped with electricity, likely generated by a generator. A line of people awaited entry at the entrance, evidently gathered for a banquet. Rather than joining the queue, Gao Feng proceeded directly to the entrance. Lin Yu, noticing this, urgently whispered, "Wait a moment, shouldn't we sneak in through the side?" Striding in so openly, and then vanishing, surely everyone will notice. Gao Feng replied, "There's no need to hide, we can walk straight in." Walk straight in? Lin Yu expressed her astonishment. Gao Feng approached the entrance, presenting Qin Shui's blue identity card. Upon seeing it, the guard immediately granted them passage, as Qin Shui had already informed the guard of their arrival. Lin Yu and the others followed Gao Feng into the resort, still somewhat incredulous at how effortlessly they had gained entry. Is it really this simple? Lin Yuming gazed at the blue card in Gao Feng's hand, captivated by its significance. She hurriedly drew closer to Gao Feng, her eyes wide with anticipation, and said, "Let me take a look." Gao Feng chuckled and handed her the blue card. "What is it?" "It's not a treasure, it's merely a pass." Lin Yuming felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Yu and Lu Ying leaned in to catch a glimpse, their expressions shifting to surprise upon reading the information on the pass. When Lin Yu spotted Qin Shui's name, a sudden realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Isn't that the woman you saved last time?" Gao Feng nodded, recalling that he had encountered her earlier in the afternoon when she had extended an invitation to him for the banquet. Lin Yu cast a glance at Gao Feng and exclaimed, "It seems your romantic prospects are quite promising." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng sensed a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Lu Ying, intrigued by their conversation, inquired about their exchange, prompting Gao Feng to offer a brief explanation. Lu Ying's expression shifted to one of realization, as she remarked, "So that's how it is." The four of them entered the summer resort, where they were greeted by a picturesque fountain square characterized by its natural aesthetic. Neatly arranged greenery surrounded the area, with a central illuminated fountain creating a captivating focal point. The square was already adorned with tables laden with an array of culinary delights and decorative items, fruits, cakes, beverages, wines, flowers, balloons, and strings of colorful lights encircling the square. Lin Yuming's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cakes on the table, exclaiming, "Wow, so many delicious treats." Lin Yu promptly restrained her, cautioning, "The banquet has yet to commence. Refrain from indulging prematurely." Lin Yuming gazed longingly at the array of treats, her mouth watering with anticipation. Lin Yu glanced around, marveling. This place feels like an entirely different world compared to the outside. Gao Feng nodded in agreement as the four made their way towards a secluded corner, seeking to avoid drawing attention to themselves. As they settled in, the queue of attendees outside began to filter in. Among the crowd, Xiong Chong, accompanied by Chen Nu, remarked, "I apologize, but my ticket allows entry for only one person." Chen Nu, upon hearing this, lamented that Gao Feng and his companions would miss the banquet. Reflecting on the situation, he mused that if he were to network with influential figures at the event, he could surely arrange for Gao Feng and others to join in future gatherings. Chen nodded and said, "It's nothing. I owe it all to Chong for bringing me here." Xiong Chong, with a broad smile, replied, "Brother Chen has made it big. Just don't forget about me." Chen laughed and responded, "How could I possibly forget?" As they reached the entrance, Xiong Chong produced their admission tickets. After the guard verified that neither of them was carrying any weapons, they were permitted to enter. Song Huan approached the entrance with Zhang Heng, presenting their tickets. The guard, noticing the obsidian bow slung across Zhang Heng's back, stated, "Weapons are not allowed inside." Zhang Heng, somewhat displeased, hesitated. The obsidian bow was an essential piece of equipment, and he was reluctant to hand it over, fearing it might be snatched away. Song Huan quickly interjected, "Brother Zhang, there's no danger here. Do set down your weapon." Reluctantly, Zhang Heng relinquished his obsidian bow. The guard accepted it, his expression shifting slightly as he entrusted it to a colleague for safekeeping. before turning back to hand Zhang Heng a numbered tag. When you leave, present this tag to reclaim your item. Do not misplace it, the guard instructed. Zhang Heng took the tag and carefully secured it. After passing the inspection, the two entered the summer resort. Shortly thereafter, Hong Wenjie arrived with Wei Yi at the resort. Following their inspection, they gained entry as well. Hong Wenjie remarked, "Old Wei, I never imagined I would live to see you again." Wei Yi chuckled in agreement. "Neither did I expect to see you once more." Having once been comrades in arms, they had both since retired. Hong Wenjie inquired, "How are your wife and little girl?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yi's expression darkened. He touched the two white crystals nestled against his chest. He forced a smile and remarked, "They should be doing well over there, free from suffering here." Upon hearing this, Hong Wenjie instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. With a hint of sadness, he patted Wei Yi's shoulder and said, "Old Wei, take it easy." The two refrained from lingering at the entrance to avoid obstructing others and made their way into the summer resort. As the crowd surged in, the fountain square became increasingly crowded. Gao Feng and his companions stood in a corner, while Lin Yumeng discreetly snacked on something from a table at the edge of the square. She paused momentarily, nudged her sister with her elbow, and said, "Chen Nu has also arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned her gaze in the indicated direction and spotted Chen Nu and Xiong Chong. A flicker of emotion crossed her heart as she scanned the crowd and also found Zhang Heng and Wei Yi. Lin Yu smiled and remarked, "Zhang Heng and Wei Yi have come too." Gao Feng appeared somewhat surprised at this revelation. Just as he spoke, the lights in the venue suddenly extinguished, leaving only the faint glow of the overhead colored lights. The illumination shifted towards the depths of the summer resort, gradually moving outward. The crowd witnessed several figures emerging under the spotlight, exuding an undeniable presence. Chapter 64. The Might of the King. Observing this, Lin Yumeng pouted and said, "How pretentious." Gao Feng chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. The alteration and lighting successfully drew everyone's attention to the individuals about to take the stage. Standing under the spotlight were four figures. Leading the way was Zhao Wushuang, donned in a white suit, the foremost among the four kings of the Holy Dragon Society. Beside Zhao Wushuang stood a handsome young man in a black suit, Cheng Jianwei. Behind the two figures loomed Wei Dian, one of the four heavenly kings, his muscled frame nearly bursting from the confines of his suit. Bringing up the rear was Qin Shui, clad in an elegant blue gown, her interest in the dazzling light show waning. Her gaze swept through the crowd, searching for the silhouette of Gao Feng. She had received word that he would be attending the soiree, yet the spotlight currently enveloped only the four prominent figures on stage, rendering the rest of the venue cloaked in darkness. Zhao Wushuang, without a microphone, stood upon the steps, his voice resonating clearly to every ear present. "Welcome, everyone, to this gathering, a celebration to honor Elder Cheng." Regrettably, Elder Cheng is unable to attend due to health concerns. After a brief pause, he introduced Cheng Jianwei, stating, "This gentleman is the most cherished protege of Elder Cheng, representing him at this event." The audience responded with enthusiastic applause, and Cheng Jianwei basked in the attention, a smile gracing his features. "Greetings, I am Cheng Jianwei, currently serving as the interim logistics minister of the shelter. I kindly request your cooperation in my endeavors moving forward." Surprise flickered among the crowd. They had not anticipated that he would assume such a significant role upon his arrival at the shelter. In the post-apocalyptic world, the position of logistics minister was undeniably one of paramount importance. In essence, Cheng Jianwei held dominion over the allocation of all resources within the shelter. The onlookers expressed their eager admiration, their applause growing more fervent. Seeing this, Zhao Wushuang smiled and remarked, "Young Master Cheng, the majority of the level 2 evolvers present here are from our shelter. They are the backbone of our community. I now turn the floor over to you." Cheng Jianwei, in the presence of Zhao Wushuang, exhibited remarkable humility as he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I appreciate it." Zhao Wushuang offered a faint smile, but chose to remain silent. As the lights returned to their normal brightness, illuminating the square once more, Cheng Jianwei descended to merge with the throng of people. The crowd surged towards him, eager to exchange a few words and establish connections. Zhao Wushuang and Wei Dian stepped aside, with Wei Dian lifting his glass, loosening the buttons of his shirt, and stretching his neck. He drained the contents of his cup in one swift motion and remarked, "The Cheng family seeks to recruit the elite from the sanctuary. Why should we assist them? The Holy Dragon Society does not belong to the Cheng family. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. In essence, we remain competitors." Zhao Wushuang replied. A formidable figure has emerged from the military, one who enjoys substantial support from the armed forces. The Chung family's influence over the military has waned significantly. If they can rise to shield us from military pressure, we can thrive more effectively. Wei Jian shook his head, tossing a grape into his mouth. Let it be. You all can ponder these matters while I focus on fighting. As music began to play, a troupe of dancers took to the stage, gracefully performing. Wei Jian strolled over with a glass of wine in hand, drawn to the spectacle, while also seeking a companion for the night. No one could refuse the invitation of the four heavenly kings. Following the departure of the seemingly fierce Wei Jian, others approached Zhao Wushuang, attempting to engage her in conversation and curry favor. Zhao Wushuang naturally smiled and conversed with those who approached her. Qin Shui spotted Gao Feng and his companions standing in a corner and descended the steps directly toward them. Those surrounding her who wished to engage with her noticed her movement. Their curiosity piqued. Qin Shui approached Gao Feng with a smile and said, "You have arrived." The crowd gazed in astonishment at the figure standing before Qin Shui, questioning who this person was that could elicit a smile from the reputedly cold and unfeeling Ice King. Gao Feng nodded, casually picking up a glass of wine from the table and handing it to Qin Shui, saying, "Thank you for your invitation." Receiving the glass, Qin Shui glanced at the three women beside him and inquired, "Are they your friends?" Gao Feng affirmed with a nod. Qin Shui chuckled softly. Raising her glass to clink with his as she proclaimed, "Wishing you a delightful time." With that, she turned to leave, having brought women along. She naturally would not linger as a mere spectator. Lu Ying observed Qin Shui's departure, feeling a pang of inferiority. Qin Shui exuded such confidence and strength. Lin Yu glanced at Qin Shui, then turned her attention to her sister, who was still indulging in food. Irritated, she playfully tapped her sister's head and scolded, "Fool." Lin Yu Meng, with a piece of cake in one hand and a roasted chicken leg in the other, looked at her sister in bewilderment, unaware of the reason for the sudden reprimand. The true target of Lin Yu's scolding was known only to herself. As Qin Shui garnered much attention, her visit to Gao Feng also drew the curiosity of others. Chen Nu, Zhang Hong, and Wei Yi swiftly noticed the four figures, their surprise prompting them to instinctively approach. Chen Nu remarked in astonishment, "How did you all get in here?" Gao Feng replied with a smile, "We simply walked in." Chen Nu, catching up to the situation, added, "It must have been that woman who invited you." He cast an envious glance at Gao Feng, surprised to discover that he was acquainted with the Ice King. After speaking, Chen Nu approached Gao Feng and whispered, "We previously eliminated the Wind King of the Sacred Dragon Society. Do you think our actions will be exposed?" A hint of unease flickered within him, as the Sacred Dragon Society appeared formidable. Gao Feng glanced at him, casually picking up something from the table to eat, and replied nonchalantly, "If you do not speak of it, no one will know." Chen Nu, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief, affirming with a simple hum. Zhang Heng observed the scythe hanging from Gao Feng's waist, astonished as he remarked, "How did you manage to bring your weapon in?" The others, upon hearing this, realized that Zhang Heng's obsidian bow was conspicuously absent. Chen Nu looked at him with curiosity, inquiring, "When we entered, we were thoroughly searched. Not even a needle was allowed. How did you manage to smuggle in your weapon?" It took Gao Feng a moment to respond, suddenly recalling that this might be related to Qin Shui. He chuckled, saying, "Perhaps the guards mistook it for an ornamental piece." The group exchanged bemused glances, questioning the plausibility of such an explanation. Gao Feng advised, "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. It is a rare opportunity to indulge in a feast, so let us eat heartily." With a collective hum, the group dispersed. Before scattering, Gao Feng reminded them to refrain from mentioning Yangxing to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon mentioning Yangxing, Chen Nu triggered a memory for Gao Feng. He had forgotten to ask Lin Yu to recharge his energy necklace. He discreetly retrieved the necklace and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "Please assist me with the charging." Lin Yu remained silent as she accepted the energy necklace. Suddenly, the crowd parted, creating a clear pathway. A towering figure, robust and muscular, Wei Jian approached with an air of curiosity, having noticed that Qin Shui had taken the initiative to seek out Gao Feng. He pondered what qualifications Gao Feng possessed to warrant such an invitation from her. It was no secret that Gao Feng had entered the venue using Qin Shui's identification card, and Wei Jian quickly became aware of this fact. As he approached, Wei Jian greeted Gao Feng with a smile, saying, "I am Wei Jian, the King of Strength. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." He extended his hand for a handshake. Gao Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, reciprocated the gesture, stating, I am Gao Feng, visiting the shelter for the first time. Just as he attempted to withdraw his hand, he found that Wei Jian had grasped it firmly, preventing his escape. Gao Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, King of Strength, is your extraordinary ability the enhancement of power? Wei Jian chuckled softly, but remained silent. His fingers gradually tightened, resembling a vice grip that threatened to crush Gao Feng's hand. Chapter 65, the center of attention. Standing face to face, the two men engaged in what appeared to be a cordial handshake during their initial meeting. However, it soon became apparent to those around them that the situation was amiss. If this were merely a ceremonial greeting, the duration had become rather excessive. Wei Jian exerted pressure, yet was taken aback to find that Gao Feng's hand felt as solid as iron, refusing to yield. Surprised, he regarded Gao Feng with newfound respect, realizing that he was no ordinary level 2 evolver. Wei Jian channeled his powers, feeling his strength surge further. In response to the mounting pressure on his hand, Gao Feng activated his own abilities, and both men's powers escalated in tandem. Having unleashed his extraordinary potential, Gao Feng wondered how this individual could possibly keep pace with him. Lin Yu observed Wei Jian with a calm expression, her gaze icy and poised, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Lu Ying sensed that something was amiss. She glanced at Wei Jian and Gao Feng, both wearing smiles, and found herself perplexed by the situation. The two appeared to be engaged in a friendly exchange. Yet she was oblivious to the nuances of the handshake contest between men. Wei Dian's smile remained, but his eyes shimmered with a cold light, while Gao Feng maintained an unwavering calm throughout. However, upon realizing that Wei Jian was a wielder of extraordinary strength, Gao Feng's delight was genuine. The prolonged handshake soon captured the attention of others, as it had already exceeded a minute without release, undoubtedly signaling an issue. Zhao Wushuang cast a curious glance in their direction, wondering what was transpiring. Noticing this, Qin Shui excused herself to approach Gao Feng. After a considerable time, it was Wei Jian who ultimately relinquished his grip, followed suit by Gao Feng. Rubbing his sore palm, Wei Jian grinned and remarked, It seems you possess some remarkable skills. No wonder the Ice King holds you in esteem. Though his demeanor suggested disdain for Gao Feng, Wei Dian's inner thoughts were filled with apprehension. He was astonished beyond measure. This was the first encounter he had with someone capable of matching his strength. Gao Feng responded, You are not so bad yourself. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was unfolding? The Strength King complimented Gao Feng, which was already surprising enough, but for Gao Feng to reciprocate with praise for the Strength King was audacious. Most strikingly, the Strength King did not dispute his words. The onlookers stared at Gao Feng in disbelief, initially assuming he was merely a freeloader seeking to ride the coattails of others, only to discover that he was, in fact, a figure of considerable stature. Xiang Cheng led Shen Nu to Zhao Wushuang's side and whispered, This is the distinguished individual I wish to introduce to you. If you join the Sacred Dragon Society, you could easily secure the position of the 5th king. Shen Nu was at a loss for words. What had Yang Xing once told him? Yang Xing had pleaded for mercy, promising to recommend him for membership in the Sacred Dragon Society and to grant him the title of the 5th king. After some contemplation, Shen Nu concluded that joining the Sacred Dragon Society might indeed be advantageous. By infiltrating the enemy's ranks, he would be privy to their movements at all times. He approached Zhao Wushuang, who turned to meet his gaze. Without uttering a word, both sensed that the other was an ability user. Zhao Wushuang regarded Chen Nu with mild surprise and remarked, A new ability user? I haven't encountered you before. Chen Nu responded with measured humility. It is quite normal not to have been seen before. This is my first visit to the refuge. Zhao Wushuang smiled and proposed, Why not join our Sacred Dragon Society? Chen Nu, taken aback, inquired, Is it truly that simple to join the Sacred Dragon Society without any formalities? Zhao Wushuang replied with a grin, You are different. As an ability user, I believe your potential warrants your entry without any procedures. Curiosity piqued, Chen Nu asked, What is your standing within the Sacred Dragon Society? Zhao Wushuang, maintaining a serene expression, smiled and said, I am the foremost of the 4 kings. Upon hearing this, Chen Nu's heart trembled slightly. Zhao Wushuang then asked, What is your current level? What is your combat power? Chen Nu replied, I am at level 2, with a combat power exceeding 300. Zhao Wushuang expressed surprise and promptly promised, If you join the Sacred Dragon Society, you shall become the 5th king. Chen Nu, filled with joy, inquired, Will I be able to reside here as the 5th king? Of course, Zhao Wushuang said with a smile, Feel free to choose any vacant room. Chen Nu revealed his elation, as he naturally preferred residing in a villa at the summer resort rather than crowding in the sweltering prefab houses. Zhao Wushuang, hearing the commotion, turned his head towards Wei Dian, curiosity evident in his expression, inquiring as to the cause of the disturbance. Chen Nu followed suit. Noticing Wei Dian and Gao Feng shaking hands, Qin Shui proceeded in their direction, and with both influential figures moving towards them, they inevitably captured the attention of the crowd, eclipsing even Cheng Jianwei's prominence. He, too, glanced over with curiosity, and upon seeing Gao Feng, his countenance momentarily faltered, memories of past events resurfacing in his mind. A sharp crack echoed as the wine glass in his hand shattered, the shards cutting into his palm, drawing blood. "Young Master Cheng, are you all right?" Those nearby exclaimed, their faces etched with alarm. Cheng Jianwei took a deep breath, composed himself, and said with a smile, "I'm fine." Discarding the broken glass, he produced a silk handkerchief and wiped away the wine and blood from his hand, then turned and approached Gao Feng with unwavering confidence. Since arriving at the shelter, he had been granted abundant resources and had already become a level 2 evolver. Once he secured his position as the Minister of Logistics, becoming a level 3 evolver would only be a matter of time. He no longer feared Gao Feng, who had once posed a threat to him. Seeing Cheng Jianwei also heading in that direction, the corner where Gao Feng stood swiftly transformed into the focal point of the entire venue. Upon hearing Gao Feng's assessment, "You're not bad either," Wei Dian naturally felt a sense of discontent. When had it become acceptable for an evolver to pass judgment on a gifted individual like himself? However, Wei Dian could not refute the statement, for Gao Feng's strength was undeniable. He turned to Lin Yu beside Gao Feng and inquired, "Are you also a supernatural being?" Lin Yu met his gaze in silence. Wei Dian chuckled, unperturbed, as he generally exhibited considerable tolerance towards beautiful women. He proclaimed, "Join our Sacred Dragon Society, and I will assist you in advancing to level 2. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming scoffed, "Do I even need your help? My sister has long been at level 2. Wei Dian's expression shifted to one of surprise as he replied, "That's even better. Join us, and I will request a position as the 5th king from my superior." "Why not the 4th king?" Lin Yuming tilted her head in inquiry. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yu interjected, "Silence." Wei Dian, observing the naive Lin Yuming, smiled and explained, "Because the 4th king is already occupied." While Gao Feng was undeniably strong, in his eyes, evolutionary beings paled in comparison to supernatural beings. All 4 kings were supernatural beings, and future kings could only be of the same ilk. Hence, Wei Dian had no intention of inviting Gao Feng to join the Sacred Dragon Society. Qin Shui approached, her demeanor frigid as she queried, "Li Wang, what are you doing with the individuals I invited?" Wei Dian, upon hearing her, turned towards her and replied with a laugh, "Nothing at all." He preferred women, yet had no fondness for those with an icy disposition. Qin Shui glanced at Gao Feng, relieved to see he was unharmed. As her savior, she could not bear to witness any conflict between Gao Feng and Li Wang. Just as the situation seemed to be calming, Cheng Jianwei approached, a cold smile gracing his features. "You have finally arrived. I was beginning to think I would miss my chance for revenge." Chapter 66. Exposure. Cheng Jianwei revealed a cold smile as he gazed at Gao Feng and remarked, "You have finally arrived. I almost thought I would have no chance for revenge." The crowd, upon hearing this, stared in shock at both Gao Feng and Cheng Jianwei, filled with insatiable curiosity about the events that transpired between the two. Their intrigue regarding Gao Feng's identity deepened. Who was he, after all? He was acquainted with the Ice King, who would dare to offend the Power King on his behalf. Moreover, he bore a grudge against the illustrious Cheng Jianwei, who had just arrived at the sanctuary in grand fashion. Hints from the onlookers revealed that one of the 3 women accompanying Gao Feng was a level 2 ability user. Additionally, he had received an invitation from the Power King, promising the position of the 5th king should he join the Holy Dragon Society. The gazes directed at Gao Feng were a complex tapestry of shock, curiosity, envy, and jealousy. Gao Feng regarded Cheng Jianwei with a sense of resignation. From the moment Qin Shui approached, he had an inkling that the night would not unfold peacefully. First, it was the Power King, and now, Cheng Jianwei. Heaven knows who else might emerge next. He glanced at Cheng Jianwei and nonchalantly replied, "I apologize. I seem to have forgotten where I may have offended you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Jianwei could no longer maintain his smile. Suppressing his fury, he retorted, "Very well. I hope you continue to speak defiantly as you do now." Cheng Jianhui surveyed the crowd, refraining from uttering any harsh words. There were too many people present, making threats would tarnish his image. In the past, when the audience was sparse, he had been reckless in directly threatening Gao Feng. Now, he would not be foolish enough to repeat such folly. As the logistics minister of the sanctuary, one word from him could compel countless individuals to compete in assisting him. Eliminating Gao Feng would be a matter of ease. There's absolutely no need to dirty one's own hands with direct involvement. With this parting shot, Cheng Jianhui turned and departed. His purpose served in delivering a clear message. Gao Feng was his adversary, and anyone associating with him should consider the potential repercussions. Cheng Jianhui intended to isolate Gao Feng. Upon hearing this declaration, the onlookers indeed hesitated to approach Gao Feng, fearing the displeasure of Cheng Jianhui. This, in turn, allowed Gao Feng some peace and quiet. Wei Jian glanced at Lin Yu and remarked, "My offer remains open. Feel free to seek me out when you've made your decision." He then followed Cheng Jianhui. Intrigued by the prospect of joining forces against Gao Feng, Cheng Jianhui, upon learning of Wei Dian's interest in confronting Gao Feng, was visibly delighted. Without hesitation, he embellished the narrative of his grievances with Gao Feng. Wei Dian listened, inwardly sneering at Cheng Jianhui's petty nature, finding it absurd that he would harbor resentment over such trivial matters. He saw him as a seemingly virtuous gentleman who, in reality, was a vindictive and unforgiving individual. Despite his disdain, Wei Jian outwardly responded, "Indeed, he is utterly ungrateful. Cheng's magnanimity is wasted on him. He dares to take liberties, showing complete disrespect for both you and the esteemed Elder Cheng. Such a person cannot be allowed to persist." By involving Elder Cheng, he elevated the gravity of the situation. Cheng Jianhui, pleased with Wei Dian's words, smiled, perceiving him as a useful simpleton. These two individuals, each despising the other, were simultaneously exploiting one another. Qin Shui looked at Gao Feng, expressing her regret. "I apologize. I was unaware of your feud with Cheng Jianhui." Gao Feng smiled and replied, "It's nothing, merely a trifle." Zheng Wu approached and whispered a few words to Qin Shui. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand." Zheng Wu, without casting a glance at Gao Feng and the others, turned and departed. Qin Shui remarked, "At the very least, during today's banquet, no one dares to cause a disturbance. So you can enjoy yourselves without worry. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." She bid farewell. "Take care," Gao Feng responded. As Qin Shui turned to leave, Lin Yu handed the fully charged energy necklace to Gao Feng. "Oh, by the way, do you have a place to stay tonight? If not, you can stay in my courtyard. I have a few vacant rooms." As Qin Shui spoke, her gaze shifted to the necklace in Gao Feng's hand. It seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it on someone before. Noticing her attention, Gao Feng casually tucked away the necklace and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself. We have a place to rest." "That's good to hear." Qin Shui left with a sense of perplexity. Gao Feng was aware that Qin Shui had recognized the necklace. Lin Yu also sensed something amiss and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Gao Feng whispered, "The necklace is an artifact of the Wind King. Qin Shui might have recognized it." Lin Yu lowered her head and said, "It's all my fault." Gao Feng shook his head, replying, "It has nothing to do with you. You were unaware beforehand." He smiled to reassure her, "It's all right. Don't overthink it. A mere necklace cannot signify much, and she has no evidence." Hearing Gao Feng's comforting words, Lin Yu glanced up at him but remained silent. Gao Feng handed a drink to Lin Yu, saying, "Feel free to eat and drink. After tonight, there may not be another opportunity." Lin Yu suddenly smiled brightly, coming to a realization, and accepted the drink, saying, "Indeed. What are you all talking about? I can't understand," Lin Yumeng inquired, her mouth full. Lu Ying observed the trio and smiled, realizing that this was quite delightful. She had also come to an understanding. Since she could not assist Gao Feng on the battlefield, her duty was to ensure his peace of mind once he stepped off the field. That was what she ought to do. Zhao Wushuang sought out Qin Shui, asking how she had come to know Gao Feng. Qin Shui did not conceal the truth, recounting how she had been surrounded by a horde of corpses and was saved from a level 3 zombie by Gao Feng. Zhao Wushuang, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment. He had slain a level 3 zombie? He recalled the recent information he had received, noting that Gao Feng had registered as a level 2 evolver at the shelter. Zhao Wushuang chuckled, realizing that Gao Feng was concealing his true capabilities, and surmised that he was at least a level 3 evolver. He glanced at Qin Shui and inquired, "When will you ascend to level 3? Qin Shui replied, "I just need one more green crystal." Zhao Wushuang, upon hearing this, let out a laugh and said, "Come find me tomorrow to collect it. We can't have an outsider with a higher rank than you." Qin Shui declined, asserting, "No need, I will obtain the final green crystal myself." Zhao Wushuang's expression became serious, his smile fading as they locked eyes for a moment. He then smiled again, saying, "As you wish." Zhao Wushuang turned to introduce Qin Shui. "This is Chen Nu, who is soon to become the 5th king of the Holy Dragon Society." Upon hearing this, Qin Shui greeted Chen Nu, unaware of his acquaintance with Gao Feng. The mention of the 5th king reminded her of the matter concerning the necklace. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Qin Shui sought out Wei Dian, inquiring, "Does Yang Xing possess a necklace as equipment?" Yang Xing was introduced to the Sacred Dragon Society by Wei Dian, and the two were relatively familiar with one another. Upon hearing her question, Wei Dian nodded and replied, "What is the matter? Are you perhaps interested in acquiring his equipment?" Qin Shui shook her head, stating, "It's nothing. I merely chanced upon a necklace that appeared somewhat familiar." Wei Dian chuckled softly, remarking, "Yang Xing treasures that necklace immensely. He would never part with it." As he spoke, a fleeting shadow crossed his expression, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Unless someone were to take his life," he added ominously. "From whom did you see the necklace?" Wei Dian pressed further. Qin Shui glanced at him and responded, "Do not speak carelessly. Yang Xing is merely missing, and his fate remains uncertain." Wei Dian watched her retreating figure, his gaze flickering with speculation about whom Qin Shui might have seen with the necklace, which she was reluctant to disclose. Considering her unwillingness to reveal the person's identity, coupled with recent observations, a silhouette emerged in his mind. A sinister smile crept across Wei Dian's face. "Could it be you?" Chapter 67. All members are undercover. The Sacred Dragon Society changes hands at 9:30 in the evening. The banquet concluded, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The events of the night provided ample fodder for conversation for the next fortnight. Curiosity swirled around the identity of Gao Feng, as well as the circumstances involving him. The Ice King and Cheng Jianwei. Whispers circulated about Gao Feng's confrontation with the Strength King, suggesting that the latter had been bested. Additionally, rumors spread that the 3 women accompanying Gao Feng were all endowed with extraordinary abilities. More ludicrously, rumors circulated that Gao Feng possessed a peach blossom ability, compelling any woman he encountered into a romantic entanglement with him. The sheer absurdity of these claims went unchallenged, with no one stepping forward to refute them. Xiong Chang was privy to the acquaintance between Gao Feng and Chen Nu. However, he dared not utter a word at that juncture. Upon his return, he cautioned the 2 individuals who had dined with Gao Feng, imploring them to maintain absolute secrecy regarding the matter. The 2, cognizant of the gravity of the situation, vehemently vowed to remain silent. Xiong Chang felt a surge of curiosity about the unfolding events. Now that Chen Nu had been personally appointed as the 5th Heavenly King by Zhao Wushuang, would he forsake Gao Feng and align himself with the Sacred Dragon Society? Or would he remain steadfast in his support of Gao Feng? If the latter were to occur, 2 of the Sacred Dragon Society's 5 Heavenly Kings would be backing Gao Feng, potentially alleviating his precarious situation. The flames of anticipation ignited within Xiong Chang's heart, as he eagerly awaited the progression of the unfolding drama. Emerging from the summer resort, the radiant spectacle of illuminated walls abruptly transitioned into the somber, lightless atmosphere of a post-apocalyptic landscape. The sudden shift left many disoriented. Gao Feng glanced back and inquired, "Has Chen Nu not emerged?" Zhang Heng retorted, "Chen Nu has ascended to the position of the Sacred Dragon Society's 5th Heavenly King. He no longer associates with us mere underlings." Zhang Heng, "Do not presume I am unaware of your disparaging remarks. I have vowed to never abandon my comrades," Chen Nu declared with an air of haughty self-importance. His nostrils practically pointed skyward. The 7 congregated within Gao Feng's chamber, a room devoid of illumination and windows. The prefabricated structure, having endured a day of relentless sun exposure, was stiflingly hot. They were compelled to leave the door ajar for ventilation. Zhang Heng reproached Chen Nu for betraying their organization and defecting to the Sacred Dragon Society. Chen Nu emphasized that he merely infiltrated the enemy ranks and acted as an undercover operative within the Sacred Dragon Society, asserting that he had not betrayed his organization. The 2 engaged in a heated argument. Chen Nu quickly realized the underlying motive and, with a scornful glance at Zhang Heng, remarked, "Oh, so you envy me." Zhang Heng immediately retorted, "No one envies a traitor. You are the one consumed by jealousy. I would never envy a betrayer." Lin Yuming interjected. If you can go undercover in the Sacred Dragon Society, my sister could do it too. The crowd turned to her as she excitedly continued. Look, Gao Feng has saved Qin Shue's life. She will undoubtedly support him. With Chun Nu and Lin Yu joining the Sacred Dragon Society, 3 out of the 5 kings will be our people, and then the Sacred Dragon Society will be under our control. Lin Yuming earnestly analyzed the situation. Afterward, she encouraged her sister to infiltrate the Sacred Dragon Society to take charge of it. Chun Nu clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a rare and brilliant idea. I think it's feasible." He surveyed the group, eagerly inquiring, "What do you all think?" Gao Feng smiled and replied, "If you can truly accomplish this, it wouldn't be a bad thing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng snorted and declared, "If you go undercover in the Sacred Dragon Society, I shall infiltrate the military. Just moments ago, they invited me to join their ranks, and Old Wei is a veteran. Rejoining the military would be a cinch. If we all go undercover, we will dictate the terms of our sanctuary," Zhang Heng proclaimed with fierce determination. Wei Yi cast a glance at him, choosing to remain silent. Recognizing that Zhang Heng was merely trying to compete with Qin Nu, the group erupted in laughter at the exchange. After sharing a moment of laughter, Gao Feng's expression turned serious as he remarked, "You may go undercover, but exercise caution. Do not underestimate others, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Those who survive in the apocalypse are anything but ordinary." He then turned to Qin Nu, stating, "I believe the Holy Dragon Society will uncover our connection by tomorrow at the latest. You would do well to concoct an explanation to distance yourself from me entirely." Qin Nu, taken aback, inquired why. Gao Feng replied, "Qin Shue has already discovered that I killed the Wind King. It is only a matter of time before others in the Holy Dragon Society learn of it as well. Severing ties with me will bolster your standing within the organization. Once you have secured your position, the revelation of our association will pose little threat." After a moment of contemplation, Chun Nu nodded decisively. "All right." Gao Feng then shifted his gaze to Lin Yu, who shook her head firmly, declaring, "I will not participate." Observing her response, he chose not to press the matter further. Lin Yu Meng, with a woeful expression, clutched her arms and lamented, "What a missed opportunity. How could you forfeit such a splendid chance? The Holy Dragon Society could be ours. We could indulge in whatever we desire." With a sudden movement, Lin Yu delivered a playful slap to her. Lin Yu Meng protected her head, her face displaying a pitiable countenance. "Stop it, or I might lose my wits," Lin Yu admonished. "Do not underestimate the Holy Dragon Society. It is not merely a matter of numbers." Upon hearing this, Qin Nu added, "Indeed, I find that Zhao Wushuang's words carry more weight than those of others. Furthermore, it seems he has already reached level 3. I witnessed him attempting to gift Qin Shue a green crystal, only to be rejected. Qin Shue is truly foolish. If I were in her position, I would have accepted it, and, upon reaching level 3, overthrown Zhao Wushuang to take charge myself." Qin Nu scoffed. The crowd gazed at him, their expressions conveying disbelief, unsure of who truly lacked sense. The atmosphere grew noticeably colder, and upon noticing the collective attention on him, Qin Nu looked up, astonished, and asked, "You all don't think I'm the foolish one, do you?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Qin Nu fell into a state of dejection. Gao Feng chuckled softly and remarked, "Do not underestimate Zhao Wushuang. His position as the foremost of the 4 kings indicates he possesses formidable strength. Exercise caution." "Understood," Qin Nu replied with a nod. His words elicited envious glances from the others. "Is this the treatment reserved for the 5th king?" Zhang Heng observed Chun Nu departing and voluntarily moved into Wei Yi's room to sleep, leaving a bed vacant in Gao Feng's quarters. In the dead of night, Lu Ying entered quietly and said, "It's too cramped with 3 of us. I'll sleep over here." Gao Feng nodded in silence. Lu Ying lay on the bed opposite Gao Feng, turning to watch him drift into slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lin Yuming crawled beside her sister and whispered, "Sister, you need to act quickly. Lu Ying has already taken to sleeping with Gao Feng." Lin Yu shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "Go to sleep." Lin Yuming pouted. Convinced her sister was merely being tsundere, it was evident she harbored feelings for Gao Feng yet refused to admit it. The sight made Lin Yuming anxious. Wishing she could leverage her years of indulging in romantic novels to play the role of a matchmaker, ensuring Gao Feng would surrender to her sister's charms. Chapter 68. The Fire King and the Divine Archer Gao Feng and his companions found themselves awakening several times throughout the night in their makeshift quarters due to the sweltering heat. In contrast, Chun Nu resided in the summer resort, indulging in a delightful bath before enjoying a comfortable night's rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, he was summoned to partake in breakfast. After freshening up, Chen Nu made his way to the dining area. In the banquet hall of the summer resort, only Zhao Wushuang, Wei Dian, and Qin Shui were seated at the table. Upon Chen Nu's arrival, he became the fourth member of this gathering. As he surveyed the sumptuous array of food before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance, such decadence in the midst of an apocalypse. He found himself utterly captivated by the lavish spread, relishing each bite with delight. As they dined, Zhao Wushuang suddenly inquired, "By the way, Chen Nu, what is your relationship with Gao Feng?" At this, both Qin Shui and Wei Jian glanced up with curiosity. Having been unaware of any connection between Chen Nu and Gao Feng, Wei Jian had indeed discussed strategies for dealing with Gao Feng with Cheng Jianwei. Yet Cheng Y's focus had been solely on Gao Feng, and he had not mentioned anything about Chen Nu's affiliation, as he had not seen him. Taken aback by the question, Chen Nu felt a rush of surprise. Fortunately, he had prepared a response the previous night. Continuing to eat, he replied, "We're not very familiar. We met while escaping, and I decided to join forces with him upon noticing his strength." Zhao Wushuang, observing Chen Nu's expression, nodded in understanding but remained silent. Having surpassed the initial inquiry, Chen Nu swallowed his food and asked, "Is there a problem with him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nu's face betrayed his astonishment. He had never encountered such information and was completely unaware that Gao Feng had once come into possession of Yang Xing's equipment. He inwardly chastised Gao Feng for not sharing this crucial detail with him. Zhao Wushuang observed his expression of astonishment, which appeared genuine, leading her to realize his ignorance of the situation. Chen Nu exclaimed in anger, "Gao Feng is a murderer? How terrifying! I have always regarded him as a comrade." Wei Dian, upon hearing this, smirked slightly and remarked, "What is so strange about murder?" Chen Nu retorted, "Isn't murder serious? In the past, it would have led to imprisonment or even the death penalty." Wei Dian scrutinized him, uncertain whether he was genuinely naive or merely pretending. He said, "Haven't you also taken a life? Otherwise, how did you rise to level 2? Chen Nu defended himself, saying, "Zombies are monsters, not humans. I have never killed a single person. I have only slain zombies." Observing the earnestness on his face, Wei Jian found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not counsel him to commit murder? Wei Jian could only shake his head in resignation. It was only due to Chen Nu being appointed as the 5th king by Zhao Wushuang that he was being this accommodating. Upon hearing this, Chen Nu felt a slight stir within him, and said, "You must be referring to Lin Yu, right?" Wei Dian nodded and replied, "Her name is Lin Yu?" Chen Nu continued, "She, like me, met Gao Feng halfway through, and she has a younger sister named Lin Yaman." He further explained, "They are unaware that Gao Feng is a murderer, which is why they trust him so implicitly." Chen Nu then laid the groundwork for Lin Yu to join the Sacred Dragon Society. Feeling somewhat uneasy about infiltrating the enemy's stronghold alone, he thought that if Lin Yu could come, they would have greater confidence. Wei Dian's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he said, "I see. If I were to bring her here, would you grant her a king position?" Zhao Wushuang casually remarked that any level 2 esper would suffice. As for the title of Heavenly King, he could bestow it upon whomever he pleased. No matter how numerous the Heavenly Kings, he held absolute sway over the Sacred Dragon Society, and his authority would remain unchallenged. Wei Dian, sensing an opportunity to persuade Lin Yu to join the Sacred Dragon Society, cast an approving glance at Chen Nu, stating, "Brother, if Lin Yu joins the Sacred Dragon Society, it will be to your credit, and I shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Chen Nu immediately recognized the lascivious undertones of the proposition. Qin Shui, with a frigid glare at Wei Dian, displayed her disdain for his crude suggestion. Rising from her seat, Qin Shui announced, "I have finished eating. Please continue." She then strode towards the exit, intent on hunting zombies to acquire the final green crystal necessary for her advancement to a level 3 esper. Wei Dian, eager to recruit, hastily departed as well. As Chen Nu made to leave, Zhao Wushuang interjected, "You are new here and lack a retinue. Hunting zombies alone would be inconvenient. Go and gather some subordinates. Equipment can be obtained from the manor." Somewhat surprised, Chen Nu inquired, "Does the Sacred Dragon Society reimburse salaries?" Zhao Wushuang chuckled, a smile playing on his lips, and responded, "Salaries? There is no need for salaries. Simply invoke the name of the Fire Heavenly King, and countless individuals will be willing to serve you loyally." Without compensation, Chen Nu's expression reflected his astonishment. Upon departing the summer resort, Chen Nu's first course of action was to seek out Xiong Chong. Upon learning that Chen Nu was seeking subordinates, Xiong Chong was ecstatic, pounding his chest and exclaiming, "Leave this to me. I guarantee the Fire King will be satisfied." The Fire King? Upon hearing this, Chen Nu felt a touch of awkwardness, followed by a sense of elation. It was no wonder they all enjoyed adopting nicknames. They possessed a distinctly different allure. Ha ha ha, from now on, I shall be known as the Fire King. Chen Nu's heart bloomed with excitement. Early in the morning, Zhang Heng dragged Wei Yi to the military camp, where they encountered Lei Ming. Upon seeing their arrival, Lei Ming was greatly pleased, though his joy waned slightly as he noticed the absence of Gao Feng and the others. Looking at Zhang Heng, Lei Ming addressed the group. The Holy Dragon Society has recruited a Fire King, and we have acquired a Divine Archer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng scoffed. Fire King? I could take him down with a single arrow. The crowd exhibited expressions of skepticism. Zhang Heng then seized the obsidian bow and inquired, "Where can I shoot without restraint?" Lei Ming, anticipating his intent, gestured towards a corner piled with discarded items and replied, "You may shoot freely over there." Zhang Heng drew back the bowstring, the piercing arrow taking form. Whoosh! Bang! The green arrow pierced through the heap of scrap, vanishing from sight. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the perforated steel plate. Lei Ming was equally astonished, never having imagined Zhang Heng possessed such skill. The crowd recognized that he was not merely boasting. He could indeed slay the Fire King with a single shot. Thus, they erupted in enthusiastic applause, welcoming Zhang Heng, the Divine Archer, into their ranks. Lei Ming then turned to Wei Yi, who stood at attention and saluted, stating, "Retired veteran," requesting to rejoin the ranks. Lei Ming's expression shifted to one of surprise, realizing Wei Yi was also a retired soldier. With a beaming smile, Lei Ming warmly exclaimed, "Welcome, welcome." As Gao Feng did not arrive, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. However, he was unexpectedly delighted by the presence of the two newcomers. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Ming inquired about Gao Feng's whereabouts. "By the way, what is Gao Feng up to?" Zhang Heng replied, "Brother Feng had to step out for some matters." Chapter 69, 2-Star Equipment. Shadow Dagger at dawn. Gao Feng and his companions departed from their refuge. Gaining entry to the sanctuary required navigating numerous checkpoints, yet leaving was a simple affair. Each day, individuals ventured out to clear the zombies trapped in the snares and barriers. This was done not only to prevent an overwhelming number of zombies from rendering the defenses ineffective, but also to collect white crystals. White crystals serve as currency and are also vital resources for enhancing one's strength. The military has a substantial demand for white crystals, as do the Holy Dragon Society and the Chung family. Upon exiting, Gao Feng noticed soldiers already engaged in the task of clearing zombies from the traps. He chose not to join the fray and made his way down the mountain. Not far from the refuge lay a small town, occupied by thousands of zombies. The sheer number of zombies deterred survivors from venturing too far into the town. Instead, they cautiously scavenged the outskirts for supplies before retreating. As the four entered the desolate town, they were greeted by shattered glass and abandoned vehicles lining the streets. They had scarcely taken a few steps before encountering the ominous presence of several zombies. With a guttural roar, the zombies turned and charged toward them. Gao Feng brandished his scythe, dispatching a few zombies, and urged Lin Yu, "Utilize your abilities. Let us delve deeper into the town." In an instant, they vanished from sight and ventured further into the heart of the town, where the horde of zombies grew ever more formidable. Soon, at an intersection in the small town, the crowd came to a halt, unable to advance due to the horde of zombies blocking their path. Gao Feng's expression shifted slightly as he noticed a prompt indicating that a hidden treasure chest lay within the building ahead. His gaze swept over the mass of corpses and focused deeper, landing on the town's hospital. A quick glance around revealed no clusters of second-level zombies, prompting Gao Feng to make a swift decision. He prepared to dash inside. "What are you going in for?" Lin Yamen questioned, looking at him in confusion. "Just do as I say and don't ask why," Lin Yu instructed. Gao Feng declared, "I will lure away some of the zombies. You take the opportunity to enter." With that, he stepped out of Lin Yu's protective range. Exposed to the zombies, the horde erupted in chaos, surging towards him like a torrential flood. "Double speed," Gao Feng shouted, wielding his scythe as a blinding arc of steel, preventing any zombies from approaching within a 2-meter radius. As he dispatched the undead while retreating, he led the zombies away from the hospital entrance. Moments later, his figure reappeared near the intersection. With hundreds of zombies still remaining, Gao Feng charged into the hospital without hesitation. The scythe reaped the zombies with ease, akin to cutting grass. He burst through the hospital doors, slamming them shut behind him. Bang! 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 A throng of zombies collided against the door, but Gao Feng pressed one hand against it, keeping all the undead at bay. Assessing his surroundings, he used his scythe to pull over a metal rack, twisting it into a makeshift bar to secure the door handle. With a loud crash, the door was forced open a crack, zombie arms reaching through from outside. Without a glance back, Gao Feng moved on. The first floor bore the remains of zombies, evidently slain by Lin Yu and her companions. In his exploration, Gao Feng sought after both treasure chests and the whereabouts of Lin Yu and her companions. He was perplexed by their absence. Even if they had entered cloaked, they should have revealed themselves upon his arrival. Failing to locate Lin Yu, Gao Feng discovered a treasure chest concealed beneath a desk in one of the rooms. Upon opening it, he found Shadow Dagger, 2 stars, level 0, effect, none, special effect, damage inflicted is doubled when ambushing an unaware target. Observing the Shadow Dagger in his grasp, Gao Feng deemed it a fitting weapon for Lin Yu. Suddenly, a crash echoed from the upper floor. Gao Feng, stowing the dagger, ascended the stairs with haste. Reaching the 3rd floor, he witnessed an object soaring through the air. A prompt appeared before Gao Feng, indicating the presence of a level 3 mutated zombie in the left corridor. Rounding the corner, Gao Feng beheld the level 3 mutated zombie, who, sensing his arrival, turned to face him. The zombie was clad in a pink nurse's uniform, petite in stature, adorned with stockings and high heels. From its back sprouted 2 elongated tentacles, each tipped with a slender, sharp needle. These were the tentacles Gao Feng had seen hurtling through the air moments before. With a swift motion, the zombie's tentacles lunged towards Gao Feng, their speed remarkable, their reach extensive. Gao Feng, having activated his double speed ability, reacted instantly, evading the attack while simultaneously cleaving at the tentacle with his scythe. Despite their resilience, the tentacles proved no match for the 8 sharpness of the death scythe, succumbing as easily as paper. A severed tentacle fell to the ground, and from the broken half protruding from the back of the nurse zombie, a new needle-like appendage sprouted, albeit considerably shorter. A chilling roar erupted from the nurse zombie, its face splitting open to reveal a gaping maw filled with serrated teeth. Thud! The sounds of vibrations echoed throughout the hospital, reaching Gao Feng's ears. Crash! The ceiling collapsed, and a clawed zombie plummeted from the ventilation duct above, lunging at Gao Feng. He swung his scythe, cleaving through the arm and body of the clawed zombie with a single stroke. Thud! The severed remains of the clawed zombie tumbled between Gao Feng and the nurse zombie. A tentacle from the nurse zombie lunged forcefully into the body of the clawed zombie, which quickly withered away. The truncated tentacle at the nurse zombie's back began to regain its length rapidly. Bang! A giant zombie smashed through the wall, advancing towards Gao Feng with heavy strides, followed by several level 2 mutated zombies. Crash! With a cacophony, a few level 2 crawling zombies, previously encountered by Gao Feng, infiltrated through the windows. These zombies could scale walls and ceilings like geckos. With a roar, the nurse zombie summoned a horde of level 2 mutated zombies to besiege Gao Feng. It dawned on him why thousands of zombies had gathered downstairs. Most were drawn by the nurse zombie's call. He cast a glance at the area behind the nurse zombie and declared, "Stay back, I can handle this." Lin Yu and the others huddled in a corner, anxiously observing the scene unfolding in the corridor. Upon entering the hospital, they had scarcely taken a few steps before being fixated upon by the nurse zombie, which seemed to sense the presence of the 3 stealthy figures, relentlessly pursuing them until they were cornered on the 3rd floor. As Lin Yu witnessed Gao Feng being encircled, he was about to offer assistance when he heard Gao Feng's cry. The 3 of them, recognizing the imminent danger, chose to remain huddled in the corner to avoid detection by the nurse zombies. Gao Feng scanned the surrounding undead, noting at least a dozen level 2 zombies present. A smile spread across his face, for each of these was a potential source of green crystal. With a roar, a giant zombie's fist descended upon Gao Feng. From the ceiling and walls, crawling zombies lunged at him, intent on tearing into his flesh. The drill zombie, iron fist zombie, and giant arm zombie surged forth from behind the giant, launching a coordinated assault on him. Chapter 70. The might of level 3 shadow abilities. More than a dozen zombies closed in on Gao Feng, initiating their onslaught. Without hesitation, Gao Feng unleashed his full power, doubling his speed, doubling his strength, activating his metallic skin. Every ability surged to life, and he felt his heartbeat quicken, akin to a racing engine roaring with fervor. In that instant, as his physical attributes reached their zenith, his mental acuity soared in tandem. The world around him seemed to fall silent. His mind accelerated, reaction times extending far beyond the ordinary. Gao Feng's eyes darted, clearly perceiving every attack from the surrounding zombies. Escape routes materialized in his mind. He took a half-step back, narrowly avoiding the giant zombie's fist which crashed down just half a centimeter from his chest, perfectly intercepting a crawling zombie descending from the wall. He then tilted his body slightly, allowing another crawling zombie to fly past him, crashing into the Iron Fist zombie. Suddenly, the nurse zombie's tendrils loomed large before him, piercing through the chaotic battlefield with unerring precision, aimed directly at Gao Feng. With a subtle twist of the scythe of death in Gao Feng's hands, the tendrils collided with the sharp blade, slicing themselves in twain. The air echoed with the sounds of severed flesh. As Gao Feng exited the state of superspeed, the surrounding zombies lay in fragmented disarray. To Lin Yu and his companions, it appeared as though Gao Feng had obliterated all the zombies in an instant. They stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, a nurse zombie's tendril plunged into the body of a giant zombie, rapidly mending its wounds as the severed right arm reattached to its colossal frame. Gao Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the nurse zombie could not only heal itself, but also restore other undead creatures. The giant zombie, now endowed with a mutated arm, surged in strength, rivaling that of a level 3 mutated zombie. With a thunderous roar, the giant zombie swung its massive arm down upon Gao Feng. He deftly evaded the assault, retreating a step as the ground shattered beneath the force of the blow, debris flying in all directions and clattering against his form. With a steely gaze, Gao Feng wielded the scythe of death, cleaving through the air to sever the giant zombie's head from its body. The colossal figure collapsed to the ground. Turning his attention to the nurse zombie, he observed her consuming the flesh and blood of her fallen kin, mending her own injuries in the process. Suddenly, Gao Feng surged forward, the tiles beneath him shattering underfoot with tremendous force. A swift arc of the blade sliced through the nurse zombie, cleaving her in half. With a thud, the bisected corpse crumpled to the earth, a blue crystal tumbling forth to roll at Gao Feng's feet. In her final moments, a phantom hand emerged from the nurse zombie's eyes, retrieving the blue crystal that belonged to her, as her consciousness faded into eternal darkness. Gao Feng experienced a remarkable depletion of physical energy, yet he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He could sustain such intense combat for at least half an hour. Once the battle concluded, Lin Yu and her companions appeared before Gao Feng, gazing at him in astonishment. Lin Yu exclaimed, "Is a level 3 so much stronger than a level 2? Gao Feng shook his head, clarifying, "It is not that level 3 is significantly stronger than level 2. It is simply that I am strong." He then disclosed a secret to the 3 women, aware that this information might soon come to light. "I possess abilities beyond just one." As Gao Feng's words resonated, the expressions of the 3 women varied. Lin Yu maintained her composure, having anticipated this revelation. Lu Ying's face lit up with joy, as she naturally wished for Gao Feng to grow ever stronger. Lin Yuming, however, appeared perplexed and remarked, "But my sister said you are not an ability user." Gao Feng replied, "This is the secret I wish to share with you. Not all ability users are born with their powers, some acquire them later." Lin Yu's expression finally shifted as she curiously inquired, "How does one obtain these abilities?" Gao Feng explained, "As far as I know, there are 2 methods. One can consume ability crystals, or one can awaken." He elaborated, "Ability crystals are only dropped by ability zombies, while the conditions for awakening remain unknown. They likely require certain prerequisites. All my powers come from ability crystals." Lin Yu recalled the iron zombie she had seen for the first time. That was indeed an ability zombie. She turned to Gao Feng and asked, "Did you acquire the abilities from that iron zombie?" Gao Feng nodded, extending his hand, which transformed into a hue resembling black iron. He clenched his fist and struck the iron door twice, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. The 3 of them gazed in astonishment at the changing hues of his palm. Gao Feng remarked, "The abilities acquired through ability crystals do not upgrade automatically. One must utilize a higher grade crystal of the same type for advancement." He continued, "The following secret bears even greater significance, pertaining to the safety of all ability users." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression turned grave. He stated, Upon the death of an ability user, they transform into an ability zombie, from which ability crystals can be harvested. Evolvers can seize the abilities of these users in this manner. Lin Yu's countenance darkened considerably. Noticing her distress, Gao Feng offered reassurance. However, there are conditions. The first ability crystal must be of grade 1, and subsequent upgrades must follow in order. Using crystals of a higher grade will not yield any abilities. He added, if this information were to spread, grade 1 ability users would be in grave danger, while those of higher ranks would face lesser threats. Lin Yu's expression softened slightly as she glanced at Gao Feng and inquired, when did you come to know of this? Gao Feng replied, before I encountered you. At his words, Lin Yu lapsed into silence for a moment before breaking into a smile, saying, it seems I owe you my gratitude for sparing my life. Gao Feng stated, I do not indiscriminately take innocent lives. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then asked, are you revealing this to us because you might soon turn a certain ability user into a zombie to claim their ability crystal? Gao Feng nodded in affirmation, yes. He refrained from disclosing who it was, and Lin Yu chose not to press further, her mind already forming suspicions. She recalled the conversation between Gao Feng and Wei Dian from the previous night. Gao Feng inquired of Wei Dian whether he possessed the ability of strength enhancement. Gao Feng advised not to dwell on such matters and to commence the excavation of spoils. The group promptly set to work, unearthing 7 green crystals from the remains. Gao Feng then asked Lin Yu about her combat power, allocating 4 green crystals to her, while distributing 1 crystal each to the others. Lin Yu gazed at the 4 crystals in her hands, astonished. So many? Gao Feng replied, first, you must elevate to level 3. Upon observing that the nurse zombie could detect Lin Yu and the others who were in stealth, Gao Feng realized that Lin Yu's abilities might be insufficient. Hence, he urged her to ascend to level 3. While Lin Yu was leveling up, Gao Feng affixed the green crystals to his jumping shoes, enhancing them to their maximum limit of level 2. Jumping shoes, 2 stars, level 2. Effect, jumping distance increased by 90. After reinforcing the jumping shoes, Gao Feng cleaned the blue crystal and swallowed it whole. A shiver coursed through him as every cell in his body felt rejuvenated, akin to desert flora receiving much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Minutes later, Gao Feng completed his enhancement, elevating his combat power to 460. Lu Ying and Lin Yumeng, having finished their enhancements, stood by observing Lin Yu's progression. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu opened her eyes, a glimmer of dark energy flashing within them. Gao Feng watched in astonishment as shadow energy surged from her form, indicating a significant transformation after her upgrade. Lin Yu smiled and proclaimed, at last, I possess offensive power. She raised the steel rod in her hand, the shadow energy clinging to it, and with a decisive thrust, effortlessly pierced the concrete floor as if it were mere tofu. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Gao Feng perceived that Lin Yu had traded a paring knife for a cannon, definitively transcending the awkward confines of a mere supporting role. A thought occurred to him, and he produced a shadow dagger, presenting it to Lin Yu with a smile, remarking, here, a new piece of equipment discovered at the hospital. Lin Yu accepted the shadow dagger, her countenance betraying surprise upon observing its attributes. She cast a profound gaze upon Gao Feng, expressing her gratitude. Lin Yu clutched the shadow dagger, captivated by its allure. The diminutive dagger proved more amenable to her wielding than a steel bar. Shadow energy adhered to the dagger, causing it to extend a dark blade of light. Lin Yu brandished the dagger, cleaving through a wall with effortless ease. Gao Feng suggested, you should enhance the dagger first. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu recalled the necessity of enhancing her equipment. She produced 2 white crystals, affixing them to the shadow dagger. After 20 seconds, the white crystals dissipated, and the shadow dagger was enhanced to its level 1 limit. Shadow dagger, 2 stars, level 1. Effect, penetration 2, special effect. Ambush. After toying with the dagger for a moment, Lin Yu raised her head to regard Gao Feng, stating, once Shadow Sneak is upgraded to level 3, in addition to projecting shadow energy to adhere to weapons, thereby augmenting damage, it can also envelop the entire body, providing a defense. As she spoke, Lin Yu's body became enveloped in a layer of shadow energy. Lin Yu vanished from Gao Feng's sight, leaving only a dark silhouette in her wake. Upon witnessing this, Gao Feng conjectured, does the upgrade to level 3 of an ability herald a qualitative transformation? The shadow energy surrounding Lin Yu dissipated, and her form reverted to normal. She nodded in affirmation, remarking, indeed, it appears so. Therefore, The strength of level 3 ability users is far more formidable than we might imagine. With a reassuring smile, Gao Feng stated, "Don't fret. Things will invariably resolve themselves in due course." He then suggested, "Let's depart. There's nothing of value remaining here." The quartet proceeded outwards. In the open expanse, 3 jeeps stood juxtaposed, encircled by a multitude of ravenous zombies. Qin Shui ingested the final verdant crystal, thereby ascending to the echelon of a level 3 ability wielder. A colossal zombie roared defiantly, raising its arms to deliver a devastating blow upon Zheng Wu. Instantly, a formidable ice barrier materialized before Zheng Wu, impervious to the giant zombie's forceful blows. A glint of cerulean light emanated from Qin Shui's eyes, causing an icy spike to emerge from the barrier, piercing the giant zombie's body. The spike rapidly proliferated within the zombie's form, metamorphosing into an arboreal ice sculpture. The icy branches impaled the giant zombie, suspending it aloft, thus swiftly terminating its existence. With fragmented ice levitating in her palm, Qin Shui perceived the immense power coursing through her being. Was this the true extent of a level 3 ability wielder's prowess? The assembly beheld Qin Shui with reverence. The formidable strength exhibited by the level 3 ability wielder underscored the vast disparity between evolved beings and ability wielders. Qin Shui finally comprehended Zhao Wuxuan's disdain for evolved beings. As their levels ascended, the chasm in strength between ability wielders and evolved beings would only widen. Qin Shui's thoughts then turned to Gao Feng, eliciting a sigh of lament. It was regrettable that he was not an ability wielder, for otherwise, Gao Feng would undoubtedly have ascended to become a formidable figure. Lacking such abilities, his future prospects appeared bleak. Upon exiting the hospital, Gao Feng had intended to procure a vehicle in the vicinity, only to discover that they were either inoperable or devoid of fuel. Alas, another endeavor thwarted. Gao Feng emerged from a vehicle. Lin Yu remarked, "Well, it's the same whether we walk or not." Gao Feng replied, "The main issue is that it's rather inconvenient to head into the city. It's over 10 kilometers for a single trip, and without a vehicle, it truly becomes cumbersome." A chilling roar echoed in the distance, the unmistakable cry of zombies. The group paid little heed. The town was infested with the undead, and the sounds of their lamentations were commonplace. Ahead, in the street, a mutated beast was engaged in the slaughter of zombies. Gao Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he said, "Let us go take a look." The 4 of them proceeded toward the source of the noise. As they reached a junction, Gao Feng witnessed several zombies being hurled into the air. He focused intently and saw that a boar, adorned with tusks, was rampaging through the horde, sending zombies flying in its wake. A few piglets trailed behind, while several mutated wild boars scoured the mass of corpses, seeking to devour evolution crystals. Lin Yu smiled at the sight of the pigs. Sensing that their meal for the day was secured, Gao Feng shared her smile. "Be cautious, I shall take the lead." No sooner had he spoken than the sickle in his hand transformed into a scythe, and he became a fleeting shadow, dashing forward. A roar erupted as the surrounding zombies noticed his approach. With swift motions, the gleaming arcs of his blade flashed, and the zombies were sliced into fragments. After cautioning her sister to remain vigilant, Lin Yu vanished into the sunlight. Suddenly, a zombie collapsed in the street, a narrow, penetrating wound appearing on its forehead. Lin Yu had joined the fray. For Lin Yu, who was adept in stealth, the zombies standing in the street were nothing short of living targets. With a mere thrust of the shadow dagger, she could effortlessly dispatch the zombies. The mutated boar, detecting Gao Feng's presence and sensing his threat, wheeled around, lowering its tusks as it charged toward him. Thump, thump, thump. The zombies in its path were sent flying. The level 1 zombies were incapable of breaching the mutated boar's defenses, rendering it virtually invincible amidst the horde. Gao Feng's eyes gleamed as he beheld the charging mutated boar, and he tightened his grip on the death scythe. Double speed, double strength. Bang, crack. They crossed paths in a blur. One of the boar's tusks was severed and sent hurtling through the air, its immense force piercing the skull of a zombie, which collapsed lifelessly. The mutated boar staggered forward for a few meters before its massive form crashed to the ground, crushing several zombies beneath it. A gaping, bloody wound split its side, and blood gushed forth. The surrounding zombies, catching the scent of blood, became even more frenzied, swarming the mutated boar in an attempt to tear and devour its flesh. "Get away! Don't contaminate my pork!" Gao Feng roared, rushing to the mutated boar's corpse, wielding the death scythe to swiftly dispatch the encroaching zombies. This was a level 2 mutated beast, formidable and with combat prowess far exceeding ordinary creatures, capable of overturning cars with ease. However, it was no match for Gao Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Gao Feng cleaved through the zombies, closing in on the mutated boar's carcass, striving to prevent the contamination of the meat. From within the nearby horde, the squeals of a young mutated boar pierced the air. A small boar had been pinned down by a swarm of zombies, which were tearing at it with savage abandon. The other young boars, witnessing their mother's demise and their sibling being devoured, were terrified and fled in disarray. Gao Feng glanced at the fleeing piglets, but harbored no intention of pursuing them. A drastically mutated boar would provide sustenance for an extended duration. Sparing the piglets offered the potential for future encounters, ensuring sustainable resource management. Pete cast a glance at the mutated boar, then surveyed the surrounding zombies. As he prepared to eradicate the zombies before relocating the boar's carcass, a series of resounding thuds echoed. One by one, the surrounding zombies collapsed, each exhibiting a bloody perforation in the back of their skull. Cloaked in a state of, declared, "Leave the zombies to me." Upon hearing this, Pete's face brightened with a smile. With one hand, he seized the mutated boar's remaining tusk, dragging the behemoth, whose weight was measured in metric tons, away into the distance. The zombies that attempted to pursue Pete met their demise on the road, slain by. Impaled a zombie, extracted the steel bar, and beheld Pete approaching, hauling the colossal mutated boar. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, such a massive mutated beast. We won't have to worry about meat for the next month." Approached and offered, "Allow me to assist." Pete demurred, stating, "There's no need. Simply aid me in clearing out any approaching zombies." The group proceeded towards the outskirts of the town. Suddenly, the roar of an engine reverberated from the street behind them. With a series of thuds, several zombies standing in the road were sent flying by an automobile. Stood in the passenger seat of a Jeep, one hand bracing against the windshield, the other tossing the deceased piglets into the truck bed of a nearby pickup. Spotting Pete and the mutated boar's carcass, a malevolent grin spread across his face. "I've only just left the house and already caught a few piglets. I knew my luck would be favorable today." Ha! Fixed his gaze upon Pete and his companions ahead. Without turning his head, he commanded the driver, "Run him down." Upon hearing this, the driver unhesitatingly floored the accelerator, causing the Jeep's engine to roar ferociously as the vehicle surged forward. Gao Feng, witnessing the rapidly approaching Jeep bearing down on him, his gaze sharpened. He gently placed the scythe he held onto the ground, its keen edge leaving a deep furrow in the earth. With an impassive expression, he instructed Lu Ying and Lin Yumling to take cover behind the mutated boar's carcass. Hearing his command, the two hastily sought refuge behind the deceased mutated boar. Wei Dian grinned maliciously, revealing a set of ghastly, predatory teeth. Gao Feng moved, transforming into a fleeting afterimage as he charged towards the accelerating Jeep. Double strength, double speed. Wei Dian, catching sight of the dazzling gleam of cold light emanating from Gao Feng, his countenance underwent a drastic change. Without hesitation, he leaped from the passenger seat. Wei Dian, upon landing, rolled twice before regaining his footing. He watched as a straight beam of light sliced through the Jeep, cleaving it from front to rear. Gao Feng halted, turning to face Wei Dian. Blood trickled from the scythe he held downwards, coalescing into a small puddle of crimson on the ground. Bang! The Jeep, severed in two, traveled a few meters before disintegrating entirely, its undercarriage scraping against the ground and emitting a shower of sparks, eventually sliding to a halt less than 5 meters from the mutated beast's corpse. Sparks ignited the leaking gasoline, and with a whoosh, the Jeep erupted in a violent conflagration, flames soaring skyward. After burning for a mere 10 seconds, a deafening explosion ripped through the air as the Jeep detonated. Lu Ying and Lin Yumling, shielded behind the mutated boar's remains, remained unharmed, though their ears rang painfully from the immense blast. Had ordinary individuals been subjected to such proximity to the explosion, their eardrums would have been shattered, rendering them permanently deaf. Ying and Lin Yumling merely felt a buzzing in their ears, experiencing slight discomfort, but were otherwise unharmed. With screeching tires, the remaining vehicles braked sharply, halting nearby. Everyone inside leaped out, brandishing weapons aimed at Gao Feng. Wei Dian spared his driver not even a glance. Upon exiting the vehicle, he was already certain of the driver's demise. His gaze fixed upon the scythe in Gao Feng's hand, a smirk playing on one side of his mouth. "Heh, your equipment is impressive, but but it will soon be mine. Wei Dian's motives for wanting to eliminate Gao Feng were quite straightforward. Firstly, Gao Feng had caused him to lose face at the banquet, and he had heard rumors of his defeat at Gao Feng's hands circulating throughout the shelter. Secondly, with Gao Feng out of the picture, Lin Yu would have no reason to refuse joining the Sacred Dragon Society. Chen Nu had mentioned that Gao Feng and Lin Yu were merely chance acquaintances. This way, he would have the opportunity to bring all three beauties by Gao Feng's side into his possession. Another crucial reason was that he, Wei Dian, was determined to be the sole king of strength in the Guhai shelter. There was no need for a second individual with the same abilities as him. Although Gao Feng was not an ability user, Wei Dian was quite certain that he also possessed the strength enhancement ability. The person in the military had proven that evolved individuals could also awaken abilities. In Wei Dian's view, Gao Feng might have simply been fortunate enough to awaken his ability. However, he was no match for a true ability user like himself, who was born with the gift. Wei Dian also possessed a piece of equipment, aware of its power. However, it was not a weapon, and he lacked a formidable one. Now, having witnessed the might of the Death Scythe, Wei Dian had yet another reason to kill Gao Feng, to seize the scythe for himself. Gao Feng observed Wei Dian, casting a glance at the others surrounding them. He gazed at Wei Dian, a faint smile playing on his lips. Do you desire it? Then come and claim it yourself. Wei Dian responded with a frigid laugh. Heh. Rest assured, I shall seize it once you are deceased. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the air. Gao Feng recoiled slightly as a bullet grazed his chest, embedding itself in the ground some distance away. She exclaimed, "These individuals are devoid of honor. It is already egregious enough that an Esper would bully an evolved being, but to resort to firearms as well. I spit on them." A look of surprise washed over Wei Dian's face, evidently taken aback that Gao Feng had managed to evade the surreptitious gunfire. Gao Feng had been maintaining a state of doubled velocity, granting him exceptional reaction time. He had detected the gunman concealed within the vehicle long ago. The moment the gunman aimed his weapon, Gao Feng's senses erupted in a frenzied alarm within his mind. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dian unhesitatingly bellowed, "Open fire," riddled him with bullets. He would never be foolish enough to engage Gao Feng in close-quarters combat. If a gun could resolve the issue, why risk a desperate struggle? As Wei Dian concluded his command, he was met with silence. Perplexed, he turned his head to investigate. The gunman's body was slumped against the car, blood incessantly gushing from a wound at his temple. Not only him, but all those wielding firearms had been felled. Each of them bore the same fatal wound. Lin Yu, her countenance impassive, continued to reap the lives of the gunmen. Gazing upon the unseeing eyes of the corpses before her, she became cognizant of the transformation within herself. Once, she had loathed Gao Feng for taking the lives of others. Yet now she was capable of such dispassion, extinguishing the lives of her own kind with the same ease as slaughtering chickens, like snapping the head off a Barbie doll. Her heart was frigid, devoid of emotion. The shadows had wrought a chilling effect upon Lin Yu's soul. Indifference, indeed, was a virtue of paramount importance for an assassin. The remaining individuals cast terrified glances around them, sensing that a dagger could strike their hearts or heads at any moment. Anxiety permeated the air. Wei Dian, his expression grave, surveyed the surroundings, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Damn it, I have been deceived. Chen Nu, you are in league with Gao Feng, and Lin Yu is also allied with him. Upon this realization, Wei Dian quickly connected the dots. The individual who had slain the gunman was Lin Yu, for only she possessed the extraordinary abilities to accomplish such a stealthy act. His gaze swept across Gao Feng's chest, where he spotted a necklace belonging to Yang Xing dangling around his neck. Wei Dian was now convinced that Yang Xing had fallen at Gao Feng's hands. Otherwise, the energy necklace could not have appeared on him. The likelihood of possessing an identical piece of equipment was so minuscule that it was more plausible to believe that Yang Xing had been murdered and that Gao Feng had seized the energy necklace. Wei Dian cautiously scanned the vicinity and called out, "Lin Yu, I know you are here. I sincerely invite you to join the Holy Dragon Society. If you agree, we shall erase the events of today." The crowd was taken aback, their hearts racing as they anxiously regarded Wei Dian. After all, it was their lives that had been lost, and Wei Dian's offer to erase the events seemed to disregard their fates entirely. Upon realizing her alliance with Gao Feng, Wei Dian had not even considered persuading her to join the Holy Dragon Society. At this moment, it was merely a ruse to ascertain Lin Yu's location. However, he failed. Lin Yu showed no signs of granting him an opportunity. From the moment the gunman fell to the ground until Wei Dian attempted to cunningly expose Lin Yu's position, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. Observing Lin Yu eliminate the more significant threat posed by the gunman, Gao Feng approached Wei Dian, wielding the Scythe of Death. The farce should draw to a close imminently. Wade is determined to acquire the power augmentation ability, and no one can deliver him from his fate. Chapter 73, Defensive Equipment. Noticing Gao Feng's approach, Wade's countenance grew solemn. With his weapon left behind in the vehicle, Wade faced Gao Feng's death scythe unarmed, placing him at a significant disadvantage. Wade seized a nearby lamppost. Crack, crack, crack. His fingers indented the steel as he exerted his formidable strength, wrenching the lamppost from its foundation. Wade brandished the lamppost and hurled it at Gao Feng. Gao Feng sidestepped the falling lamppost in a single stride, his right hand wielding the death scythe, which cleaved through the steel lamppost. Crack! The lamppost was instantly severed into 2 fragments. Wade's pupils contracted as he realized the imperative to avoid close-quarters combat with Gao Feng, lest he be defenseless against the razor-sharp death scythe. He launched the remaining half of the lamppost at Gao Feng. Whoosh! Gao Feng effortlessly evaded the projectile, which crashed onto a derelict automobile by the roadside, crushing its roof. Wade then kicked a trash can, sending it hurtling toward Gao Feng. Gao Feng accelerated, the ground beneath his feet shattering with a resounding thud as he transformed into a fleeting blur, hurtling toward Wade. The others stood frozen in place, apprehensive of attracting Lin Yu's attention. Swoosh! The blade of the death scythe flashed, grazing Wade. Wade faltered momentarily but pressed onward, delivering a punch that shattered a wall, seizing the debris and hurling it at Gao Feng. The weighty rubble, combined with Wade's immense strength, possessed the force of an artillery shell. Thud! The stones impacted the ground, leaving craters in their wake. However, stones that miss Gao Feng are inconsequential. Gao Feng had never underestimated Wade, the Force King. During their contest of strength at the banquet, he had discerned that Wade's power surpassed his own. He employed both strength augmentation and defense amplification abilities to withstand Wade's power. Had he not relented, Gao Feng would have been unable to extricate himself from Wade's grasp. Yet now, Wade had once again astonished Gao Feng. The previous strike had clearly landed, yet it had caused no harm. Gao Feng fixed his gaze upon Wade, and with renewed resolve, unleashed another strike. Cleaving through the concrete slab hurled by Wade, the scythe descended towards Wade's head. Wade barely managed to retreat a half-step as the scythe struck his shoulder. This time, Gao Feng witnessed it clearly. At the moment of impact, a translucent shield materialized around Wade, deflecting the attack. A faint, verdant glow emanated from the belt around Wade's waist, indicating a piece of equipment. A defensive implement, Gao Feng surmised inwardly. With a thunderous crash, Wade hurled everything within reach at Gao Feng, even a crippled zombie that had just managed to rise from the ground. In a flurry of cold light, all projectiles were reduced to fragments. The dismembered zombie lay scattered upon the ground, perhaps pondering the futility of its reanimation, wondering if it had merely changed its posture and location for its final repose. With a roar of frustration, Wade seized a refrigerator, wielding it as a weapon and slamming it towards Gao Feng. Gao Feng swung the Scythe of Death, attempting to cleave the refrigerator, but its sheer size prevented a complete severance. With a resounding thud, the refrigerator crashed to the ground, its components exploding in all directions. Fragments of metal ricocheted off Gao Feng, producing a cacophony of clangs. Wade felt stifled, possessing immense strength, but unable to effectively utilize it due to the lack of a weapon capable of withstanding the Scythe of Death. Casting aside the ruined refrigerator, he fled into an adjacent room. Gao Feng evaded the refrigerator, witnessing Wei Dian's figure vanish at the doorway, and pursued him closely. The onlookers regarded the shattered wall and the 2 figures disappearing into the building, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Some felt their hearts sink. Even Li Wang was being relentlessly pursued and struck by Gao Feng. Were they not doomed? Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from within the building. With a thunderous boom, the wall on the 2nd floor burst apart, and a figure shot forth from within. Gao Feng landed on the ground and turned to glance at the upper floor. Bang! The wall was smashed to create an even larger breach, as Wei Dian emerged, bearing a safe weighing a ton. His face radiated exhilaration. He had finally discovered an object capable of withstanding Gao Feng's weapon. The safe was already chipped at the corners, marked with numerous blade scars, remnants of the fierce battle between Gao Feng and Wei Dian. Wei Dian stood on the 2nd floor, observing as Gao Feng raised the massive safe above him, preparing to bring it crashing down. Gao Feng quickly retreated, evading the impending impact of the falling safe. For its weight was far too great for him to withstand. Boom! The deafening sound shattered the stillness, as the cement floor was smashed into a large pit, causing the ground to tremble and nearly topple the onlookers. The colossal noise resonated painfully in their ears. Undeterred, Wei Jian leaped down from the second floor, grasping the safe and charging towards Gao Feng, swinging the enormous object wildly. In his wake, nothing remained unscathed. The ton-weighted safe crashed onto a car, obliterating it completely. When it scraped against the wall, it tore through, leaving a gaping hole. As Gao Feng dodged and retaliated, the scythe of death gradually diminished the safe's mass. Crack! Bang! Amidst the fierce confrontation, the impregnable safe was utterly shattered, a fragment cleaved off by Gao Feng. The contents within were scattered by Wei Dian's flailing. A multitude of paper documents, which Gao Feng glanced at and discerned to be property deeds, were strewn about. Chunks of gold were also dislodged, landing near Lin Yuming's feet. Startled by the sudden projectiles, Lin Yuming's eyes gleamed upon beholding the glittering gold. Casting a furtive glance around, she stealthily pocketed the ingots. Lu Ying observed her actions but remained silent, her entire focus riveted on Gao Feng, concerned for his well-being. Huffing and panting, Wei Dian's body emanated heat. He was beginning to tire. Brandishing a safe weighing over a ton as a weapon was proving taxing, even for him. Gao Feng, gripping the scythe of death, fixed his gaze on Wei Jian, his arm throbbing from the impact. The scythe of death was too fragile, ill-suited for direct clashes. Each collision with the safe sent jolts of pain through Gao Feng's hand. Howls echoed as a multitude of zombie figures materialized on the street. The immense sounds of the battle had drawn thousands of zombies from within the town. Wei Dian's countenance shifted. He did not fear ordinary zombies. However, being surrounded by zombies while simultaneously battling Gao Feng would diminish his chances of victory. Bang! A colossal zombie burst through a wall, emerging from a building to assault Wei Dian. Whoosh! A leaping zombie descended from the sky, hurtling towards Gao Feng. Boom! With a swing of the safe, Wei Jian pulverized the giant zombie into a gory mess, its flesh and blood splattering in a macabre display. Swish! A flash of cold light in midair cleaved the leaping zombie in two, its severed halves plummeting to either side of Gao Feng. In the fleeting moment when Gao Feng executed a lethal strike on the bouncing zombies, he suddenly lunged towards Wei Jian. Just as Wei Jian had crushed the giant zombie, he caught a glimpse of Gao Feng's shadow out of the corner of his eye, and his heart raced. He hurriedly positioned the heavy safe in front of him. With a swift motion, Gao Feng leaped over the massive safe and landed behind Wei Dian. In an instant, he unleashed two slashing strikes towards Wei Dian's body. A transparent shield materialized once more, absorbing the impact of the two attacks. Yet after these strikes, the glow of Wei Dian's belt began to dim perilously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Realizing that the shield was on the verge of shattering, Gao Feng sensed the impending danger, and Wei Jian was equally alarmed. Without the shield, a single blow from Gao Feng could spell his demise. Determined, Wei Jian hefted the safe and brought it crashing down towards Gao Feng. Reacting with remarkable agility, Gao Feng leaped aside to evade the blow. Casting aside the cumbersome safe, Wei Jian charged into the horde of zombies like a frenzied bull, scattering countless undead as he plunged into their midst. Gao Feng surmised that Wei Jian intended to use the zombie swarm as a means of escape and pursued him without hesitation. Wei Jian dashed through the throng of corpses, carving a path with his terrifying strength, leaving no zombie capable of impeding his advance. Gao Feng soared above the mass of zombies, moving with the grace of a martial arts master, deftly stepping upon the heads of the undead as he chased after Wei Jian. Chapter 74. The Death of the Mighty King. He shouted, "Stop chasing. We have an unspoken understanding. If you cease your pursuit now, I can recommend you for membership in the Sacred Dragon Society, allowing you to take Yang Xing's place as the fourth king. Once you join the Sacred Dragon Society, all our grievances can be resolved in one stroke." Gao Feng remained silent. He realized that the kings of the Sacred Dragon Society indeed had a penchant for recruiting new members. First it was Yang Xing, now it was Wei Dian. Did they truly believe that everyone was eager to join the Sacred Dragon Society? Indeed, this sentiment resonated throughout ancient Sea Shelter, with nearly everyone besides Gao Feng yearning for membership in the Sacred Dragon Society. Even Lin Yumeng, a recent arrival, was preoccupied with this aspiration, constantly contemplating how to persuade her sister to join and thus gained entry herself. The Sacred Dragon Society epitomized the privileged class within the shelter, making it a coveted affiliation. While Wei Dian's tactics proved effective on others, as evidenced by his manipulation of Yang Xing after defeating him, they held no sway over Gao Feng. Gao Feng's interest in Wei Dian extended beyond his abilities, delving into deeper motivations. He aspired to be the architect of a new privileged class, not merely a beneficiary. With his capabilities, he could readily establish an entirely new elite, obviating the need for subservience. Their divergent perspectives and life visions placed them on disparate wavelengths. Wei Dian, receiving no response from Gao Feng, inwardly cursed his obstinacy. Rip! A zombie tore through Wei Dian's clothing, causing him to tense with alarm. His shield, weakened by Gao Feng's previous attacks, had finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the zombie horde. A zombie lunged, sinking its teeth into Wei Dian's arm. The force of his rapid movement severed the zombie's neck, leaving its head dangling and persistently biting at his flesh. After tearing off the zombie's head and crushing it, Wei Dian found himself covered in minor wounds. He was not afraid of infection, yet he could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught of zombies. "Ah, damn it!" Wei Dian screamed, fiercely smashing the skull of the zombie that had bitten him in a critical area. Gao Feng observed as Wei Dian, while fleeing, had his clothes shredded by the zombies, transforming him into a ludicrous spectacle, and a smile crept across his face. Suddenly, with a crunch, a zombie collapsed beneath Gao Feng's feet, causing him to stumble, and the mirth on his face froze. Just as he was about to plunge into the horde of corpses, Gao Feng's figure surged upwards, soaring several meters high. He dared not mock Wei Dian's plight further, for he too had narrowly escaped becoming a target himself. Unable to bear the relentless attacks from the undead, Wei Dian dashed into a building, with Gao Feng leaping through a second-floor window. The interior was eerily silent, save for the sound of their hurried footsteps. Wei Dian raced ahead, shaking off the persistent zombies in pursuit. Casting a glance behind him, he noticed the zombies had not followed, and Gao Feng had vanished as well. Just as he began to relax, he suddenly felt a suffocating sensation in his throat. Attempting to stanch the blood pouring from his neck, he found his hands immobile, his body collapsing to the ground. Thud! Wei Dian fell, witnessing his own legs still standing. Gao Feng had severed his limbs and slashed his throat. Wei Dian was utterly powerless to resist. As he hovered on the brink of death, he gazed at Gao Feng with eyes filled with resentment, questioning why he had to suffer such a brutal fate. A scythe pierced Wei Dian's heart, bringing an end to his torment. Gao Feng had not tortured him. He merely sought to prevent him from becoming an excessively powerful ability zombie after death. Reluctantly, Wei Dian closed his eyes, succumbing to eternal darkness. Nearby, a corpse of an ability user began to mutate 1 minute later, giving rise to a level 2 ability zombie. Gao Feng noticed the prompt, his expression subtly shifting. After advancing to level 3, the information provided by the prompts became increasingly lucid and precise. When confronted by the undead zombies, Gao Feng even discerned their vulnerabilities through the displayed notifications. He envisioned the future, pondering whether the prompts would evolve into a form of precognition as his power intensified. A minute swiftly elapsed. Wei Dian's blood darkened, his skin began to dissolve, and a layer of black membrane enveloped his body. Suddenly, Wei Dian's eyelids flew open, revealing icy, pitch-black pupils, with numerous black veins coursing through the sclera. The mutated zombie, unable to emit a roar in time, was swiftly met with a cold scythe that cleaved its head in two. The howling of the anomalous zombie abruptly ceased, having barely come into existence before meeting its demise. Gao Feng shook his head, contemplating the unfortunate plight of power-based superhumans. Yang Xing, who had transformed into an anomalous zombie, had lost his limbs yet retained formidable combat capabilities, causing Gao Feng considerable trouble. He retrieved the green hexagonal crystal of abilities from the brain of the zombie Wei Dian and picked up the giant belt that lay discarded on the ground. The trio found themselves surrounded by the horde of corpses, their fates uncertain. Gao Feng had no time to await the enhancement of his powers. With no trace of Lin Yu and the others around, he realized that Wei Dian's car had also vanished, surmising that they had departed from this place. Gao Feng ventured outward in search of Lin Yu and her companions. He had now activated the ability embedded within the energy necklace left by Lin Yu, placing him in a state of stealth. As long as he did not actively disrupt this stealth mode, it could last for up to half an hour. The surrounding zombies were oblivious to his presence, allowing Gao Feng to navigate through the horde with ease. Before long, he discovered several vehicles at the edge of the small town. Lin Yumeng and Lu Ying were also present, while Lin Yu had seemingly vanished, likely concealed in the shadows. All of the subordinates of Li Wang had gathered, disarmed and uneasy. Faced with the indifference of the two women, a group of burly men harbored no thoughts of rebellion, for they were acutely aware of a deadly assassin lurking in the darkness. Any sign of disturbance would spell immediate demise. Suddenly, Gao Feng's figure emerged as he approached the crowd. Upon drawing closer, Lu Ying awkwardly remarked, "The mutated pig was too heavy to carry away. The zombies devoured it." Gao Feng chuckled softly, "No worries, as long as you are unharmed." His gaze swept over Li Wang's subordinates, who were visibly anxious. His initial instinct was to silence them. Eliminating them would ensure no one would discover his involvement in Wei Dian's death. Sensing Gao Feng's murderous intent, one individual in the crowd hastily pleaded, "Spare us, skilled one. We vow to keep today's events a secret, as sealed as a vault. Should we betray this promise, may the heavens strike us down." Hearing the plea for mercy, the others quickly followed suit. Realizing the gravity of their situation, silence was no longer an option. "Indeed, we saw nothing at all. Li Wang is not dead. He has merely gone missing. We only witnessed him charging alone into the horde of zombies. What transpired afterward is beyond our knowledge." Yes, Li Wang is missing, and we are oblivious to the rest." Chapter 75. Evolution of Abilities. The crowd clamored, each seeking various justifications to persuade Gao Feng to spare their lives. As Gao Feng remained silent, their anxiety only deepened. At last, a man stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and implored, "Please spare us, esteemed master. We shall depart from the ancient sea sanctuary, distancing ourselves from the Sacred Dragon Association, and we vow to divulge nothing of this matter." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Where could they flee to if they left the sanctuary? Gao Feng, taken aback by the man's words, cast a surprised glance in his direction. His eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard of another sanctuary. "How do you know this?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon Chun Liang. Chun Liang replied, "I once stumbled upon a radio. That sanctuary broadcasts daily, informing the survivors of G City about its location and summoning them to gather there. It is significantly larger than the ancient sea sanctuary, rumored to house tens of thousands." The others looked at him in disbelief, astonished. The population of the ancient sea sanctuary was only slightly over 1,000, not reaching 2,000. Could it be that there existed a sanctuary on the other side of G City, vastly larger than the ancient sea? Chun Liang and the others' eyes glimmered with hope at the prospect. "Where's the radio?" he asked. "I wish to hear the broadcast you mentioned." Chun Liang responded, "I didn't bring the radio with me, but we can use the car radio to listen." Gao Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "Please turn on the broadcast." Chun Liang climbed into the vehicle, started the engine, and tuned the car radio, adjusting the frequency to 74.5. A crackling sound emanated from the speakers. Noticing Gao Feng's anxious gaze, he explained, "The broadcast is aired approximately every 10 minutes, so we must wait a moment." As the last echoes of the voice faded, the crackling sound from the broadcast ceased, giving way to a resounding female voice. "Attention, survivors. This is base number 1 in City G, located 300 meters west of the ancient Sea River Bridge. We welcome all survivors to join us. Currently, the number of survivors at base No. 1 has exceeded 10,000, and the facility is equipped with comprehensive survival amenities, capable of accommodating up to 100,000 individuals." The broadcast lasted for a minute before the speakers emitted a series of static noises. Chun Liang cast a slightly anxious glance at Gao Feng, who appeared to be deep in thought. The prestige implied by the name base number 1 undoubtedly surpassed that of the ancient sea shelter. If there existed a base number 1, it was plausible that there might eventually be bases number 2 and number 3. However, the name ancient sea shelter also had its merits, being straightforward and easily comprehensible. While the location of base number 1 remained ambiguous, the ancient sea shelter clearly indicated its proximity to the outskirts of ancient sea. Each had its advantages and disadvantages. The fact that base number 1 could broadcast throughout the city alleviated concerns about survivors being unaware of its location. Gao Feng turned to Chun Liang and stated, "Leave behind one vehicle and a mutated pig. You may take everything else." At these words, Chun Liang and the others displayed expressions of delight. "Thank you, master, thank you." There were no complaints as they left the finest vehicle for Gao Feng, cramming themselves into a single car to depart. As they watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Lin Yu's figure materialized in their minds. With a hint of surprise, she remarked, I thought you would choose to silence them. Gao Feng smiled. He had indeed contemplated that approach, but since they opted to leave the ancient sea shelter, there was no longer any need for such drastic measures. Chun Liang, in essence, furnished him with a crucial piece of intelligence. He essentially bartered the information regarding Base 1 for the lives of everyone present. Naturally, whether they successfully reach Base 1 is of no concern to Gao Feng. The quartet entered the vehicle, with Gao Feng at the helm of the pickup truck, transporting the mutated swine in the truck bed toward the Guhai shelter. The mutated swine in the vehicle were the piglets Gao Feng had released. Though referred to as piglets, their size was nearly that of ordinary domestic swine, only significantly smaller compared to the physique of level 2 mutated swine. Unluckily for the piglets, they encountered Wei Jian and his cohorts after escaping, resulting in their demise. Gao Feng brought the vehicle to a halt along a roadside not far from the Guhai shelter. There were few zombies in the vicinity, and those that approached were swiftly dispatched by the group. Gao Feng produced an ability crystal, the hexagonal green crystal shimmering with verdant radiance in the sunlight. This was the first occasion for the three women to witness the appearance of an ability crystal. Gao Feng remarked, "Evolution crystals are located within the hearts of zombies, while ability crystals reside in their brains. It's plausible that abilities are specialized capacities resulting from the mutation of brain tissue." Upon hearing this, the three individuals curiously scrutinized the ability crystal in his hand. Gao Feng retrieved a bottle of water from the back seat and cleansed the ability crystal. In full view of the trio, he ingested it in one gulp. The instant the ability crystal entered his mouth, a potent surge of energy enveloped every cell in Gao Feng's body. Ultimately, the aberrant energy converged within the brain and vanished. Gao Feng sensed the addition of something within his mind, an extra surge of aberrant energy within his body. Upon consuming the initial ability crystal, Gao Feng detected the presence of something additional within him, though he was initially unaware of its nature. Only now, after his abilities ascended to the second tier and the energy within him expanded manifold, did he truly comprehend that this internal force was indeed extraordinary energy. Evolved being, Gao Feng, level 3, combat prowess, 460. Abilities, strength amplification, tier 2, defense amplification, tier 1, speed amplification, tier 1, physique amplification, tier 1. Implements, feline swiftness, spring heel boots, scythe of mortality, energy amulet, giant S-girdle, strength amplification, tier 2 upon activation, augments strength fivefold, with a commensurate increase in stamina expenditure, the greater the strength. The greater the depletion, Gao Feng unleashed his tier 2 ability, and a surge of untamed power coursed through him. In that instant, he felt capable of cleaving the very heavens with a single blow. A quintupling of strength, truly formidable. Gao Feng approached the roadside and seized a robust willow tree with a single hand. With a resounding crack, the willow, thicker than an adult's thigh, was forcibly uprooted by Gao Feng's singular grip. He hoisted the 5 or 6 meter tree as if he were an ant toting a twig. With a forceful exhalation, Gao Feng hurled the willow, sending it soaring over 100 meters with ease. The resounding crash of the tree's landing drew nearby zombies. After the eruption of his ability, he sensed a depletion of the extraordinary energy within him. As he had surmised, advanced ability users could utilize extraordinary energy in place of stamina as the primary expenditure for their abilities. With the expenditure of extraordinary energy, Gao Feng felt a decline in stamina, but the extraordinary energy rapidly replenished. A look of elation crossed his face. If stamina could regenerate extraordinary energy, then his reserves far exceeded those of ordinary ability users. Possessing a physique enhancement ability, Gao Feng's stamina surpasses that of other evolutionaries at the same level by several fold. And his physical recovery rate is also exceptionally remarkable. This implies that he can utilize his abilities for a more extended duration. Chapter 76. Privileged Gao Feng and his companions presented their identification cards and were thus exempt from inspection. They stood outside the quarantine fence, awaiting the completion of the vehicle inspection. An official approached and stated, "You are not permitted to bring the mutated animal carcasses into the shelter." Gao Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this and inquired, "Who stipulated this?" "I witnessed individuals bringing mutated animal carcasses inside just yesterday." The official responded, "This regulation was enacted today. I apologize, but this is our duty. Please do not make things difficult for us." With a clang, the shelter gates swung open, and several vehicles entered the shelter in succession, halting within the quarantine zone. Upon recognizing the occupants of the vehicles, the inspectors promptly opened the wire mesh of the quarantine area to grant them passage, without any semblance of inspection. The occupants of the vehicles acted as if this was commonplace, not even alighting from their vehicles. As the vehicles exited the quarantine zone, Gao Feng noticed a mutated buffalo carcass loaded in the bed of a pickup truck. He glanced at the official and questioned, "They are also transporting mutated animal carcasses. Why aren't you stopping them?" The official was momentarily at a loss for words. This was the Ice Queen's convoy. Who would dare obstruct them? Hardly anyone in the entire shelter would dare to stop her vehicles. The official replied, "Please cooperate with our work and refrain from making things difficult for us." Gao Feng chuckled. "It is not I who is making things difficult for you, but rather you who are making things difficult for me." The official reiterated, "Please cooperate with our work." Instead of engaging in a dispute with Gao Feng, he reiterated his statement, emphasizing it as his duty and soliciting cooperation, as if Gao Feng was impeding his work. Qin Shui, hearing the altercation by the roadside and recognizing the voices, turned her head to discover Gao Feng and his companions. She gestured for the vehicles behind to proceed and instructed her driver to approach. Seated in the car, Qin Shui inquired of Gao Feng and his group, "What seems to be the issue?" Gao Feng replied, "It's nothing of great concern. The checkpoint personnel are disallowing the entry of mutated beast carcasses." Qin Shui then turned her gaze towards the staff member, her mere presence eliciting palpable anxiety. He hastily elucidated, "Esteemed Ice Queen, this is not a decision of my own volition. It is an order decreed by the new minister. No individual is permitted to bring deceased mutated beasts into the sanctuary without submitting them to the checkpoint for standardized safety procedures. Only after this process can the meat from the mutated beasts be allowed within the sanctuary." Gao Feng cast a sidelong glance at the staff member, noting the contrast to his earlier, less detailed explanation. The mention of standardized safety procedures seemed merely a pretext for confiscation. Qin Shui responded icily, "Are you suggesting that the spoils of war within my vehicle are also to be subjected to your safety procedures?" The staff member, now drenched in perspiration, stammered. "The Ice Queen's spoils are naturally exempt. The Summer Mountain Villa possesses designated personnel for the handling of mutated beast carcasses. However, ordinary survivors lack such provisions, and the indiscriminate slaughter of mutated beasts would adversely affect the sanctuary's environment." Gao Feng surveyed the squalor, the unidentified masses strewn across the ground, and the pervasive stench that permeated the sanctuary's atmosphere. To what depths can this survival environment sink? Qin Shui glanced at the staff, showing no inclination to trouble the small fry. While she relished the conveniences afforded by her privileges, she harbored no desire to exert pressure on others. Qin Shui declared, "Very well, I shall take their prey to the summer resort for processing. Is it permissible to release them now?" The staff, casting a look at Qin Shui and then at Gao Feng and the others, replied helplessly, "As you wish, Ice King." Today's first task had landed squarely in his hands. The staff felt a sense of trepidation, fearing for his job. Yet, with Qin Shui having reached this point, any further refusal might incur enmity. He approached his colleagues at the checkpoint and relayed a few words. Thus, they reluctantly granted passage. Gao Feng drove the pickup truck out, with Lu Ying, Lin Yu, and Lin Yu Meng climbing aboard. Qin Shui glanced at the mutated pig carcass in the truck bed, then turned to Lin Yu, saying, "Come with me. I shall have the chef from the Holy Dragon Society assist you with the prey." Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. The two vehicles proceeded towards the summer resort, and the survivors within the shelter hurriedly stepped aside to clear a path as the cars approached. Although the roads within the shelter were narrow, they remained unobstructed. Seated in the vehicle, Lin Yu Ming whispered to Lin Yu, "Sister, if you join the Holy Dragon Society, we could walk through the shelter with the same authority as her, with no one daring to block our way. Unlike now, when the petty guards feel bold enough to seize our spoils." Lin Yu responded calmly, "Indeed." Observing her sister's detached demeanor, Lin Yu Meng felt a pang of sorrow. This was a matter of her happiness, after all. With Qin Shui leading the way, Gao Feng's pickup truck smoothly entered the summer resort without hindrance from the guards. After parking the vehicle, assistance arrived without Gao Feng needing to intervene. Someone approached to help manage the spoils. Qin Shui exchanged a few words with the individual, who nodded and glanced at Gao Feng before carrying the game away. The six of them proceeded towards Qin Shui's courtyard. Gao Feng recognized the man accompanying Qin Shui. He had previously risked his life to shield her from a level 3 mutated zombie attack. He was not only a trusted confidant of Qin Shui, but also her driver. Qin Shui turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Are you Lin Yu?" Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Qin Shui continued. Are you a level 2 ability user? Why have you not joined the Sacred Dragon Society? Lin Yu pondered seriously for a moment before responding. The intention behind the invitation from King of Strength to join the Sacred Dragon Society is not sincere. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui smiled and asked, what if I were to invite you? Lin Yu replied, I might consider it. Her contemplation revolved around whether joining the Sacred Dragon Society would offer her any advantages. What shifted Lin Yu's perspective was the power she could attain upon reaching level 3. Prior to this, she had never contemplated joining the Sacred Dragon Society. As she lacked the capability to survive independently, her shadowy stealth did not endow her with the formidable combat strength possessed by other ability users. However, the circumstances had changed. Now, even when it came to assassinating peers of her level, she had a substantial chance of delivering a fatal blow. This newfound strength fundamentally altered her mindset. It was not that she wished to part ways with Gao Feng. Rather, she sought to leverage the identity of the Sacred Dragon Society to facilitate Gao Feng's endeavors. Here we are, this is my courtyard. Please make yourselves comfortable while I change into another outfit. Qin Shui ascended the stairs, while the others were seated beneath the pavilion in the small courtyard. Zheng Wu sought someone to bring them beverages and snacks. Lin Yuming sipped her icy cola, nuzzling against her sister in an attempt to persuade her to join the Sacred Dragon Society. Sister, if you join the Sacred Dragon Society, we could enjoy cola every day and have snacks too. Most importantly, we could take showers. I couldn't wash last night, and it itched so much that I simply couldn't sleep. I don't want to sleep in the boardroom anymore. I want to sleep in a big bed with air conditioning. It was unbearably hot last night. Lin Yu pushed her away, exasperated. Stop clinging to me. It's sweltering. Chapter 77. A performance by 4 women. Gao Feng observed the two with a smile, secretly considering Lin Yu's potential membership in the Sacred Dragon Society a fortuitous event. With 2 of the 4 kings of the Sacred Dragon Society already departed, it had become almost defunct. If Lin Yu joined alongside Chen Nu, they would stand equal to the remaining Zhao Wushuang and Qin Shui, thus gaining a modicum of authority within the society. There was even the possibility of reversing the tides and changing the leadership of the Sacred Dragon Society altogether. Qin Shui descended dressed in a casual dress. She approached and sat beside Lin Yu, engaging her in conversation. As fellow female superhumans, Qin Shui and Lin Yu found much common ground, especially in the post-apocalyptic era. The disadvantages faced by women were starkly apparent, providing them with ample topics to discuss. While Qin Shui appeared frosty towards outsiders, she exhibited warmth towards those she connected with. As their conversation deepened, Lu Ying and Lin Yuming joined in, discussing topics pertinent to women and lamenting the various inconveniences brought on by the apocalypse, such as the inability to shower and the lack of sanitary products. Gao Feng silently sipped his drink, listening to their chatter, remaining reticent amidst the lively exchange. Utterly unable to interject, Lin Yuming glanced at Gao Feng and inquired, by the way, Qin Shui, why didn't you nominate Gao Feng as a heavenly king? He is the most formidable among us. Lin Yu's expression shifted subtly. Her curiosity piqued as well, though she had surmised a partial explanation. Qin Shui regarded Gao Feng, not evading his presence as she elucidated. Zhao Wushuang stipulated that only those with supernatural abilities could assume the mantle of heavenly king within the Sacred Dragon Society. You may not fully comprehend the rationale behind this, but once Lin Yu ascends to level 3, you will grasp the disparity between those with supernatural abilities and evolved individuals. Zhao Wushuang's demand is not without reason. Lin Yuming retorted with a pout, but my sister is already a level 3 adept, and I still feel she couldn't defeat Gao Feng. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, lamenting the difficulty of guarding against treachery from within one's own ranks. She had deliberately avoided discussing matters of supernatural abilities with Qin Shui, intending to conceal her status as a level 3 adept. Alas, Lin Yuming had divulged her secret. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui gazed at Lin Yu with astonishment, exclaiming, "You're a level 3 adept?" Those with supernatural abilities can sense each other's presence, but cannot perceive the strength of the other party. Lin Yu, seeing the situation, generously acknowledged, "Yes, I just ascended to level 3. Qin Shui was elated, playfully remarking, "Now you can't escape even if you wanted to. You must join our Sacred Dragon Society." She had discussed this matter with Lin Yu, discerning her inclination, hence her jest. Lin Yu smiled without uttering a word. She could depart if she wished, but none could detain her. Anxious to have Lin Yu remain at the Sacred Dragon Society as her companion, Qin Shui promptly rose, declaring, "Please, Make yourselves comfortable here for a moment. I have an errand to run. With that, Qin Shui hastily made her way toward Zhao Wushuang's courtyard. Absent. Where could he have gone? We regret to inform you, Ice Queen, that we are unaware of the Thunder King's whereabouts, they replied. She maintained considerable confidence that Zhao Wushuang would accept Lin Yu as one of the Sacred Dragon Society's heavenly kings, reasoning that he would not willingly relinquish a Tier 3 Esper. Qin Shui stated, if you have no pressing matters, you might as well dine here. Venturing outside is rather inconvenient. Here, you have access to electricity and water, and you are free to do as you please. She turned her gaze toward Lin Yuming. Recognizing her as Lin Yu's vulnerability, Qin Shui proposed, didn't you express a desire to bathe? You are welcome to do so here at any time. I also have an abundance of new clothing in my chambers. Lin Yuming exclaimed with delight, really? Qin Shui responded with a smile, indeed, and it can be arranged presently. Lin Yuming turned to her sister, grasping her arm and imploringly swaying it, her face brimming with anticipation. Sister, shall we go bathe? Lin Yu was inclined to decline, yet the prospect of a bath was alluring. After some hesitation, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Yuming ecstatically leaped up and embraced Lin Yu's head, exclaiming, wonderful. I knew my sister was the best. Lin Yu gently pushed her away, smiling wryly. Do not be so boisterous. Turning to Lu Ying, she inquired, Sister Lu Ying, would you care to join us as well? Lu Ying was somewhat taken aback. Oh, me? She instinctively glanced at Gao Feng, who, without looking up, simply replied, go ahead. There is no need to consult me on such matters. Upon hearing Qin Shui's words, she glanced at Lu Ying and Gao Feng, sensing a peculiar connection between them. Lu Ying seemed quite reliant on Gao Feng. Qin Shui led the trio inside to bathe, while Zheng Wu remained in the courtyard to keep Gao Feng company. With time to spare, Zheng Wu engaged Gao Feng in conversation, remarking, you are truly remarkable. It is the first time I have witnessed an evolved individual as potent as you. I never fathomed that an evolved person could advance even more rapidly than an ability user. Gao Feng chuckled and responded, is that so? It's nothing of consequence. Intrigued, Zheng Wu inquired, how did your strength become so formidable? Simply consume a few more white crystals, Gao Feng casually replied. Rendered speechless, Zheng Wu retorted, even white crystals have their limits, you know. Gao Feng was alluding to ability crystals, not ordinary white crystals. Observing this, Zheng Wu's gaze shifted to the scythe hook hanging from Gao Feng's waist, and he curiously asked, what star rating is that weapon of yours? Gao Feng answered, 3 stars. I was fortunate enough to stumble upon it. After all, Chen Nu and the others were aware that the Scythe of Death was a 3-star piece of equipment, and they might inadvertently reveal it at any moment. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wu stared at Gao Feng's scythe hook in astonishment. A 3-star piece of equipment. I haven't heard of anyone in the entire shelter obtaining a 3-star item. The military possesses 2 2-star weapons, which are enough to make Li Wang's mouth water with envy, to the point where he would be tempted to steal them in the dead of night. Zheng Wu jested, if Li Wang were to catch sight of your equipment, you'd best be wary of him pilfering it under the cover of darkness. Others were fearful of Li Wang, but he harbored no trepidation towards him, even daring to jest about Li Wang in Gao Feng's presence. This was partly due to Qin Shui, and partly due to his own disposition. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng smiled. Zheng Wu's conjecture proved remarkably accurate. Li Wang indeed coveted his scythe upon seeing it, even declaring his intent to seize it. Regrettably, the spectacle of Li Wang attempting to pilfer the scythe under the cloak of night was not to be witnessed. After an extended conversation spanning over an hour, as the midday meal approached, Gao Feng finally beheld the trio of women emerging, freshly bathed and attired in new garments. Lu Ying graced the scene in a low-necked gown, her luxuriant hair cascading down her back, exuding the allure of a seasoned woman. Lin Yu, on the other hand, sported a unisex tracksuit, her slightly cropped hair framing her shoulders. Lin Yumeng, clad in a pink dinosaur onesie, presented an endearing and somewhat comical figure. Lin Yumeng voiced her discontent as she ambled along, lamenting the excessive length of her sleepwear, which trailed along the ground, posing a tripping hazard. Lin Yu cast an exasperated glance in her direction, remarking, I advised against wearing that, yet you insisted. But this attire is so charming. I couldn't resist, she retorted. Lin Yu wore an expression of resignation, while Lu Ying, standing nearby, smiled. Qin Shui, surveying the three with satisfaction, proclaimed with a smile, henceforth, our Holy Dragon Society shall boast 4 paragons of beauty. It was not that the Holy Dragon Society lacked female members. In fact, it it harbored numerous comely women. However, they were mere ornaments, incapable of participating in combat, and thus unqualified to engage in conversation with Qin Shui on equal terms. A select few female evolutionists had managed to join the Holy Dragon Society through their own merit, but they were all driven away by Li Wang Wei Dian. The ultimatum was simple: either submit to Li Wang or depart from the Holy Dragon Society. There was no middle ground. At that juncture, Qin Shui's strength was insufficient to safeguard others. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have recruited them into her own ranks. Chapter 78. The Sixth Heavenly King at Noon. The company remained within the summer resort for a repast. The main courses consisted of mutated pork and beef, accompanied by fresh vegetables. If Zhao Wushuang were present, she would have no alternative but to have everyone dine in her courtyard. Ordinarily, it is Zhao Wushuang who hosts meals for others here. As the group settled down to eat, a burst of hearty laughter echoed from outside the door. Ha ha hum. What delectable aroma is this? What culinary delights are being served for lunch? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Gao Feng's lips curled slightly. Bang! Chen Nu forcefully pushed the door open and entered, momentarily stunned to find Gao Feng and the others seated in the banquet hall. He was about to inquire as to their presence, wondering if they had seized control of the Holy Dragon Society in his absence. Composing himself, Chen Nu strode in, remarking, "What a coincidence. You're all dining here. Surely, one more won't hurt." He seated himself opposite Gao Feng. Seeing this, Qin Shui instructed someone to provide an additional set of tableware for him. As Chen Nu was an invitee of Zhao Wushuang, she would naturally avoid offending him. Qin Shui's expression shifted subtly as she said with a smile, "Aren't you acquainted with the Fire King?" Lin Yu responded indifferently, "Not well." Lin Yumong, refraining from speaking carelessly this time, nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, I am not well acquainted with him." Chen Nu's lips twitched slightly, questioning whether he was truly so disliked. He was aware that this was a prearranged response, yet their eagerness to disavow any connection wounded his feelings. "You had best accord me some respect," he proclaimed boastfully, "for I am now a level 3 enhanced human." Chen Nu flaunted his advancement before Gao Feng, having successfully upgraded to level 3 after leading a zombie hunting expedition and retaining all the acquired green crystals. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui regarded Chen Nu with astonishment and surprise. She was suddenly struck by the realization that attaining level 3 might not be as triumphant as she initially believed. With 2 level 3 ability users emerging abruptly, Qin Shui was at a loss for words, feeling as though the value of level 3 ability users had suddenly depreciated. Lin Yuming scoffed, unabashedly flaunting her sister's level. "Humph, my sister is also a level 3 ability user now. What do you have to be proud of?" This revelation astonished Chen Nu amidst his surprise. He couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Gao Feng, his eyes filled with unspoken grievance. "The moment I left, you gave all the green crystals to Lin Yu?" Gao Feng disregarded his plaintive gaze. Chen Nu exclaimed, "Let's eat," having failed to show off. Chen Nu channeled his sorrow into his appetite. Qin Shui eyed Chen Nu, Gao Feng, and Lin Yu with suspicion, sensing that their relationship was more profound than the chance encounter Chen Nu had described. Midway through the meal, another individual entered. It's quite lively today." Zhao Wushuang stepped into the banquet hall, a smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the occupants. He directed a displeased look at Qin Shui. "Who are you bringing in here? Do you even know the rules of the Sacred Dragon Society?" Qin Shui rose to her feet, her gaze fixed on a figure behind Zhao Wushuang, a gaunt youth with heavy dark circles under his eyes, barely able to keep them open, his demeanor one of utter despondency. Her attention was drawn to him because she sensed that he, too, was an ability user. Lin Yu and Chen Nu also turned to look at Zhao Wushuang, their eyes briefly lingering on the dark-circled youth behind him. Witnessing their reactions, Gao Feng had a hunch. Zhao Wushuang glanced at Lin Yu, sensing that she was an ability user with considerable energy within her. Upon realizing this, he surmised that she was likely a new recruit brought in by Qin Shui. Zhao Wushuang smiled and said, "Let me introduce you to the 6th king, Jiang Chao, a level 2 ability user." The crowd, upon hearing this, appeared unsurprised. Lin Yumeng discreetly nudged Lin Yu and whispered, "Sister, you are now the 7th king." Zhao Wushuang caught her words and turned to Lin Yu with a smile. "Qin Shui, won't you introduce her to me?" Zhao Wushuang directed his gaze at Lin Yu and addressed Qin Shui. Qin Shui nodded and replied, "This is Lin Yu, the level 3 ability user that the Strength King mentioned this morning." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wushuang exclaimed in surprise, "Oh," and then added with a smile, Welcome to the Holy Dragon Society. He glanced at Jiang Chao behind him and, with a hint of apology, said to Lin Yu, originally, I intended to appoint you as the 6th king this morning, but since Jiang Chao arrived first, you won't mind being the 7th king, will you? Though it seemed like a question, it was, in essence, a command. Zhao Wushuang had no intention of consulting Lin Yu. He then turned to Gao Feng and suddenly smiled, saying, in fact, you could also be the 4th king. Gao Feng remained impassive, his expression unchanging. Lu Ying and Lin Yuming exchanged nervous glances. As they were also in the know, Lin Yu regarded Zhao Wushuang with a calm demeanor. Qin Shui surveyed Gao Feng, recalling that according to Chen Nu and the Strength King, the 4th king had been slain by Gao Feng. Chen Nu felt a jolt of anxiety, quickly scanning the room filled with 6 individuals, 3 from their side, 3 from the opposing side, giving them the upper hand. Moreover, among the 3 adversaries, one was a level 2 ability user, and the other might not even engage. This was truly an extraordinary opportunity. Chen Nu felt an overwhelming urge to leap up, overturn the table, and eliminate Zhao Wushuang to seize control of the Holy Dragon Society. With a sudden flash, Jiang Chao appeared before Chen Nu, directly grabbing the food from the table and devouring it. I'm famished. You all carry on with your conversation. I'll take care of myself, he declared, as he lifted the plate to indulge in the dishes. Chen Nu observed him, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. How could he move so swiftly? He could barely discern how Jiang Chao had approached. Gao Feng raised his gaze to Jiang Chao, his eyes flickering with realization. This is undoubtedly a speed-based ability. Zhao Wushuang glanced at the group, opting not to elaborate on the matter of the 4th king. Instead, he stepped forward and proclaimed, Jiang Chao possesses the ability of acceleration. Henceforth, he shall be known as the 6th king, the Speed King. He then turned to Lin Yu, inquiring, what is your ability? Lin Yu unsheathed a dagger, enveloping it in shadow energy. She gracefully sliced through a nearby cup, leaving a remarkably smooth edge. My ability is shadow manipulation, which allows me to imbue weapons with special effects, she explained, deliberately omitting any mention of her capacity for invisibility. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wushuang smiled and announced, you shall be known as the 7th king, the Shadow King. He called out to the others nearby, quickly, spread the news of the 6th king, the Speed King, and the 7th king, the Shadow King, to the sanctuary. Inform everyone that our sacred dragon society now boasts 7 kings. Understood, responded his subordinate promptly. Soon, the news of the Speed King and Shadow King circulated throughout the sanctuary. The crowd marveled at the growing strength of the sacred dragon society, now counting 7 empowered individuals among its ranks, establishing itself as the foremost force in the sanctuary. Even the military pales in comparison to the might of the sacred dragon society, which, according to the latest disclosed data, only has 3 empowered individuals. The number of empowered members within the Sacred Dragon Society exceeds that of the military by over 2-fold, presenting an overwhelming advantage. Zhao Wushuang was, of course, cognizant of Yang Xing's demise, yet this did not impede his efforts to extol the might of the Sacred Dragon Society. If a deceased man occupying a position could instill in others a sense of the society's increased power, then what was the harm in granting the dead such a role? Chapter 79. An invitation from the military. Zhao Wushuang fixed his gaze upon Gao Feng, his countenance adorned with a smile that belied the unfriendly glint in his eyes. Gao Feng had extinguished Yang Xing's life, thus proving his superior strength. However, in Zhao Wushuang's estimation, he was insignificant. Had Gao Feng been an esper, his slaying of Yang Xing would have been justifiable, and he could have supplanted Yang Xing as the 4th heavenly king. But Gao Feng was not, and therefore, in Zhao Wushuang's eyes, he lacked the value that Yang Xing possessed. His actions were unforgivable. Zhao Wushuang cast a glance at Qin Shui, remarking, continue with your meal. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Yuming, relieved at Zhao Wushuang's departure, nudged Lin Yu's arm and chuckled, sister, you are now the Shadow King. Whoosh. A figure materialized beside her, and Lin Yu swiftly pulled her away, her eyes fixed warily upon Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao grinned, revealing his teeth, and inquired, might I have the pleasure of your company this evening, fair ladies? Lin Yu, upon hearing this, retorted icily, begone. Jiang Chao chuckled and vanished from Lin Yu's presence, reappearing next to Lu Ying in the blink of an eye. As he was about to speak, a scythe hook descended before him, piercing the table. Jiang Chao eyed the hook, following its line of sight to Gao Feng, who held the chain in his hand. Gao Feng's gaze was hostile. Jiang Chao smiled, glanced at Lu Ying, and turned to leave. Perhaps an evening rendezvous? Jiang Chao then approached Qin Shui, who displayed an expression of disgust, her aura radiating a chilling frost. Shivering from the intense cold, Jiang Chao retreated several paces. "Forget it," he said. "You're too cold. I'll find someone else." Jiang Chao turned and disappeared into the banquet hall. Gao Feng sheathed his sickle hook. Now understanding the reason for Jiang Chao's heavy dark circles and listless demeanor, most likely, excessive indulgence. Seeing Jiang Chao depart, Chen Nu regained his composure, exclaiming with irritation, "Damn, that guy's an idiot, isn't he?" The others, upon hearing this, wholeheartedly agreed. Qin Shui, for the first time, found Chen Nu somewhat agreeable. Chen Nu, struck by a thought, chuckled mischievously. "So he's that quick, huh?" The nascent goodwill Qin Shui had felt instantly vanished. However, with Jiang Chao in the picture, even her dislike for Chen Nu paled in comparison. Qin Shui found Jiang Chao even more repulsive than Wei Dian, who at least adhered to the principle of mutual consent and was relatively subtle. Gao Feng, hearing this, smiled without comment. He, too, was somewhat disgusted by Jiang Chao. In the afternoon, Lin Yu was allocated her own courtyard, whether intentionally or not by Zhao Wushuang. The courtyard assigned to Lin Yu had been the residence of the fourth heavenly king, Yang Xing. The group departed Qin Shui's courtyard and moved into Lin Yu's. The courtyard wasn't large, but it was more than sufficient for 4 people. If necessary, Gao Feng could always spend the night at Chen Nu's place, though he wondered if he would be welcome. Lin Yumong, having selected a room, dove onto the bed, embracing a pillow and rubbing against it ecstatically, declaring, "I want this room." The 3 women each took a bedroom on the 2nd floor, while Gao Feng stayed downstairs. He now appeared to be a kept man, living off Lin Yu's resources. A crash echoed from the flower garden in the backyard. Gao Feng rose to investigate. Chen Nu climbed over the wall and landed directly in the flower bed, covered in mud, flower petals, and leaves. Gao Feng helped him up, questioning why he didn't simply use the front door during the day. Chen Nu brushed off the dirt and foliage, explaining that he feared being seen, as it would complicate the explanation of their relationship. Gao Feng nodded in understanding. Lin Yu and the others, hearing the commotion, came downstairs and inquired about the situation. Gao Feng replied that it was nothing more than Chen Nu's entrance over the wall, which had resulted in a fall. Chen Nu, feeling embarrassed, thought it unnecessary to mention his tumble. The group settled in the living room, and Gao Feng turned to Chen Nu, asking about his purpose for coming. "I have something to tell you," Chen Nu began. "This morning, someone from the military invited me to join them. I declined. They then asked me to participate in tomorrow's battle, claiming they need assistance in hunting a powerful mutated beast." He gazed at Gao Feng, eager for his opinion on whether he should accept or refuse the offer. Gao Feng, perplexed, questioned why the military would seek his help against a mutated beast. Chen Nu explained, "I've heard it's a mutated creature possessing extraordinary abilities. It appears the military is aware of the existence of ability crystals and is actively searching for both ability zombies and mutated beasts to hunt, aiming to acquire these crystals to create enhanced individuals." He added, "This is merely hearsay. It may not be entirely accurate." In a conspiratorial tone, Chen Nu revealed, "There is someone within the military who wields 3 different abilities, a truly terrifying force." Upon hearing this, the 3 women instinctively turned to look at Gao Feng. With an inquisitive gaze, Lin inquired about the extent of his abilities. Turning to Chen, he stated, "I can assent to the military's request. I shall accompany you tomorrow." Chen regarded him with suspicion, whispering, "You wouldn't happen to be coveting the power crystals, would you?" Gao shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "I am merely going to observe. I made no commitment to engage." Chen rolled his eyes, his expression betraying his skepticism. He nodded, affirming, "Very well, I shall accept their proposition this afternoon." Chen voiced his concern, "I wonder if the military has extended invitations to others as well?" After a moment of contemplation, Gao posited, "I believe not. The military's invitation to you likely stems from your recent affiliation with the Sacred Dragon Society. They probably aim to assess your allegiance, showcase their capabilities, and ascertain whether they can sway you." Chen's face lit up with smugness. "See, I am a sought-after commodity wherever I go." Lin interjected sardonically, "Indeed, a sought-after commodity. Perhaps the military intends to lure you to an isolated location, where," she mimed a cutting motion across her neck, "they will eliminate you, thereby acquiring a power crystal." Chen, unnerved by her words, sought reassurance from Gao, well aware of his past exploits. Gao shook his head, dismissing the notion. "I highly doubt it," he elucidated. "If my assessment is correct, The military, having received intelligence on Lin and Jiang, will extend invitations to them this afternoon to participate in tomorrow's engagement. At that juncture, we shall discern whether the military's intentions are to poach talent or to eliminate threats. Chen nodded in agreement, deciding to defer his acceptance until Lin had also received an invitation. In the afternoon, just as Gao Feng had anticipated, the military extended an invitation to both Swift King and Shadow King upon receiving intelligence of their whereabouts. Wang Hai sought out Swift King, inviting him to participate in the forthcoming hunting expedition. Jiang Chao regarded him with amusement, quipping, "A hunting expedition? I harbor no interest. However, should you dispatch a comely lady to grace my evening, I might reconsider." Wang Hai nearly drew his weapon then and there, tempted to dispatch the lecherous fiend. Departing from Jiang Chao, he proceeded to the domicile purportedly inhabited by Shadow King. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Hai rapped on the door. "Coming," a voice responded. Luing opened the door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Hai, before greeting him with a smile. "Please, come in." Wang Hai was equally astonished upon seeing Luing. Stepping inside, he noticed Gao Feng and the others, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, "Your Shadow King?" Gao Feng demurred, indicating Lin Yu. "She is Shadow King." Wang Hai was exceedingly surprised, unaware that Gao Feng and his companions had become affiliated with the Sacred Dragon Society, with one ascending to the title of Fire King and another to Shadow King. Chapter 80. An offer one cannot refuse. Despite his astonishment, Wang Hai did not lose sight of the primary objective that had brought him there. He stated, "The military is organizing an operation to hunt down aberrant mutant beasts, and they wish to extend an invitation to Shadow King to join." Wang Hai proceeded to elaborate on the mission details, which closely mirrored Chen Nu's account. He concluded, "Therefore, this mission will not be without reward for Shadow King. Based on performance during the mission, the military will bestow at least one green crystal as remuneration." The military's terms were generous, indicative of their sincerity. Little wonder Chen Nu was keen to participate. After all, who would decline the opportunity to acquire a green crystal gratis? Lin Yu smiled and replied, "Yes, I will consider it and provide you with a response before tonight." Wang Hai nodded, "All right." He glanced at Gao Feng, feeling a desire to converse, yet recognizing that it was not the time for idle chatter. Wang Hai turned to bid farewell to Lin Yu before departing. Just as Wang Hai left, Chen Nu entered once more. He had been watching the entrance, anticipating Wang Hai's arrival. With impatience, Chen Nu inquired, "How did it go?" "I saw him approach Jiang Chao, but it seems he was turned down," returning with a dark expression. He chuckled, adding, "I suspect Jiang Chao must have demanded women, and Wang Hai likely refused outright, leaving them with nothing to discuss." Although he claimed it was mere speculation, it was, in fact, information he had procured. When Jiang Chao made his request to Wang Hai, he did so without any intention of being discreet. The individuals Chen Nu dispatched to monitor Jiang Chao had overheard everything. Gao Feng nodded and remarked, "It's permissible to proceed. This is not a trap. Since the military dares to openly invite the three kings to participate in the operation, they cannot be planning to hunt them down. Otherwise, the military's reputation would be utterly ruined, and no one would dare to collaborate with them in the future." Gao Feng continued, "You may agree, but Lin Yu should decline. However, she will still attend, albeit not in her capacity as the Shadow King." Lin Yu slightly nodded, as this was indeed her intention. Operating from the shadows is far more advantageous than being in the open. She would have far more options available to her. Chen Nu, upon hearing this, felt somewhat surprised but could understand that Lin Yu's unique abilities would indeed serve her better in obscurity. He took his leave and exited the small courtyard. In the afternoon, the others remained indoors, while Lin Yu devoted herself to honing her abilities within the small courtyard, seeking to explore further applications of shadow energy. Initially, Gao Feng had informed her that she could forcibly create shadow teleportation using an umbrella. This revelation made Lin Yu acutely aware of the immense potential her abilities could unleash. Entirely dependent on the wielder, even the most seemingly feeble powers could yield astonishing strength in the right hands. Hence, Lin Yu was fervently eager to uncover new utilizations for her abilities. Gao Feng called Lu Ying into the room, to which Lu Ying responded with a hint of reluctance. "Is it appropriate during the day?" Lin Yu was still in the living room. Gao Feng glanced at Lu Ying, exasperated. "It's not about that. I'm giving you an item." Lu Ying's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing this. Gao Feng presented her with the giant's belt he had acquired from Wei Dian. Despite its imposing name, it was merely an ordinary black belt, yet its effectiveness was remarkable. Giant's belt, 2 stars. Level 2. Effect. Generates a shield to protect the user. With a recovery time of 12 hours. Can use white crystals to replenish shield energy. This piece of equipment had already been upgraded to its level 2 limit by Wei Dian, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The ability to use white crystals to recharge the shield's energy was likely a newfound effect that accompanied the upgrade. As Liu Ying hesitantly accepted the giant's belt, she protested. Isn't this a bit much? I'm not participating in battles, so you should keep it for yourself. Gao Feng interrupted her, stating, I possess defensive abilities and do not require the giant's belt. Just because you are not engaged in combat now does not mean you won tea in the future. This is meant for your protection. Liu Ying gazed at Gao Feng, touched by his thoughtful consideration for her well-being. Gao Feng produced a white crystal to replenish the shield energy of the giant belt. Although he could wait for the shield to recover automatically, he was curious about the amount of white crystal consumed. After using 1, then 2, he found that it took 4 white crystals to fully restore the shield energy of the giant belt. Gao Feng nodded, deeming the consumption reasonable. He cautioned, let us keep this equipment matter from Lin Yu and Lin Yuming for now. Liu Ying nodded, understanding Gao Feng's intent. The giant belt was a highly versatile piece of equipment, suitable for anyone. Gao Feng's decision to discreetly hand it to her rather than presenting it openly stemmed from his consideration of Lin Yu and Lin Yuming's feelings. Liu Ying recognized this as Gao Feng's care for her and naturally refrained from making it public. That evening, after taking a shower, Gao Feng lay down to sleep in the bedroom on the first floor. A faint creaking sound of the door opening caught his attention, and he turned to see Liu Ying gently entering. Lin Yuming was sprawled on the bed, tearing at a doll, muttering under her breath, shameless dog couple. The following morning, Gao Feng noticed Lin Yu appeared somewhat listless and inquired, did you not sleep well last night? Lin Yu shot him a glance, but remained silent as she made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Liu Ying emerged from the bathroom, greeting Lin Yu with a smile. However, upon seeing Liu Ying, Lin Yu's face flushed as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Lost in thought, she failed to hear Liu Ying's greeting and accidentally smeared toothpaste on her own hand. Observing Lin Yu's distracted demeanor, Liu Ying found it peculiar. She stepped out to inform Gao Feng. It seems Lin Yu has something on her mind. Gao Feng nodded, having noticed as well. Her silence left them powerless to intervene. As Lin Yumeng descended the stairs, she overheard their conversation and grimaced at Gao Feng. Noticing Gao Feng's gaze, she tossed her head, huffed, and stalked off. Gao Feng was perplexed, wondering when he had offended her. He had Lin Yu and Lin Yuming with suspicion, sensing something peculiar about the sisters this morning. At breakfast, Lin Yumeng had completely forgotten about the previous night's events, captivated by the exquisite meal. The Holy Dragon Society's logistics personnel had delivered breakfast to Lin Yu's courtyard. An array of delicacies including soup dumplings, soy milk, mixed noodles, various stuffed buns, fried dough sticks, sesame cakes, and more. The four were completely immersed in the privileged lifestyle afforded by the Holy Dragon Society. It was astonishing to imagine such abundance in the post-apocalyptic world. Today marked Lin Yu and Jiang Chao's first day as members of the Holy Dragon Society. Traditionally, Zhao Wushuang would have invited them to a banquet in the dining hall to become acquainted. When Gao Feng and the others were leaving, they greeted Qin Shui, who informed them that Zhao Wushuang had departed early in the morning, his destination unknown. Qin Shui seemed aware of the military's invitation to Lin Yu, advising, "You are free to do as you please today, but tomorrow is the Holy Dragon Society's scheduled day for clearing zombies and gathering supplies. So it's best not to be occupied with other matters. Zhao Wushuang is extremely controlling, and he might be displeased if you don't participate." Lin Yu acknowledged her words with a nod. The four then headed out of the summer resort. Chapter 81. The Iron Behemoth. Upon leaving the summer resort, Lin Yuming suddenly recalled something. She gazed at the three individuals, exclaiming, "Ah, our house is still outside. It cost us a fortune." Gao Feng, however, appeared indifferent to the matter. Nevertheless, Lin Yuming insisted on inspecting her property. Upon reaching the site of the temporary shelter where she had spent the night, Lin Yuming stood in bewilderment, staring at the vacant lot before her. She questioned whether she had misremembered the location. Wasn't it here? Why was there nothing at all? Confounded. Lin Yumeng looked at Gao Feng for clarification. Although he was somewhat taken aback, he was not surprised. It seemed likely that someone, noticing their absence throughout the day, had dismantled the house in the dead of night. Such occurrences were commonplace in this apocalyptic world. It was not unusual for one to lose a home, or even one's life, after just a single night's rest. Shaking his head, Gao Feng remarked, "Let us move on. The house is gone." and that will spare you the burden of concern. Lin Yuming stared at Gao Feng, slowly processing his words, and exclaimed in shock, "Our house was stolen? Oh no, that was my very first home, purchased in full. It truly belonged to me." Lin Yu cast a glance at her, her eyes conveying a silent message to cease her lamentation. Observing Lin Yuming's feigned sobs, several men nearby approached, questioning, "What troubles you, little sister? Who has wronged you? Shall I assist you in dealing with them?" As they spoke, their gazes shifted toward Gao Feng. Their eyes, however, occasionally darted toward Lin Yu, Lu Ying, and Lin Yumeng, indicating some ulterior motives. Lin Yumeng, upon hearing their words, glared at the approaching men, brandishing her hands and declaring, "Who could possibly bully me? My sister is the Shadow King." At her proclamation, the men hesitated, their steps faltering as they turned to face Lin Yu. After a moment's contemplation, they bowed their heads and departed, leaving behind the earlier remarks unspoken. With a chuckle, Gao Feng remarked, "This moniker of Shadow King certainly carries weight." Lin Yu rolled her eyes at Gao Feng, retorting, "It's one thing for Lin Yumeng to constantly flaunt her connections, but why are you doing the same?" Gao Feng simply smiled at her in response. Lin Yumeng playfully grimaced, calling out to Lin Yu, "Tigress." Gao Feng burst into laughter, while Lu Ying watched the group with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu promptly delivered a sharp rap to her forehead, causing Lin Yumeng to clutch her head and cower. Lin Yumeng still dared to retort, "You said it yourself, not me." Thwack. A crisp sound, indicative of a sound mind. Okay, I yield, I won't do it again." Lin Yumeng clung to Lin Yu's arm, hastily admitting her fault. Lin Yu calmly stated, "All right, let's bring this farce to an end. Chen Nu and the others will be departing soon, and we need to hurry and rendezvous with them." The group proceeded towards the exterior of the shelter, having arranged to meet Chen Nu outside to board the vehicles. After a brief wait, Gao Feng observed an armored vehicle emerging from the shelter, trailed by 7 or 8 cars. Chen Nu's vehicle was among them. His participation in the military operation with his subordinates was primarily to provide cover for Gao Feng and his companions. Otherwise, their presence would be immediately exposed. Chen Nu drove alone in a separate vehicle. Xiong Chang and the others were seated in the other 2 cars, perplexed by his peculiar behavior. Upon departure, Chen Nu had insisted on driving alone, forbidding anyone else from riding with him. His rationale was that he desired to experience the thrill of racing without endangering others. Naturally, Xiong Chang and the others complied with their leader's request. The car belonging to Chen Nu lingered momentarily at the entrance, its doors mysteriously opening and closing in the air, with no sign of movement from him. Fortunately, no one was around to witness this peculiar sight. Otherwise, they might have thought they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. "Let us go," Gao Feng remarked from the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Chen Nu, though unable to see anyone, sensed that they had all entered the vehicle and proceeded to drive, catching up with the convoy. The 4 of them were enveloped in Lin Yu's extraordinary powers, rendering them invisible to outsiders. Xiong Chang, noticing Chen Nu's approach, maneuvered his vehicle closer, intending to inquire about the situation. However, he was taken aback to see Chen Nu alone in the car, engaging in a monologue and occasionally laughing, which unnerved him and made him instinctively want to distance himself. After confirming that Chen Nu was indeed alone, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. His teammates, observing this, whispered to Xiong Chang, "Boss, has he encountered a ghost in broad daylight?" Xiong Chang fell silent, uncertain of how to articulate this bizarre phenomenon. He suspected it might be a psychological issue but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Others shared similar sentiments, hesitating to comment further. "Haha. Yesterday, I saw Zhang Heng at the military camp. While we were all enjoying ourselves, he was the one suffering. I heard that since joining the army, he has been subjected to intense training, leaving him with no time even to sleep at night." Chen Nu chuckled heartily. The thought of Zhang Heng facing difficulties brought him a sense of joy, not out of malice, but merely as a jest among friends. Gao Feng merely smiled at this and chose to remain silent. Although Zhang Heng was not an ability wielder, he possessed exceptional talent in archery. Through sheer determination, he might very well attain prowess comparable to that of an ability user. Those who strive diligently should not be ridiculed. Gao Feng felt a sense of relief as Zhang Heng found his own path. The convoy made its way towards a mountain village, and an hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of Fengtang village. The military personnel disembarked without advancing further, prompting Chen Nu to follow suit. With Gao Feng and the others trailing behind him, Xiong Chang approached and inquired, "Boss, what are we to do?" Chen Nu replied, "There is no rush. We are merely here to lend assistance. If the military does not call upon us for help, we shall refrain from intervening and simply observe the unfolding events. He led his team forward while Chen Nu instinctively scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate Gao Feng and the others. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results. Chen Nu spotted Zhang Heng and Wei Yi, who were also participating in this operation. Zhang Heng was clad in camouflage attire, carrying the obsidian bow, exuding a striking presence. Chen Nu gritted his teeth, wishing he could confront Zhang Heng directly if he were not standing among the ranks. The military team, armed with melee weapons, advanced into the village, and Zhang Heng's squad followed suit. Several soldiers positioned a missile launcher atop a high point outside the village. Observing the crates of ammunition being unloaded from the vehicles, Chen Nu couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of it all. Was it truly necessary? Before long, Chen Nu discovered just how warranted it was. A bear, towering taller than a house, emerged within the village, its jaws clamped around a zombie, devouring both the undead and white crystals alike. As Chen Nu drew closer, he noted the bear's body glimmering with a metallic sheen, its fur resembling iron spikes. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the bear, erupting in a shower of sparks, yet they failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. This was no ordinary bear. It was a colossal steel behemoth. Zhang Heng raised the obsidian bow, exerting all his strength to draw the string. After a 3-second charge, he unleashed a piercing arrow. Thud. The arrow struck the iron giant bear, leaving a fist-sized dent on its massive body. Though the obsidian bow had been enhanced to its second-level limit, it could barely breach the iron giant bear's defenses. Enraged by the attack, the iron giant bear charged ferociously towards the crowd. Chapter 82. Crimson Lotus Flame Body. A deafening roar reverberated through the mountains, causing the ground to tremble beneath the bear's thunderous footsteps. In the face of such a terrifying creature, anxiety and fear gripped everyone. An esper from the military stepped forward, crouching down and pressing his hands against the ground. Mud trap. The earth beneath the iron giant bear suddenly turned loose and muddy, unable to support its weight. The bear's limbs sank into the mire. Roar. The iron giant bear struggled mightily, inching its way out of the muddy confines. Its colossal size rendered the trap ineffective. Boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted as shells struck the iron giant bear, igniting a massive explosion and sending plumes of smoke into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire continued relentlessly until an entire crate of shells had been expended, leaving the smoke-shrouded battlefield silent regarding the iron giant bear. Chen Nu gazed at the smoke-enshrouded battlefield, astonished. Was this truly the end? Roar. Suddenly, a more ferocious roar erupted from the smoke. A gigantic silhouette charged forth from the haze, heading towards the area with the greatest concentration of people. The iron giant bear, pockmarked and with one eye blinded by shrapnel, remained alive. Its resilience was terrifying. Infuriated, the injured iron giant bear's ferocity surged, its strength magnified, rendering it even more formidable in battle. A formidable earthen wall rose before the crowd, standing resolute against the onslaught of the iron bear. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the impenetrable wall was shattered by the iron bear's assault, which then swung its massive claws toward the nearest soldier. Suddenly, a figure emerged beneath the iron bear's claws. He unleashed a powerful rising dragon fist, his fist aglow with golden light as it struck the bear's chin. The tremendous force sent the iron bear tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud. Gao Feng regarded the newly appeared master with a piercing gaze. Recognizing the strength of this individual, Lin Yu whispered beside him, "He is known as the War King, a recent powerhouse within the military." Zhao Wushuang regards him as a worthy adversary, a thorn in the side of the Cheng family. Gao Feng looked at her in surprise, taking a moment to process her words. "Did Qin Shui inform you?" Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Gao Feng recalled Chen Nu's words from the previous day and inquired, "Is he the one Chen Nu mentioned, the master with 3 extraordinary abilities?" Lin Yu replied, "It is highly likely that he is." Gao Feng turned his attention back to the battlefield, focusing on the iron bear as a notification flickered in his mind. Level 2 mutated beast, ability, defense enhancement. Awakening, iron stomach. When the iron bear approached, the military ceased its use of firearms. The primary combatants were the level 3 earth ability user and the War King, with Zhang Heng providing occasional ranged support against the iron bear. With a furious roar, the iron bear charged at the one who had felled it, opening its massive jaws to bite at the War King. In an instant, the War King vanished from its sight, reappearing beside the iron bear to deliver a crushing blow. Boom! The warlord's fist once again surged with golden light, delivering a blow that caved in the steel behemoth's frame. The ironclad bear, in impotent rage, spun wildly in place, attempting to seize the warlord. An earth-based adept persistently conjured earthen barriers, muddy quagmires, and stone pillars to impede the metallic beast, yet its fury was in vain. Unable to grasp its elusive foe, swoosh! A verdant arrow found its mark, piercing the ironclad bear's snout, causing blood to trickle onto the ground. Zhang Heng displayed a hint of regret, his initial aim having been the creature's eyes. The searing pain jolted the steel behemoth's senses, and perhaps the sight of its own blood instilled a sense of impending doom, for it miraculously regained its composure. Ceasing its futile attempts to seize the untouchable warlord, it pivoted, charging towards Fang Jingshan, the earth manipulator. Fang Jingshan's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily erected earthen walls and stone columns to thwart the mechanical monstrosity. However, the anticipated crash never materialized. Turning his head, he beheld the steel behemoth's cunning deception. Feigning an assault on Fang Jingshan, it compelled him to hastily unleash his abilities in defense. As the earthen wall rose, the steel behemoth wheeled around, lunging directly towards the most densely populated area. Roar! The steel behemoth vented its wrath, hurtling towards the crowd. The masses scattered in haste as the warlord gave chase. With a flicker of movement, he materialized before the steel behemoth, a fist hurtling towards it, radiating golden light. The steel behemoth roared amidst the golden radiance, disregarding the warlord's attack, and forcefully pressed down upon him. The warlord's countenance shifted as he swiftly retreated. The steel behemoth's weight, several tons, would be unbearable if it were to fall upon him. While he could lift such a weight, enduring its impact was an entirely different matter. Thump! The metallic behemoth crashed to the earth, causing tremors to reverberate through the ground. With a resounding crack, its massive paw descended upon an armored vehicle, lifting its rear end skyward. The colossal construct overturned the vehicle, sending it hurtling toward the throng of people. A collective scramble ensued as they desperately sought to evade the impending impact. Alas, one unfortunate soul was unable to escape, becoming pinned beneath the vehicle, their anguished cries piercing the air. Seemingly discerning an effective method to subdue the humans, the metallic titan lumbered toward the automobiles, intent on overturning them and crushing its adversaries. Emboldened by its formidable defenses, the behemoth disregarded the barrage of attacks directed its way, focusing solely on its objective of toppling the vehicles. With a swift motion, the metallic giant raised its arm to shield its head, shattering the armor-piercing arrow unleashed by Zhang Heng. A slight tremor ran through Zhang Heng's fingers as he readied another shot. The successive volleys of armor-piercing arrows had begun to tax his strength. Ordinary arrows were futile against the metallic monstrosity. Only the specialized projectiles could breach its defenses. Yet, even with their armor-piercing capabilities, they fell short of inflicting a decisive blow. He directed an urgent plea toward Chen Nu, his voice tinged with desperation. Chen Nu, what are you waiting for? Take action. The only one capable of engaging the metallic behemoth in direct combat was the War King. But the mechanical Goliath seemed unwilling to engage him. Instead, it relied on its thick hide and resilience, ignoring the War King's attacks while single-mindedly pursuing its goal of overturning vehicles and crushing people. Hearing Zhang Heng's impassioned cry, Chen Nu realized that he could no longer remain a mere spectator. Two of the military's vehicles had already been overturned, and the metallic behemoth was in the process of toppling a third, while the War King desperately tried to prevent it from reaching the vehicle. Chen Nu advanced toward the metallic monstrosity, his body enveloped in crimson flames. The intensity of the color reflected the depth of his rage, as well as the potency of the Crimson Lotus fire. In its normal state, regardless of its level, the Crimson Lotus fire manifested as a red flame. Chen Nu unleashed his extraordinary powers, and beneath his skin, a radiant crimson flame ignited, as if he had transcended his corporeal form to become a being of fire. This was his newfound ability, the Crimson Lotus Flame Body, acquired upon reaching level 3. In this state, any damage inflicted upon him would be significantly diminished, while his restorative capabilities surged remarkably. Chen Nu hurled a fireball, shaped like a lotus, towards the iron giant bear. With a resounding boom, the fire lotus struck the colossal creature, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion with a force akin to that of a cannonball. Observing the iron giant bear stagger from the impact, nearly losing its balance, Chen Nu erupted into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. Come, Taste my wrath. The flames enveloping him shifted to a vibrant orange hue, amplifying his power. The fire lotus he cast forth grew exponentially stronger. With a thunderous crash, the iron giant bear was overturned, its massive frame crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble once more. The onlookers gazed at Chun Nu in astonishment, utterly taken aback by his formidable strength. The Battle King glanced at Chun Nu, reflecting on the formidable might of fire-based abilities. Gao Feng chuckled softly, remarking, "No wonder he was so boastful yesterday." Lin Yu observed Chun Nu, calculating the disparity in combat prowess between them. Her conclusion was that their strengths were evenly matched, with a 50-50 chance. In a surprise attack, she was certain of victory. A single devastating strike would incapacitate him, leaving Chun Nu with no capacity to retaliate. However, in a direct confrontation, she would undoubtedly be defeated. A single fireball from him could effortlessly obliterate her, and the searing flames that engulfed him would render her unable to approach. Chapter 83. A single strike to obliteration. The battle raged on. With Chun Nu's involvement, the intensity of the conflict escalated dramatically. The iron giant bear shifted its focus, launching a frenzied assault against Chun Nu, recognizing him as the sole adversary capable of inflicting substantial harm. Amidst the fray, War King Chu Tian and the earth-manipulating Esper, Fang Zhengshan, persistently impeded the metallic behemoth's advance toward Chun Nu. The latter, transformed into a bastion of firepower, unleashed a relentless barrage. A cacophony of roars echoed as the undead swarmed from the village's heart, only to be intercepted by the vanguard teams. A thunderous crash heralded the emergence of a gargantuan zombie, its frame exceeding 4 meters in height. Its skin, a grotesque tapestry of solidified volcanic ash, bore a rugged, cratered texture, its jaws teeming with jagged fangs. The staccato rhythm of gunfire erupted as the long-range support squad, detecting the aberrant giant, unleashed a fusillade. The renewed volley drew Gao Feng's gaze. He beheld the monstrous figure, a level 3 mutated zombie, a veritable giant. A flicker of surprise crossed his features. The creature's unexpected presence was indeed a revelation. Bullets impacted the titan's flesh, eliciting a shower of epidermal fragments, yet failing to inflict substantial harm. A projectile hurtled through the air, striking the lumbering monstrosity as it emerged from the shattered remains of a dwelling. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the giant, its form obscured by a maelstrom of fire and smoke. As the conflagration subsided, the giant zombie stood revealed, its anatomy ravaged, flesh charred, and bone exposed. Though superior in rank to the metallic behemoth, its defenses paled in comparison to the ironclad bear's supernatural resilience. Observing this, the artilleryman, without hesitation, directed a further salvo of ordnance toward the afflicted giant. These munitions, originally intended for the ironclad bear, proved ineffective against its nigh impregnable hide. At long last, a target worthy of their destructive potential presented itself. Thus, the gunner, with unrestrained zeal, unleashed the full fury of his arsenal upon the hapless giant. Thus, the giant zombie's rise was as swift as its fall, succumbing to the relentless barrage. The colossal zombie collapsed, its flesh and blood shattered, bones fractured. The crowd erupted in cheers. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a building was overturned, revealing another Tier 3 giant zombie emerging from the wreckage, momentarily freezing everyone's spirits. The artilleryman adjusted the scope, moistening his parched lips, urging, "Hurry with the ammunition." Yet, the shells had been exhausted, leaving the artilleryman with a pallid expression. The crowd anticipated the boom of cannon fire, but as the giant zombie approached, silence reigned. In a desperate bid to thwart the undead, the squad leader rallied his team toward the towering menace. Bang! One soldier attempted to shield himself with his armor, only to be sent flying several meters by a single kick from the Tier 3 giant zombie, his arms shattered from the impact. A scream pierced the air, prompting the group to instinctively glance over. A clawed zombie tore through a soldier's chest, feasting on his entrails. Why are there so many Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies here? Why were they not detected during the last reconnaissance? These creatures had been evading the hunt of the Iron Bear, and now, upon its departure, they had all emerged. Retreat. The intelligence was flawed. We cannot hold them back. Chu Tian, Fang Zhengshan, and Chun Nu had joined forces to suppress the Iron Bear. Though they could not kill it for the moment, the threat it posed had diminished. The commotion from the village alerted the trio, causing them to turn instinctively. They beheld the Tier 3 giant zombie, accompanied by hundreds of its kind, pursuing the retreating soldiers, all converging toward their location. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted incessantly. Boom. A grenade landed amidst the throng of corpses, sending a multitude of zombies hurtling through the air in the ensuing explosion. Yet, the relentless advance of the undead remained unimpeded. The towering level 3 giant zombie at the forefront was impervious to the rifle and grenades, even when someone hurled a grenade at its feet. It merely toppled the creature without severing its massive legs. A fearsome roar erupted. Seizing the moment of distraction among the trio, the iron giant bear lunged fiercely towards Chen Nu, situated 10 meters away. For a creature of its colossal stature, traversing such a distance in a single bound was trivial. With a resounding thud, Chen Nu was sent flying, his body crashing against a vehicle, bones shattered and broken. Painful rage, the fury of being attacked, and the defiance against death surged within his chest, culminating in an explosive outburst. A vibrant orange flame blossomed forth as Chen Nu rose slowly, his blood coursing through him like molten lava. His injuries began to mend at an astonishing pace. Die, he bellowed, bringing his hands together, channeling his energy to unleash a searing deep orange ray towards the iron giant bear. This scorching beam encapsulated all of Chen Nu's strength and wrath. With a whoosh, the fiery ray pierced the iron giant bear's body, striking the distant level 3 giant zombie in its chest. A thunderous explosion erupted at the giant zombie's torso, obliterating half of its form and sending blood and flesh flying. Both the iron giant bear and the level 3 giant zombie sustained grievous injuries from Chen Nu's formidable strike. Undeterred by its wounds, the level 3 giant zombie rose and continued its advance. The iron giant bear's eyes glowed red with madness as it fixated on Chen Nu, driven by an insatiable desire to rend him apart. Exhausted, Chen Nu felt his strength wane, and as he collapsed, he witnessed the iron giant bear pouncing towards him. An expression of defiance crossed his face. Yet again this. In the past, he had encountered mortal peril, unleashing astonishing power that nearly annihilated his adversaries. This time, he once again came close to decimating both the ironclad behemoth and the tier 3 giant zombie. Chen Nu couldn't help but ponder that had he struck the vital points of the ironclad behemoth and the giant zombie, they would now be deceased. Wrath endowed him with formidable strength, yet it compromised his precision. Summoning his last reserves of energy, Chen Nu roared, "Gao Feng, if you don't emerge now, I shall perish." Zhang Hong, exerting himself to draw back the obsidian bow, intending to aid Chen Nu, paused momentarily upon hearing his voice. Gao Feng was present as well. Wei Yi, upon hearing the sound, instinctively glanced backward, seeking Gao Feng's form. "Fear not, you shall not meet your end." Gao Feng's composed voice reached Chen Nu's ears. Chen Nu espied a figure striding past him, its silhouette eerily familiar. The ironclad behemoth had already lunged. Its immense frame cast a pall of shadows, enveloping the two as if heralding the twilight of their existence. Ow! The ironclad behemoth bellowed in fury, its colossal paw descending upon Gao Feng and Chen Nu. This strike bore the terrifying force of its multi-ton body crashing upon the earth. Gao Feng retreated his right foot, raised his right arm, and unleashed a punch. Quintuple strength enhancement. Double velocity. Metallic skin. Boom. At the instant of the fist's collision with the massive bear paw, all present seemed to perceive the clang of metal against metal. In that fleeting moment, the ironclad behemoth's descending form froze midair. Gao Feng persisted, his fist continuing its advance until his right arm was fully extended. Boom. The ironclad behemoth was propelled over 10 meters by Gao Feng's punch, creating a massive crater upon impact. The earth trembled. The incessant tremors instigated a cataclysmic collapse of the mountain, as vast quantities of earth and fragmented rock cascaded down, engulfing the horde of corpses. This single blow reverberated through the entire mountain range. Chapter 84, Augmentation. Level 3 Scythe of Death. A deafening roar echoed as the landslide and subsequent mudslide entombed hundreds of the undead, burying them beneath the earth and stone. Everyone gazed upon Gao Feng with astonishment, questioning if this was truly the power of a human, capable of collapsing an entire mountain with a single strike. Chu Tian observed Gao Feng with a grave expression, inwardly astounded. The gargantuan zombie clawed its way out of the mire, followed by an increasing number of its kind extricating themselves from beneath the deluge of mud and debris. However, an even greater number remained trapped, unable to escape their earthen tombs. What was once a throng of hundreds was reduced to a meager scattering of a dozen or so, shambling towards the group. Although the mudslide continued to disgorge the undead, the pressure on the group was significantly diminished. Regaining their composure, the group braced themselves to meet the approaching zombies. Chu Tian turned to Feng Zhongshan, instructing, "Deal with that level 3 zombie." His gaze then shifted to the ironclad behemoth, its core containing an energy crystal that he was unwilling to relinquish. The ironclad behemoth bellowed as it struggled to its feet, its form coated in mud. One of its forelimbs was visibly contorted, bearing the mark of its clash with Gao Feng. Gao Feng himself was not unscathed, his right arm throbbing with numbness, a sensation akin to fractured bones. His nascent regenerative ability was already at work, rapidly mending the damage. A tingling sensation permeated the bones of his right arm, promising complete restoration within half a day. This minor injury posed no impediment to his combat readiness. He grasped the scythe hook hanging at his waist, and in the blink of an eye, the less than half-meter-long hook transformed into a menacing 2-meter-long scythe. The iron behemoth, incensed, charged ferociously toward Gao Feng. As it stampeded, the entire forest quaked. Gao Feng, wielding the scythe of death, advanced to meet the onrushing mechanical monstrosity. Abruptly, a figure interposed itself between the two combatants. Zhan Wang, Chu Tian, was determined to prevent the aberrant energy crystal from falling into another's possession. Chu Tian unleashed the entirety of his inner power, his form radiating a dazzling golden luminescence as his strength surged. Gao Feng, now in close proximity, discerned that the golden aura enveloping Chu Tian was a form of aberrant energy akin to Lin Yu's shadow energy. However, the energies differed in nature, manifesting in distinct abilities. Chu Tian, focusing all his might, delivered a devastating punch. The golden light emanating from him coalesced into a colossal golden fist, which hurtled toward the iron behemoth's head. A blinding flash of golden light erupted, compelling all to avert their gaze. The iron behemoth emitted a mournful howl as its immense body tumbled down the hillside. As the light dissipated, Gao Feng looked up to see that half of the iron behemoth's skull had caved in. Were it not for the formidable vitality of the mutated beast, it would have perished. Chu Tian, panting heavily, gazed at the grievously wounded iron behemoth, his expression grim. The blow had depleted his strength, yet it had failed to kill the beast. Casting a glance at Gao Feng, Chu Tian gritted his teeth and ingested a vial of verdant liquid, an aberrant energy restoration serum developed by the military, its primary component being green crystal. Gao Feng lunged toward the severely injured iron behemoth, the scythe of death unleashing a brilliant arc of light that descended upon the creature. The piercing sound reverberated through the mountains as sparks erupted from the iron bear's arm, revealing a grievous wound that exposed its very bones. Chu Tian gazed in astonishment at the scythe of death wielded by Gao Feng. What caliber of weapon is this? Its power is astonishingly formidable. Gao Feng frowned. The scythe of death could not sever the iron bear's bones. Gazing through the wound, he discerned the bear's bones were a dark iron hue, resembling a skeletal framework of steel. In truth, the rigidity of this skeletal structure far surpassed that of ordinary steel. Gao Feng's scythe had long been capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay, effortlessly severing both steel and iron. With a roar, the injured iron bear swung its wounded arm in a sweeping motion, but Gao Feng deftly evaded the attack. With double the reaction speed, the iron bear could not land a blow on him. Gao Feng aimed to strike at the bear's injured head. The sharp blade clanged as it barely pierced the skull, yet became lodged, unable to penetrate further. Sensing the specter of death, the massive paw of the iron bear furiously swatted at Gao Feng. Withdrawing the scythe, Gao Feng narrowly avoided the bear's assault. In a sudden turn, the iron bear fled in fear. Previously, it had relied on its tough hide and robust flesh, dismissing humanity with contempt. Yet now, having sustained grave injuries and nearly facing death at the hands of a human, the iron bear was engulfed by terror and instinctively ran away. Gao Feng promptly pursued, wielding the scythe of death to strike swiftly at the iron bear's limbs, impeding its escape. Each assault left deep gashes upon the iron bear's form. "Get out of the way," Gao Feng shouted as he noticed someone attempting to intercept the iron bear. With a thud, the individual, reacting instinctively to Gao Feng's warning, attempted to dodge but was nonetheless struck by the iron bear. The soldier, struck by the iron behemoth, was flung over 10 meters. Reminiscent of being hit by a speeding vehicle, their fate uncertain. This was merely a glancing blow. A direct collision would have rendered them into a pulpy mess. Witnessing this, the others scattered, wary of the approaching mechanical monstrosity. Peak brandished the scythe of death, cleaving into the automaton's hind leg, the blade sinking deep into its metallic flesh. In the ensuing contest of strength, the scythe tore away a substantial chunk of the iron behemoth's leg. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as the construct bellowed in agony, toppling over and crushing a level 3 giant zombie. The two colossal beings collided, the zombie appearing feeble in comparison. Sensing Peak's approach, the iron behemoth seized the zombie, hurling it towards him in desperation. The zombie flailed helplessly, seemingly vulnerable. Yet, its previous display of terrifying power remained fresh in everyone's memory. It was merely dwarfed by the behemoth and Peak. With a flourish of the scythe of death, Peak unleashed a series of dazzling strikes, and a rain of gore descended from the heavens. Thud! A massive zombie head landed at Wei Ye's feet. In the blink of an eye, the giant zombie was reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. The onlookers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the instantaneous annihilation of the formidable level 3 giant zombie. Peak exhaled deeply, relieved that the scythe of death had finally regained its potency. It seemed the weapon hadn't dulled, but rather, the iron behemoth possessed an extraordinary resilience. Gao Feng reached out to catch the falling blue crystal, casting a glance at the iron giant bear before resolutely affixing the crystal to the scythe of death. If a level 2 scythe could not sever the iron giant bear, then let us see whether a level 3 scythe could achieve that feat. 10 seconds later, the scythe of death emitted a shimmering blue light. Chapter 85, 3-star equipment. Colossal sculpture. The scythe of death ascended to level 3, radiating a resplendent blue glow. Scythe of death, 4 stars. Level 3, 1-4. Effect, sharpness 9, transformation. Death cutting, special effect, death harvest, 1324. Death cutting. Consume stamina or psychic energy to inflict additional damage on enemies. Gao Feng activated death cutting, channeling the psychic energy within him through his palm into the scythe of death. Swinging the scythe towards the iron giant bear, a dark blade aura manifested along the edge. The iron giant bear instinctively raised its paw to shield its head. With a resounding thud, a massive paw was severed, flying several meters before landing in the underbrush. Gao Feng displayed an expression of astonishment. He too was taken aback by the immense power that the level 3 scythe had unleashed. Sensing the substantial drain on his psychic energy, he realized that he could execute such an attack no more than 5 times at most. Considering the psychic energy restored through stamina conversion, he might manage to perform death cutting a few more times. However, the conversion of stamina into psychic energy required time, thus limiting his immediate usage to a maximum of 5 or 6 instances. With its paw severed, the iron giant bear stood momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why this human had suddenly become so formidable. Sensing an opportune moment, Gao Feng executed Death Cleave once more without hesitation. The scythe, gleaming with the tenebrous energy of death, bisected the steel behemoth's head in a single, swift motion. With a final, labored exhalation, the severed halves of the behemoth's cranium succumbed to gravity, splattering its contents upon the ground. A verdant, hexagonal crystal materialized from within the remains. Thud! The steel behemoth's immense form crashed to the earth, its life extinguished. Gao Feng deftly caught the mana crystal. Whoosh! A gust of wind heralded an attack from behind, prompting Gao Feng to whirl and swing his scythe. Bang! Chu Tian's fist connected with the side of the death scythe, deflecting it away. Having witnessed the scythe's keen edge, he dared not make contact with the blade itself. Relinquish it. That belongs to the military, Chu Tian declared, fixing Gao Feng with a stern gaze. Gao Feng clutched the mana crystal, unwilling to part with his prize, especially considering its profound importance to him. He met Chu Tian's gaze with a frigid stare. You seek to plunder my spoils. His mind was clear. He would not be swayed by Chu Tian's words. With that single sentence, Gao Feng framed the situation as Chu Tian's personal attempt to seize his hard-earned reward, rather than a matter of the spoils rightfully belonging to the military. Chu Tian paused, considering his words before replying. I am willing to offer an exchange for the mana crystal. Name your price. He coveted the formidable defenses displayed by the steel behemoth. Gao Feng retorted, a level 2 mana crystal is incapable of granting new abilities. It can only enhance existing ones. It would be of no use to you. Chu Tian scrutinized Gao Feng, questioning the veracity of his statement, for he was unaware of this particular rule. Thus far, Chu Tian had only utilized white-grade ability crystals, leaving him uninformed about the advancement protocols for acquired abilities. Chu Tian asserted. Regardless of its utility to me, you must relinquish the ability crystal, or you shall not depart from this place. The military cannot permit you to abscond with this ability crystal. A smirk played upon Gao Feng's lips as the scythe of death elegantly swept across the armored behemoth, leaving a gash in its wake. Do you genuinely believe you possess the means to impede me? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian once more fell silent. None were more cognizant than he that Gao Feng was virtually unstoppable. He might engage Gao Feng in combat, but should Gao Feng penetrate the throng, it would result in a massacre. Moreover, I am not alone. Scarcely had Gao Feng uttered these words when Chu Tian sensed a homicidal intent emanating from behind, sending shivers down his spine. He abruptly pivoted and unleashed a punch, golden light coalescing into a fist that struck the air. Screech. The sound of grating metal echoed as Chu Tian turned to observe a perforation inexplicably appearing in the overturned armored vehicle, as if pierced by some unseen object. He swiftly scanned the vicinity, unable to discern the assailant's whereabouts. Alarm surged within Chu Tian's heart. An invisibility ability? He turned his gaze toward Gao Feng, a chill running down his spine. Gao Feng was already an indomitable adversary, and with a cloaked assassin lurking in the shadows, the odds of victory were infinitesimally small, bordering on non-existent. Chu Tian inwardly gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed upon the level 2 ability crystal in Gao Feng's grasp, a sense of profound frustration washing over him. This was the closest he had come to acquiring a level 2 ability crystal. He had devoted considerable time to hunting level 2 zombies and mutated beasts, only to witness the ability crystal slip through his fingers. Various thoughts warred within Chu Tian's mind, until he finally composed himself. With a frigid countenance, he stated, "You may take the energy crystal, but the mutant beast's cadaver must be relinquished to us." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng, perceiving his concession and disinclined to engage in conflict with the military, acquiesced to Chu Tian's demand. "Agreed," he said. He glanced at the bare paw lying in the undergrowth and inquired, "It wouldn't be excessive for me to take a bare paw, would it?" Chu Tian nodded impassively. Having already conceded the ultimate energy crystal to Gao Feng, a mere bare paw was inconsequential. He desired nothing more than to depart from this place promptly. "Clear the battlefield and retrieve the carcasses of the mutant beasts," Chu Tian commanded. The troops proceeded to scour the battlefield, eliminating the remaining zombies, rescuing the wounded, and dissecting the mutant beast's remains for transport. Despite the dissipation of its power upon death, the ironclad bear's hide remained exceptionally resilient, and its bones remarkably sturdy. Soldiers struggled to cleave through the flesh with ordinary blades. Observing this, Wei Yi approached Gao Feng, requesting the use of the death scythe to dismember the mutant beast's corpse. Gao Feng brandished the scythe, severing the beast into several large portions, whereupon a fleshy sack tumbled out. "A treasure chest?" Gao Feng murmured, momentarily taken aback. He had been preoccupied with the confrontation with Chu Tian and had not noticed the prompt before him. It was only upon seeing the fleshy sack emerge from the mutant beast's body that he belatedly realized its significance. Chu Tian, too, had noticed and strode over with haste. Having already allowed Gao Feng to take the energy crystal, he was naturally unwilling to permit him to seize another piece of equipment. Gao Feng retrieved the fleshy sack, which rapidly dissolved into black blood, leaving in his hand a warrior figurine clad in armor. Colossal sculpture, 3 stars. Level 0. Effect, sacrificial summoning. Sacrificial summoning. Consume 3 white crystals to summon a level 0 colossal soldier to fight for you. Quantity limit, 2. This is a summoning artifact. Chu Tian gazed at the colossal sculpture in Gao Feng's hands, his expression twitching as he remarked, "The mutated beasts belong to us, and the equipment within those beasts is also the military's." Gao Feng chuckled coldly, dismissing him. "Enough of this. If you desire this equipment, the exchange is simple. Bring something to trade." Chu Tian glanced at Wei Yi, contemplating that had he not sought Gao Feng's assistance in dissecting the mutated beast's carcass, this equipment would have securely belonged to the military. "Let me examine the equipment's attributes," Chu Tian requested. After a moment's deliberation, Gao Feng acquiesced, presenting it for inspection. Yet he did not relinquish his hold. Upon observing the effects of the colossal sculpture, Chu Tian's heart stirred slightly. It was indeed a 3-star equipment, which made it even more imperative to secure it. Chapter 86. Evolutionary Upgrade. Ironclad resolve. Beholding the 3-star equipment in Gao Feng's possession, Chu Tian pondered briefly and declared, "If you hand it over to the military, they will provide you with appropriate compensation." Gao Feng scoffed, responding, "Compensation? This item is mine. Why should I part with it? If you desire it, offer me 20 green crystals or blue crystals in exchange. Faced with Gao Feng's exorbitant demand, Chu Tian's expression shifted slightly. Impossible, he retorted firmly. Aside from evolution crystals, the military will strive to accommodate your other requests. Gao Feng shook his head, stating, then there is nothing more to discuss. He directly stored away the colossal statue, showing no intention of further negotiation. Upon witnessing this, Chu Tian felt a surge of anger. They had already paid a price for slaying the mutated beast, and the spoils rightfully belonged to them. It was utterly unreasonable for him to take the ability crystal and still covet the equipment. He was on the verge of issuing a direct threat. Were it not for his concern for the lives of his comrades, Chu Tian believed that Gao Feng would hardly survive under concentrated fire. Gao Feng chuckled, remarking, if I do not intervene, the mutated beast would have already fled. Do you still wish for the spoils? He glanced at the corpse of the mutated beast and continued, Isn't this your prize? If you desire the colossal statue, you must trade it for the evolution crystals. Otherwise, the discussion is over. With that, Gao Feng vanished from Chu Tian's sight. Chu Tian's gaze sharpened, astonished to discover that this cloaked assassin could render others invisible as well. He secretly rejoiced at not having antagonized Gao Feng. Otherwise, none present would leave alive. Though deeply dissatisfied, Chu Tian felt powerless. He attempted to leverage the military's authority to pressure Gao Feng, yet it was evident that Gao Feng was impervious to such tactics, intent on seizing the military's resources. A soldier hurried to Chu Tian's side, stating, Captain Chu, the blue crystal from the body of the third-level giant zombie that was killed by the shelling is missing. Missing? Chu Tian paused momentarily, then erupted in furious shouts, Gao Feng. His voice echoed through the mountains and forests. He had not anticipated that Gao Feng would be so ruthless as to steal what rightfully belonged to the military. Hearing Chu Tian's furious roar, Chen Nu quickly urged his subordinates to drive away. He certainly did not wish to be caught in the crossfire. With Gao Feng now vanished, Chu Tian, once he regained his composure, might come seeking retribution. After exchanging a few words with Wang Hai, Chen Nu hastily departed. It was only when he saw the car reversing away that Chu Tian remembered Gao Feng had been summoned by Chen Nu. He intended to pursue and capture Chen Nu. With a roar, the car's engine erupted, and Chen Nu accelerated, making a swift escape. Chu Tian chased a few steps before halting, his expression darkening. Initially, he had planned to demonstrate the military's might to Chen Nu while simultaneously undermining the Shanglong society, but instead of reaping rewards, he found himself losing ground. Lin Yu opened her palm, revealing a blue crystal within. Gao Feng was somewhat taken aback, hearing the furious shouts behind him. He understood that Chu Tian was nearing the brink of madness. Naturally, Gao Feng would not contend with Lin Yu for a single blue crystal. She nodded and stowed the crystal away, marking it as her first acquisition. After leaving Feng Tang village, the group sought a secure location to halt their journey. Gao Feng meticulously cleaned the ability crystal before consuming it, as his cells hungrily absorbed the energy contained within, triggering a transformation deep within his mind. After more than 10 minutes, Gao Feng exhaled a long sigh. Defensive enhancement, level 2 iron skin, iron bones. Gao Feng activated his abilities, his entire being adopting a black iron hue that radiated a metallic sheen. The sinews within him were also imbued with a layer of metallic brilliance. As he threw a punch, he sensed an increase in his strength. With the enhancement of his tendons, his body could now endure a significantly greater explosive force. The metallization of his bones greatly augmented his head's defensive capabilities and his overall pressure resistance. Gao Feng no longer feared shattering his bones when unleashing his full power against adversaries. He silently attuned himself to the ability energy coursing within him. Upon acquiring a second-level supernatural ability, Gao Feng's internal energy doubled in strength and became even more enduring. Once the ability was dispelled, his skin returned to its normal hue. He retrieved 3 white crystals to enhance the colossal sculpture. Colossal sculpture, 3 stars. Level 1. Effect, sacrificial summon. Sacrifice 10 white crystals to summon a level 1 colossal soldier. Maximum of 3. The consumption increased, elevating the level of the colossal soldier while also augmenting its quantity by 1. Without hesitation, Gao Feng placed 10 white crystals upon the sculpture. The crystals melted away, and a white light flickered from the sculpture, revealing a towering, armored spearman over 2 meters tall. The spearman stood motionless like a puppet, awaiting Gao Feng's command to spring into action. Lin Yu and the others were startled by the sudden appearance of the colossal soldier. Instinctively, she concealed herself and gripped her dagger, prepared for battle. Upon noticing the colossal soldier's stillness, she exhaled with relief. Lin Yuming turned to Gao Feng and inquired urgently, "What is this?" Gao Feng presented the sculpture to them, and after a thorough examination, Lin Yu curiously scrutinized the colossal soldier. Struggling to fathom the means by which such a towering armored spearman could be summoned from thin air, Lin Yumeng, even more intrigued, questioned its prowess. "Is it formidable? Let us test its might." As the summoner of the colossal soldier, Gao Feng commanded its actions. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in the distance. Observing this, Gao Feng ordered the colossal soldier to eliminate the zombie. "Slay that creature." The colossal soldier strode purposefully towards the zombie, which lunged frantically at it. With a swift motion, the spearman thrust its lance, impaling the zombie and lifting it high off the ground. Snap! The cadaver of the zombie was cast upon the ground by the colossus soldier, dispatched with a single shot. A look of astonishment graced Gao Feng's countenance, taken aback by the formidable combat prowess of the colossus soldier. Observing the colossus soldier, Gao Feng subtly discerned the existence of concealed combat capabilities, for the actual strength of evolutionists of comparable combat ratings could vary wildly. His combat rating stood at 460, yet he could effortlessly overwhelm evolutionists who possessed the same rating. This was partly attributable to his equipment and partly to his special ability. Perhaps also to disparities in combat awareness and technique. Gao Feng readily formulated an equation: actual combat strength manifest combat strength latent combat strength. Equipment could augment latent combat strength, as could special abilities, combat awareness, technique, and even environmental and physiological states. Latent combat strength could fluctuate greatly. Fear of zombies, leading to an inability to fight, would cause latent combat strength to become a negative value, preventing the evolutionist from exerting their full potential. Applying this formula, it became evident that Gao Feng's actual combat strength far surpassed his manifest combat strength, due to the substantial proportion of his latent combat strength. This was the reason he could overwhelm evolutionists and even ability users of the same level. Manifest combat strength could only be improved through self-enhancement, but latent combat strength could be derived from various sources. Gao Feng also realized that latent combat strength was far more crucial than manifest combat strength. Yet one must not put the cart before the horse, for the physical attributes represented by manifest combat strength were the foundation of everything. To put it simply, brute force could accomplish miracles. Overwhelming strength could overcome any technique. Chapter 87. Fallen zombies emerge roar. Several zombies on the road sprinted madly toward Gao Feng and his companions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The colossus soldier brandished its spear to intercept, swiftly slaying several ordinary zombies. Gao Feng noticed the prompt indicating the loot and commanded the giant soldier to collect the white crystal. Regrettably, the zombies slain by the giant soldier did not contribute to his death harvest. Upon realizing this, Gao Feng resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the zombies himself. However, he presently lacked the leisure for such endeavors, as he was preoccupied with tinkering with a car parked by the roadside. "Is it not starting yet?" Luing inquired. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of the engine roared to life. Gao Feng lifted the hood, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, it has started. The vehicle had collided with the roadside barrier while attempting to flee, and after dispatching the surrounding zombies, Gao Feng found himself unable to ignite the engine. Reluctantly, he opened the hood to investigate the cause. In truth, he had done little more than tap it casually, and the car roared to life. A mere pat could resolve 90% of the issues. The four of them climbed into the vehicle, and Gao Feng dismissed the giant soldier, who gradually faded from existence. He steered the car towards the direction of the shelter. With a swift whoosh, the vehicle sped past, prompting the zombies on the road to turn and pursue. Ignoring the undead chasing after them, Gao Feng accelerated to full speed. Activating his speed enhancement ability, his reaction time doubled, even in the most complicated of road conditions. He navigated with ease. As they approached the shelter, the number of zombies on the road surged dramatically, compelling Gao Feng to decelerate and prepare to abandon the vehicle. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the roof of the car, as a heavy object struck it, causing the ceiling to sag. Lin Yu and the others instinctively glanced upward. With a tearing sound, a pair of lethal claws punctured through the roof, ripping it apart. A clawed zombie began to claw its way inside. Unfazed, Lin Yu drew her dagger and struck, channeling shadow energy to form a black blade of light. With a swift motion, the light blade effortlessly severed the claws. A thud echoed as the clawed zombie plummeted from the roof into the back seat. Startled, Lin Yumeng kicked the creature, sending it crashing against the car door. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu darted past her, plunging a dagger into the zombie's forehead. The blade pierced through the creature's skull and the window with a satisfying squelch. Suddenly, a cacophony of collisions erupted from the front, followed by the sensation of the car lifting into the air. With a heavy thud, the vehicle overturned onto the ground. Gao Feng kicked open the door, scrambling out and drawing his sickle. The sickle transformed into a scythe, which he wielded to cleave through the nearby zombies. Lin Yu and Luing emerged from the car, though Luing accidentally struck her head, leaving a gash. Ignoring the wound, she rummaged inside for weapons. Ultimately joining Gao Feng to fight by his side, Lin Yu peered back into the vehicle, spotting Lin Yumeng just emerging. With excitement, Lin Yumeng brandished a green crystal, exclaiming, "Sister, I found a green crystal." Lin Yu shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "Is this really the time to be thinking about green crystals?" Gao Feng shouted, "We need to go." Lin Yu activated her powers, rendering the group invisible. A roar erupted as several level 2 zombies charged toward them. Gao Feng urged, "You all go ahead." With that, he advanced towards the approaching mutated zombies, the glint of his scythe shimmering ominously amidst the horde. Lin Yu led Lin Yumeng and Lu Ying away from the throng, and once the three had vanished, the zombies were drawn entirely to Gao Feng, allowing them to escape with ease. She glanced back at the horde, untroubled by Gao Feng's safety. Such a modest gathering of zombies posed no threat to him. Suddenly, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon several peculiar zombies, her expression tightening and her countenance shifting subtly. She instructed Lu Ying and Lin Yumeng, "Stay here and do not move. I shall assist Gao Feng." With that, she emerged from her hiding place, stealthily advancing towards the strange zombies. In a swift motion, a dagger materialized from the air, piercing the back of one zombie's skull, causing it to collapse instantly. The surrounding zombies looked around in confusion, oblivious to their assailant. Before long, all the bizarre zombies had been silently dispatched by Lin Yu. The ground sizzled as the black blood corroded the earth beneath. Lin Yu surveyed the fallen zombies at her feet, her expression darkening. She was haunted by the memory of the fallen zombies that had once driven everyone to flee from their secure base, a sight she feared she would never forget. A question nagged at her. How had the fallen zombies come to be here? Was the fallen angel lurking nearby? She quickly scanned her surroundings, searching for any trace of the fallen angel, a formidable level 4 zombie, fraught with peril. Spotting Gao Feng, who was still engaged in a relentless slaughter, she informed him, "Fallen zombies have appeared nearby." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng momentarily faltered, his scythe's rhythm slowing. The fallen angel's eye embedded in his chest had yet to fade. Was it possible that the fallen zombies were targeting him? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Feng abandoned his intent to continue harvesting the zombies for additional kills. He directed Lin Yu to where the spoils lay, and after collecting the bounty, the two hastily retreated. They soon reunited with Lin Yumeng and Lu Ying, and the quartet hastened towards the direction of the refuge. Before long, Gao Feng spotted the towering walls of the sanctuary. They entered through the main gate. Standing within the confines of the quarantine net, awaiting the opening of the door from the outside, the inspector approached and declared, "There is an inspection fee of 1 white crystal to enter the shelter." Gao Feng regarded him and inquired, "Is this another new regulation?" Gao Feng was rendered speechless. As he knew the minister the inspector referred to was Qing Jianhui. This Qing Jianhui was truly deranged, instituting a new policy every single day since taking office. This was despite the fact that some people were against it. Initially, Qing Jianhui even wanted to charge the inspection fee per capita, 1 white crystal per person. Ordinary evolutionaries could only obtain a few white crystals from venturing out. If he dared to do so, an evolutionary riot would not be far off. Previously, many people were dissatisfied with the regulation that mutant beasts could not be brought into the shelter and needed to be safely processed by the checkpoint. However, since the number of people who could hunt mutant beasts was ultimately a minority, most people did not feel much about this regulation. However, after the introduction of the inspection fee regulation, it affected the interests of everyone. Gao Feng was now curious as to how many more days Qing Jianhui could remain in the position of minister. By messing with the evolutionaries in the shelter like this, was he forcing everyone to revolt? Lin Yu produced her blue card. The inspector glanced at it and said through the barbed wire, "Even members of the Holy Dragon Society must pay the inspection fee in accordance with regulations." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng chuckled, impressed by his fortitude. Too indolent to continue arguing with the inspector, he tossed him a white crystal. The inspector caught the white crystal, opened the gate, and granted them passage. As the four walked along the road, Lin Yuman grumbled, "Sister, why isn't your Shadow King status effective?" Gao Feng, with clarity, remarked, "It is not that your sister's status is ineffective. Rather, Cheng Jianwei is targeting the Holy Dragon Society. If he had remained silent, those beneath him would naturally not dare to offend the Holy Dragon Society." He elaborated briefly. Chapter 88. Sword Edge Special Forces. Lin Yu gazed at Gao Feng. Her expression tinged with concern as she inquired, "What shall we do about the fallen zombies?" Gao Feng reassured her, "Do not be anxious. I certainly cannot venture out, as I am being monitored by the fallen angel. Approaching the fallen angel would undoubtedly attract a multitude of fallen zombies." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression shifted, and she proposed, "I shall go out to scout." Gao Feng shook his head, stating, "It is unnecessary. Moreover, how much ground can you cover alone? It would be a laborious endeavor." He analyzed, if a significant number of fallen zombies emerge, it is certain that the fallen angel is nearby. However, if it is merely a sporadic occurrence, it may just indicate that fallen zombies have migrated close to the ancient sea refuge, and the fallen angel may not be present. With this, Lin Yu calmed herself, preparing to heed Gao Feng's advice. She retrieved the spoils of their conquest, and Gao Feng did the same. After a thorough inventory, each received a green crystal, while Gao Feng retained the white crystals. Should anyone require white crystals, they could approach Gao Feng for distribution. Nevertheless, each individual maintained their own small treasury, rarely needing to request white crystals from Gao Feng. Lin Yu handed the green crystal to Lin Yuman, wishing for her to ascend to level 3. However, Lin Yuman declined, offering her own green crystal instead, saying, "Sister, you should first enhance the shadow dagger to level 2. Your strength ensures my safety." Gao Feng cast a glance at Lin Yuman, somewhat taken aback that she had considered matters to such an extent. Sensing Gao Feng's gaze, Lin Yuman rolled her eyes at him, as if aware of his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu smiled and acquiesced. She utilized 2 green crystals to enhance the shadow dagger to its maximum level of 2. Shadow dagger, 2 stars. Level 2. Effect, penetration 4. Attack speed 20. Special effect, ambush. Lin Yu brandished the shadow dagger. Its attack speed noticeably increased. Gao Feng, after examining the attributes of the level 2 shadow dagger, produced a green crystal and placed it on the Colossus sculpture, upgrading it to level 2. Colossus sculpture, 3 stars. Level 2, 1-3. Effect, sacrificial summoning. Summons a level 2 Colossus soldier at the cost of 3 green crystals or 30 white crystals. With a maximum limit of 4. Battle formation. When the number of Colossus soldiers exceeds 3, they form a battle formation, increasing the combat effectiveness of the Colossus soldiers by 20. Luing offered her green crystal to Gao Feng, stating, "Enhance the equipment first. It's of little use to me if I consume it." Gao Feng demurred, "You consume it? This equipment is dispensable." Upon hearing this, all 3 women displayed expressions of astonishment. Lin Yu inquired with surprise, "Why?" "The Colossus sculpture's usage cost is excessively high, rendering it impractical," Gao Feng explained. He elucidated that according to the summoning conditions for the level 1 colossal statue, summoning a 1-star colossal soldier requires 3 white crystals, while 6 are necessary for a 2-star and 10 for a 3-star. To summon a level 2 1-star colossal soldier, 3 green crystals are needed, and for a 3-star, 10 green crystals are required. Although white crystals can substitute for green crystals, the quantity required increases tenfold. If one possesses 10 green crystals, it would be more beneficial to enhance their strength instead. Upgrading a 3-star equipment to level 2 entails 1 enhancement, equivalent to a 1-star at level 2, and it can be enhanced up to 3 times to attain a 3-star at level 2. Only then can the true potential of the 3-star equipment be realized. Lin Yu remarked that if everyone ascends to level 3, the green crystals would become obsolete, making them ideal for summoning colossal soldiers. Gao Feng shook his head, stating that 1-star colossal soldiers are too weak. Only 3-star colossal soldiers can barely reach the pinnacle of level 2, which holds little value for them. Moreover, to activate the level 2 special effect and enhance the combat power of the colossal soldiers, at least 3 must be present. The required number of green crystals is exceedingly high, and it would take an eternity to accumulate such a quantity. It is more prudent to exchange them now for resources to bolster everyone's strength. The question now lies in what price the military will offer. The group dispersed to gather intelligence. Upon reconvening, They shared the information they had obtained. After listening, Gao Feng let out a sigh of relief, stating that while some had seen fallen zombies, their numbers were scarce, indicating that the fallen angels had yet to arrive at the shelter. However, one must not let their guard down. Given this trend, it is only a matter of time before the fallen angels make their way here. Gao Feng cautioned everyone. After a brief moment, Lin Yu spoke up. There is one more matter I must bring to your attention regarding the inspection fees. She continued. Qing Jianhui has established an organization called the Jianfeng Special Operations Team. Those who join this team are exempt from paying the inspection fees when entering or exiting the shelter. Gao Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, Is Qing Jianhui attempting to recruit all the evolvers within the shelter as his subordinates? Lin Yu replied, It seems that this is indeed his intention. Several smaller groups have already aligned themselves with the Jianfeng Special Operations Team. Lin Yuman gazed at Gao Feng and said, The name Jianfeng Special Operations Team sounds rather peculiar. Could it imply pointing the sword at the peak? At her words, the group looked at her in surprise. Had she not articulated this thought, it is likely that no one would have considered such a connotation. Gao Feng chuckled softly and suggested, Perhaps that is precisely the implication. The conflict between him and Qing Jianhui has become common knowledge. Every survivor within the shelter is aware of it. It appears that Qing Jianhui is concealing a significant strategy. Lin Yu expressed her concern, stating that if he were to gather the majority of the evolvers from the shelter, it could spell danger for them. Gao Feng responded with a smile, What danger could I possibly face? With you by my side, we could simply leave if necessary. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and fell silent. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lu Ying approached to open it and found members of the Holy Dragon Society waiting. Where is Lord Shadow King? Lord Thunder King has informed us that it is time for a meeting in the banquet hall. Lin Yu, having overheard, stepped out and said, Yes, I understand. Once they departed, she turned to Gao Feng, seeking his thoughts on the matter. Lin Yu inquired, Shall we go? Gao Feng replied, If we are to go, then we shall indeed proceed. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will make our escape at the earliest opportunity. Do not concern yourself with our situation. Lin Yu nodded and stepped outside, where the member of the Holy Dragon Society who had come to notify her had not yet departed. Upon seeing her emerge, he promptly stated, Lord Shadow King, please follow me. Upon her arrival at the banquet hall, Lin Yu observed that several individuals were already seated, including Ice King Qin Shui, Fire King Chen Nu, and Speed King Jiang Chao. Excluding Zhao Wushuang, she was the last to arrive. Lin Yu took a seat beside Qin Shui and, after a moment's wait, Zhao Wushuang made his entrance into the banquet hall. He approached the head of the long table, seated himself in a position of authority, and surveyed the two vacant seats, inquiring, Where is Strength King? Why has he not arrived? Zhao Wushuang, upon noticing the absence, nodded and remarked, Well, since Strength King is not present, we shall not delay any further. He turned his gaze to the assembled individuals and declared, The purpose of gathering you here is twofold. Knock, knock. Wang Hai rapped on the door. Shortly after Lin Yu's departure, a representative from the military arrived to confer with Gao Feng regarding the matter of the giant statue. The military would not easily relinquish a 3-star equipment item. Chapter 89. The transaction. Wang Hai sat before Gao Feng, accompanied by a formally attired female officer. This was Tang Xin, the deputy to Principal Chu, who would represent the military in discussions regarding the ownership of the 3-star equipment. Wang Hai introduced her to Gao Feng. Gao Feng nodded and stated, I am Gao Feng. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your reputation precedes you. I have long been aware of your esteemed name. Tang Xin replied. The two exchanged a handshake, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Tang Xin inquired, I heard that Mr. Gao collaborated with the military today to slay a mutated beast, and as a result, he obtained a 3-star piece of equipment. I was wondering if he might be willing to part with it? Gao Feng regarded her and responded, As I've stated before, if the military desires it, they can exchange it for evolution crystals. Tang Xin then asked, What is Mr. Gao's asking price? 20 green crystals, he replied. Tang Xin shook her head, saying, That is excessive. The military does not have that many spare green crystals. Then there's no basis for negotiation, Gao Feng stated. Tang Xin proposed. The military could trade other items, weapons, food, intelligence. She looked at Gao Feng and ventured, Mr. Gao is likely a Tier 3 awakened, is he not? Upon hearing this, Gao Feng, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Awakened? Tang Xin clarified, the military refers to evolutionaries who have awakened special abilities as awakened. While they are still evolutionaries, Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary evolutionaries. Their power is comparable to that of formidable ability users, so we have designated them with the title Awakened to distinguish them. Gao Feng chuckled and said, I suppose you could say that. Is there a problem with that? Tang Xian stated, Mr. Gao is likely concerned with how to acquire blue crystals, correct? Coincidentally, the military possesses information regarding the locations of Tier 3 zombies. Gao Feng demurred. I have no need for your intelligence. If you wish to trade for the 3-star equipment, you must offer blue crystals. Information is of no use to me. Tang Xian calmly asserted. With Mr. Gao's capabilities, knowing the locations of Tier 3 zombies is tantamount to obtaining blue crystals, as they would be within his grasp. Gao Feng cast a sidelong glance at her, noting that the difference was substantial. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian remarked that the military was aware of the distinctions involved. Thus, they were willing to offer intelligence on 5 level 3 zombies in exchange for equipment, ensuring that they would not compete with Mr. Gao for these level 3 zombies. Gao Feng felt somewhat tempted. Acquiring 5 blue crystals would significantly enhance his prowess. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that, even with the military providing him with detailed information, he might not be able to secure all 5 blue crystals. The zombies were mobile, and others might preemptively hunt them down. Although the odds were slim, Gao Feng was not inclined to gamble on chance. He stated, 10 green crystals and information on 10 level 3 zombies, and I shall relinquish the 3-star equipment to you. Tang Xian countered, that is impossible, at most. 5 green crystals and 5 pieces of information. Gao Feng insisted, the 10 green crystals are non-negotiable. I require at least 9 pieces of information. The two parties engaged in a fervent exchange of offers, with Gao Feng firmly asserting the necessity of 10 green crystals, or else there would be no discussion. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. The military would provide 10 green crystals and 4 pieces of intelligence in exchange for Gao Feng's 3-star equipment. Gao Feng presented the giant statue to Tang Xian and stated, I have already upgraded this equipment to level 2, consuming 1 blue crystal and 3 white crystals. Surely, the military will reimburse me for these expenses? Just as Tang Xian was about to decline, Gao Feng continued, this equipment holds great value. The giant soldiers summoned after being enhanced to level 2 and 3 stars possess combat capabilities comparable to level 3 evolved beings. He spoke no falsehood. The disparity between a peak level 2 evolved being and a level 3 evolved being was indeed minimal. Moreover, the newly enhanced combat formations at level 2 can significantly augment the battle prowess of the Colossus soldiers. Remarkably, a level 2 Pinnacle Colossus soldier may even surpass many newly upgraded level 3 evolvers in strength. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian gazed intently into Gao Feng's eyes for a moment, ensuring he spoke the truth and was not exaggerating, before nodding in agreement. Thus, the negotiations concluded, and Tang Xian departed with Wang Hai. Lin Yumeng inquired, Sister, what were you doing just now? Lin Yu cast a glance at her, realizing that she had not been attentive to her earlier words. She replied, Zhao Wushuang summoned us for a meeting to discuss 2 matters. The first pertains to tomorrow's mission. Lin Yu elaborated, tomorrow marks the day the Holy Dragon Society conducts its regular extermination of zombies and gathers supplies. Zhao Wushuang has assigned me the task of clearing out the zombies at a gas station and collecting its fuel. Jiang Chao will accompany us. Lin Yumeng responded with disdain. Why on earth would that disgusting fellow be involved? Lin Yu shook her head, saying, there's no choice. It's Zhao Wushuang's arrangement. He stated that if we fail to complete the mission, both Jiang Chao and I would lose our positions as kings and would no longer benefit from the conveniences and resources of the Holy Dragon Society until the task is fulfilled. She continued, Qin Nu and Qin Shui are on a separate mission, tasked with seizing a logistics warehouse in the suburbs, where it is rumored there are undelivered packages and goods that should contain many valuable items. Zhao Wushuang and Li Wang are assigned to eradicate zombies in the city and gather intelligence within the urban area. That sums up the first matter, Lin Yu concluded. Gao Feng's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, what is the second matter? Ling Yu articulated, the second matter pertains to the Sword's Edge Special Forces. Zhao Wushuang advised against any confrontation with them for the time being, suggesting that Chang Jianwei would not instigate trouble with the Sacred Dragon Society. Regarding the inspection fees, he proposed that the Sacred Dragon Society should cooperate with Chang Jianwei by proactively remitting the dues, indicating a conciliatory gesture towards him, Ling Yu surmised. Zhao Wushuang's inclination to appease Chang Jianwei did not catch Gao Feng off guard, given his evident stance during the welcoming banquet from Master Chung at the Summer Mountain Villa. Gao Feng affirmed, "Let's set this aside for now. For tomorrow's assignment, what preparations do you require?" Ling Yu responded, "Zhao Wushuang has instructed me to recruit subordinates independently." Gao Feng reflected on figures like Xiong Chong, who were affiliated with Qin Nu, suggesting that they were personally enlisted by Qin Nu. In bygone days, the mere mention of Ling Yu's moniker, the Shadow Monarch, would have drawn countless adherents. However, circumstances have shifted with the presence of the Sword's Edge Special Forces within the shelter, wielding influence that seemingly rivals the Sacred Dragon Society, thereby affording survivors more options. Moreover, enlisting in the Sword's Edge Special Forces promptly yields benefits, such as exemption from inspection fees when entering and exiting the shelter. This sole privilege can conserve a substantial amount of white crystals, thereby alluring numerous survivors. Gao Feng remarked, "Indeed, it is imperative that you secure someone adept at operating tankers and proficient in extracting gasoline from filling stations." Ling Yu concurred, acknowledging the rationale. After a moment of contemplation, she demurred, "On second thought, the fewer individuals privy to my unique abilities, the better. I harbor reservations about entrusting outsiders." Acme of exasperation, Gao Feng contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Seek out Wei Yi and inquire if he possesses the aptitude to operate a tanker truck." He comprehended Lin Yu's rationale. For an assassin, by their very nature, must remain concealed in the shadows. Should their complete prowess be unveiled in the light of day, their demise would not be distant. A percussive summons echoed as Lu Ying proceeded to answer the door. 11 verdant crystals, 3 pristine crystals, and 4 dossiers of intelligence were proffered. Tang Xian, clutching a paper satchel containing the intelligence, unfurled it for Gao Feng's perusal. Her gaze met Gao Feng's, tacitly conveying the exchange of currency for merchandise. Gao Feng promptly produced the Colossus sculpture, bestowing it upon Tang Xian. Upon scrutinizing the detailed attributes of the sculpture, Tang Xian evinced a measure of elation, yet simultaneously harbored a premonition of ill omen. Chapter 90. The Awakening of Abilities. Lin Yu, observing the paper satchel in Gao Feng's possession, manifested astonishment. Previously, Gao Feng had intimated the intention to vend the Colossus sculpture, yet its transaction had been expedited. 11 verdant crystals, Lin Yumeng, stationed nearby, cast a covetous gaze upon the satchel, her saliva glands activated. Were they all bestowed upon her, she would be empowered to ascend to the 3rd tier, precipitating a surge in her capabilities. Gao Feng extracted 3 verdant crystals and presented them to Lin Yumeng. The latter received the crystals with unbridled glee, exclaiming, "Feng, you are truly magnificent." Gao Feng then relinquished the remaining verdant crystals to Lu Ying. Lu Ying demurred, "Bestow them upon Xiaoyu. For her consumption of verdant crystals yields a greater augmentation of combat prowess than mine." Gao Feng dissented, asserting, "Consume them yourself." He retrieved the 4 dossiers of intelligence for scrutiny. They were 4 sheets of A4 paper, imprinted with long-range photographs of 3rd-tier zombies, accompanied by several lines delineating the zombie's location and the magnitude of the surrounding zombie horde. Among them was the Blade Zombie, a familiar adversary to Gao Feng. This marks the first instance he's encountered a zombie capable of breaching metallic heights. The other 3 zombies also possessed unique attributes. One sported a lengthy, razor-sharp tail. Another was encased in a layer of ivory bone armor, and yet another brandished 4 arms. Gao Feng also discerned the disparity between the tertiary and secondary mutated zombies. The tertiary mutated zombies exhibited more exaggerated limb mutations, even sprouting entirely new appendages, and possessed certain extraordinary abilities. The Blade Zombies' razors were incredibly sharp, with an astonishing hardness, comparable to the keenness of a level 6 Grim Reaper. The Nurse Zombie's tentacles could devour flesh to heal itself and its allies. The Giant Zombie's physique had become even more exaggerated, its height easily exceeding 4 meters, surpassing even a single-story dwelling. Although the Giant Zombie was ultimately obliterated by artillery fire, its demonstrated ability to disregard bullets sufficiently illustrated the formidable nature of its defenses. It was merely unfortunate enough to encounter a far more formidable adversary, which made it seem rather weak in battle. In a siege, however, the Giant Zombie would undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to the refuge. Ordinary firearms would be ineffective against it, and while the refuge's walls were high and difficult for ordinary zombies to surmount, the Giant Zombie could easily seize individuals on the walls and hurl zombies over them. Gao Feng glanced at the location of the 4 mutated zombies. musing that the military wasn't entirely useless, as they hadn't assigned him a location that was completely inaccessible. But then again, if he couldn't reach it, it was likely that those gathering intelligence couldn't either. Lu Ying suddenly approached and tugged at Gao Feng's attire. Gao Feng turned to face her, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "What is it?" "I seem to be encountering some complications," Willow murmured softly. "Consuming these verdant crystals no longer augments my combat prowess. It remains static at 200. As this perplexity surfaced in his mind, an intimation materialized before him. An inscription manifested upon Willow, proclaiming, Level 2 Evolutionist. Aberrant ability awakening in progress. A tremor coursed through Gao Feng's being as comprehension dawned. "Continue consuming them without cessation," he instructed her. "How many verdant crystals remain within your possession?" "Very well," Gao Feng affirmed. "Partake of them first. Should the need arise, I shall endeavor to procure more." A peculiar sensation washed over Willow, yet she refrained from interrogating Gao Feng's volition. She persisted in devouring the verdant crystals, experiencing the surge of evolutionary energy within her form, albeit without any discernible augmentation in her combat aptitude. Having depleted her supply of crystals, she was poised to apprise Gao Feng when a resplendent effulgence erupted within her consciousness, rendering her momentarily immobile. A deluge of information inundated her mind, and an aberrant energy burgeoned within her core, swiftly amplifying in magnitude. Upon regaining her composure, Willow cast her gaze upon her attribute interface and, with a tremor in her voice, conveyed to Gao Feng, "I have ascended to level 3, possessing 500 points of combat prowess." A manifestation of astonishment graced Gao Feng's countenance, utterly taken aback. While cognizant that the advent of an aberrant ability would substantially elevate Willow's capabilities, he had not anticipated that it would propel her beyond his own standing, establishing her as the preeminent combatant among them. "What manner of aberrant ability have you awakened?" Gao Feng inquired with astonishment. "It has augmented your combat prowess by a staggering 300 points. Willow's corporeal constitution remained at 20 times that of an ordinary individual, unaffected by the advent of her aberrant ability. The entirety of her augmented combat prowess stemmed from her newfound ability." Lin Yu and Lin Yuming, upon hearing this revelation, exchanged glances of astonishment, their gazes fixated upon Willow. Lin Yujing inquired, "Have you awakened your extraordinary abilities?" Lin Yuming's face was filled with envy as she lamented, "When will I awaken my own powers? The ability I have awakened is called Sacred Prayer. Level 1 Sacred Prayer. Enhanced Blessing can double the target's strength and speed. Level 2 Sacred Prayer. Holy Light Protection can create a shield to absorb damage and heal the target. Level 3 Sacred Prayer. Power of Holy Light can unleash the judgment of Holy Light and guide the target to believe in the Holy Light. Those who believe in the Holy Light shall never be able to harm me." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer strength of Lu Ying's abilities. Even Gao Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. However, it seemed that Lu Ying's Sacred Prayer leaned towards supportive capabilities, as the first 2 levels only offered assistance, with offensive potential only emerging at level 3. Gao Feng remarked, "Use Enhanced Blessing on me." Lu Ying nodded in response, her hands radiating with sacred light. As the light enveloped Gao Feng, he immediately felt an explosive surge in both strength and speed. This single ability was akin to possessing 2 powers, and the ability to bestow it upon others left Gao Feng envious. Yet, the limitation was apparent. Sacred Prayer could only enhance strength and speed by 2-fold, unable to achieve a greater amplification. As Gao Feng moved his limbs, reveling in the augmented power of Sacred Prayer, a thought crossed his mind. Could his abilities stack with Sacred Prayer? He activated his power, enhancing his strength 5-fold. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in his mind, filled with the frenetic rhythm of his racing heartbeat. His entire being surged with vitality, his skin glowing crimson. 10-fold strength. Gao Feng's spirit soared with exhilaration. To his astonishment, the 2 extraordinary abilities could indeed be intertwined, amplifying his strength to a staggering 10-fold. Yet, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Without a robust physique, one could hardly withstand such an explosive surge of power, were it not for his enhanced constitution, which far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. He might have succumbed to the sheer force, his heart racing violently, rendering him immobile, a mere husk of muscle. As he stepped into the courtyard, the sheer magnitude of his strength caused him to inadvertently shatter several tiles beneath his feet. With no one around, Lin Yu and the others stood at the entrance, their expressions one of curiosity, pondering his intentions. High Peak unleashed a full-force punch toward the open space. Boom. The courtyard erupted with a tempest. Leaves swept away by the force of his strike. A resounding explosion echoed through the air as it was shattered by his fist. The wind howled ferociously. The three women at the entrance felt their hair whip wildly in the gusts, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment at the terror of such power. With his arm hanging limply at his side, he felt an overwhelming soreness in his muscles, as if they were tearing apart. This single punch had consumed a tenth of his internal energy. Even wielding the scythe of death to unleash a deadly slash would barely expend that much energy. It was merely a straightforward strike, yet the consumption was alarmingly immense. High Peak groaned in exasperation. He deactivated the quintuple strength enhancement, noting that Liu Ying's holy prayer still had a few minutes of effect remaining. He activated the double speed enhancement, quadrupling his velocity. High Peak dashed through the courtyard, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lin Yu watched in awe as his figure darted about, his speed astonishingly swift. A thought flickered in her mind, drawing a parallel to Jiang Chao. On the first day I encountered Jiang Chao, he exhibited an extraordinary and astonishing speed. Gao Feng came to a halt and exhaled deeply. He could still endure the quadruple velocity. A joyful smile spread across his face as he glanced at Liu Ying, who had brought him immense surprise. Chapter 91. The power of holy light. Liu Ying awakened her extraordinary abilities, instantly becoming the most formidable combatant among the group. Moreover, her powers significantly enhanced Gao Feng's combat capabilities. Gao Feng turned to Lin Yu and remarked, "There is no need to worry about betrayal anymore. With Liu Ying's abilities, no one can turn against us." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, let us proceed to select candidates." Gao Feng continued, "If possible, seek out those with minimal strength, or even survivors who have yet to evolve." Lin Yu looked at him with curiosity, prompting Gao Feng to elaborate. "It is exceedingly simple for us to cultivate a level 2 evolver. What is paramount, however, is character. The transformation from hell to heaven significantly influences an individual's disposition, making them more susceptible to our control." Lin Yu regarded him, sensing a certain fearfulness in his demeanor. The act of killing is not the most terrifying. The true horror lies in slaying not just the body, but also the spirit. Lin Yu departed in search of suitable candidates. Lin Yiming gazed enviously at Liu Ying and asked, "When will I awaken my powers?" Gao Feng cast a glance her way, his mind stirring as he contemplated the patterns of ability awakening. Presently, it appears that the hallmark of awakening is that consuming evolution crystals no longer enhances combat strength. Once the accumulated evolution energy reaches a certain threshold, abilities will manifest. What type of individual is more likely to awaken these powers? Gao Feng pondered this question. He contemplated